Chapter 1, Will She Truly Encounter Misfortune? In the grand hall of the Fu family, Jin Chaocao gazed curiously at the man seated on the sofa. He possessed striking features, sharp brows and captivating eyes, dressed in a black suit that accentuated his cold, detached demeanor. This was her fiancé, the man she was destined to marry. Fu Tingyuan scrutinized Jin Chaocao with his narrowed, almond-shaped eyes. The woman had her long hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a tattered cloth shirt, patched and mended, yet impeccably clean. On the opposite side of the sofa sat the elder Fu, who, noticing the silence between the two, chuckled nervously. Tingyuan, Chaocao is your betrothed. This union was arranged when you were but children. Now that Chaocao has come to fulfill her promise, you ought to prepare to welcome her. Fu Tingyuan replied coldly, what era are we in? Child marriages are archaic, it would be best to annul this. Jin Chaocao shook her head vehemently. We cannot annul it. When we were engaged, we sought the consent of our ancestors. Failing to fulfill this promise would invite divine retribution. Seeing her defiance, Fu Tingyuan's expression darkened. To marry me, you conjure such excuses. Do you even know who I am? The world regarded Fu Tingyuan as a cunning fox in the business realm, astute, calculating, and resolute, devoid of sentimentality. Countless women aspired to be his wife. Jin Chaocao nodded earnestly. You are Fu Tingyuan. My grandmother has always told me that I must marry you when I grew up. Fu Tingyuan felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist. He almost found it amusing. This woman, so unfamiliar with him, dared to dream of becoming Mrs. Fu. Irritated, he rubbed his temples and stood to face the elder Fu. I will not marry. The elder's face soured. If you refuse to obey, do not call me grandfather again. Fu Tingyuan's brows furrowed, impervious to threats. The elder approached him, speaking earnestly. You personally paid homage to Chaocao's ancestors. According to the rules of the Shan men, you are already their son-in-law. Fu Tingyuan scoffed dismissively. You would resort to such excuses to compel me to marry? The elder was nearly apoplectic. As a child, Fu Tingyuan had been frail, falling ill frequently. At 12, after a prolonged fever, he was saved by the guidance of the reclusive Xianmen clan. The old woman had only one condition, to arrange a betrothal between the two children. Miraculously, upon the engagement, Fu Tingyuan's health had improved, never to falter again. Whenever the elder mentioned this, Fu Tingyuan would dismiss it as mere fabrication. Jin Chaocao furrowed her brow in distress, then suddenly recalled something. She retrieved a scroll from her bag and handed it to Fu Tingyuan. Look, this is the marriage contract. Skeptical, Fu Tingyuan accepted the scroll and opened it, glancing at the ornate script. It detailed an array of terms, and he read one passage aloud. A marriage contract, submitted to the heavenly court. It is decreed in the celestial realms and the underworld. Let all the saints bear witness. Should one betray the beloved, it is a deception against the heavens. If the beloved betrays, it is against divine will. The penalty for such deception is death and dissolution of the soul. The contract was signed by Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan. Fu Tingyuan stared at the mention of the heavenly court and underworld, a mocking expression on his face. He returned the scroll to Jin Chaocao, unwilling to linger, citing work as an excuse to leave hastily. The elder turned to Jin Chaocao, his demeanor awkward yet earnest. Child, why not stay with us for a while? I will handle this matter. You need only wait in peace. With no other option, Jin Chaocao acquiesced. The elder arranged a room for her adjacent to Fu Tingyuan's. The room was well furnished but lacked personal items. Fortunately, Jin Chaocao had brought her essentials. In the cozy, elegant bedroom, as Jin Chaocao organized her belongings, the door burst open with force. A girl in her 20s strode in boldly. Fu Xiaoan lifted her chin arrogantly, fixing her gaze on Jin Chaocao. Oh, so you're the one who will be my sister-in-law. You're young, yet your audacity is astonishing. Jin Chaocao paused her tasks and turned to assess Fu Xiaoan. Dressed in designer labels, adorned with expensive jewelry, her beauty was enhanced by subtle makeup, presenting her like a delicate princess. Yet beneath her exquisite exterior lingered a palpable aura of menace. Unfazed by Fu Xiaoan's mockery, Jin Chaocao elegantly seated herself on the sofa. Shall we make a wager? Fu Xiaoan scoffed disdainfully. What shall we wager? That you'll become my sister-in-law. Jin Chaocao picked up a teacup from the table, pouring herself a drink, and smiled sweetly. I wager that you will face calamity tonight. At these words, Fu Xiaoan bristled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you cursing me? Jin Chaocao shook her head. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the sole heir of the Xianmen. I possess knowledge of divination, fortune-telling, and ghost-catching, among other skills. As a gesture of goodwill, I merely wish to offer you a warning. Initially skeptical, Fu Xiaoan studied Jin Chaocao's deep, steady eyes. Realizing she was not jesting, she scrutinized the woman before her. Despite her shabby attire, an air of purity surrounded her, as if untouched by the world's grime. Particularly, her eyes sparkled like little suns, instilling a sense of comfort upon their meeting. Fu Xiaoan was taken aback by her own thoughts. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Why should I believe you? In this day and age, you still peddle the nonsense of mysticism? I won't fall for your tricks. Jin Chaocao set down her teacup, reclining on the sofa with a smile. You may choose not to believe me, but do not regret it when the time comes. Fu Xiaoan's heart raced, uncertainty gnawing at her. Initially, she had scoffed at the notion of a girl of uncertain origins marrying Fu Tingyuan. She believed that to be worthy of being his sister-in-law, one must possess grace, beauty, intelligence, and character. A person like Jin Chaocao, impoverished and unrefined, was wholly unworthy. Yet, Jin Chaocao's assertion of impending disaster unsettled her. Who wouldn't be alarmed by such a proclamation? Biting her lip, Fu Xiaoan attempted to reassure herself. This must be a feeble attempt by Jin Chaocao to intimidate her. She could not afford to be deceived. She turned to leave, but as she exited the room, a sense of unease lingered. Would she truly face misfortune? Chapter 2, Not wanting to warm a cold shoulder. Jin Chaocao paid little heed to Fu Xiaoan's departure. She resumed organizing her belongings. Her small handbag, enhanced by spatial magic, held an abundance of items. She first retrieved a portrait, hanging it prominently in the room. As the image unfolded, the ethereal figure of an elderly woman emerged. Granddaughter, it seems you have successfully taken residence in the Fu household. Is the groom I selected not dashing? Jin Chaocao placed an incense burner on the table, lighting a stick in reverence. He is indeed handsome, but he does not fancy me and is unwilling to marry. The old woman beamed, her face radiating warmth. My granddaughter is so beautiful and accomplished. Just because he does not favor you now does not mean he won't in the future. Jin Chaocao wished to say no more. After lighting the incense, she offered a slice of cake to the elderly spirit. The old woman, seated cross-legged in midair, took a deep breath, savoring the offering and expressing her satisfaction. Suddenly, she looked up in delight. The Fu family girl has returned to find you. I must take my leave. Jin Chaocao raised her head to glance towards the entrance, and indeed, Fu Xiaoan returned with a haughty stride. You mentioned I would encounter misfortune tonight. How can I avert it? A protective talisman for 80,000. Jin Chaocao replied with an impassive expression. Upon hearing her words, Fu Xiaoan's countenance shifted. Have you lost your mind over money? Unperturbed, Jin Chaocao lifted her gaze. What awaits you tonight is a grave calamity. 80,000 is already a discounted price. Take it or leave it. Her tone was even more imperious than Fu Xiaoan's. Fu Xiaoan, incensed, stomped her foot in frustration. She reminded herself that purchasing Jin Chaocao's talisman would be akin to foolishness. Half an hour later, Fu Xiaoan confidently stepped out with the talisman in hand. She was eager to witness the efficacy of this seemingly worthless charm. If nothing untoward occurred that night, she would expose Jin Chaocao's deceit. At that point, she would ensure that Jin Chaocao would not find comfort, should she ever wish to reside in their home. After bidding Fu Xiaoan farewell, Jin Chaocao's grandmother floated out from the painting once more. Chaocao, you've never charged such exorbitant fees before. What has prompted this change? Those of the Xian men should prioritize asceticism, avoiding the allure of wealth and power, according to ancestral teachings. Jin Chaocao opened a book, reclining on the sofa as she read. Naturally, it is for profit. In the past, I refrained from charging, as any earnings would slip away. Now that I reside in the Fu household, I might as well leverage my fiancé's fortune. Upon hearing this, her grandmother's expression darkened. Chaocao, how many times must I remind you not to focus too heavily on material wealth? It could bring you misfortune. Jin Chaocao dismissed her concerns. I have been impoverished for nearly 20 years, performing good deeds daily, my merits overflowing. I wish to see just how detrimental greed can be. And let's not forget, the cake you enjoy is procured with money. Her grandmother hesitated, recalling the high cost of her beloved cake, ultimately swallowing her retort. She understood that times had changed, and people's spending habits had evolved. Fu Xiaoan spent her afternoon playing, only bidding farewell to her friends when darkness fell. Throughout her journey home, she was apprehensive, anticipating some calamity, yet upon reaching her doorstep, nothing had transpired. Fuming, she marched to Jin Chaocao's door and knocked forcefully. The door swung open. Jin Chaocao had changed out of her tattered clothing and donned a silk nightgown, exuding a charmingly languid princess-like allure. The thought that this attire was purchased with her money infuriated Fu Xiaoan. You claimed I would face disaster. Where is it? Fu Xiaoan pressed aggressively. Jin Chaocao leaned against the doorframe, observing the increasingly ominous aura surrounding Fu Xiaoan, and smiled slightly. Whether there is a disaster is irrelevant. What matters is that the item sold is non-refundable. If you do not want it, you may return it to me. She extended her hand towards Fu Xiaoan, grinding her teeth in frustration. Fu Xiaoan's anger flared. I've never encountered someone so brazen. Deceiving others for money is one thing, but to be so arrogant is unacceptable. I will inform my brother and grandfather so you can swiftly vacate our home. Jin Chaocao shrugged nonchalantly, then go ahead and tell them. In a fit of rage, Fu Xiaoan slapped Jin Chaocao's hand but did not return the talisman. It was her hard-earned money. Even if deceived, she could not simply relinquish it. She intended to use the talisman as evidence when she reported the incident to her elder brother. Fuming, Fu Xiaoan stormed off. Just as she resolved to speak with her grandfather, her phone rang urgently. Xiaoan, I found out that Ji Xianji is at the Tianhuang Entertainment Club. Hurry over for a chance encounter. With little time to be angry with Jin Chaocao, Fu Xiaoan hung up, her spirits soaring as she dashed out the door. She accelerated her luxurious Ferrari to its maximum speed, racing along the road. Suddenly, around a corner, a truck loaded with cargo careened out of control, colliding directly with the Ferrari's driver's side. The sports car was sent skidding several meters, while the truck barely managed to halt. Onlookers gasped as the Ferrari's cabin crumpled, a sense of foreboding filling the air. Those inside the vehicle would surely suffer grave injuries, if not worse. Some screamed, others called for help, while a few rushed forward to assist the occupants of the crumpled cabin. As the crowd cautiously approached the Ferrari, the passenger door swung open, revealing a delicate hand pushing it aside. Coughing, Fu Xiaoan emerged from the car, her head spinning, disoriented and unable to discern her surroundings. Moments before, darkness had enveloped her vision, and the world around her had become a blur, the vehicle completely out of her control. What transpired afterward was a blur. As she stumbled out, the sight of the nearly flattened driver's seat struck her like lightning. How could she have survived such a severe accident? What on earth was happening? Realizing this, she instinctively reached for the talisman on her person. She distinctly remembered placing it in her pocket upon purchase. However, as she extended her hand, she only encountered a handful of light gray powder. The talisman had vanished. Fu Xiaoan stood frozen for several seconds. She quickly checked her face, arms, and nose, finding herself completely unscathed. Not a single bruise marred her body. It was utterly unbelievable. So, the talisman Jin Chaocao sold her was indeed effective. Had she not been deceived? In Jin Chaocao's bedroom, she lay on her bed, listening to her grandmother's incessant murmurs. Darling, are you not going to take action? Your fiancé is in danger. If you do not rescue him, he will perish. Jin Chaocao rolled her eyes. After all these years, he has not perished in my absence. Why would he follow now that I have returned? Her grandmother had grown accustomed to the girl's sharp tongue. Some matters are beyond explanation, just as you are destined to be devoid of wealth. Your fates are intertwined. Do you not wish to live a life of abundance in your later years? Reluctantly, Jin Chaocao rose from her bed. Reflecting on Fu Tingyuan's attitude towards her, she felt disinclined to offer her warmth to someone who remained cold. Chapter 3, Are You My Benefactor? In the Tiandu Entertainment Club, Fu Tingyuan reclined on the sofa, his legs slightly bent, as the soft, warm light illuminated his handsome features, casting a striking silhouette that exuded an air of coldness. Surrounding him were his closest friends. Nan Huayu remarked, Boss, I've heard that your grandfather is pressuring you to marry, and the bride is some unknown country girl? Fu Tingyuan, with a detached flick of his eyelids, declared firmly, I shall not marry. Meeting someone just once and immediately marrying them? That's absurd. Shen Haiyang, playing with his wine glass, smirked mischievously. I suggest you refrain from making such bold proclamations too soon. If you end up eating your words, don't blame us for laughing at you. Cold Rain, savoring the rare moment of leisure, chimed in, I do enjoy watching others make promises. Xiao Xiqing teased, your father is not someone easy to fool. Fu Tingyuan remained silent. His gaze deep, lost in thought. Just as they were indulging in their drinks and banter, the door of the private room swung open. A short, slender girl, clad in tattered clothing, strode confidently into the room. Jin Chaocao surveyed the crowd, her gaze finally resting upon Fu Tingyuan. He was dressed in a white shirt. Sleeves rolled up, revealing his toned forearms, and lounging leisurely on the sofa, creating a picture of exquisite beauty from afar. The subject of the scene, poised and aloof, appeared even more captivating than an animated hero, his profile illuminated by the soft light as he conversed with friends. It seemed Fu Tingyuan sensed Jin Chaocao's scrutinizing gaze. He turned his head, their eyes locking. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Jin Chaocao? Go home, she commanded, her tone laced with irritation as she approached him. The room fell silent, astonished by her audacity. Was she really ordering Fu Tingyuan? Everyone turned to the assertive young woman. Under the warm yellow light, her youthful face appeared even more innocent and beautiful. Fu Tingyuan smirked coldly, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. Are you addressing me? Jin Chaocao nodded, her bright eyes meeting his without fear. You must return home by midnight. Fu Tingyuan's smirk deepened. And why should I heed your words? Jin Chaocao retorted coolly. If you choose not to return, I can assist you once, for a fee of 200,000. Fu Tingyuan fixated on her eyes, a playful smile emerging. You'll have to prove your worth first. She was the last descendant of the Xianmen, adept at the mystical arts. He was curious to see what remarkable abilities she possessed. The lively gathering grew oddly tense with Jin Chaocao's arrival. Cold Rain leaned back on the sofa, noticing the silence. Jin Chaocao maintained an air of indifference, heightening the awkwardness. Finally, Cold Rain broke the silence. Aren't you going to introduce her? Fu Tingyuan casually replied. We're not familiar. Jin Chaocao recognized his intent and introduced herself. I am Jin Chaocao, the last descendant of the Xianmen, with a wide array of skills. Should anyone require assistance in this domain, feel free to consult me. A burst of laughter erupted in the room, slightly jarring. It was unclear who had laughed. Xiao Siqing suppressed a chuckle and set down his glass. Miss Jean, your profession is quite intriguing. In essence, they regarded her as a charlatan. Jin Chaocao remained unfazed, producing a business card and offering it to everyone. Take it, you might find it useful in the future. The card bore only a simple phone number. Nan Huayu casually placed the card on the table, his light eyes filled with amusement. Since Miss Jean has offered, why not demonstrate your skills? Jin Chaocao smiled. Reading fortunes is possible, for 800 each. She retrieved a QR code from her bag. Scan to pay. Cold Rain couldn't hold back his laughter. Glancing at Nan Huayu, if you're feeling generous, send me a red envelope. 800 is hardly excessive. Jin Chaocao then turned her attention to Cold Rain. Assessing him, standing at 178 centimeters, with a square face, thick brows, and striking features, yet his fate appeared grim. As if he would face peril within 3 days due to his shallow fortune. With a playful smile, she asked, would you like a reading, sir? If I'm inaccurate, I'll refund you the 800. Cold Rain, with a hardened expression, scoffed, then go ahead and read my fortune. But let us establish beforehand that matters of birth, age, and family history are off limits. Those can be easily discovered. Jin Chaocao retrieved a divination stick from her bag and offered it to Cold Rain. Let us draw a stick. It's the simplest method and directly reflects your future state. And just to clarify, I'm uninterested in your background. Such a bold assertion. Cold Rain regarded her with newfound respect, though he still doubted her abilities. Regardless of whether mysticism existed, she was likely too young to possess true expertise. Perhaps she could deceive the gullible, but certainly not them. They were no fools. The others shared his skepticism. Jin Chaocao, undeterred by their doubts, maintained her composure, a gentle smile gracing her face. Cold Rain, intrigued, drew a stick. Upon examining the blank stick, he handed it to Jin Chaocao. Miss Jean, interpret this. Jin Chaocao looked at the empty stick and raised her gaze to Cold Rain, clicking her tongue in surprise. Sir, you have excellent fortune. Originally a sign of great misfortune, indicating death within 3 days, yet you've drawn the benefactor's stick. It seems fate has conspired for me to save your life. Cold Rain chuckled at her words. Are you suggesting that you are my benefactor? Jin Chaocao reclaimed the stick, nodding earnestly. You've understood correctly. Laughter erupted from Shen Haiyang, who found Jin Chaocao delightfully entertaining. This girl was quite the charmer, utterly unlike what he had envisioned. Chapter 4, his defiance upon witnessing Shen Haiyang's smile. Ling Yu's expression darkened instantly. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he turned to Jin Chaocao, his tone unfriendly. Miss Jin, I do not believe in metaphysics. Moreover, I am quite frugal. You will not extract a single penny from me. Jin Chaocao nodded, her gaze drifting to the center of Ling Yu's brow. A thick, ink-like aura of death surged, coursing through his meridians and limbs. If he chose not to draw a fortune, then his disbelief was his own affair. Yet, he had drawn a fortune. And it was the sign of a benefactor. Jin Chaocao felt an urge to slap herself. Why did she need to prove anything to them? Now she was entangled in the fate of others, inviting trouble upon herself. She selected a glass of pink wine from the table, savoring a sip. The sweet and sour taste was delightful, soothing her nerves. Turning her attention back to Ling Yu, she smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shall we make a wager? Ling Yu found Jin Chaocao's persistence bothersome and wished to disengage. No wager unless the stakes are enticing. After finishing her drink, Jin Chaocao produced a pearl from her bag, roughly the size of a baby's fist. The moment it appeared, the room was enveloped in a soft green glow. She looked at Ling Yu, suggesting, how about this night pearl, a rare antique, as the wager? Upon seeing the night pearl, Ling Yu's eyes lit up, but skepticism quickly clouded his face. Miss Jin, you must have purchased this from a wholesale market. The legendary night pearls have long vanished from the world. I have never seen one in my lifetime. Shen Haiyang laughed heartily. Did you get it on a 9 shipping deal? In that moment, Jin Chaocao decided that if this group ever needed her assistance in the future, the price would multiply tenfold. With that resolution, her heart felt considerably lighter. She then switched off the lights in the room. In the next instant, a brilliant light illuminated the space as if the sun itself had risen. Jin Chaocao addressed Ling Yu again. This pearl is the largest and most intact night pearl in existence, completely natural, and capable of glowing indefinitely. If you don't believe me, feel free to consult an expert. Fu Tingyuan's icy gaze fell upon Jin Chaocao's night pearl, his brow furrowed. Although artificial night pearls could exhibit similar effects, the one in Jin Chaocao's hand was different, clear and radiant. It shone like a beacon. Shen Haiyang took out his phone and contacted an antique appraisal expert he knew. After about half an hour, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in simple gray garments, hurried in. He first greeted Fu Tingyuan and the others respectfully before accepting the night pearl from Jin Chaocao. With just a glance, Lu Zixuang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He cradled the night pearl in his hands, examining it closely. After a moment, he looked at Jin Chaocao, astonishment evident in his eyes. Miss Jin, may I inquire as to the origin of this night pearl? Jin Chaocao smiled slightly. It's a family heirloom, with a history spanning several centuries. Lu Zixuang held the night pearl with great affection. No wonder. This pearl is even larger and brighter than the one held by Empress Dowager Cixi. It is indeed a rare treasure. I never imagined that I, Lu, would encounter such a remarkable artifact in my twilight years. Fu Tingyuan's sharp brows knitted together, a storm brewing in his eyes. Lu Zixuang's high praise for the pearl raised questions about Jin Chaocao's true identity. Dressed in rags, how could she possess something so extraordinary? Jin Chaocao turned to Ling Yu. So, what do you think? Is this wager acceptable? Ling Yu did not expect Jin Chaocao to stake such a significant asset. His demeanor grew serious as he inquired. How shall we wager? In that moment, he knew retreat was not an option. Seeing his agreement, Jin Chaocao calmly brushed her sleeves. Simple. I observe that you bear an aura of impending death. Within 3 days, you will face a life-threatening situation. The fact that you drew a benefactor's fortune indicates that fate is on your side, and I shall ensure your safety. Ling Yu regarded her with increasing skepticism as she spoke with conviction. Jin Chaocao continued, I need your birth date and 3 strands of your hair. You may proceed with your life as usual. After 3 days, you will have 2 options, either take the night pearl and concede my defeat, or sincerely bow 3 times and acknowledge me as your master. Although she was unaware of his identity, he was clearly a friend of Fu Tingyuan, suggesting a significant background. Having him as a follower would render today's ordeal worthwhile. At that moment, Ling Yu felt a mixture of belief and doubt. This wager seemed to favor him regardless of the outcome. There was no reason for him to refuse. Very well. He handed over his birth date and 3 strands of hair to Jin Chaocao. Just then, his phone rang. After a lengthy call, his expression grew grave. Once he hung up, he looked at Jin Chaocao, his gaze deep and complex. He then bid farewell to Fu Tingyuan and hurriedly departed. As a soldier trained by the state, Lingyu rarely enjoyed a day of rest, having planned a gathering with old friends. He had not anticipated encountering Jin Chaocao at this reunion, resulting in this unexpected incident. Naturally, he did not take her words too seriously. He found it implausible that mere strands of hair could save a life from afar. He believed that destiny lay firmly in his own hands. If metaphysics were truly effective, why had it become mere legend? After Lingyu left, the private room fell silent. Fu Tingyuan wore a solemn expression, exuding a cold demeanor, remaining silent. Shen Haiyang and Xiao Siqing exchanged glances, both lost in thought. They felt that Jin Chaocao possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate others. Simultaneously, they were eager to see what would unfold 3 days later regarding Lingyu's fate. If nothing transpired and he returned safely, would Jin Chaocao still offer the night pearl? Unconcerned with their opinions, Jin Chaocao gathered Lingyu's belongings into her bag and turned to Fu Tingyuan. When are we heading home? It was nearly 10:30 by then. Fu Tingyuan rubbed his nose and coldly replied, everyone should disperse. They had originally gathered to speak with Lingyu, but with his departure, there was no reason for anyone to linger. Jin Chaocao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. In the underground parking lot, Fu Tingyuan entered the car first, and Jin Chaocao promptly followed suit. He glanced at her, frowning. What do you think you're doing following me? His voice carried a hint of impatience. Jin Chaocao settled into the seat beside him. Of course, I'm going home. I took a taxi here. Are you suggesting I should take a taxi back? Don't forget, I came here for you. Fu Tingyuan's cold eyes brimmed with disdain. He had never encountered such a brazen woman, following him as if it were her right. As the luxurious Maybach roared to life, Fu Tingyuan instructed the driver, to Yishuyuan. Jin Chaocao's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Aren't we going home? Fu Tingyuan leaned back casually in his seat, his thin lips curling into a smirk as he gazed out the window. I have some matters to attend to. If you wish to go home, feel free to exit the vehicle. Jin Chaocao? All right, fine. He clearly did not believe her words. Yishuyuan was an isolated area in the suburbs. The car traveled for an hour before finally coming to a halt. An aide opened the door, and Fu Tingyuan ducked out of the vehicle. A gust of night wind greeted him, sending a chill through his body. Chapter 5, The Stone of Indecision. As Fu Tingyuan stepped out of the car, 2 subordinates approached him respectfully, reporting, Master Fu, we have captured Zhang Wani. A cold glint flickered in Fu Tingyuan's eyes. Where is he? Tied to a tree behind us, came the reply. Fu Tingyuan strode forward with measured steps, followed closely by Jin Chaocao, arriving at a flat clearing. Beside it stood a towering white birch tree, to which a disheveled man was bound. Fu Tingyuan stood beneath the tree, gazing upwards at Zhang Wani. Has he revealed who sent him? He inquired of his subordinates. They shook their heads in response, no. Jin Chaocao, positioned behind Fu Tingyuan, watched Zhang Wani with a mix of disdain and curiosity. The moonlight cast a silvery glow, allowing her to discern Zhang Wani's features, a man with snake-like eyes, red and bulging, suggesting a heart as venomous as a serpent, treacherous and fierce as a tiger, with the potential for cruelty towards his own kin. He was undoubtedly no virtuous soul. Fu Tingyuan, tall and enigmatic in the night, exuded an aura of inscrutability that weighed heavily upon those around him. Jin Chaocao understood that he, too, was no paragon of virtue. Bring him here. If he refuses to speak, let him be silenced forever, Fu Tingyuan commanded. The subordinates untied the man and flung him at Fu Tingyuan's feet, narrowing his eyes. Fu Tingyuan regarded Zhang Wani with a disdainful glare. I offer you one final opportunity. Who instructed you to tamper with my vehicle? Zhang Wani had endured hours of torture, his body a canvas of bruises. Yet he clenched his jaw resolutely, refusing to utter a word. After a brief silence, Fu Tingyuan smiled, a smile devoid of warmth, bloodthirsty and frigid. Very well, I commend your bravery. I shall grant you a swift end. Zhang Wani closed his eyes, a stoic acceptance of his fate etched upon his face. Fu Tingyuan, having lost all patience, uttered coldly, bury him. The subordinate swiftly seized Zhang Wanni's arms, preparing to drag him away. Jin Chaocao sighed in exasperation. Wait, allow me to ask him. Fu Tingyuan turned his gaze toward her, beneath the moonlight. Her delicate features radiated a gentle allure. After a moment of contemplation, he nonchalantly nodded. Jin Chaocao retrieved a purple crystal pendant from her bag, placing it before Zhang Wanni to compel his gaze. From this moment, every word we utter will require your truthful response. A flicker of purple light emanated from the pendant, vanishing into Zhang Wanni's eyes. Rising to her feet, Jin Chaocao turned to Fu Tingyuan. Now you may inquire further. Initially, Fu Tingyuan anticipated Jin Chaocao would employ hypnosis, but was taken aback by her rather casual approach, as if she were amusing a child. His subordinates, upon hearing her permission to ask, advanced and seized Zhang Wanni by the collar, menacingly demanding, "Tell me, who ordered you to sabotage Master Fu's vehicle?" For the first time, Zhang Wanni's eyelids flickered. His gaze was cloudy, but his voice, though faint, was startlingly clear. It was Fu Zifeng. Fu Tingyuan immediately turned to Jin Chaocao. She raised her chin proudly. No need to thank me. What she had employed was not hypnosis, but a soul-capturing technique. The purple crystal was not genuine crystal, but a medium for this ancient art, known as the Stone of Indecision. She had heard her grandmother speak of it, crafted from stones beneath the bridge of helplessness. It had transitioned from black to a crystalline purple through frequent use. Once the color faded entirely, the stone would become utterly ineffective. Fu Tingyuan's gaze shifted to Jin Chaocao's Stone of Indecision, which she promptly stowed away in her bag, a treasured heirloom far more valuable than any luminous pearl. Upon hearing Fu Zifeng's name, Fu Tingyuan searched his memory, recalling the individual. An illegitimate son who, upon coming of age, had eradicated the entire Fu family in a mere 7 years, establishing himself as its sole master. This man was not only ambitious but also shrewd. Fu Tingyuan recalled how Fu Zifeng had attempted to curry favor with him at several banquets, only to be disregarded. Out of spite for being snubbed, he had resorted to sabotaging Fu Tingyuan's vehicle? Fu Tingyuan had never anticipated such a rival existed. Without Jin Chaocao's intervention, he might never have connected the dots regarding Fu Zifeng. To verify Zhang Wanni's claim, the subordinates posed additional questions. You work for him, where did he send your payments? To Xiaomei. Why not confess? Xiaomei is ill and needs money. If I betray him, he won't pay me. Jin Chaocao was astonished that such a man would go to such lengths for another. Fu Tingyuan's eyes narrowed as he turned to his subordinates. Take him away. Jin Chaocao interjected once more. Let him go, you have uncovered the mastermind. His fate is sealed, and there is no need for you to add to your own sins. Though Fu Tingyuan found her interference irksome, there was an undeniable logic in her words. On the journey back, Fu Tingyuan regarded Jin Chaocao closely. The woman seated beside him was breathtakingly beautiful, her every gesture exuding elegance and tranquility. Despite her tattered attire, she could not conceal the innate ethereal quality she possessed. He found himself momentarily entranced, but upon regaining his composure, he averted his gaze, dismissing the thought as mere illusion. What stunning women had he not encountered? Jin Chaocao was merely passable in comparison. Just as the atmosphere grew palpably tense, a loud bang erupted from the vehicle, followed by the screeching sound of brakes. The driver, in a panic, clutched the steering wheel, exclaiming, Master Fu, we have a flat tire, there may be an ambush. No sooner had the driver finished speaking than a bullet pierced the window, aimed directly at Fu Tingyuan's forehead. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Fu Tingyuan barely had time to react. He felt as though his mind had been struck by something, a searing pain rendering him momentarily senseless. Jin Chaocao's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly formed a series of hand seals, invoking the reversal of fate, a transmutation of time and space. Retreat 1, 2, 3. 6. As she reached the count of 3, Fu Tingyuan witnessed time rewind. The bullet soaring towards him halted before his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight. By the time Jin Chaocao reached 6, Fu Tingyuan felt a hand grasp him, pulling him down into his seat. He sensed the bullet graze past his ear, accompanied by a chilling aura. Simultaneously, the driver gripped the steering wheel with all his might, managing to pull the car to the roadside. Chapter 6, Is the down-and-out Jin Chaocao the true big shot? Fu Tingyuan straightened up in astonishment, gazing at Jin Chaocao as if she were a creature from another realm. Everything that had transpired moments ago felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Jin Chaocao had wielded the power to reverse time. A technique that demanded immense energy from the practitioners of the mystic arts. Leaning back in her seat, she closed her eyes to recuperate, seeking to restore her strength swiftly. As Fu Tingyuan glanced up, he beheld a mesmerizing scene. The hazy moonlight bathed the girl's delicate face, as pure and exquisite as porcelain. Her eyes were shut, and her long lashes curled like the finest brush, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The vibrant energy she had exuded moments ago seemed to have been sapped, leaving her with an appearance of fragility. What's wrong? Fu Tingyuan felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. I'm tired, just need a moment to rest. Moments later, Jin Chaocao opened her eyes and calculated her surroundings. Fu Tingyuan was safe, as the assailant who had employed the long-range sniper rifle had likely fled, confident in his shot. There was no need to pursue this enemy any further. With a flat tire on their vehicle, the only option left was to call for another driver from home to come and retrieve them. Fu Tingyuan leaned against the window, staring into the night. Though everything that had occurred felt dreamlike, the sensation of being pulled back from the brink of death was painfully vivid. The clarity of it was so profound that he began to question his own sanity. Jin Chaocao had indeed reversed time. Even if just for a fleeting 6 seconds, a feat that defied comprehension. After resting for 10 minutes, Jin Chaocao regained a modicum of strength and opened the car door. The fresh air of the countryside, with its verdant hills and clear waters, invigorated her throbbing head. Under the luminous moonlight, she prepared to remind Fu Tingyuan of the promised 2 million. Just as she was about to speak, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a flash of lightning struck unexpectedly. Uncle Zhong, the driver, sighed in resignation, looks like it's going to rain. Fu Tingyuan stepped forward. His typically cold demeanor softened slightly. Thank you for earlier. Jin Chaocao, focused on the turbulent sky, noticed how quickly the clouds churned and how the purple lightning intensified. She had no time to engage with Fu Tingyuan. Instead, she retrieved a QR code from her bag and handed it to him. Make sure to scan this. You should head back first, I have matters to attend to. With a flick of her wrist, a flying sword emerged and she stepped onto it, her form tracing an elegant arc before vanishing. Uncle Zhong blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Mr. Fu, am I imagining things? Fu Tingyuan clutched the QR code. His lips slightly parted in shock. After a considerable pause, he finally grasped the situation, astonishment etched across his usually aloof face. Even his rich, magnetic voice wavered as he murmured, perhaps I am also seeing things. Uncle Zhong nodded dumbly, oh, so it's just our imagination. But where did Miss Jean go? Fu Tingyuan furrowed his brow, how would I know where she went? What he had witnessed had far exceeded his comprehension. How many secrets did the mystic arts truly hold? Was the down-and-out Jin Chaocao the real powerhouse? Atop Qinggu Mountain, when Jin Chaocao arrived, the purple lightning had ceased, leaving only the final 3 formidable golden bolts rolling in the sea of clouds. She focused on the center of the lightning zone, where a figure clad in white fox fur flickered in and out of view. Just moments ago, he had endured 46 bolts of heavenly lightning. His once pristine white fur was now charred black. Standing outside the lightning zone, Jin Chaocao regarded the old fox, a smirk forming on her lips. I didn't expect to see you again. You seem to be faring much worse than before. The nearly lifeless fox lifted its head weakly at the sound of her voice before letting it droop once more, breath shallow and labored. In years past, when Jin Chaocao was just a girl, he had often pilfered her roast chicken, snatched her pastries, and stolen her lunch. Each time, he would relish her frustrated and helpless expression, teasing her for being small. In the blink of an eye, that little girl had grown up. Should she seek vengeance now? He could only resign himself to fate. Tonight, he had overestimated his own power and underestimated the might of the tribulation. As the first golden bolt descended, bearing catastrophic force, Jin Chaocao gazed up at the sky, letting out a resigned sigh. Although this old fox had bullied her in her childhood, he had also accompanied her through a joyful period of her youth, during which her grandmother had forced her to practice the nearly lost art of sword control. She had spent long, tedious days training in the mountains, and in those lonely times, this old fox had been her only companion. Watching him perish was something she could not bear. Given his current injuries, it was clear that 3 more bolts of golden lightning would spell his doom. As the first bolt fell, Jin Chaocao swiftly formed a series of hand seals and recited, in accordance with the heavenly path, "With my virtue, I shield him." The 12th generation heir of the mystic arts, Jin Chaocao, willingly offered 18 years of merit to help him through this tribulation. A torrent of golden light erupted from her body, streaming into the white fox. The golden radiance acted as a potent healing salve, visibly mending the fox's wounds. At that moment, as the heavenly lightning struck, the white fox's form swelled tenfold, resembling a small mountain amidst the storm. Its 9 tails unfurled, casting a shadow over the land. Thunderous booms echoed as Jin Chaocao stood rooted, watching the 3 heavenly bolts strike the white fox. Its recently restored body was once again scorched, bloodied, and battered. As the ominous clouds began to dissipate, the tumultuous scene came to a close. Jin Chaocao approached the charred creature now curled on the ground. "Fortunately, you're still breathing." Though she was uncertain why he hadn't ascended immediately. It was a considerable feat that he had survived at all. She crouched down, lifting him by the scruff of his neck, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, old fox, it seems you've fallen into my hands now. Bayeshi closed his eyes in exhaustion, feeling a warmth spread within him. This girl had expended 18 years of her merit to aid him in his tribulation. Though he had not immediately achieved enlightenment, surviving was already a significant blessing. The path to greatness could be pursued again. Without life, everything was rendered meaningless. The Fu residence. Fu Tingyuan had been back for a while, yet Jin Chaocao had yet to return. As the clock approached 1 or 2 in the morning, he finished his shower, donned his pajamas, and sat on the sofa, idly flipping through a financial magazine. On her way back, Jin Chaocao had stopped by a pharmacy to purchase a variety of herbal remedies. When she entered the living room, one arm cradling the injured fox and the other bearing the bundled herbs, she collided with Fu Tingyuan. Their eyes met, and both froze in astonishment. Chapter 7, The Copper Body Replacement Technique. Jin Chaocao was the first to react, flashing a bright smile at Fu Tingyuan. "Mr. Fu, shall we get married?" Fu Tingyuan, initially feeling a sense of pity at her disheveled state, which made her appear as though she had crawled through mud, found his icy demeanor further hardened upon hearing her words. "I am not waiting for you." He set down the financial magazine and ascended the stairs without a backward glance, leaving Jin Chaocao with a tall, aloof figure that radiated indifference. Rolling her eyes at his retreating back, she turned to the old fox and lamented. Why is life so difficult? The only stroke of luck for her was residing in the Fu household, which lent her a modicum of fortune. She had managed to keep her earnings from Fu Xiaoan, after all. The following morning, while Jin Chaocao was still deep in slumber, a polite knock echoed at her door. Dressed in her nightgown and slippers, she opened the door to find Fu Xiaoan looking conflicted. Still groggy, Jin Chaocao noticed her hesitance and lost her patience. "Spit it out." Fu Xiaoan, her cheeks flushed, stammered for a while before finally calling out, "Sister-in-law." Jin Chaocao nearly toppled over in shock. "What did you just call me?" Seeing that she had indeed hurt him, Fu Xiaoan stomped her foot in embarrassment and repeated, "Sister-in-law, Grandpa said if you're uncomfortable with anything in our home, you can tell me. If you have time later, I can take you shopping." The respect in her tone was palpable. Only then did Jin Chaocao nod in satisfaction. "I won't be having breakfast, let's go shopping after lunch." "Don't disturb me, I need my sleep." The door closed firmly. Fu Xiaoan touched her nervously racing heart. Feeling emotions she could hardly define, fear of Jin Chaocao, admiration for her, and a desire to be her sycophant. She thought she must be going mad. Willingly bowing to another despite being the proud young lady of the Fu family, Jin Chaocao awoke fully rested. As was her custom, she offered incense to her grandmother, presenting an array of snacks. The fox she had rescued was nestled among the herbs, its wounds healing rapidly. After all, it was an ancient creature, having endured countless trials. And it would not have survived such a terrifying thunder tribulation without formidable abilities. Once assured of the fox's recovery, Jin Chaocao felt a wave of relief. After her grandmother finished her offerings, she observed her granddaughter's displeased expression. 18 years of merit, gone in an instant. "I scarcely know how to berate you," she sighed. A cultivator must possess merit to achieve results efficiently. Your fate is already meager. Without luck, your future may be fraught with hardship. Jin Chaocao understood her impulsiveness and looked at her grandmother with a pout. Merit can be earned again. There are so many suffering souls in the world that need saving. I will do more good deeds in the future and surely regain it. If necessary, I can spend another 18 years. Her grandmother, in a huff, floated back into her painting. You're grown up now, I can no longer influence you. The fox peeked at the elderly lady, closing its eyes in feigned death. In the Fu family's dining room, both Fu Tingyuan and Fu Xiaoan were present. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao descend the stairs, the old gentleman greeted her with a warm smile. My dear, are you comfortable living here? Jin Chaocao nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality, Grandpa. I find it quite pleasant. After sitting down, she turned to Fu Tingyuan and inquired, where is my QR code? Noticing Jin Chaocao had changed into a new outfit, albeit still tattered and patched, Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Are you in such dire need of money? It puzzled him how someone who casually produced luminous pearls could appear so impoverished. Jin Chaocao replied candidly, of course. Fu Tingyuan gestured to the nearby housekeeper, instructing, go to my room and bring Miss Jin the QR code from the table. The housekeeper complied immediately. Fu Xiaoan, gazing at Jin Chaocao with adoration, nearly radiated hearts from her eyes. Fu Tingyuan, perplexed, wondered how his once proud sister had so swiftly become Jin Chaocao's devoted follower. After lunch, Jin Chaocao retrieved the QR code and returned to her room. She offered the dishes to her grandmother and then presented the roast chicken to the old fox. It was then that she extracted the hair and birth date of Lingyu from her bag. She took out a copper figurine. Wrapping Lingyu's hair and birth date in talisman paper, burning it in the incense ashes before pouring the ashes into the copper figure, which she then placed on the altar beneath her grandmother's portrait. Seeing her actions, her grandmother's expression grew increasingly stern. The copper body replacement technique? Jin Chaocao. You continuously engage in actions detrimental to yourself. You save him, does he merit your salvation? Jin Chaocao replied earnestly, he drew the noble sign, remember, Grandma? You once said that if one draws the noble sign, failing to save them would result in a loss of merit. Her grandmother pinched her brow, feeling exasperated. Do you remember me telling you that saving those doomed to die could lead to unforeseen consequences? If he commits evil, you will bear the responsibility. Jin Chaocao nodded. I understand. That's why I plan to take him as my little brother. If he dares to do wrong, I shall eliminate him first. Her grandmother pressed her palm to her chest, exasperated. Eliminate whom? My dear, you are the sole heir of our sect. How did I raise you to be like this? In our sect, we must adhere to principles and righteousness, we cannot act on whims. Merit is your only protection. And now you squander it. Interfering in the lives and deaths of others, what will you do if calamity strikes in the future when I am no longer here? Jin Chaocao spoke sincerely, I have grown up, I can handle many things myself. Lingyu is not a bad person, trust me. He might even bring me fortune in the future, he is a talent worth nurturing. Unable to argue further, her grandmother huffed back into her painting. Bai Yeshi, trembling in fear, dared not even breathe. He had feared the old lady while she was alive, now, as a mere spirit, she remained just as fearsome. Jin Chaocao sighed helplessly, lighting an oil lamp before the copper figure. As long as the lamp burned, Lingyu would not perish. Gazing at the copper statue on the altar, her gaze deepened. She took a risk to save Lingyu, hoping he would not let her down. Chapter 8, Disaster approaches. Having arranged everything, Jin Chaocao finally set out with Fu Xiaoan. The bustling shopping mall was alive with activity at noon. Fu Xiaoan chattered incessantly, introducing Jin Chaocao to various renowned brands, as well as the latest trends in fashion, fragrances, and jewelry. She spoke with such fervor that it seemed there was no exquisite item she was unaware of. Jin Chaocao listened with rapt interest, envisioning herself on the cusp of a life filled with opulence. Her heart brimmed with anticipation. At a prestigious luxury boutique, Fu Xiaoan's arrival was akin to that of a princess. All the attendants stepped forward to welcome her. Despite Jin Chaocao's modest attire, she too was warmly greeted. Sister-in-law, you would look stunning in this, Fu Xiaoan exclaimed, gesturing towards a qipao. It was then that she noticed Jin Chaocao's remarkable figure, slender where it ought to be. And curvaceous in all the right places. The exquisite qipao seemed tailor-made for her. Jin Chaocao admired every piece of clothing, wishing to possess them all, for her own garments. No matter how fine, would deteriorate within moments of wear. Now that she had the means, it was imperative to indulge. She turned to the attendant. Please pack up all the outfits I pointed out. The previous day, Tingyuan had fulfilled his promise, transferring 2 million to her account. Shopping was a necessity. The attendant, overjoyed, was about to lead Jin Chaocao to select her choices when a piercing female voice rang out at the entrance. I will choose these clothes first. That rag picker can step aside. Jin Chaocao turned at the sound to see a meticulously dressed girl in a black skirt striding in. The attendants were momentarily stunned. Fu Xiaoan looked up, her expression darkening. Zhang Ziyan, do you even understand the concept of first come, first served? This is my sister-in-law. If you dare call her a rag picker again, I won't hesitate to tear your mouth apart. She and Zhang Ziyan had always been at odds, frequently clashing in public. Zhang Ziyan stepped forward, snatching the garments from Jin Chaocao's hands. It doesn't matter who you are, I'm here now, so I'll choose first. With limited quantities and unique styles, she had no desire for the leftover items. Fu Xiaoan was instantly enraged. Zhang Ziyan, don't overstep. We arrived first. So it's only right we select first. What are you going to do about it? As the tension escalated, Jin Chaocao scrutinized Zhang Ziyan, noting her large, bright eyes and delicate features, which conveyed innocence. Her aura exuded a certain grace, suggesting she was no stranger to good deeds. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Jin Chaocao stepped in, grasping Fu Xiaoan's hand, urging her to remain calm. Miss Zhang, let us discuss this amicably. There are ample clothing options in this mall. If you genuinely wish to purchase something, I see no reason to hinder you. However, I advise against coming here merely to provoke us. Seemingly struck by Jin Chaocao's words, Zhang Ziyan retorted, who says I'm here to provoke? I simply want to buy clothes. Jin Chaocao, amused by the revelation of her true intentions, responded, very well. I shall allow you to choose here, and I will shop elsewhere. Fu Xiaoan was adamant, no, sister-in-law, we came first, so we will select first. She refused to indulge Zhang Ziyan's unruly behavior. Zhang Ziyan glared, gripping Fu Xiaoan's arm, who are you calling unruly? Fu Xiaoan, exasperated, shot back, you, of course. Just as the two were about to clash again, Jin Chaocao set down her garments, her expression turning serious as she commanded, both of you, be quiet. Fu Xiaoan was startled into silence, stepping back from Zhang Ziyan. The latter, brimming with arrogance, looked at Jin Chaocao, who do you think you are to give me orders? With a piercing gaze, Jin Chaocao's demeanor shifted the atmosphere entirely, rendering Zhang Ziyan's bravado deflated. Who I am matters little. What is important is that you both refrain from disturbing my shopping. Ignoring Zhang Ziyan, Jin Chaocao resumed selecting her desired garments, while the attendant respectfully packaged them. Fu Xiaoan and Zhang Ziyan exchanged heated glances, as if prepared to erupt once more. Once Jin Chaocao finished her selections, Fu Xiaoan approached, sister-in-law, would you like some water? No, please have the attendant load these items into my car. Observing Fu Xiaoan's obsequiousness towards Jin Chaocao, Zhang Ziyan scrutinized her with renewed seriousness. Despite her tattered clothing, Jin Chaocao possessed an extraordinary poise, her gaze commanding respect without subservience, which piqued Zhang Ziyan's interest. She smirked at Fu Xiaoan. I never thought you could play the lapdog for someone else. Fu Xiaoan bristled at the insult, you're the real lapdog, Zhang Ziyan. I think you're just asking for a slap. Zhang Ziyan, undeterred, challenged, do you dare slap me? Fu Xiaoan hesitated, recalling her grandfather's admonition against causing trouble outside. The Zhang family, emboldened by their influential relatives in politics, had always acted with impunity. Zhang Ziyan's arrogance was a constant thorn in her side. Jin Chaocao discerned the underlying history of animosity between the two. It seemed that Zhang Ziyan longed for camaraderie with Fu Xiaoan but lacked the ability to navigate their relationship, which only exacerbated their conflicts. I'm going to browse the jewelry, Jin Chaocao suggested, prompting Fu Xiaoan to lead the way, leaving Zhang Ziyan fuming in place. What's the deal between you and Zhang Ziyan? Jin Chaocao inquired as they exited the clothing store. Recalling the past, Fu Xiaoan replied candidly, actually, I've known her since childhood. At a banquet at the Zhang residence, she was dressed beautifully and was quite charming. Raising an eyebrow, Jin Chaocao asked. So why did you go from friends to rivals? Fu Xiaoan shrugged. I kindly gifted her something, and she gave it away to someone else. I assumed she didn't like me, hence I reciprocated her feelings. Jin Chaocao scrutinized Fu Xiaoan's expression. Is that all? Fu Xiaoan nodded. Later, she tried to reconnect. But I flatly refused. Who would want to be friends with someone they dislike? Jin Chaocao clicked her tongue, recognizing the naivete of both parties. If only they could become good friends, they would make splendid confidants. Coming to a halt, Jin Chaocao took Fu Xiaoan's hand, her tone serious. I have a secret to share, and then you can decide whether to aid Zhang Ziyan. Fu Xiaoan immediately protested, no way. The more she grows, the more I despise her. Oh. Jin Chaocao nodded, murmuring to herself, I perceive a shift in her demeanor. Her brows are furrowed with a hint of malice, it signifies impending calamity, one associated with the person she cherishes. Fu Xiaoan paused, instinctively asking. Is there a risk to her life? Chapter 9, Did your brother have a girlfriend before? Jin Chaocao shook her head, although she was not in mortal danger. The upheaval she faced would leave her in a prolonged state of despondency. The scars inflicted upon her soul would be enduring. Fu Xiaoan's brow furrowed deeper as if a thought had crossed her mind. She swiftly took out her phone and opened her social media. Locating the most recent post by Zhang Ziyan, which read, I've fallen for someone online, tonight, I'm meeting him in person. Fu Xiaoan couldn't help but exclaim. What a foolish thing to do. The esteemed daughter of the Zhang family, and yet she opted for an online romance. Her foolishness was as vast as the four Great Basins. Jin Chaocao sighed in resignation. Since her relationship with Zhang Ziyan was tenuous, she had no intention of assisting her. It seemed that misfortune awaited Zhang Ziyan, it was certain she would be deceived and exploited. With that thought, she entered a jewelry store and accidentally collided with a woman who was holding a jade bracelet. The impact caused the bracelet to fall and shatter into several pieces. A foreboding feeling washed over Jin Chaocao. Almost immediately, she heard an anxious voice behind her, Miss Jean, the clothes you purchased are packed and ready. But as soon as you stepped outside, a fire broke out and they were all destroyed. Jin Chaocao pressed her forehead, looking at the bewildered woman whose bracelet lay in ruins. Auntie, how much is your jade bracelet? I will compensate you. The woman, panicking at the thought of Jin Chaocao backing out, quickly retrieved the receipt from her pocket. Oh, it was 1.88 million, I just got it, here's the invoice. Jin Chaocao calculated, 1.88 million plus the 200,000 she had just spent on clothes totaled 2.08 million. Heaven seemed determined to leave her with not a single cent. The money she had earned from Fu Xiaoan and Fu Tingyuan yesterday had vanished in an instant. It appeared that marrying was no longer optional. As she exited the mall, Fu Xiaoan appeared distracted. Jin Chaocao surmised that her thoughts were consumed by Zhang Ziyan. I need to speak to your brother about something, so I'll head back first. Fu Xiaoan looked up in surprise, retorting, I don't want to see Zhang Ziyan. Sister-in-law, I'll go back with you. Jin Chaocao. What a contradictory individual. She patted Fu Xiaoan on the shoulder, I can return alone. It seems you and Miss Zhang have no significant grievances. It's better to have more friends than enemies, wouldn't you agree? Fu Xiaoan gazed at Jin Chaocao's retreating figure, her face a mask of conflict. Moments later, she retrieved her phone and found Zhang Ziyan's chat window, sending a message. Zhang Ziyan was still busy selecting clothes in the mall, determined to look her best for the one she admired. Just as she was about to pay, she noticed Fu Xiaoan's message, where are you? Confused, she replied, shopping for clothes, what's up? I don't have time to deal with you. Fu Xiaoan typed rapidly, you foolish thing. Send me your location. Zhang Ziyan, like a powder keg, exploded at the insult, declaring, you dare insult me? If you have the guts, let us settle this face to face. She abandoned her purchase and stormed out of the store in search of Fu Xiaoan. Upon returning home, Jin Chaocao learned that Fu Tingyuan had left in a hurry that afternoon and was uncertain when he would return. She felt it was time to take the initiative. Love was secondary, securing a marriage was paramount to alleviate her suffering. In her room, she rummaged through the scant clothing she possessed. Her grandmother, appearing ethereal, observed her furrowed brow and comforted her, Chaocao, one must not be hasty. You are not yet 20, the road ahead is long, and we can plan accordingly. Jin Chaocao set down the tattered garment, replying, "Grandmother, I can afford to be patient with other matters, but I cannot wait another moment to wear beautiful clothes." She surveyed her wardrobe, noting that 9 out of 10 pieces were patched. The lone acceptable item was a nightgown she had received from an aunt as a reward for rescuing her daughter. If not for the fact that she only wore it at night, she might not have even retained that. Her grandmother sat cross-legged, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Jin Chaocao with a mixture of sympathy and concern. This child had many admirable qualities, yet her timing was unfortunate. Born during a leap year at 11:59 on the last day of the month, had she arrived merely a minute later, she would not have suffered so much. However, those of the mystical arts are often bound by fate. The fact that she could map out her destiny and find ways to mitigate her plight was remarkable. To wear beautiful clothing and secure wealth, she must marry Fu Tingyuan. It was her destiny. After bathing, Jin Chaocao donned her sole nightgown and stood at her doorway to attempt a divination. The results, however, indicated no outcome. Frustrated, she set aside her divination tools and began pacing the room with arms crossed. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she prepared to leave. Her grandmother appeared, voice stern, "Child, do not entertain any unwholesome thoughts. The arts of our lineage are meant for righteousness, not for unscrupulous means to achieve personal desires." Jin Chaocao looked up in astonishment. "Grandmother, how did you know what I was thinking?" "Naturally." Jin Chaocao leaned against the doorframe, shoulders drooping in resignation. "Then I suppose I'll just have to sleep." For a fleeting moment, a notion crossed her mind about binding Fu Tingyuan in marriage. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Surely, she would not act on such an impulse. The next morning, Fu Xiaoan arrived at her door, knocking hurriedly. Jin Chaocao leaned against the doorframe in her nightgown, admonishing, "Don't be so frantic. Just tell me what's going on." Fu Xiaoan's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister-in-law, last night Zhang Ziyan didn't meet her online date. She truly escaped a calamity." Jin Chaocao replied coolly, "Get to the point. The friends she was supposed to meet were arrested by the police. They are part of a gang that specializes in deceiving wealthy young women. One girl who went with them was drugged at night, losing her virtue and being filmed for extortion. When she regained consciousness, she reported them to the police, and now her nude videos are circulating online. It's a tragedy." Jin Chaocao nodded. "I understand." Seeing that Jin Chaocao was not surprised by her revelations, Fu Xiaoan felt even more admiration for her. "Zhang Ziyan will come by later to express her gratitude. Will you be available to meet her?" Jin Chaocao agreed readily. Although she had leveraged Fu Xiaoan's assistance to help Zhang Ziyan, it was ultimately her initiative that warranted their gratitude, thus earning her merit. "They can call for me when they arrive." "Right, sister-in-law, you should rest. I won't disturb you any longer." Fu Xiaoan beamed and prepared to leave. Jin Chaocao grasped her arm. "Xiaoan, may I ask you a question? Did your brother ever have a girlfriend?" Chapter 10, A Decision to Assist My Brother and Sister-in-Law. Fu Xiaoan resolutely shook her head. "No, after our parents' unfortunate accident, my brother has taken over the family business. He is exceedingly busy, and over the years, I have not noticed any interactions he has had with other girls. However," Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. "However, it seems my brother had a crush on a girl during university. Unfortunately, she went abroad for her studies, and that matter eventually fell by the wayside." Fu Xiaoan initially hesitated to disclose this information to Jin Chaocao, but since she regarded Jin as a potential sister-in-law, it was best not to conceal certain matters. Jin Chaocao nodded in understanding. A girl he liked during university, who then went abroad for her studies. A heart's desire left unfulfilled, perhaps? Around 1 in the afternoon, Zhang Ziyan arrived with her mother for a visit. The elder Mr. Fu and Fu Tingyuan were both absent. Fu Xiaoan personally welcomed them, exuding the grace of a refined lady. "Aunt, please take a seat." She instructed the housekeeper to serve tea and then settled down on the opposite sofa. Zhang Ziyan appeared shy, sitting next to Fu Xiaoan, devoid of the arrogance she had displayed the day prior. "Aunt, this is my future sister-in-law. Everything that happened last night was thanks to her. She warned me that I would face danger." Zhang Ziyan's mother, clad in a dignified dark red dress, looked towards Jin Chaocao. The young lady's attire, though not extravagant, radiated an ethereal charm and striking beauty, reminiscent of a person of cultivation. With a polite smile, she stood and spoke graciously, "Miss Jean, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my daughter might have become a victim." Jin Chaocao returned the smile with grace. "Miss Zhang is indeed fortunate. Our meeting was fated, a result of her kindness to others yielding good fortune." Zhang Zian blinked her round, bright eyes, filled with shyness. Her efforts of using her pocket money for donations and visiting orphans at welfare homes had not gone unnoticed. Last night, not only did she escape danger, but she also cleared up misunderstandings with Fu Xiaoan, forging a true friendship. She turned to Jin Chaocao. "I was in the wrong yesterday, and I spoke harshly to you. Fu Xiaoan mentioned you are a remarkable descendant of the Shan men. Today, besides expressing our gratitude, my mother wishes to consult you for a fortune." Madame Zhang nodded and instructed someone to bring forth the prepared gifts. They presented bundles of cash wrapped in red paper, stacked high in a package. "Miss Jean, this is merely a token of our appreciation. Should you ever require our assistance, the Zhang family is willing to lend a hand." Jin Chaocao glanced at the money and gently shook her head. "There is no need for that. Assisting Miss Zhang was merely a small effort on my part. If your mother seeks a fortune, we shall abide by the proper customs." Seeing Jin Chaocao decline the money, Madame Zhang did not press further. The promise from the Zhang family held far more value than any monetary amount. Their reputation in the elite circles of the capital was not to be trifled with. Gratefully, Madame Zhang looked at Jin Chaocao. "Then I must trouble you, Miss Jean." Understanding that Madame Zhang had personal matters to discuss with Jin Chaocao, Fu Xiaoan took Zhang Zian and exited the living room. Once they were alone, Jin Chaocao inquired, "What fortune do you seek, madam?" After a moment of contemplation, Madame Zhang replied slowly, "I wish to know when my eldest son will marry." Jin Chaocao asked, "What is your eldest son's name, and how old is he?" "Zhang Yihua, 30 years old this year," Madame Zhang responded. Jin Chaocao did not press further, handing her the bamboo tube for drawing lots. "Please draw one." Madame Zhang, feeling anxious, reached into the tube and drew a lot. The bamboo slip bore the words "Late Blessings." She handed the slip to Jin Chaocao, her expression bewildered. "What does this mean?" With a smile, Jin Chaocao explained, "Since you seek a marriage fortune, late blessing signifies a later marriage that brings happiness. Madam, you must understand that in life, true connections are rare. Some individuals are fortunate enough to meet their beloved early, while others may encounter the right person later in life. Therefore, there is no need to rush your son's marriage. Just wait for the right time. What is meant to be will come. If you interfere too much, it may only lead to frustration." Initially worried about this matter, Madame Zhang felt a sense of relief wash over her upon hearing Jin Chaocao's words. As a mother, she naturally desired her child to lead a happy life. "Then I will truly do nothing." Madame Zhang sighed. Recently, she had been considering a lovely young lady to matchmake for her son, but it seemed unnecessary now. In the administrative hall, a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of authority, suddenly sneezed 3 times. Zhang Yihua rubbed his nose, sensing that something ominous might be on the horizon. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his mother calling, he instinctively frowned but ultimately answered. "Son, I apologize for pressuring you about marriage. Today, I consulted a fortune teller who said that a later marriage would be better for you. I won't rush you anymore, you may marry whenever you wish." Zhang Yihua's brow furrowed deeply. "Mom, how much did it cost to consult the fortune?" He was keen to know which fool dared to meddle in his parents' affairs. Madame Zhang's response was vague. "Not much, just a little." "Alright, I won't keep you. Focus on your work." Zhang Yihua stared at the hung-up call, exasperated. Before sending off Zhang Zian and her mother, Fu Xiaoan linked her arm with Jin Chaocao, her face radiant with joy. "Sister-in-law, I forgot to tell you that there was a misunderstanding between Zhang Zian and me." Curious, Jin Chaocao urged her to share. "When I was 5 years old, I gifted Zhang Zian a pearl hairpin for her birthday. However, she gifted it to her cousin, and I was upset, deciding to ignore her from then on. She mistakenly believed I had given her a crystal ball, which she has treasured for all these years. I suspect someone switched my gift." but now that so much time has passed, I want to dwell on it. We plan to become very good friends. Jin Chaocao beamed at Fu Xiaoan, her large, clear eyes sparkling. Congratulations on finding a good friend. Also, thank you, sister-in-law, for giving me the opportunity to resolve our misunderstanding. Jin Chaocao smiled, patting her shoulder. No need to thank me, after all, we will be family in the future. As Fu Xiaoan gazed at Jin Chaocao's beautiful visage, she decided to lend a hand to her brother and sister-in-law. Jin Chaocao seldom encountered Fu Tingyuan, and it remained uncertain when they might marry. That night, as everyone was nearing slumber, there was a knock on Jin Chaocao's door. Aunt Chen, the housekeeper, stood at the entrance with a smile. Miss Jin. Our Miss Fu has invited you to the attic, she wishes to speak with you. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. She could have come directly to find me. Why go to the attic for a conversation? Aunt Chen shook her head. That is Miss Fu's instruction, I am not privy to the details. With a puzzled expression, Jin Chaocao followed Aunt Chen to the attic. Aunt Chen pointed towards the sofa in the attic. Please wait here for a moment. Meanwhile, Fu Tingyuan returned home from the office. As soon as he entered, he was intercepted by Fu Xiaoan, who suddenly appeared. Brother. The painting you cherish the most in the attic has been torn apart by the cat. Fu Xiaoan said, feigning distress. Fu Tingyuan's already cold demeanor transformed into an icy glare. Wasn't he framed? How could the cat tear it apart? I don't know. When I went there, the glass was shattered, and the painting was ruined. You should go see for yourself. Fu Xiaoan pretended to be anxious. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Tingyuan strode towards the attic. Chapter 11, Obtaining the marriage certificate. Fu Tingyuan pushed open the door to the attic and walked in without hesitation. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Jin Chaocao lounging on the sofa, her limbs comfortably sprawled out. She was clad in a pearl-white silk nightgown, revealing her long, fair legs. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the painting hanging in the attic remained intact, and he realized he had been deceived. At that moment, Jin Chaocao also caught sight of Fu Tingyuan and hurriedly scrambled to her feet, feeling utterly flustered. She had merely felt tired and wished to rest for a while. Yet she had inadvertently encountered the icy Fu Tingyuan. His dark eyes were filled with a chilling intensity as he scrutinized her with a teasing glint. Are you so eager to marry me? He questioned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Did she think she could lure him into a trap set by Fu Xiaoan? Did she not realize he was not the type to be easily swayed by such antics? Jin Chaocao bristled at his condescending tone. Eager to marry you? Fu Tingyuan. Your grandmother saved your life, which destined us to wed. If it weren't for fate, who would care about you? With that, Jin Chaocao, feeling indignant, added. I never expected the Fu family to be so untrustworthy. If it weren't for your grandmother's rescue, would you have lived to this day? Fu Tingyuan's brows furrowed in disbelief. He had never before heard anyone question his integrity. Fine, Jin Chaocao, if it's merely a matter of marriage, I will marry you. But I implore you to refrain from using such childish tactics in the future, I am not interested in your type. Initially incensed, Jin Chaocao's spirits soared at his words. This was indeed a case of unexpected joy. The use of provocation had proven effective. Once married, would it truly matter if he liked her? Not in the slightest. We shall go to obtain the marriage certificate first thing tomorrow. Whoever reneges on this is a dog. Jin Chaocao shot Fu Tingyuan a defiant look. Convinced that a man of his stature would never willingly become a dog. Fu Tingyuan was genuinely amused by her audacity. Was she truly addicted to her own provocations? Yet, considering that this marriage was linked to the Fu family's reputation, he knew he must honor the debt of gratitude owed to her grandmother. However, he was unprepared to marry a girl he had only known for a few days. As you wish. Fu Tingyuan replied coldly as he turned to leave. Fu Xiaoan stood at the doorway, watching as her brother passed by like an iceberg, leaving a trail of chill in his wake. She shuddered and then entered to face Jin Chaocao, her expression filled with guilt. Sister-in-law, did I inadvertently cause trouble? Jin Chaocao approached Fu Xiaoan and solemnly patted her shoulder. No, Xiaoan, you did not cause any trouble. Thank you for tonight. Fu Xiaoan scratched her head, utterly perplexed. The two had seemed at odds. Why was Jin Chaocao expressing gratitude? Was she being sarcastic? Fu Xiaoan felt like crying. The following morning, Fu Tingyuan approached his grandfather with a grave expression. Grandfather. Did Jin Chaocao's grandmother truly save my life all those years ago? Fu Laozi gazed at the distant sky, his emotions complex. Why would I deceive you about such matters? Chaocao is your destined wife. Regardless of the circumstances, you must fulfill your promise. We cannot allow others to label the Fu family as ungrateful. Fu Tingyuan's narrow eyes narrowed. And a determined glint shone within them. Then I shall marry her. Fu Laozi quickly looked up, surprised yet understanding. Tingyuan, have you truly made up your mind? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. He had initially hoped that the two young ones would get to know each other better before binding themselves, believing they could eventually develop feelings for one another. However, Fu Tingyuan's willingness to marry Jin Chaocao was not out of the question. There would be ample time ahead to unveil true intentions. He knew that the heir to the Xianmen would not be lacking in merit. If Fu Tingyuan found Jin Chaocao unworthy, he might never encounter a better match. Today, Jin Chaocao was set to obtain her marriage certificate with Fu Tingyuan. She rose early to prepare herself. Though her clothes were worn and tattered, she ensured she looked tidy and presentable. Clutching the household registration book, she made her way down to the dining room, where Fu Xiaoan was already waiting. Sister-in-law, I heard you're getting your marriage certificate today. Congratulations. Jin Chaocao gave her an okay sign and smiled. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Fu Xiaoan, who had been anxious all night, finally felt relief. How wonderful that Jin Chaocao would become Mrs. Fu. From now on, she could confidently call her sister-in-law in public. After breakfast, Fu Tingyuan glanced at Jin Chaocao, hesitant to speak before finally saying, I've made an appointment for 9 o'clock. We should leave shortly. Jin Chaocao sensed his reluctance but felt powerless to change it. She feigned ignorance and replied, let us go then. Noticing her shabby attire, Fu Tingyuan frowned. Don't you have anything else to wear? Perhaps I should lend you something? Jin Chaocao genuinely had no better clothing. Fu Tingyuan shot her a disdainful glance, as if avoiding a plague, and turned away without another word. Unfazed, Jin Chaocao hopped into the car and took her seat beside him. Thanks to the prior reservation, the process of obtaining the marriage certificate went exceedingly smoothly. Upon exiting the civil affairs office, Fu Tingyuan addressed Jin Chaocao in a businesslike manner. I'm heading to the office now. I'll have the driver take you home. Jin Chaocao waved her hand dismissively. No need, I have other matters to attend to. You don't need to worry about me. With the marriage certificate firmly in hand, she intended to verify whether her dilapidated state had changed. Meanwhile, in a foreign land, a special forces unit was executing a secret mission. Led by Lingyu and his team of 7, they were tasked with escorting a special encrypted box crucial to countless lives across the border. Due to a leak in their itinerary, they were forced to retreat into the rainforest while being pursued by 30 mercenaries. As the team leader, Lingyu had to make critical decisions under pressure. I will draw them away. The 6 of you must escort the box and ensure it reaches the rendezvous point on time. The team members understood that diverting the enemy meant facing certain death. Captain, let me go. We can't complete this mission without you. With war paint on his face, Lingyu's determined black eyes were fixed on them. Can any of you run faster than me? Are any of you more strategic than I? If so, I'd gladly let you take my place. His leadership stemmed from both intellect and martial prowess, far surpassing that of his comrades. Life was secondary, the mission's success was paramount. To safely deliver the box, they must lure the enemy away. If they failed to do so, the entire team would be annihilated, and the box would fall into enemy hands. Such needless sacrifice was devoid of meaning. Therefore, it had to be him. I hereby appoint number 7 as the new leader. Lead the team around the mountains to evade capture. Once I've drawn them away, you'll proceed with the box. Number 7 had no choice but to comply. Swiftly gathering the other team members and the box to retreat, Lengyu gazed into the distant forest, his face resolute. Though he occasionally thought of Jin Chaocao's words, he still believed she was merely a lucky coincidence in his mission. For a special forces soldier, such levels of danger were merely routine. Chapter 12. If you do not change yourself, you will die in 3 days. Cold rain swiftly traversed the mountain forest, deliberately leaving traces of many footsteps, luring all enemies into a desolate valley. In the valley flowed a meandering river, its depths unfathomable. Soon, Cold Rain found himself cornered, surrounded by 30 men. The mercenary leader, Carl, cast a murderous glance at Cold Rain, his tone venomous. "Where are the others?" Cold Rain surveyed the sky, a relieved smile gracing his lips. "They should have safely departed." Carl's anger twisted into a mocking grin. "How splendid! You have managed to toy with us all by your lonesome. Have you considered what will happen if you fall into our hands? You are as good as dead." Cold Rain was unfazed. Since joining the ranks, he had long since cast aside the notions of life and death. For the greater good of his nation, what did a mere sacrifice signify? Watching Carl slowly raise his weapon, he smiled and closed his eyes. Bang! 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 A series of gunfire erupted, and Cold Rain felt the searing pain of bullets piercing his body. Was this the end? Jin Chaocao had vowed to spare his life. Yet here he was in such dire straits. If he were to survive, he would gladly bow and kneel to her, recognizing her as his sovereign. Cold Rain's body fell into the stream, carried downstream with the current. Carl, his face darkened, sheathed his weapon. To be outmaneuvered by one man was his greatest humiliation. After Tingyuan departed, Jin Chaocao tucked away her marriage certificate and promptly set up a stall outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. A large bagua diagram, inscribed with the I Ching, was spread upon the ground, accompanied by a sign promising divine predictions. Under the scorching sun, she squatted by the roadside, eagerly awaiting her first customer. Shen Yulan was set to divorce her husband today. Early in the morning, Shen Haiyang brought her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As the car halted, Shen Yulan's gaze fell upon Jin Chaocao's stall. Her complexion was pale, her expression vacant. Exiting the vehicle, Shen Yulan remained entranced by Jin Chaocao. Shen Haiyang alighted beside her, concern etched on his face. "Sister, are you all right?" At this inquiry, Shen Yulan's eyes reddened, yet she forced herself to shake her head. "I'm fine." The moment Jin Chaocao spotted Shen Yulan, she recognized a lucrative opportunity. She immediately began to call out, offering divinations, fortune-telling, and auspicious predictions, proclaiming her prowess as a seer. Shen Yulan, already somewhat intrigued, found herself drawn in. As the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she was both beautiful and talented. The man she married came from a modest background. In her youth, she believed him to be perfect and had resolutely chosen him. Yet, he had fallen for a woman whose looks, abilities, and talents paled in comparison to hers. What was it about her that fell short of that woman? Under Jin Chaocao's relentless calls, Shen Yulan could no longer resist and approached her stall. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "Little girl, is your fortune-telling accurate?" Jin Chaocao's dark eyes sparkled with sincerity. "Of course it is. One slip of fortune can save a life." Shen Haiyang, eyeing Jin Chaocao, couldn't he help but scoff. "Why are you everywhere?" Jin Chaocao shot him a sideways glance, showing her disdain. "Indeed. I am everywhere. We shall have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. No need to be so astonished." Shen Haiyang, exasperated by her presence at the Civil Affairs Bureau, turned back to Shen Yulan, explaining, "Sister, she is just a little girl, clueless about anything. Do not let her deceive you." At that moment, Shen Yulan's heart was a tumult of emotions, nearing collapse. She was desperate to have her fortune told. Even if Jin Chaocao knew little, a few comforting words would provide her some solace. Ignoring Shen Haiyang's caution, she knelt before Jin Chaocao. "Then tell me, what does my marriage fortune hold?" Jin Chaocao kindly extended her hand. "Sister, may I see the lines of your palm?" Shen Yulan presented her hand. With just one glance, Jin Chaocao was astounded. It was her first encounter with someone possessing both the wealth and noble patterns in their palm, an indication of a life filled with prosperity, great fortune, and a wealth of unrecognized good deeds. Even if one faced calamities, they would transform misfortune into fortune. Noticing Jin Chaocao's prolonged silence, Shen Yulan's heart raced. "Little girl, is there a problem with my palm lines?" Instead of answering immediately, Jin Chaocao retrieved a nearby fortune stick. "Please draw a fortune stick first, and I shall explain everything thereafter." With a heart full of trepidation, Shen Yulan drew a stick. The inscription read, "Absolutely not." Jin Chaocao's fortune stick collection comprised 648 fortunes. Apart from the noble fortune, each stick bore inscriptions, ranging from 2 to 4 characters. The 2 characters absolutely not were easily interpreted. Based on Tingyuan's palm reading, it was evident that she was destined for great wealth, while her spouse bore a fate of misfortune, unable to bear the blessings she brought, thus leading to her tribulations. This harm would persist for several years but would not endanger her life. Sister, I must speak candidly regarding your question. Jin Chaocao smiled warmly. Given her hidden virtue, encountering Jin Chaocao was indeed a stroke of fortune. She felt compelled to assist, helping Tingyuan emerge from her gloom within 3 days. Tingyuan, bewildered, nodded. Please. Tell me. If you do not change yourself, you will die in 3 days. If, after 3 days, you are still alive, you shall be accompanied by fortune in your future, encountering a good match, and enjoying a lifetime of love. Jin Chaocao's expression grew solemn. Tingyuan felt as if struck by lightning, staring incredulously at Jin Chaocao. Is what you say true? Jin Chaocao nodded. The word absolutely signifies a dead end. The word not possesses vast implications. Only by surpassing this dead end can you achieve an extraordinary and unique self. Let me ask you, if you were to die in 3 days, would you be able to let go of all your grievances? Tingyuan's body swayed slightly. Shen Haiyang's face turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? How could my sister possibly die? She is a healthy woman in her 30s, it's merely a marital discord. As Tingyuan came to her senses, she grasped Shen Haiyang's arm, as if an explosion had gone off in her mind. In that instant, she felt a moment of confusion, yet it was fleeting. The fog that had obscured her vision seemed to lift in an instant. Previously, she had prioritized her future, striving to improve herself, urging her husband and children to excel. Every day busily spinning like a top. She would have sacrificed everything for her family, only to be met with betrayal and resentment. Her husband wished to divorce her for a woman of mediocre appearance and talent. Her children complained that her expectations were too high, too harsh. If she were to die in 3 days, what could possibly hold her back? She turned to Jin Chaocao. The girl, seemingly youthful, possessed an exceptionally perceptive gaze. It felt as if looking into her eyes could dispel the inexplicable unease and trepidation within her heart. Standing before the stall, Tingyuan's once distracted gaze gradually sharpened. In an instant, her husband, children, career, dissatisfaction, and resentment all fell away. If she were to die in 3 days, then they appeared trivial in the grand scheme of her life. Sister, 80,000, please scan the code. Jin Chaocao cheerfully offered her QR code. Shen Haiyang turned green with anger. You are something else, wanting to swindle 80,000 with just a few words. Jin Chaocao placed the QR code before Shen Haiyang, feigning a smile as she replied, if you have a request of me, I would charge 800,000. Shen Haiyang's face darkened further. Do you think I want to call the police on you? Jin Chaocao, the charlatan, merely rolled her eyes at him. It was only his sister. In the depths of her adversity, who would ever believe her? Chapter 13, the prominent official Zhang Yihua. Jin Chaocao opened her arms with a smile, nonchalantly saying, it's up to you. However, Tingyuan took out her phone to scan the code, reproaching, why have you become so stingy? 80,000 isn't even enough for a tie. She promptly paid Jin Chaocao the money. Truly, as a wealthy young lady, her generosity was evident. After receiving the funds, Jin Chaocao feigned profundity, saying, sister, I know you still harbor doubts about me. To prove my words are true, I can offer you 3 prophecies that occurred today. Shen Haiyang frowned, thinking, here we go again. Tingyuan quickly waved her hands, anxiously clarifying, I do not doubt you. Prophecy 1, your husband, in order to divorce you, will willingly relinquish custody of the child. You can rest assured. 2, upon returning home, refrain from using sharp objects, you will cut yourself. Jin Chaocao's gaze shifted to Shen Haiyang, a mischievous smile on her face. The last prophecy is for you. Shen Haiyang interjected, don't speak. I don't wish to hear it. He had a premonition that it wouldn't be good news. Jin Chaocao chuckled, her palm opened as she let the words slip away. You will wet your shoes when you use the restroom. Shen Haiyang, Tingyuan, who was previously engulfed in sorrow, suddenly burst into laughter. To avoid retaliation, Jin Chaocao hastily packed up and left. With the money in her pocket, she decided to purchase some beautiful clothes. As for her 3 prophecies, The first two were derived from her keen insights, while the last concerning Shen Haiyang was a result of her deliberate maneuvering, meant to show him her prowess. As soon as Jin Chaocao entered the shopping mall, she was intercepted by someone. Lu Zixiang, upon noticing Jin Chaocao had halted, immediately bowed politely, "Miss Jin. I beg your pardon for the interruption." Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. "Do you require something from me?" Lu Zixiang hesitated, appearing troubled. "I would like to consult you for a reading and perhaps a divination." Jin Chaocao produced a QR code. "Certainly, the fee for a reading and divination is 1,600. Lu Zixiang was taken aback, not expecting such steep charges from Jin Chaocao. He hesitated for a few seconds before scanning the code to pay her. After receiving the payment, Jin Chaocao found a CAF to sit down. She looked at Lu Zixiang and directly stated, "Mr. Lu, with your monkey eyes and features, you possess the visage of great wealth. However, having committed sins in your youth that tarnished your virtue, you narrowly escaped several calamities, which led to misfortune befalling your family. Thus, your descendants are either foolish, disabled, or prematurely deceased." In just a few brief sentences, she encapsulated Lu Zixiang's life. He was instantly overwhelmed with emotions, tears streaming down his face. "Miss Jin, you are truly a person of great ability. Please, I implore you to help me, I would be eternally grateful." Jin Chaocao nonchalantly tapped her fingers on the table, smiling, "You only sought two things from me. I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist. Good and evil ultimately yield consequences. What you sow, you shall reap. In your youth, you pursued fame and fortune, committing unwholesome deeds. Regret in old age, does it not come too late?" Lu Zixiang was taken aback by Jin Chaocao's blunt refusal. He sadly shrugged his shoulders, his voice losing its vigor. "Then please, Miss Jin, read my fortune." Jin Chaocao retrieved her divination tools and soon revealed the hexagram of thunder and the mountain. She put her tools away, her expression turning serious. "Your fortune is mildly auspicious but carries peril. You must exercise caution in your words and actions, and avoid greed in your endeavors. Be wary of illness in the coming week, it will not be life-threatening." Lu Zixiang listened quietly, his countenance despondent. Jin Chaocao, putting away her tools, calmly remarked, "Heaven will provide everyone with a way out. If you wish to change your fate, you must take action. Even the slightest effort is better than inaction." Lu Zixiang raised his head, his eyes glimmering with hope. "Am I still salvageable?" "I seek your guidance, Miss Jin." Jin Chaocao spoke with a composed tone. "While the mysteries of fate can be divined, the human heart remains unfathomable. Fate is predetermined by heaven, yet the heart can be shaped by one's thoughts. Change your heart, and your fate shall follow. Heaven is merciful, it punishes the wicked but grants opportunities for redemption to those who repent." Lu Zixiang, though only partially comprehending, felt regret for his past actions. Suddenly, the elderly man stood up and knelt before her with a thud. Jin Chaocao, quick on her feet, grasped his shoulders. Lifting him back up, her tone filled with exasperation, "There is no need to kneel. Simply repay your debts and return the ill-gotten gains. While it may not change your current situation, it will prevent future calamities for your descendants. Otherwise, as long as you live, none of your progeny will find peace." This, too, was her way of offering guidance, hoping he would heed her words. Lu Zixiang watched Jin Chaocao's retreating figure, his expression instantly aged with the weight of reflection. In his youth, brimming with ambition, he believed that success would elevate him above others. Little did he realize that fate had other plans. His late regrets were now a heavy burden. As Jin Chaocao returned home, dusk was approaching. She stepped out of the car in high heels, gracefully wielding a round fan made of fragrant cloud gauze. In the living room, Tingyuan was engaged in discussion with Zhang Yihua. Upon hearing the sound of heels, both men looked up curiously toward the entrance. There stood a woman clad in a fitted black cheongsam, her figure impeccably proportioned, with a slender waist and long legs. Her hair, dark, lustrous, and smooth, was cut into a chic princess style. Bathed in the evening sunlight, her beauty was breathtaking, with eyes sparkling like stars. In that moment, she radiated the regal presence of a queen. Both men, seasoned in the presence of countless beauties, found themselves momentarily captivated. As if all the lovely women they had ever encountered paled in comparison to this stunning figure. Not only was Zhang Yihua entranced, but even Tingyuan was momentarily dazed. His cold, steely gaze lost in thought for quite some time. He didn't even recognize who this enchanting beauty was. A loud crash of a teacup falling startled everyone present. The maid serving tea, taken aback, quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Fu. I didn't hold the teacup steady." Fu Tingyuan snapped back to reality, his expression icy. "Clean it up." The maid hurriedly began to wipe up the spilled water and broken pieces. Jin Chaocao smirked, walking forward with a playful demeanor. "Fu Tingyuan. Do you think I'm beautiful?" Fu Tingyuan was pulled back to reality, his tone incredulous. "Jin Chaocao?" Jin Chaocao smiled sweetly, sitting down on the sofa beside him. "Yes, indeed. The unmistakable Mrs. Fu." Fu Tingyuan squeezed his eyes shut, rubbing his nose in disbelief. This girl had undergone such a drastic transformation. In her tattered state, she was captivating. Now, adorned in elegant attire, she outshone all other women. Jin Chaocao then shifted her gaze to Zhang Yihua, her eyes widening in astonishment. She beheld a man with a full forehead and square jaw, phoenix eyes, and flowing ears, an embodiment of innate wealth, extraordinary talent, and a high-ranking official's demeanor. Remarkable. This individual was undoubtedly a significant figure. With a radiant smile, she produced a business card, presenting it to Zhang Yihua. "Jin Chaocao. The 12th generation heir of the mystic arts. It's a pleasure to meet you. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." Zhang Yihua accepted the card. And unbeknownst to him, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in his deep, well-like eyes. Chapter 14, The Banquet Invitation. As Jin Chaocao received the business card, she noticed the distinctive palm print of Zhang Yihua, which bore the mark of great fortune. The lines on his palm indicated a person of significant status, suggesting a promising future filled with accolades. It was said that those with such a palm print would not only achieve fame but also maintain integrity, shunning the pursuit of wealth, and could rise to high office solely through their esteemed reputation. Fu Tingyuan, observing Jin Chaocao's unwavering gaze upon Zhang Yihua, furrowed his brow and remarked, "We are in the midst of a discussion. If you have nothing pressing, please head upstairs." Jin Chaocao stood up, smiling at Fu Tingyuan. "Once you finish your conversation, do remember to call for me. I have matters to discuss with you as well." The sound of her high heels faded into the distance. Zhang Yihua discreetly tucked the business card into the pocket of his suit. Noticing this, Fu Tingyuan's expression darkened. "I shall wholeheartedly assist with the economic planning of Sea City. The welfare of the populace is never a solitary endeavor, it is an honor to contribute." Zhang Yihua's voice resonated with a rich authority. "Mr. Fu. Possessing both virtue and talent, having a figure like you leading a prominent family is a blessing for all." "That's enough flattery," Fu Tingyuan replied. "Standing in a position of power, one should not solely seek personal gain. The prosperity of the nation and the well-being of its people are paramount." Fu Tingyuan, at the helm of the Fu family, had built a vast enterprise not for his own sake, but for the family's legacy. He bore the weight of responsibility for the fate of many. Upon concluding their discussion, Zhang Yihua rose, beaming, "I came today empty-handed, and I doubt Mr. Fu is in need of trivial possessions. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation for you and Mrs. Fu to attend the council banquet in 3 days. I sincerely hope you shall accept." Fu Tingyuan, recalling Jin Chaocao's attire and Zhang Yihua's gaze upon her, felt a reluctance to bring her along. After all, the banquet hosted by Zhang Yihua would be attended by dignitaries of the highest caliber, far more prestigious than a business meeting. The intricacies of such gatherings were challenging to navigate, and he questioned whether Jin Chaocao could manage. He resolved to see how she fared, should she be available. He would certainly bring her along. Having personally seen Zhang Yihua out, Fu Tingyuan recalled Jin Chaocao's mention of needing to speak with him. He ascended the stairs and knocked on her door. Jin Chaocao opened the door, leaning against the frame with a smile. "Lend me 20 million. Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow, prepared to refuse her. She opened her palm to reveal a blue diamond the size of a quail egg, resting serenely in her hand. "This is collateral. Do not doubt its worth. This is the largest blue diamond in the world, entirely natural with a top-notch clarity rating. Its value exceeds tenfold that of 20 million. Though it is indeed priceless." When asked why she wished to transact with Fu Tingyuan, it was because she felt more secure with her precious possession in his custody than with a bank or institution, which might invite trouble. She was determined to safeguard the ancestral heirloom. Fu Tingyuan had never encountered such a magnificent blue diamond, and its mysterious allure captivated him. He inquired. What do you need 20 million for? Jin Chaocao candidly replied, to invest in stocks. She aimed to swiftly accumulate enough funds to purchase a shop. Having exhausted her merits, she needed to devise a way to recuperate her losses and, in the future, earn even more to ensure her grandmother would willingly depart this world for a better afterlife. Fu Tingyuan chuckled, do you truly possess the know-how? Can you comprehend economic trends? Jin Chaocao playfully raised an eyebrow, who do you look down upon? I am the sole heir of the mystical realm, my presence here signifies that I am capable of anything. Very well, Fu Tingyuan said, recognizing her unwavering confidence. In that moment, she seemed enveloped in a divine aura, her skin radiant as fine porcelain, her eyes sparkling with charm, and her lips glistening like jelly. Clearing his throat, Fu Tingyuan produced his phone. I shall lend you 20 million, but it must be returned within 3 days. He was unsure why he felt compelled to impose such a condition upon her. Jin Chaocao, honoring her word, handed the blue diamond to Fu Tingyuan, take it. I promise to return the money in 3 days. Fu Tingyuan grasped the weighty diamond, his expression darkening, no need, consider the money alone. Absolutely not. I have my principles, you must keep it for now. When I repay you, you can return it, she insisted. With the funds secured, Jin Chaocao opened the new computer she had purchased that day. Unfamiliar with its operation, she resolved to learn from scratch. She toiled through the night, mastering the use of the computer and the intricacies of stock trading. Her grandmother, observing her determination, felt a pang of concern. Chaocao, it's time to rest. Jin Chaocao yawned and stretched. Grandma, I'm still young, staying up late occasionally won't hurt. I'll select a stock and invest a little to test the waters. Being a novice, even with the mystical arts as her support, she understood the importance of proceeding with caution. After investing a small portion of her funds, she finally retired for the night. The following afternoon, the Fu household buzzed with activity. Xiao Siqing, Shen Haiyang, and Nan Huayu, having heard of Ling Yu's safe return, came to find Jin Chaocao and joined the commotion. Ling Yu, why aren't you speaking? Did Jin Chaocao save your life? Nan Huayu queried with great curiosity. You return and say nothing, Xiao Siqing added. Are you here to retrieve the night pearl or to acknowledge your allegiance? She nearly shook Ling Yu's arm, urging him to respond. Regardless of their inquiries, Ling Yu remained silent. Jin Chaocao appeared in an elegant leaf green qipao, her long hair styled into an updo, secured with a jade green hairpin. The moment she entered, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present. With a smile that dazzled and enchanting eyes, she embodied beauty in a myriad of forms, an exquisite rarity in the world. Jin Chaocao's familiar face had transformed with a new hairstyle and elegant attire, rendering all attempts to describe her grace and beauty inadequate. She walked confidently to the sofa and took her seat at the head. Xiao Siqing rubbed her eyes, questioning her own vision. In just a few days, the once tattered girl had metamorphosed into the esteemed Mrs. Fu, a figure they could scarcely recognize. Jin Chaocao regarded Ling Yu, noting that the aura of death surrounding him had transformed into a golden fortune, a sacred light swirling above his head. With satisfaction, she smiled. So, what brings you here today? Ling Yu stared at Jin Chaocao, momentarily speechless, before seemingly making a momentous decision, slowly kneeling on one knee. Chapter 15, seeking the young master's intervention. He resembled a knight devoted to his queen, solemnly bowing his head. Jin Chaocao, I, Ling Yu, am a person who honors my commitments. Although I remain oblivious to the means by which you saved me, I have indeed miraculously escaped a calamity. Henceforth, I am willing to become your most loyal knight. Jin Chaocao raised her hand, her fingertips gently resting on his brow. The golden halo atop Ling Yu's head swiftly flowed into her being. This halo represented the blessings that Ling Yu wished to return to her. Only those under her protection who performed virtuous deeds would possess such a phenomenon. Once she absorbed all the blessings, Jin Chaocao was left astounded, speechless. She suddenly acquired an abundance of 6 years' worth of merits. What on earth had this lad been up to? Calculating Ling Yu's extraordinary status, she noted the resolute determination in his gaze, undoubtedly a soldier. Observing the merits he had amassed, it was clear he had engaged in acts benefiting the nation and its people, contributing significantly to humanity. It seemed not only was his position considerable, but he would likely receive a promotion following this encounter. To an onlooker, all of this transpired in mere seconds. Jin Chaocao turned her gaze toward Lingyu, retracting her hand. I am the sole heir of the Xianmen. You must understand that our Tianjin clan produces an heir every century, and their fates are fraught with challenges. Mastering various esoteric arts and spells is not remarkable. She looked into Lingyu's eyes, where brilliant light shimmered in his dark pupils. To become my ally, you need only adhere to two principles. First, we are one entity, bound by fortune and misfortune, thus, you must not engage in immoral acts. Second, I shall ensure your future is resplendent and your lifespan prolonged, provided you extend kindness and blessings to the world. Her tone was as gentle as water. Yet her words resonated powerfully. Lingyu was taken aback by Jin Chaocao's expansive vision. Her intentions aligned perfectly with his aspirations. He vowed to remember her words and to be an upright person, serving his country and its people. Jin Chaocao lightly raised her hand, and Lingyu felt an unseen force lifting him, allowing him to stand. Those observing nearby were utterly bewildered. Shen Haiyang suspected Lingyu was losing his sanity, questioning how she had saved him. Nan Huayu, filled with curiosity, chimed in, wondering if they had conspired to deceive them. Xiao Siqing felt as if she were in a dream, grappling with the bizarre unfolding of events, as they played a riddle with them. Lingyu glanced at his good friends and shook his head helplessly. This matter is confidential, I cannot disclose it. However, I assure you that Miss Jean is a formidable figure from the Xianmen. As they exchanged words, Jin Chaocao instructed the maid to retrieve the copper figure from her room's altar. The maid soon presented the copper figure, which bore 7 punctures, one in the brow, heart, and abdomen, resembling a person who had been shot, subsequently reduced to a copper likeness. The onlookers exchanged glances, then turned their eyes to Lingyu. He nodded. It was identical to my situation at that time. The living room was filled with gasps of astonishment. The 3 spectators exchanged bewildered looks, then turned their gazes toward Jin Chaocao, their expressions akin to that of seeing a monster, filled with disbelief. Jin Chaocao remained unfazed, as though her actions were entirely ordinary. There's nothing to see, disperse. She turned to leave. Shen Haiyang recalled Jin Chaocao's prophecy regarding Tingyuan from the previous day, and his mood turned tense. Given that all her predictions had come true, he hesitated. Wait, Jin Chaocao, my sister. His tone lacked the earlier arrogance. Jin Chaocao glanced back at him, smiling gently. Your sister's fate is predetermined, your anxiety is futile. Shen Haiyang wished to say more, but Jin Chaocao had already ascended the stairs. Lingyu's face lit up with joy. Then I too shall take my leave, brothers, let us meet again when time permits. Xiao Siqing slapped her mouth in frustration, lamenting her earlier ridicule of Jin Chaocao. Shen Haiyang exited the Fu residence, his expression complex. Upon returning to her room, Jin Chaocao was encircled by her grandmother, who fluttered around her several times before coming to a stop. Is this truly the fortune that lad brought you? Her eyes widened in disbelief, resembling copper bells, unable to fathom such good fortune existing in the world. Jin Chaocao shrugged. It can be considered a pleasant surprise. Did you not say we must simply do what is right and leave the rest to fate? The elderly lady smiled broadly, exclaiming, Indeed. Who knows if misfortune may turn into fortune? This lad has prospects. Chaocao, you truly are remarkable. Jin Chaocao smiled as she opened her computer. After investing 1 million yesterday, she had made a modest profit of 200,000 today. Thus, she resolved to seek a promising stock, aiming to recoup the cost of a store within 3 days. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the blessings brought by Lingyu, she could perceive the fluctuations in stock prices on the screen, accurately calculating the pivotal moments for profit without needing divination techniques. She discerned the rise and fall rates with precision. Furthermore, she discovered that whenever she invested, the stock's growth rate would instantly double, soaring to an astonishing height. She transformed into a harbinger of fortune, experiencing a streak of good luck. Her grandmother, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That Lingyu lad is quite impressive. The fortune he brought back is profound and powerful, far more substantial than what you have accumulated. Gratefully, Jin Chaocao had exhausted 18 years of her merits, and after absorbing the new blessings, she felt her realm of fortune expand exponentially. It felt as though a parched ocean had transformed into a small lake filled with 6 years' worth of merits. Jin Chaocao perceived this as an unexpected boon. "Does grandmother still hold grievances against me?" she asked with a smile. Her grandmother coughed, her face reddening. "It is merely a consequence of caring too much." After investing all her funds into the stock market, Jin Chaocao took out some yellow paper, preparing to draw talismans. With her current magical prowess, she could create 30 talismans daily. She possessed over 100 types of talismans, with the most practical being the ancestral blessing for home safety, the life-saving protective talismans, and the fire talismans used against malevolent spirits. As she spread the yellow paper across the table and dipped her brush in cinnabar, her strokes flowed effortlessly, resulting in talismans that appeared vivid and dynamic. In the moment she sealed her brush, golden light infused the talisman, imbuing it with immense energy. Her grandmother watched with satisfaction. The efficacy of talismans is inherently linked to the skill of the creator. The Xianmen produces an heir only once every century, and without a doubt, Jin Chaocao surpassed her predecessors. She had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, mastering esoteric techniques such as sword control and arts akin to the copper body replacement technique with remarkable speed and diligence. However, she was also a solitary child, devoid of friends, parents, or companions. Otherwise, she would not have exhausted her merits for a wild fox she scarcely knew. Ding ding ding. The old-fashioned phone on the table rang. It was a simple device, capable only of receiving calls. She set down the cinnabar brush and, upon seeing the caller ID, smiled slightly. Answering the call, an elderly voice came through. "Young master, save me." Jin Chaocao frowned. "Do not make a fuss, I never agreed to be your master." The old man, stroking his beard, replied awkwardly, "My lifelong wish is to take you as my master. If that is not possible, I shall die with my eyes closed." Jin Chaocao rubbed her nose in exasperation. "Let us get to the point, your fate has nothing to do with me." The old man cleared his throat before gravely stating, "The feng shui here is unusual, and I cannot handle it. I beseech the young master to intervene." Chapter 16. If she cannot resolve the matter. It can only be said that the Qin family's fortune has run its course. Jin Chaocao said little, merely sending me the address, and I would head there shortly. The Qin family ranks among the top 10 affluent clans, having enjoyed prosperity and blessings that flowed continuously, with a thriving lineage and unyielding fortune. However, in recent years, calamities have befallen the Qin family one after another. First, an elder passed away unexpectedly, then, the family business suffered consecutive losses, and the younger generation faced numerous misfortunes, leaving the entire clan in a state of anxiety. Were it not for the family head, Qin Jingnan, who persevered against the odds, the Qin family might have already faced decline. The relentless tribulations compelled Qin Jingnan, a man who had never believed in metaphysics, to grasp onto a final glimmer of hope and invite the renowned Taoist priest, Go Shiwaji, from Long'an Mountain. Upon arrival, Go Shiwaji meticulously examined the entire Qin household. But his expression turned grave, and he remained silent. Qin Jingnan's gaze grew stern, and he urged, "Sir, if you have anything to say, please speak candidly." Go Shiwaji raised his hand to halt him, stating, "The situation of your family is complex, and I cannot decipher it immediately. I will summon a more adept individual to provide guidance." His abilities were insufficient, he only discerned that the family's feng shui was flawed, and that malevolent spirits were undermining the Qin family's fortunes. As for other matters, he dared not speculate recklessly. Jin Chaocao arrived at the entrance of the Qin estate by taxi. The magnificent Century Manor boasted picturesque scenery, adorned with vibrant blooms and lush greenery, with pavilions and towers that showcased the family's strength. At the entrance, 2 stone lions stood regally, gazing into the distance. As Jin Chaocao disembarked, a luxurious McLaren simultaneously pulled up to the Qin residence. From the opulent vehicle emerged a flamboyantly dressed woman accompanied by 2 young girls. One girl was clad in designer attire, a short skirt accentuating her figure, with golden wavy locks and exquisite makeup, resembling a porcelain doll from a boutique. The other girl, in contrast, wore simple jeans and a white shirt, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her face untouched by cosmetics, exuding a fresh and elegant aura akin to a lily after rain. As Jin Chaocao glanced over, the glamorous girl narrowed her eyes with haughty disdain. The other girl, however, maintained her composure, offering a slight nod in greeting before retrieving a black handbag from the car and casually slinging it over her shoulder. Jin Chaocao smiled faintly and turned to enter the Qin residence. Just as she reached the door, the butler intercepted her, asking, "Miss, whom do you seek? Is Go Shiwaji inside?" Jin Chaocao inquired. The butler frowned. "Who is Go Shiwaji?" "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot enter the Qin family estate." He was following the family head's instructions, waiting for the so-called adept to arrive. Jin Chaocao was taken aback and pulled out her phone, preparing to make a call. When a woman nearby let out a derisive laugh, "You think you can just waltz into someone's home without an appointment? Just look at yourself. Do you really think you belong here?" Jin Chaocao glanced sideways at the middle-aged woman, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "And what business is it of yours?" Xiao Shuichen, taken aback by Jin Chaocao's audacity, grew even more indignant. "Do you have any idea who I am, you insolent girl?" With a smile that radiated confidence, Jin Chaocao replied, "And does that matter to me?" Xiao Shuichen was furious, her face contorting with suppressed rage. "Dare to tell me, which family do you belong to? With such a mouth, I'll make sure you regret it." She recognized Jin Chaocao as a mere impoverished girl who had arrived by taxi. Jin Chaocao chuckled. "What a foolish woman. Priding yourself on superiority over others, yet unable to tolerate a slight. Clearly, you lack wisdom." Opening her black feathered fan, she continued with a serene smile, "Auntie, remember this, my name is Jin Chaocao, and I have never encountered a situation that I could not handle. Instead, it seems you." Jin Chaocao regarded the woman's meticulously crafted visage, now tinged with an unnatural shade of greenish blue. "Your fortunes are waning, your wealth diminishing. This is a sign of a fall from grace. Mother, why bother with such a person? She is merely someone who seeks to climb the social ladder." "Destined for a bad end," Lu Yuan interjected, tugging at the woman's sleeve, her eyes filled with disdain. Xiao Shuichen was livid. As a former film queen with countless fans, it was shocking to her that someone did not recognize her. Having peaked in her career, she was accustomed to adoration and praise, making it all the more galling to be overlooked and mocked for the first time. "Jin Chaocao, is it? I shall remember you. You dared to disrespect me, just wait and see." At that moment, Jin Chaocao dialed Go Shiwaji's number. "You invited me here, yet deny me entry. What is the meaning of this?" Go Shiwaji, realizing his oversight, quickly apologized. "I will go out to receive you personally. Please hold on a moment." After hanging up, Xiao Shuichen was already speaking to the butler, apologizing for her tardiness due to unforeseen circumstances on the way to meet Mr. Qin. In truth, she had deliberately arrived late to assert her superiority as a potential mother-in-law. The butler's expression soured. She was 2 hours late. Typically, Qin Jingnan's schedule was meticulously arranged, with specific times designated for each meeting. Currently, he was engaged in a session with a master, leaving no time to entertain them. Yet, upon glancing at the two young girls, he hesitated. The Qin family had a long-standing engagement with the Lu family. One of these girls was to be the future matriarch of the Qin household. He did not wish to offend them. "Let me report to Mr. Qin and make arrangements." He sighed, torn. As the butler turned to seek out Qin Jingnan, the latter emerged alongside Go Shiwaji. The butler promptly bowed, informing Mr. Qin, "The lady from the Lu family has arrived with her 2 daughters." Qin Jingnan looked up to see the elegantly dressed woman and her daughters smiling ingratiatingly at him. Beside them stood a young girl, seemingly not yet 20, clad in a black qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure, her healthy, beautiful hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Her mere presence exuded a unique aura of freshness and elegance. Upon spotting Jin Chaocao, Go Shiwaji's eyes lit up. "Little master, you've arrived." He had not anticipated that the once ragged girl had transformed into a breathtaking beauty that commanded attention. Jin Chaocao nodded at him. "Do not call me master. We of the Tianjin clan do not take disciples. Even if I were to impart my skills, you might not grasp them." Her words were sincere. Go Shiwaji chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard. "Let me at least call you master for a bit of luck." The butler stood in shock, not realizing that Jin Chaocao was the adept mentioned by the master. Qin Jingnan feigned a deep demeanor, but a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He had assumed that the adept Go Shiuji referred to would be an elder, yet this young girl appeared even more formidable than Go Shiuji himself. Clearing his throat, Go Shiuji addressed Qin Jingnan, if she cannot resolve your family's issues, it can only be said that the Qin family's fate has truly run its course. Chapter 17, The Calamity of the Qin Family, Part 1, Standing at the back, Xiao Shuichen, who had not yet had the chance to greet anyone, changed her expression upon hearing Go Shiuji's words. She had also heard that the Qin family was facing difficulties, with the looming threat of bankruptcy. Hearing the master speak so, it seemed highly probable that it was true. The engagement between the Qin and Lu families had originally been a betrothal between Qin Jingnan and Lu Jishu, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She had intended for her own daughter, Lu Yuan, to replace Lu Jishu and ascend to the esteemed position of Mrs. Qin. However, it appeared that she must reconsider her plans. Qin Jingnan stepped forward and graciously nodded to Jin Chaocao, saying, "Master, I appreciate your assistance." He chose to place his trust in Go Shiuji's words. With the Qin family's fortunes dwindling, he had no other recourse but to gamble on this last hope. Jin Chaocao nodded in return, urging, "Let us proceed inside to take a look." Qin Jingnan stood aside respectfully, gesturing for her to enter. Watching Jin Chaocao step through the door, Xiao Shuichen's expression darkened further. The Qin family had fallen to the point of superstition. Fortunately, she had arrived 2 hours late. Or she might have remained oblivious to the situation. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I had come to discuss the marriage of my daughter. But seeing you occupied, I shall return another time." Qin Jingnan turned back, merely uttering a curt acknowledgement. He then strode purposefully towards the courtyard with Jin Chaocao. Xiao Shuichen observed Qin Jingnan's demeanor, mentally chastising him for his lack of courtesy. She then turned to Lu Jishu, stating, "I have reconsidered. This marriage was originally your agreement with the Qin family. It would not be appropriate for our Yuan to take your place." Lu Jishu, clutching the strap of her black bag, retorted with a mocking laugh. "Is it because the Qin family is on the verge of bankruptcy that you look down on them now, stepmother?" Xiao Shuichen scoffed, "What of it? Our Yuan is the most cherished daughter of the Lu family. Your mother passed away early, and I raised you with great difficulty. Do you expect your sister to leap into the abyss for you?" Lu Jishu smiled slyly, recalling how she had heard Xiao Shuichen say earlier that her sister, Jishu, was sensible and the most suitable candidate for Mrs. Qin. "A girl from a small town like me would only bring shame to the Lu family if I married into the Qin family. Listen well, Lu Jishu, behave yourself. And perhaps I will prepare a generous dowry for you. Should you continue to speak nonsense, I shall send you back to that small county, and you will never escape." Xiao Shuichen's words were sharp. Lu Yuan clung to her mother's arm, protesting, "Mother, why bother reasoning with her? This engagement was originally hers. If I do not wish to marry her, then she must." With a cold huff, Xiao Shuichen took Lu Yuan's hand and declared, "Come, let us return home. Lu Jishu, if you possess any courage, walk back on your own." The luxury car sped away. Lu Jishu stood rooted, her bright eyes filled with helplessness. She looked up at the Qin residence, faintly recalling a handsome boy from her childhood who had handed her a delicate sugar figurine, whispering in her ear, "We have an engagement, when you grow up, you must marry me." Years had passed, and those hazy memories felt dreamlike, leaving her uncertain of their truth. At the Qin residence, Jin Chaocao, guided by Qin Jingnan, toured the entire courtyard before arriving at the main hall. She turned to Qin Jingnan and inquired, "Would it be convenient for me to inspect each room?" He escorted her through the house, and eventually, the three of them stood on the terrace of the villa. She gazed at the distant mountains, understanding everything clearly. This villa must have been relocated here within the last 2 years. Since the move, there have been 2 funerals in the family, and some have gone to prison due to reckless and violent behavior, while others have suffered from chronic illnesses with no discernible cause. Upon hearing her articulate these observations, Qin Jingnan, taken aback, acknowledged, "Indeed." Jin Chaocao pointed towards the mountains, explaining, "While a house should ideally be backed by mountains, the feng shui of these mountains varies. Auspicious mountains can enhance the fortune of the household, while inauspicious ones will bring misfortune to its inhabitants. Observe that mountain, it appears straight but is asymmetrical and irregular in shape. Building a house here is not favorable feng shui. Go Shiwaji nodded, admitting, I have noticed this as well, but such feng shui should not significantly affect the Qin family. Jin Chaocao continued, the second issue lies in the excessive cultivation of medicinal herbs in your courtyard. The more beautiful the flowering herb, the more potent its toxicity. Moreover, these plants are not suitable for domestic cultivation, many of them have conflicting properties, and their blooms, roots, and secretions can be toxic. This is the root cause of the frequent illnesses in your household, which remain unexplained. Go Shiwaji's face flushed with embarrassment. He had only noticed the blooming flowers and overlooked the presence of the herbs. Jin Chaocao then addressed Qin Jingnan, stating, however, these are not the primary issues. The greatest concern is the presence of malevolent spirits that have eroded the ancestral fortune accumulated by your family. The luck of the Qin family is rapidly depleting. If left unchecked, it will not be long before the family faces ruin, within 6 months at least, or at most 3 years. Qin Jingnan's face paled at her words. The towering man, usually composed and dignified, now displayed an uncharacteristic expression of panic. Please, master, assist me. I am willing to pay any price. Jin Chaocao regarded him and replied, whether I assist you is not for me to decide, but for you. Puzzled, Qin Jingnan implored, I request you to clarify, master. Jin Chaocao announced, the fortune of a family is of great significance. Assisting you will alter the fates of many. I will only intervene if you prove worthy of such aid. Qin Jingnan clenched his jaw, asking, does the master deem me worthy? Jin Chaocao examined his features, long, well-groomed eyebrows and commanding lion-like eyes, indicative of a life rich in prosperity and longevity, characterized by benevolence and compassion. It was evident that, despite the Qin family's impending downfall, he possessed the capability to thrive independently. Yet, the strength of one individual could not rival that of an entire lineage. Jin Chaocao's beautiful eyes glimmered as she smiled slightly, suggesting, let us find a more suitable place to discuss this further. In the Qin family's living room, Jin Chaocao gracefully sipped her tea before stating, I can assist you with the matter of the malevolent spirits, for a fee of 80,000. Qin Jingnan understood that family matters were rarely straightforward. He nodded, very well. Jin Chaocao continued, this residence is unsuitable for the family head, it should be vacated promptly. Qin Jingnan, eager to comply, declared, I will contact someone immediately, it will be done today. Jin Chaocao gently shook her head. The core issue remains the depletion of your family's fortune. If you wish for my protection, it is possible. Qin Jingnan rose respectfully, bowing deeply, master, please speak plainly. Jin Chaocao placed her delicate wrist on the armrest of the sofa, her gaze serious as she stated, first, the Qin family must allocate 30% of its annual income to charity. Chapter 18, The Responsibilities of Mrs. Fu. Qin Jingnan believed that if the family could be revived, what could he not agree to? He nodded earnestly, yes. Jin Chaocao continued, the Qin family must establish rules, and the descendants should strictly adhere to them. Qin Jingnan nodded once more. The third point, which is the most crucial, is that your name will lead you through a tumultuous journey filled with challenges. It is advisable for you to marry someone whose birth date and time are harmonious with yours. Qin Jingnan recalled the marriage pact with the Lu family. Ultimately, he would have to wed a stranger, it mattered not whom he chose. He looked at Jin Chaocao and declared, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Jin Chaocao rose from the sofa, stating, tonight, I will assist you in dispelling the malevolent spirits. Once you find a new residence, we shall hold a binding ceremony. Attended by the 3 most important generations of the Qin family, your grandfather, your father. If they are alive, they must be present, if deceased, their spirit tablets will suffice. Qin Jingnan gazed at Jin Chaocao, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Master, what purpose does the binding ceremony serve? He had never heard of such a rite. Jin Chaocao responded with poise, the binding ceremony utilizes my blessings to fortify the fortunes of your family, ensuring prosperity and abundance for your descendants. Furthermore, once your family flourishes, you must engage in charitable deeds to accumulate merit and blessings for the longevity of your lineage. Should the Qin family amass virtue, I will also reap double the rewards. Of course, if the Qin family fails to uphold its commitments, I too will face consequences. Thus, the individual I choose must be both upright and capable of managing the family affairs. Qin Jingnan regarded Jin Chaocao with respect, affirming, The Qin family shall earnestly heed your teachings, self-discipline, and engage in benevolent acts to accumulate merit. Jin Chaocao was pleased. As night fell, Go Shiwaji looked at Jin Chaocao, inquiring, Master, where is this malevolent spirit? Why can't I locate its position? Jin Chaocao stood at the entrance of the Qin residence, holding a compass. Qin Jingnan stood beside her, awaiting her instructions. With her hands forming seals, the compass needle whirled chaotically in her grasp. Suddenly, Qin Jingnan felt darkness envelop him. As if he were dreaming, his spirit transported to a strange place. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, an elderly man in a long robe emerged from the mist. Stunned, he exclaimed, Uncle? The man in the mist had hollow eyes and kept murmuring, Home, home, home. Just as Qin Jingnan was about to speak further, he snapped back to reality, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. He looked up in astonishment at Jin Chaocao, who was putting away the compass. What just happened? Jin Chaocao spoke plainly, Your uncle passed away far from home, his lingering attachment is to return home. Thus, his spirit wanders, affecting the fates of ordinary people, which in turn degrades the family's blessings. You merely need to locate his remains and return them to his homeland for a proper burial. Qin Jingnan was at a loss, where do I find him? Jin Chaocao replied, Travel north for 1,500 miles. She approached him, tying a red string around his wrist. This will guide your direction, but you have only 24 hours. Qin Jingnan wiped his face and staggered to his feet. He needed to gather himself. The task Jin Chaocao had set was entirely beyond his capabilities, and he felt as if he were in a dream. Exiting the Qin residence, Go Shiwaji followed Jin Chaocao, admiration etched on his face. Master, what kind of technique did you just use? How could you track down something so far away? Jin Chaocao did not conceal the truth. This is the celestial inquiry technique from my clan. It can track even beyond our borders. Go Shiwaji felt envious. Can you pass it on to me? That may not be possible, the celestial inquiry requires the power of bloodlines. Even if I were to teach you, you would not be able to master it. Go Shiwaji was filled with regret, realizing that after living over 70 years, he was still outshone by a young girl. By the time Jin Chaocao returned home, it was already past midnight. The Fu residence was still brightly lit. Upon entering the living room, she saw Fu Tingyuan seated on the sofa in his pajamas, glancing at his watch, seemingly having waited for her for some time. She approached with a radiant smile, Mr. Fu, were you waiting for me? Fu Tingyuan's gaze swept over her slender waist, slightly disdainful, Where have you been? Why return so late? Jin Chaocao settled onto the sofa beside him, I had my own matters to attend to. Why were you waiting for me? She slipped off her high heels, revealing her long, fair legs, which, like jade, touched the pristine carpet, inadvertently appearing somewhat alluring. Fu Tingyuan's expression darkened as he stood up, Tomorrow morning. I have an appointment with the dress designer to arrange a gown for the banquet in 2 days. You need to rise early. Jin Chaocao frowned. What banquet in 2 days? Am I required to attend? Fu Tingyuan narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, No, you must attend. It is your duty as Mrs. Fu. Jin Chaocao stood, tucking her hair behind her ear, and replied irritably, I understand. Clutching her shoes, she ascended the stairs barefoot. Fu Tingyuan observed the fatigue etched across her brow and turned to the waiting maid, Bring her a cup of warm milk. Upon returning to her room, Jin Chaocao entered the bathroom. When she emerged, she spotted the warm milk on her bedside table and couldn't help but smile. She had not anticipated that the maid would be so considerate. Chuckling softly, she lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Days passed. The old fox had nearly recovered from its injuries. It lounged on the sofa, waiting for Jin Chaocao to finish drying her hair, transforming into a breathtaking man with flowing white hair. Jin Chaocao gazed at him, full of curiosity, Tell me, why have you not ascended? Logically, if one could withstand the thunder tribulation, they could leave this world behind and transcend the path of demons. Bai Yeshi looked at her with a slight smile, Jin Chaocao. I must leave tonight and may not return for several days. Jin Chaocao frowned, Will you keep your word? She had been hoping that once her shop opened, Bai Yeshi could assist her. If he left and did not return, she would need to hire a helper. Bai Yeshi nodded solemnly, I will keep my word. Jin Chaocao waved her hand, go ahead. Seeing her so agreeable, Bayeshi smiled knowingly, transforming back into a fox and leaping off the balcony, disappearing into the night. The next morning, Jin Chaocao was roused by a knock at the door. She hurriedly washed up and left with Fu Tingyuan. They arrived at a high-end fashion boutique where the designer, having made prior arrangements, awaited their arrival. As soon as Fu Tingyuan appeared, the atmosphere shifted, everyone seemed tense. Not daring to breathe too heavily, Jin Chaocao yawned and sat on a stool, her curiosity piqued. What kind of banquet required such formality and custom-made attire? You will find out tomorrow. The designer presented a portfolio with over 300 pages. Initially, Jin Chaocao was interested in selecting designs, but as she progressed, she became overwhelmed. Especially when she chose several exquisite outfits, Fu Tingyuan dismissed them, citing their lack of decorum. The chief designer seemed to sense Fu Tingyuan's intentions. She flipped to the last page of the portfolio and pointed to a black strapless gown, saying, Miss Jean, would you care to consider this one? Although it is strapless, the long skirt is complemented by a small shawl we designed. It is both dignified and elegant, perfectly matching your temperament. Most importantly, it is both beautiful and modest. Chapter 19, Acquiring the shop. Fu Tingyuan turned his head to glance at the design draft, the cold lines of his brow softening slightly. The designer understood that Fu Tingyuan desired Jin Chaocao to be dressed both appropriately and conservatively. Jin Chaocao, already dazzled by the options, met Fu Tingyuan's gaze and inquired about this particular outfit. Fu Tingyuan, with his usual stoicism, nodded curtly, indicating it was acceptable. The designer cautiously asked if they would select this one, to which Fu Tingyuan affirmed with another nod. Jin Chaocao couldn't help but find Fu Tingyuan peculiar. He always maintained an air of detachment, as if he were a statue devoid of warmth. Though he claimed to assist her in choosing a gown, he ultimately made all the decisions himself. This man was truly tiresome. Once the gown was chosen, Fu Tingyuan drove to the company. Jin Chaocao gazed at the bustling city, eager to explore the surroundings. She sought to find a suitable shop. The driver took her on a tour around the capital, and at last, her eyes settled on a bustling street corner, where a rather inconspicuous shop stood. The storefront was modest, with scant foot traffic and an air of desolation. It was undoubtedly the least popular shop on the street. Calculating quietly, she deduced that the owner must be incurring daily losses and was likely considering a transfer. As she approached the shop, she spotted a round-faced attendant emerging with a transfer notice, poised to affix it to the door. Stepping forward, she took the notice from the attendant's hands, declaring, I'll take this shop. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, but joy soon illuminated her features. The owner is inside. Would you like to discuss it with him? Jin Chaocao followed the attendant inside. The shop was a clothing store, occupied by just a few scattered patrons, none of whom seemed interested in making a purchase. The owner, a short and lean middle-aged man, approached upon learning of Jin Chaocao's interest in acquiring the shop. Miss Jean, what kind of business do you wish to pursue? Jin Chaocao smiled gently, that is my secret, I cannot reveal it just yet. The owner chuckled knowingly, well, since this shop is mine, I shall eventually find out regardless. Are you willing to buy it? Jin Chaocao held her teacup, her demeanor sincere. The owner, caught off guard by her directness, glanced around, weighing his options. He had purchased the shop for several million, and over the past decade, it had seen no success. He had explored various business avenues, yet all ended in disappointment. Now, he was left with no choice but to find a way to offload the shop. He merely needed to rent it out, whether it thrived or floundered was no longer his concern. Zhao Qianqing chuckled, Miss Jean, are you truly interested in buying? Jin Chaocao nodded, yes, name your price. Seeing her forthrightness and youth, adorned in elegant attire, sparked a thought in his mind. My dear, your taste is impeccable. This shop flourishes for whomever takes it. If I were not preoccupied with other ventures, I would not consider parting with it. Since you wish to buy, I must deliberate carefully. Jin Chaocao elegantly lifted her eyes, her dark orbs radiating innocence. Simply name your price, let us arrange a time to finalize the transfer tomorrow. Zhao Qianqing realized he had encountered a benefactor and began calculating in his mind. Given the current market, he could sell the shop for no more than 8 million. Furthermore, this particular shop had gained notoriety in the business world, dubbed the Death Shop. The tone of this young lady suggested she was not lacking in funds. 16 million. Zhao Qianqing exclaimed, making a bold demand. Jin Chaocao twirled her teacup, fixing her gaze upon him. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhao Qianqing replied, adopting a posture that suggested he would not part with it for less than 16 million. Just as he anticipated that Jin Chaocao would negotiate, she clearly stated, deal. I will come by tomorrow morning to make the payment, please arrange for the transfer. Zhao Qianqing was left speechless. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether there was something extraordinary hidden within this shop, as she had made no attempt to haggle over the price. However, having owned the shop for 3 years, he had dug deep and discovered nothing of value. Now, he regarded Jin Chaocao as a naive yet wealthy individual. Feigning contemplation, he finally spoke, my dear. I have held this shop for 10 years, it pains me to sell it. Jin Chaocao, disinterested in his theatrics, replied, if you are so reluctant, I shall inquire about the neighboring shop to see if it is available for 16 million. Hearing this, Zhao Qianqing grew anxious and quickly interjected, I will sell. I mentioned being busy with other business ventures, and I can no longer manage this shop. Miss Jean, you seem like a straightforward person. Would you like to place a deposit first? We can finalize the transfer tomorrow. Jin Chaocao nodded in agreement, certainly. As she exited the shop, Jin Chaocao cast a glance back at the storefront, a faint sensation suggesting that beneath its 6 feet of floor, something remarkable lay buried. It was illogical that this street, bustling with foot traffic, had surrounding shops thriving while this one languished in obscurity. Moreover, before deciding to purchase the shop, she had consulted her fortune, which indicated that a price between 16 and 20 million would be auspicious. She wondered just how auspicious it would turn out to be. The next morning, when Jin Chaocao opened the stock market, she was astounded. Not only had she made a profit, but it exceeded 30 million. Withdrawing all her funds, she first returned the principal to Tingyuan and then used her earnings to buy the shop. Jin Chaocao arrived punctually to sign the contract with the owner. By the afternoon, the shop was officially transferred to her name. Holding the property deed, she entered the store, where the round-faced attendant stood nearby, smiling warmly, boss. You're here. Jin Chaocao nodded, this shop is now mine, you may need to seek other opportunities. The attendant's momentary disappointment was quickly replaced by a smile. The boss has paid me for this month's salary, with only a few days left, I will diligently look after the shop and ensure it is clean. Jin Chaocao had not anticipated that she would encounter such a spirited young woman. Nodding, she announced, we won't be opening for business just yet. As for the inventory, Jin Chaocao surveyed the warehouse filled with stock and made a decision, see if you can organize a half-price clearance sale at the square. I will offer you a 50% commission on the proceeds. The attendant was taken aback by such a generous proposal and quickly agreed, boss, I will go sell. In truth, the clothing in the shop was of excellent quality and design, it simply baffled her why it had not sold. A half-price sale would surely incite a frenzy. At that moment, Jin Chaocao's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was Tingyuan. His deep, resonant voice resonated through the line, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. The gown is ready, please return home to try it on. Should you find any dissatisfaction, it can still be altered. We have an appointment with the makeup artist at 9 tomorrow morning. Chapter 20, Is this your wife? Jin Chaocao was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtful demeanor. He was a rare gentleman. With the shop's matters resolved, she now needed to arrange for the renovations. However, she had another task at hand, the blessing ceremony of the Qin family. At this hour, it was likely that Qin Jingnan had already located his uncle and bestowed upon him a proper burial. Over the past few days, Qin Jingnan had been exceedingly busy. But fortunately, Go Shuiji had been by his side assisting him. After the incident with his uncle, his admiration for the Xian men had only deepened. He placed immense importance on the blessing ceremony that Jin Chaocao had mentioned, even going so far as to meticulously prepare the venue at home. At the Fu residence, Jin Chaocao entered to find the designer, Qin Jiyan, seated on the living room sofa with 2 assistants. 2 housekeepers were attending to them. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao return, Qin Jiyan immediately set down his teacup and stood up, saying, Madam Fu, you have finally returned. Your gown has been completed, come and try it on. One of the assistants eagerly approached, presenting the finished gown. It was a black strapless evening gown made from imported fabric, interwoven with silver threads, which gave the impression of wearing the night sky. The shawl was crafted from 7 layers of sheer tulle, subtly revealing the skin beneath. The moment the dress appeared, it struck her with a sense of awe. From the choice of fabric to the meticulous tailoring, everything was evidently crafted with care. Madame Fu. Our team of 12 designers has worked tirelessly through the night to create this gown, ensuring that you will be the most stunning woman present, one of the assistants exclaimed. As they helped Jin Chaocao try on the dress, she gazed into the mirror and barely recognized the woman reflected back at her. Though it was a fitted design, it exuded a charm distinct from that of a qipao, embodying a gracefulness and dignity reminiscent of a refined lady emerging from a noble household. Madame Fu. You are truly exquisite. Your figure is perfect, and this gown accentuates your beauty, reminding me of a line of poetry, in 1,000 autumns, no beauty can compare. The fairest captivates all. Jin Chaocao was delighted by the gown, and the compliments from the 2 assistants filled her with joy. The dress was not only beautiful but also fitted perfectly without any need for alterations. If you are willing, I would love for you to design a collection of everyday attire for me in the future. Tingyuan was elated. As expected of the woman married to Tingyuan. Your decisiveness is refreshing. The current generation of affluent ladies lean towards well-known brands, and though these designers possess talent, they struggle to compete with major labels. However, gaining the favor of such high society women held promising prospects for the future. Jin Chaocao genuinely admired their designs. Unbeknownst to her that they would soon ignite a brand capable of entering the international fashion arena, establishing a formidable presence alongside established luxury brands. The next day, Jin Chaocao rose early. The makeup artist hired by Tingyuan arrived promptly to prepare her. Tingyuan wore a classic suit, updated with new fabric and exquisitely detailed buttons. He appeared like a rare imperial green gemstone, possessing a reserved and cool exterior that concealed boundless mystery and nobility. When they met in the living room, both paused momentarily upon seeing each other's attire. Jin Chaocao was taken aback by how different Tingyuan looked today. She couldn't quite place what had changed. He seemed even more handsome, his demeanor radiating a calm composure, his deep-set eyes carrying an alluring distance that paradoxically drew one in. Tingyuan, too, was astonished by how stunning Jin Chaocao looked in the gown. Standing there, she resembled a dazzling sun, her beauty blinding and radiant, making it difficult to look directly at her. Even the most glamorous starlets paled in comparison to her brilliance. The banquet hosted by Zhang Yihua took place at the Bayou Mansion, attended primarily by dignitaries and nobles, all of whom were portly and dressed in understated elegance. Yet, their female companions dazzled, each possessing a unique charm. Zhang Zian was brought along by her mother to experience the event. Upon learning that Jin Chaocao was on the guest list, she eagerly awaited outside the venue. Tingyuan was well known in business circles, his name was recognized nationwide. And upon his arrival, many came forth to greet him. Simultaneously, curious glances were directed toward the exceptionally beautiful Jin Chaocao at his side. Since few were aware of their marriage, most assumed she was merely a temporary companion. Mr. Fu, may I invite this lovely lady to dance? Inquired a portly middle-aged man with broad shoulders. Tingyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Jin Chaocao and asked, "Would you like to dance with him?" Jin Chaocao scrutinized the man's features. His broad forehead, prominent nose, and high ears suggested a rare imperial countenance. However, his eyes were distinctly alluring. The forehead indicated a prosperous career and strong management abilities. His high, broad forehead along with a receding hairline suggested an intelligent man with exceptional analytical skills and foresight, destined for a successful life. His features indicated a man of ambition, capable of achieving great things if he could control his impulses. Politely, Jin Chaocao replied, "I'm not a very good dancer. Are you not afraid of being stepped on, sir?" It was clear that this man held significant power, and she did not wish to offend him. After all, one must tread carefully with words. Her response amused the man, who chuckled, "Not to worry, if you struggle, I can teach you." Gently, Jin Chaocao took Tingyuan's arm, saying, "I'm afraid that might not be appropriate, as my husband is right beside me. He might get jealous." The man was taken aback, glancing at Tingyuan in shock. Is this your wife? Fu Tingyuan nodded slightly. We just obtained our marriage certificate. Chapter 21. Today, he is truly annoyed. Xiang Tianzi's dark eyes glimmered with a smile as he remarked on how beautiful Mrs. Fu was. Hoping to invite her for a dance the next time they met. He exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor. However, Fu Tingyuan furrowed his brow in suspicion. In his memory, such individuals were typically aloof, not inclined to engage in conversation without cause. Xiang Tianzi's approach to Jin Chaocao indicated a genuine interest in her. Mr. Fu. May we have a word? Xiang Tianzi suggested, never one to impose on others, usually finding himself sought after. Fu Tingyuan coldly smiled. I apologize. But I have matters to attend to. I fear I cannot spare more time for conversation. His intent in seeking him out was deliberately subtle. In this circle, some individuals would sacrifice their wives, daughters, or lovers for the sake of ascendancy. As long as they were desired by others, they would willingly relinquish their ties. Yet Fu Tingyuan held disdain for such actions and would never stoop to that level. Moreover, someone like Jin Chaocao was certainly not someone Xiang Tianzi could manipulate. Upon being rejected, Xiang Tianzi smiled, though there was a sinister undertone to it. Jin Chaocao, observing his expression, shook her head in resignation and followed Fu Tingyuan away. Zhang Yihua, amidst the crowd, immediately spotted Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan conversing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Fu Tingyuan, impeccably dressed, was tall and handsome. Jin Chaocao, with a touch of makeup enhancing her delicate features and silky hair, captivated the attention of all around her. Together, they formed a strikingly compatible pair. An embodiment of beauty and grace. You should bring along 2 bodyguards when you go out in the future, Fu Tingyuan advised. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. Do you think I need them? Fu Tingyuan tilted his chin, understanding her stance. All right, I know you don't need them. She playfully darted away. As if she could reverse time. Who would dare approach her carelessly? Jin Chaocao smiled brightly, feeling quite pleased. Although she did not require protection, his concern for her brought her joy. Fu Tingyuan felt a flush creeping to his ears, his lips tightening in a stubborn retort. Who is concerned for you? After all, you are Mrs. Fu. If you were to be bullied, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Jin Chaocao maintained her smile, acknowledging that Fu Tingyuan possessed commendable character. Though their relationship was not one of love or marriage, his kindness towards her was a source of happiness. Might I inquire what you two are discussing that brings such joy? Zhang Yihua approached, holding a glass in his hand. Dressed in a white suit that made him appear as though he had stepped out of a fairy tale. The warmth on Fu Tingyuan's face dissipated instantly, replaced by his usual cold demeanor. We were not discussing anything of significance. Mr. Zhang, do you have business with us? Zhang Yihua turned to Jin Chaocao with a smile. I heard that Miss Jin predicted my late marriage. I am curious to know just how late that may be. Jin Chaocao scanned the banquet hall, sensing that such a moment was not suitable for fortune-telling. Mr. Zhang, please do not put me in a difficult position. She realized that Zhang Yihua's future was somewhat inscrutable. Such phenomena could arise from 2 scenarios: either the individual bore a celestial mandate, possessing a unique fate beyond the usual elements, or they were deeply entwined with her own destiny, rendering her unable to foresee it, much like her own marriage or that of Fu Tingyuan. Zhang Yihua, ever the gentleman, inquired. When might Miss Jin be available? After a moment's contemplation, Jin Chaocao replied, once my shop opens, I would be delighted to welcome you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yihua seemed genuinely interested, pressing further, when will your shop be opening? Jin Chaocao had just acquired the shop and had yet to commence renovations, so she hesitated to commit to a timeline. Just as she prepared to decline, Fu Tingyuan interjected, Mr. Zhang has invited many esteemed guests today. It would be remiss to engage in idle chatter here. With a smile, Zhang Yihua responded, how could that be? Both you and Miss Jin are my esteemed guests. Attending to guests is never a matter of negligence. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fu Tingyuan found himself increasingly irked by Zhang Yihua today, his dislike growing inexplicably. Jin Chaocao sensed the awkward atmosphere and noticed Zhang Ziyan approaching. She waved in greeting, elder brother, Mr. Fu, Miss Jin. Zhang Ziyan, resplendent in a black gown adorned with diamonds, captured the attention of the entire room. Zhang Yihua, pleased with her poise, remarked, I must attend to other matters. Do keep Miss Jin company in my stead. Zhang Ziyan happily agreed, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure Miss Jin has a delightful time." Zhang Yihua smiled. Glancing at Fu Tingyuan, "Come, there are some individuals over there eager to meet you, Mr. Fu. I hope you will grace them with your presence." Fu Tingyuan followed Zhang Yihua's gaze to see several respected elders and said nothing further, accompanying him as they departed. Once the two had left, Zhang Ziyan playfully tugged at Jin Chaocao's arm. "I heard from Shaoan that you are 1 year younger than I. It would not do for me to address you as sister, so I shall simply call you Miss Jin." "You may call me as you wish," Jin Chaocao replied. Zhang Ziyan appreciated her straightforward nature. "Come, I have some friends I would like you to meet." Zhang Ziyan led Jin Chaocao into a smaller banquet hall, where a gathering of elegantly dressed ladies, each adorned with exquisite taste, mingled, a clear sign of their esteemed backgrounds. Zhang Ziyan introduced Jin Chaocao to a circle of 3. "Zhao Yueshi, allow me to introduce you to Miss Jin." A girl in a pale green princess dress turned her gaze towards them. Her sweet visage and clear eyes lit up upon seeing Jin Chaocao. "Miss Jin, you look absolutely stunning today. I heard you saved Zhang Ziyan's life. Do you truly possess the gift of fortune-telling?" The other 2 girls chimed in, "Indeed. If you can tell fortunes, please do one for us as well." Jin Chaocao surveyed the trio, ultimately fixing her gaze on Zhao Yueshi. "Fortune-telling requires a suitable day. I fear this occasion is not appropriate. Perhaps we can schedule a time for another day." She declined politely, emphasizing the importance of rules in such matters. Upon hearing her words, they did not press further. "May I have your business card, then? We will reach out next time." Jin Chaocao retrieved her card from her bag and handed it to them. Zhao Yueshi accepted it with delight. "I will keep this card, but you must not refuse us next time." Having a close relationship with Zhang Ziyan, she was eager to learn about her own fate, especially after hearing the remarkable tale of Zhang Ziyan's escape from danger. Such extraordinary occurrences were unheard of, and she was determined to experience it for herself. Jin Chaocao smiled without speaking, sensing something peculiar about Zhao Yueshi. It seemed she harbored an anomaly within her. Through careful observation, Jin Chaocao's gaze landed on a small charm attached to her bag. Through her mental perception, she discerned that this anomaly posed no threat to anyone. Chapter 22 presents a being that is neither ghost nor soul, but rather an ethereal entity birthed from a powerful conviction. This notion is quite absurd. "Miss Zhao, your charm is exquisite, may I take a closer look?" Jin Chaocao inquired. Zhao Yueshi protectively covered the charm, replying, "No, this is my most treasured possession. I do not show it to anyone." Jin Chaocao, noticing the fleeting cold light within the charm, pursed her lips and refrained from further comments. Since there appeared to be no danger, it was likely not her concern. As the banquet concluded, Xiang Tianzi stood at the entrance of the hall, watching Jin Chaocao enter Fu Tingyuan's car. The smile on his face vanished instantly. How dare Fu Tingyuan disregard him? Jin Chaocao was merely a girl from the countryside, lacking both background and capability. Fu Tingyuan's marriage to her must be out of necessity. What right did such a woman have to refuse him? At that moment, a middle-aged man passed by Xiang Tianzi. He reached out to grasp the man's arm, smiling as he spoke. "Old Lu, I have a task for you." Lu Pingho, a subordinate of Xiang Tianzi, readily complied upon hearing the boss's request. "Just say the word, I will ensure it is done." Xiang Tianzi leaned in and whispered to Lu Pingho, "You assist me with." As Jin Chaocao returned to the Fu residence, her phone rang. It was Qin Jingnan. "Miss Jin, my uncle has been laid to rest. The venue has been prepared. When would you be available for our binding ceremony?" He sounded rather anxious, as matters concerning the Qin family were of great significance. Jin Chaocao glanced at the darkening sky and replied, "It is quite late today. Tomorrow at noon would be suitable." "Very well, I shall prepare everything immediately." After hanging up, Jin Chaocao recalled matters regarding her shop and turned to Fu Tingyuan, saying, "I need your help with something else." Fu Tingyuan, in the midst of unbuttoning his shirt collar, looked up at her and asked, "What is it? Do you have a construction team that could help me dig something?" Initially, Fu Tingyuan intended to question if she had mistaken him for someone else. His company was vast with numerous ventures, yet it lacked a construction team. Even if it did, such matters were not his responsibility. However, he found himself asking, "What are we digging for, and where?" Jin Chaocao explained her acquisition of the shop. Upon hearing this, Fu Tingyuan's expression darkened with impatience. Yet he dutifully reached into his pocket and dialed his assistant. Find a construction team, they must be ready at street by tomorrow morning. The assistant, bewildered, asked. A construction team? Is a commercial area, are there shops needing renovation? Fu Tingyuan's tone remained cold and serious, digging something, while also renovating the shop. Seeing Fu Tingyuan make arrangements, Jin Chaocao gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mr. Fu, you are truly wonderful, your assistance saves me a great deal of trouble. Fu Tingyuan's face darkened further as he cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, stop flattering me, I am not swayed by such tactics. Yet, despite his words, the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. Jin Chaocao's gentle eyes sparkled with curiosity. What does Mr. Fu respond to, then? Please enlighten me for future reference. Fu Tingyuan shot her a cold stare, arrogantly clutching his phone as he turned to leave. Jin Chaocao admired his tall, striking figure, thinking to herself how he was indeed quite easy on the eyes. Her grandmother had an eye for quality, her choice of husband was impeccable. Upon returning to her room, her grandmother emerged from a painting, observing her with concern. What troubles you? Jin Chaocao recounted her discovery of the ethereal being on Zhao Yuexi's charm. After pondering for a moment, her grandmother replied, what you describe may be a spirit known as Nian. It is neither a soul nor a ghost, but an entity transcending the natural. Born from human obsession. Jin Chaocao was intrigued. Born from obsession? Yet I felt no danger. Her grandmother smiled gently. It is because of love that there is no danger. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. Born from love? Her grandmother seemed to recall something, her tone nostalgic. I once encountered a similar being, a puppet. A man, mourning the loss of his wife, deeply cherished a puppet that his wife adored during her lifetime. He named it, adorned it with beautiful garments, and spoke to it as if it were a person. When an object is imbued with profound love, it can develop consciousness. Such occurrences are rare, as only true love can foster them. They are treasures seldom seen in a century. Once born, Nian grants the individual a lifetime of happiness, for they shall no longer feel lonely. Jin Chaocao thought of the charm dangling from Zhao Yuexi's bag, resembling a character from an anime. The character's attire was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a golden longevity lock around its neck, clearly fashioned with care. She marveled at the existence of such things in the world. The following morning, Jin Chaocao arrived at her shop to find Tingyuan waiting at the entrance with her suitcase. Boss, you're here. Here's the money from yesterday's clearance. Tingyuan handed over thick bundles of cash. Jin Chaocao counted them and found quite a substantial amount. She handed half back to Tingyuan, asking, has the warehouse been completely cleared? All cleared. Tingyuan exclaimed, her joy evident. Jin Chaocao had indeed honored her promise, sharing half of the commission. That's wonderful. This should be enough for you to find a good job. I will be renovating, so you need not watch the shop any longer. Tingyuan replied cheerfully, boss. I have already spoken with the owner of the milk tea shop next door. Once I leave here, I will start working there. We can still be neighbors. And if you need anything, just let me know. Jin Chaocao gave her an approving gesture. Under her instructions, the construction team began to excavate the shop's flooring. As they reached a depth of about 6 feet, she cautioned, be careful when retrieving the items inside, do not damage them. The foreman, a burly man with a full beard, grinned affably, Miss Jean, rest assured, we will exercise utmost caution. After all, with such a generous boss, they needed to ensure her satisfaction. Having given her instructions, Jin Chaocao took a taxi to the Qin residence. Unfortunately, upon entering with the housekeeper, she was met with the sharp, piercing voice of a woman arguing in the hall. This marriage is settled, Lu Zhishu will marry according to the original plan. Qin Jingnan regarded the woman before him with a slight smirk, this marriage is not solely your decision. He awaited Jin Chaocao's arrival to discern which of the two girls would be more suitable as Mrs. Qin. Chapter 23, Mrs. Jin Chaocao slammed the table in anger, exclaiming that her daughter Yuan should not be coerced into marriage. After all, this union was originally between the two of them, and she merely wished to facilitate it. She had learned that the Qin family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Her daughter could never marry into a family facing such ruin. Qin Jingnan observed Xiao Shuoqin's arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but smirk in derision. She seemed to believe that the Qin family was destined for decline. Hence her lack of pretense in front of him. Jin Chaocao stepped forward with a smile, remarking that her arrival seemed to have interrupted the proceedings. Xiao Shuoqin's gaze fell upon Jin Chaocao, her expression growing even more disdainful. To avoid bankruptcy, the Qin family resorted to superstitions, changing residences and altering their feng shui. Such desperation was pitiful, they were indeed grasping at straws. What could a mere child do? Qin Jingnan rose respectfully from his seat and addressed Jin Chaocao, stating that her arrival was timely, as he had a matter to discuss with her. She was adorned in a light blue qipao, complemented by a string of perfectly sized and lustrous pearls around her neck. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, bestowing upon her an air of nobility and grace, reminiscent of a queen who commanded distance. She approached and naturally seated herself in the main chair previously occupied by Qin Jingnan, leaving Xiao Shuoqin momentarily speechless. This young girl had audaciously claimed the seat of the Qin family, and Qin Jingnan appeared utterly spineless. Qin Jingnan. How foolish you are to rely on a child to alter the fate of the Qin family, Xiao Shuoqin thought, her fists clenched, eyes wide with disbelief. Ignoring Xiao Shuoqin, Qin Jingnan turned to Jin Chaocao and respectfully requested her assistance in discerning which of the two young women had a more compatible birth date for marriage. At that moment, a servant brought in tea. Jin Chaocao accepted the cup but did not respond immediately, instead surveying the two silent girls. She had encountered Lu Yuan and Lu Zhishu during her previous visit to the Qin household. Lu Yuan, dressed exquisitely, averted her gaze upon meeting Jin Chaocao's eyes, while Lu Zhishu maintained her composed, gentle smile. Jin Chaocao turned to Qin Jingnan, stating that if he had to marry one of the two, the outcome was glaringly evident. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Marrying someone unwilling would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Qin Jingnan's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, who trembled under the weight of his stare, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Yet, with thoughts of the Qin family's impending bankruptcy, she mustered her courage to speak. I'm sorry, but I really do not like you, nor do I wish to marry you. My mother insisted that I take Lu Zhishu's place in the engagement. Xiao Shuoqin's expression stiffened momentarily. Although she disapproved of her daughter using her as a scapegoat, she could only relent for the sake of her daughter's happiness. Mr. Qin, I apologize for my previous ignorance, Xiao Shuoqin said, rising to feign an apology. Qin Jingnan raised his chin and instructed the butler to escort them out. The butler approached, gesturing for Xiao Shuoqin and Lu Yuan to leave. Although Xiao Shuoqin's countenance was not pleasant, she nonetheless departed with her daughter. The living room was left with only Jin Chaocao, Qin Jingnan, and the remaining Lu Zhishu. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Lu Zhishu looked at Qin Jingnan, her tone resolute. I am willing to marry you, even if the Qin family faces bankruptcy. I am prepared to give everything to support you. He was the man she had long admired, and regardless of his circumstances, her feelings remained unchanged. Qin Jingnan was taken aback by Lu Zhishu's declaration. After all, she had remained silent until now, leading him to believe she was unwilling to marry. The uncertainties surrounding the Qin family were no longer mere rumors, it was the reason Xiao Shuoqin had felt emboldened to confront him. Qin Jingnan turned to Jin Chaocao, stating that since they already had a betrothal, if she was willing to marry, he would proceed with the union. Master, as you mentioned compatibility of birth dates. Jin Chaocao regarded Lu Zhishu. She was a vision of grace, with delicate features, rosy lips, and a slender yet sturdy physique. Her long, soft fingers suggested she was a fortunate young woman. Furthermore, her demeanor exuded an air of elegance cultivated through years of study. Mr. Qin, since you and Miss Lu are already betrothed, your parents must have checked your birth dates. Why not present them, and I shall assist you further. The two of them noted down their birth dates. Upon receiving the information, Jin Chaocao glanced over it and smiled, confirming her suspicions. The compatibility of the dragon and rooster signs was indeed the highest, and their birth times were harmonious as well. With the male born in the earth element and the female in fire at noon, this combination was considered auspicious, promising prosperity and creativity. Qin Jingnan and Lu Zhishu both exhaled in relief. Marriage was a momentous affair, and a compatible union would ensure longevity. They both aspired to find worthy partners. Unlike Jiao Shuochen and Lui Wan, who were merely fixated on superficial status and wealth, Qin Jingnan had little recollection of Lu Jishu. But he was aware of their engagement. Years prior, his parents had honored a debt of gratitude to Lu Jishu's mother, leading to the arrangement. Since they were compatible, he would adhere to tradition and marry her. While he did not anticipate a passionate love, he would fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. If she wished to marry him, he would devote all his love to provide her with a warm home. Jin Chaocao lifted her teacup, savoring the beverage with a radiant smile. Since the future Mrs. Qin was present, it would be fitting to include her in today's ceremony. After all, her union with him meant she would become part of the Qin family. She would receive her protection but must also hold herself accountable and foster good relationships. Qin Jingnan promptly replied with respect, yes. Although Lu Jishu harbored many questions, she chose to remain silent, obediently following Qin Jingnan. She wished to be a supportive partner rather than a burden. The ceremony was held in the newly acquired Qin residence. Go Shuiji was also present, having assisted Qin Jingnan in selecting this property. Although the surroundings appeared rather modest, it was indeed a prime location with excellent feng shui. It would not be long before the Qin family settled here, and the area would flourish. The ceremony took place in the main hall of the new residence, which was festooned with vibrant decorations. The tables were adorned with beautiful bouquets, and every surface was meticulously cleaned, devoid of dust. Chapter 24, the bronze short sword Go Shuiji stood respectfully beside her. Master, the auspicious time is approaching, shall we begin? Jin Chaocao retrieved a string of 18 beads, an incense burner, a portrait, and several talismans from her bag. She directed Qin Jingnan to hang the portrait in the main hall before placing the incense burner on the altar. Only then did she turn to Qin Jingnan, presenting him with the string of beads. This strand, once belonging to a venerable monk from the State Minister Temple, boasted a history of several centuries, serving as a rare spiritual artifact that could provide protection and bring good fortune. Today, I bestow this upon you as a token of our bond. Qin Jingnan accepted the beads, feeling their ancient elegance. Their weight in his hand conveyed a sense of significance, their smoothness and luster revealing them to be no ordinary trinket. Thank you, master, he replied, bowing deeply, fully aware of the value of this gift. Such spiritual artifacts are scarce, and the protection they offer is invaluable. If placed up for auction, wealthy patrons would undoubtedly spare no expense to claim it. Jin Chaocao nodded in satisfaction. Next, we shall pay homage to our master. You must enshrine his portrait in the ancestral hall, offering respect during festivals and lighting incense on the 1st and 15th days of each month. While it need not be you who performs these acts, they must not be neglected. Understood. Jin Chaocao lit the incense and arranged the offerings, placing the tablets of Qin Jingnan's grandfather and father beneath the master's portrait. She then guided him through the ritual of offering incense, followed by 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Once everything was complete, she handed Qin Jingnan a document detailing the family rules she had drafted. These are the additional rules I have outlined. Should your descendants err, and you fail to administer punishment, the master shall intervene with a lesson of great significance. Our clan upholds strict regulations. As a leader, one must not oppress others or harbor selfish thoughts. Instead, it is imperative to give back to society, foster goodwill, perform acts of kindness, and embody compassion. Qin Jingnan comprehended Jin Chaocao's intentions. Yes, I shall remember your teachings, master. She took her seat at the head of the table, and Qin Jingnan personally served her tea. After she sipped the tea, they waited for the incense to burn down completely. Finally, she turned to Qin Jingnan, offering him 3 talismans. One should be placed under the beam by your door, 1 carried with you, and 1 kept in your office. Within 3 days, your troubles will find resolution. In less than 2 months, the situation of the Qin family will stabilize. Remember my words, 30% of your profits should be allocated for charity, whether to orphanages or for aiding the ill. For there are too many in need in this world. Qin Jingnan committed every word of Jin Chaocao to memory. From this day forth, she would be regarded as a benefactor to the Qin family. As the ceremony concluded, Go Shuiji prepared to return to the mountain. He approached Jin Chaocao, somewhat bashful. Master, may I request a protective talisman? Jin Chaocao did not refuse but also did not immediately acquiesce. A talisman is meant for those of virtue. I can grant you one. But you must not give it to others lightly. Go Shiwaji nodded. I understand. Jin Chaocao produced a talisman from her bag and advised him, you are no longer young. Focus on self-cultivation in the mountains and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Go Shiwaji chuckled, Master, your teachings are well taken. I shall enter seclusion upon my return. He had foreseen a calamity this year, one that could jeopardize his life. Now, with Jin Chaocao's talisman in hand, he felt a sense of relief. Upon exiting the Qin residence, Jin Chaocao's phone rang. Boss, we have unearthed what you requested, came the voice of the foreman from earlier that morning. Qin Jingnan arranged for a vehicle to take Jin Chaocao to the shop. The foreman placed a box wrapped in iron sheets before her. This thing is incredibly heavy. We've toiled all morning to retrieve it. Standing before the box, Jin Chaocao calculated and sensed no danger. She grasped the rusted key on the box, applying force to turn it, causing the lock to crumble to the ground. Lifting the lid revealed a thick layer of oiled paper. As she peeled it back, four exquisitely crafted red sandalwood boxes were revealed. The larger box measured 60 centimeters in length, 10 centimeters in width, and 10 centimeters in height, while the smaller boxes were each 20 centimeters cubical. Without hesitation, Jin Chaocao opened the first long box. Inside, wrapped in bright yellow silk, lay a finely crafted pouch adorned with dragon and phoenix engravings. She unwrapped it to unveil a well-preserved ancient scroll. Upon unfurling it, she discovered it contained antique calligraphy and paintings, 3 pieces in total, all attributed to the renowned Qing dynasty artist Wang Hui. The square box contained a Qing dynasty porcelain vase, accompanied by a porcelain plate, both dating back to the Kangxi period. The foreman and his workers gasped in astonishment. Even if they had never encountered treasures before, they recognized the significance of Jin Chaocao's find. Not to mention the artwork, even the blue and white porcelain vase could fetch an exorbitant price. Yet, after examining the contents, Jin Chaocao returned everything to its place and continued to search through the remaining boxes. One contained 2 exquisite jade pendants and 2 jade bracelets, all rare treasures. Jin Chaocao merely glanced before setting them aside. She opened the final box, and as she did, a chilling gust swept over her, causing the onlookers to shudder involuntarily. Inside the box lay a bronze short sword, corroded with age, measuring 30 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in width. Despite its faded glory, it emanated an aura of lethal intent. Just as Jin Chaocao reached out to touch it, the sword emitted a piercing hum. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, I mean you no harm, this bustling market is not a fitting abode for you. If you wish, I can take you home and provide you with a tranquil resting place. Upon entering the shop, Jin Chaocao had immediately sensed its desolation was not due to poor feng shui but rather something buried beneath that had disrupted the shop's energy. Now, the mystery was unveiled. This ancient sword must have belonged to a long-ago emperor, having seen countless battles, and now harbored a sword spirit. The spirit lay dormant, and to avoid disturbance, anyone of frail constitution passing through the shop would feel unwell, leading to a gradual decline in patronage and business. As Jin Chaocao's words fell, the sword ceased its humming, as if it understood her. The workers nearby stared at Jin Chaocao in disbelief, retreating several steps in fright. Chapter 25, The confiscation of the bronze short sword. Jin Chaocao instructed her men to carry the box into the bustling street outside. Clutching the box containing the bronze short sword, she made her way to the warehouse area. With but a simple gesture, the box seamlessly vanished into her handbag, concealed within a spatial talisman. When she emerged once more, her hands were entirely empty. The foreman had been closely monitoring Jin Chaocao's actions. Legislation dictated that all antiques belonged to the state and could not be privately owned. Evidently, Jin Chaocao's act of taking the bronze ancient sword constituted a violation of the law. She had intended to wait until she had properly dealt with the sword before contacting the experts from the Antique Association to retrieve the items. After all, her ancestral home could accommodate as many of these artifacts as she wished. To her, no matter how rare, they were merely decorations, and surrendering them to a museum would allow them to fulfill their historical value. However, she had not anticipated the police's swift arrival. No sooner had she stepped out from the chaotic shop than the police charged forward, cordoning off the area and confiscating both the box and the antiques. 2 officers were assigned to keep watch over her. "Miss, we are conducting our duties, please cooperate," a young officer said with a smile. Jin Chaocao glanced at the gathered workers, who were animatedly discussing the situation. It seemed that someone had alerted the authorities as soon as she had opened the box. Soon, senior officials from the museum and prominent figures from the antique world arrived. They donned gloves, carefully extracting the paintings and porcelain vases from the box, scrutinizing each piece with astonishment and delight. "My goodness, this is a work by Wang Hui, preserved in such pristine condition," exclaimed one. "This blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi era is simply exquisite, without a single flaw, truly a historical treasure." Another marveled, "This jade bracelet, translucent and flawless despite being buried underground for years, is remarkable." Feeling fatigued, Jin Chaocao stood by, her heart weary. At that moment, a stout officer wearing a hat approached her. He surveyed her from head to toe before speaking in a relatively polite tone, "Miss Jean, I hear this shop was recently acquired by you, and that you have unearthed antiques beneath it today. May I ask if you were aware of the antique's presence beforehand?" Jin Chaocao was at a loss for words. She looked at the officer and replied softly, "You are partially correct, yet not entirely so." The officer was taken aback by her candidness. After all, knowing in advance that there were antiques below the shop was rather implausible. For years, the street had been bustling with people, and yet no one had discovered the treasures until her arrival. Did she possess a treasure map? "Miss Jean, I must insist you be forthright. Furthermore." Zhu Ziqing, the captain of the 7th Squad, raised an eyebrow, his tone growing stern. "I have heard you are concealing another item?" Jin Chaocao anticipated this line of questioning. To avoid complications, she admitted, "Indeed, I am concealing one more piece." With so many witnesses present, denial was futile. Zhu Ziqing smirked, resembling a cunning fox as he said, "Produce it. For you surely understand that it is illegal to hoard cultural relics." After a moment's hesitation, Jin Chaocao replied, "This item is rather unique, and I fear you may not know how to handle it." Zhu Ziqing's brow furrowed, "What do you mean?" "It was originally buried underground, its energies sealed. Now that it has been unearthed, I must take responsibility for it. If you wish to acquire it, that is possible, but should any harm arise, I shall not be held accountable." She had little desire to engage in unnecessary explanations or struggles. After all, the law was clear. Should they insist on seizing the bronze short sword, she would have no choice but to surrender it. As the saying goes, all is predestined. The consequences are of one's own choosing. Some individuals are destined to learn harsh lessons, and she saw no reason to add to her own vexations. Zhu Ziqing clearly did not believe her assertions. "Produce the item, or I shall have no choice but to invite you for tea," he declared, his tone uncompromising. Jin Chaocao remained unmoved. Moments later, an elderly gentleman approached. Zhu Ziqing conveyed Jin Chaocao's words to him. After a brief hesitation, he addressed her, "Young lady, regardless of whether this item bears special significance, you cannot keep it. We are professionals, even if it is cursed, we have the means to manage it." Jin Chaocao regarded the elder, whose gray beard and humble attire reflected his modest demeanor. This man was none other than Zhou Jinxiong, the director of the National Museum. Aged 62. Their eyes met, exchanging a fleeting yet intense gaze. Zhou Jinxiong had not anticipated that beneath her youthful exterior, Jin Chaocao possessed an undeniable poise. He urged once more, "We do not wish to complicate matters for you, but should we be compelled to insist, you will bear legal responsibility." Jin Chaocao smiled gently, undeterred. "If you do not trust me and wish for me to relinquish the item, that can be arranged." She waved her fan, her lips curling into a knowing smile. "Let us draft a simple agreement. Should you take this item, if any mishap occurs, you cannot hold me accountable." She turned to Zhu Ziqing. "Both of you must sign it, it must carry legal weight." Zhou Jinxiong and Zhu Ziqing exchanged glances, surprised by her willingness to comply. They were not particularly concerned about her stipulations, for items in the museum often bore historical significance, and the notion of a connection was not uncommon. "Hand over the item, and we shall sign the agreement you require," Zhou Jinxiong readily conceded. Jin Chaocao, feeling agreeable, returned to the warehouse, found a table, and drafted the agreement. presenting it to Zhou Jinxiong and Zhu Ziqing. Eager to obtain the bronze short sword, they both signed their names. Jin Chaocao entrusted the purple sandalwood box containing the sword to Zhou Jinxiong, advising him to place it in a secure location, for it exuded a lethal aura and should not be approached lightly. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Zhou Jinxiong regarded her with newfound respect. You understand these matters? Jin Chaocao nodded. I possess a modest understanding of esoteric arts. Zhou Jinxiong scoffed, his disdain unmasked. A modest understanding? You possess quite the discerning eye. This bronze short sword is of considerable worth. With that, he took the item and departed. The commotion persisted throughout the afternoon. The shop lay in disarray. And the police only left after thoroughly confirming that no treasures remained underground. The construction crew, bewildered, soon vacated the premises. As night fell, Jin Chaocao stood at the deserted shop entrance, rubbing her temples. Her divinations had proven inaccurate. It seemed she could no longer rely on her own auguries. There had indeed been treasures buried below, and they were of incalculable value. As for the bronze short sword, whether it would bring fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. The spirit of the sword possessed its own temperament, a relic of ancient battles, imbued with a fierce energy. Nonetheless, the fact that the National Museum had taken possession of it provided her with some solace. She hoped for a peaceful outcome. Chapter 26, The Treasure of the Old Fox. As Jin Chaocao contemplated the large pit in front of her shop, she felt a headache brewing. Suddenly, Fu Tingyuan appeared behind her, his presence both unexpected and enigmatic. Staying out so late, are you planning to fill in that pit yourself? He inquired. The sound of his voice instantly soothed her earlier frustration. She turned to meet his deep-set gaze and smiled sweetly. If no one is willing to help, I suppose I must take matters into my own hands. With a sigh, Fu Tingyuan placed a hand on her shoulder and guided her under the eaves of a nearby building. He promptly called his assistant, instructing them to hire a new construction crew at double the wage, urging them to fill the pit immediately. Observing his commanding demeanor, Jin Chaocao felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Thank you, I truly appreciate your help, she exclaimed earnestly. Fu Tingyuan had long grown accustomed to her sweet disposition, which was as delightful as candy. No need for thanks. But tell me, are you upset about what happened today? Jin Chaocao looked puzzled. What could possibly make me angry? Seeing her innocent confusion, Fu Tingyuan found himself at a loss for words. The construction workers were temporary hires, they didn't follow protocol, called the police, and created unnecessary trouble for you. They abandoned their work without a word, utterly unprofessional. Jin Chaocao chuckled lightly. Why would I be upset over such matters? The antiques were never mine to begin with, and I had no intention of keeping them, which is why I opened the box in public. As for the workers, they did what they were supposed to, so there's no fault there. Their lack of professionalism is indeed evident, they ran off without even collecting their wages. It's just frustrating to be left with this mess. Fu Tingyuan was taken aback by her nonchalant attitude. What sort of renovations do you envision for the shop? Jin Chaocao contemplated briefly. I'll go home and draft some designs. I hope to open in 3 days. He nodded. Then you should head back. Your presence is no longer required here. As he turned to join the bustling crowd, Jin Chaocao smiled brightly and followed him. Upon returning home, she lit incense for her grandmother while recounting the day's events. Her grandmother listened intently, her expression grave. A sword with such heavy killing intent is no trivial matter. It could lead to dire consequences. Jin Chaocao shrugged helplessly. At this point, there's nothing I can do about it. Her grandmother smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Chaocao. Everything has its cause and effect, this is not your fault. While we possess abilities beyond the ordinary, we cannot control everything. Nodding in agreement, Jin Chaocao fetched paper and a pen to begin sketching her renovation ideas. Under her grandmother's guidance, her drawing skills had flourished, and her design for the shop's interior was more impressive than that of any professional. Before she realized it, the night had deepened. As she finished her last stroke, she looked up to find a pair of striking fox-like eyes staring back at her. Bayeshi, transformed into a 9-tailed fox, sat at her desk, clutching a tattered package in its mouth. You're back. Jin Chaocao exclaimed, setting her pen down to affectionately ruffle the old fox's fluffy head. Reluctantly, Bayeshi dropped the cloth bundle and shook its fur vigorously before morphing into a stunningly ethereal young man. Jin Chaocao, you have no manners. You must not pet a fox's head so carelessly. He tossed the package toward her. The filthy sack exuded a foul odor, reminiscent of years without washing. Jin Chaocao wrinkled her nose in distaste. What on earth is this? Don't bring back garbage. Bayeshi shot her an incredulous glance. Do you not recognize its value? This bag holds all the treasures I have collected over the past millennium. Jin Chaocao raised 2 fingers and shook the sack. What remarkable treasures could a fox possibly collect? Realizing her disdain, Bayeshi's expression darkened. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Open it and see for yourself. Intrigued, Jin Chaocao examined the tattered bag closely. Noticing some runes inscribed upon it, akin to her own spatial talisman. After several attempts, she was unable to open it. You try, this item is unlike my spatial talisman. Bayeshi spread his hands. I cannot open it either. I can only place things inside, that's why I've hidden my treasures in there. Jin Chaocao was taken aback. It seemed this bag held some mysteries of its own. Just then, her grandmother floated in. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as they landed on the bag. Chaocao, use the blood contract. This is a spiritual artifact of our ancestor. According to ancient texts, it was lost 900 years ago. Bayeshi discreetly took a step back. Her grandmother suddenly turned her gaze fiercely upon him. You didn't steal this from our ancestor, did you? Bayeshi frantically waved his hands. No. I found this on a corpse in the wilderness. It was freezing that winter, so I brought it back to use as bedding. The elderly woman seethed with rage. You shameless fox. You used our ancestor's spiritual artifact as bedding. Seeing her approach, Bayeshi bolted, darting around the room in a panic. Jin Chaocao sighed in resignation and pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the bag. In an instant, she sensed the contents within. She stood there, stunned. Was this old fox a thief? The bag had a modest capacity of about 100 cubic meters, yet it was brimming with treasures, gold bricks, gold bars, intricately crafted golden jewelry, jade artifacts, ancient flower pots, bowls, plates, and an array of vessels she had never seen before, alongside countless gemstones, pearls, and priceless paintings, filling the space to the brim. It took her several minutes to regain her composure before she looked at Bayeshi, her face beaming with flattery. Are you certain that this bag and everything inside is truly a gift for me? Bayeshi, having been thoroughly scolded by her grandmother, sheepishly peeked out from a corner of the sofa. Yes, it's all yours. This is my entire fortune, you must treat me well from now on. Jin Chaocao nodded vigorously. This was akin to a windfall, a sudden fortune. The treasures belonged to the old fox, all genuine antiques unlike many so-called relics circulating outside, which were merely burial goods. Just the official artifacts from various dynasties alone could fill a museum. Not to mention the plethora of jewelry, including jade seals, absolutely absurd. These items rivaled the collections of the Shinmen sect. Jin Chaocao was overjoyed. She rescued the old fox from her grandmother's grip, declaring, "Tonight, I shall buy you a villa. From now on, you need not sleep on the sofa." Chapter 27, Please treat me as a good friend. The old fox grinned widely, finally revealing a hint of conscience. The next morning, after breakfast, before Tingyuan left, Jin Chaocao presented him with the shop renovation blueprints. Tingyuan accepted the plans without a second glance. In his eyes, Jin Chaocao, as a disciple of the Shinmen, was exceptionally skilled in metaphysics, but when it came to shop renovations, she surely lacked expertise. He intended to consult a designer later to refine her drafts, aiming for a result that would satisfy her. Watching Tingyuan depart, Jin Chaocao prepared to organize the treasures the old fox had gifted her. Miss Jean, there is someone outside requesting an audience. At that moment, the maid stepped forward respectfully. Who is it? Jin Chaocao inquired. It is Miss Tingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Shin family. The maid replied. Jin Chaocao nodded. Let her in. As soon as she settled onto the sofa in the living room, a striking flash of red caught her eye at the Fu family entrance. Tingyuan. Adorned in red high heels and a form-fitting, off-the-shoulder red dress, entered with her beautiful long hair elegantly pinned back, secured by a hairpin. With delicate makeup and meticulously manicured nails, her stunning face was illuminated by a regal smile. "Miss Jin, I hope I am not intruding," Tingyuan said as Jin Chaocao invited her to sit. "Not at all. I am delighted by your visit." Tingyuan appeared vibrant and spirited, far removed from the disarray of her recent marital failure. Jin Chaocao noticed a vibrant aura of fortune emanating from her, which surprised her immensely. Tingyuan smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting a newfound clarity and joy. "I may frequently seek your company from now on, Miss Jin, for you are truly my benefactor." In the preceding 3 days, she had felt lost, bewildered, and panicked. That fateful night, after cutting her finger, she gazed absently at the sky, contemplating her mortality. In a moment of madness, she kicked off her constricting shoes, shed her so-called elegant attire, donned the simplest of undergarments, and danced exuberantly to her favorite tune. She seized a wine glass from the bar, indulging liberally in the exquisite nectar. For the first time, she felt liberated, casting aside her obsessions, her pain, and the weight of her past. She danced barefoot on the stone floor, allowing the wine to spill carelessly over her. The fragrant aroma of the wine mingled with the floral scents wafting through the window. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the sparse branches outside. In that moment, she reveled in the beauty of the world around her. The following day, she visited the orphanage she often supported, replacing the old slide with a larger one, increasing the salaries of the caretakers, and repairing the crumbling walls. She accomplished all she had envisioned. On the 3rd day, returning home to familiar faces, she prepared gifts for her family and indulged in activities she had long denied herself, playing games with her son and visiting amusement parks. Determined to leave this world with dignity and without regrets. That evening, she adorned herself with exquisite makeup and donned her finest gown, lying in bed, awaiting the arrival of death. Unbeknownst to her, she had undergone a transformation. Whether this change would grant her a sliver of hope remained uncertain. Yet, when the 4th morning dawned, she awoke unscathed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon the carpet, while droplets of water glistened on the flowers atop her nightstand. In that moment, pure ecstasy engulfed her. She rushed out of her room, embracing her son and planting fervent kisses upon his cheeks. This rebellious and awkward child displayed a rare shyness before her. She vividly recalled him saying, "Mom, could you be as happy as you have been lately and be a joyful princess? Though I am still young, I have my own aspirations. And I dislike the path you have laid out for me. Please do not force me any longer." Gently cupping her son's face, she saw for the first time how handsome he had become. With a tender smile, she assured him, "Good boy, I will never push you again. Pursue your own dreams. As long as they are right, I will support you. I love you." For the first time, she bravely expressed her innermost thoughts. She witnessed the incredulous yet joyous light dancing in her son's eyes. Only at that moment did she comprehend that death was not the end of life but rather the demise of the old Tingyuan, who had lived constrained by societal expectations, blind and confused. In her place blossomed a vibrant, joyful, and more compassionate Tingyuan. Jin Chaocao was taken aback by Tingyuan's swift enlightenment, and simultaneously, the fortune above her seemed to flow into her being like a rushing river. Jin Chaocao realized her merit had increased significantly, almost beyond belief. With a radiant smile, she expressed, "Miss Shin, seeing you in this state brings me great relief." Tingyuan warmly grasped Jin Chaocao's hand. "This is all thanks to you. Without your support, I might have truly perished." Jin Chaocao coughed lightly and replied honestly, "In truth, you were never destined to die. My words that day were merely to encourage you to emerge swiftly from your low point. You are a wonderful person, deserving of a brighter future." Tingyuan paused, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Moments later, she laughed, "So that is how it is. Thank you, Miss Jin. I have completely let go now." From this day forth, she resolved to pursue her passions and focus on herself. Recognizing that her child had his own plans that she should not overly interfere with. Others were not her concern either. Jin Chaocao felt genuinely happy for her. At that moment, Tingyuan produced a membership card from her bag and presented it to Jin Chaocao. "This is the only super VIP card from my company. And I wish to gift it to you. Just as Jin Chaocao was about to decline, Tingyuan tightened her grip on her hand. This is a gift from a friend, please consider me a true friend. Tingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. A genuine aristocrat and socialite at the pinnacle of high society, becoming a cherished friend of hers was a coveted aspiration for many. Meeting her sincere gaze, Jin Chaocao beamed. In that case, I graciously accept. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Miss Shen. Seeing Jin Chaocao's humility only deepened Tingyuan's fondness for her. It was a rarity at her age to possess true talent yet remain unassuming. I plan to host a ball on Sunday evening. And I would like to personally invite you, Miss Jin, Tingyuan announced, eager to celebrate her rebirth and embrace a new life. She longed to introduce Jin Chaocao to more affluent women, recognizing that as Mrs. Fu, entering this circle and making connections would only benefit her. Chapter 28 When others treat her sincerely, she does not hesitate to reciprocate. Jin Chaocao found it impossible to refuse and could only agree. After a lengthy conversation, Tingyuan finally took her leave. Once Tingyuan departed, Jin Chaocao gazed at the super VIP card in her hand. A prestigious privilege from the Shen family's restaurant chain. With this card, she was considered a distinguished guest of the Shens. Dining at their establishments not only came at no cost but also provided her with every conceivable priority service. Upon returning to her room, Jin Chaocao placed the VIP card beside the altar. Her grandmother materialized from the painting, her eyes sparkling with joy. Does this mean we can indulge in delicious food whenever we wish? Of course. The Shen family's restaurants offer a medley of exquisite dishes from around the world. Whatever you desire, grandmother, I shall bring it to you. Her grandmother, nearly drooling with anticipation, exclaimed, My dear granddaughter, I know you are dutiful, and I love you dearly. Jin Chaocao smiled softly. She produced a grimy bag and, with a flick of her wrist, incinerated a cleansing talisman. The once filthy bag was instantly rejuvenated, revealing its true form. Crafted from luxurious black silk, the bag felt robust and resistant to decay. She then reached inside to retrieve an item. The first object to emerge was an exquisite necklace made of purple jade, adorned with 108 beads, each finely crafted and radiating brilliance. The weight of the necklace was palpable, even when held in her hands. The old fox approached, wagging its tail, and proudly explained, when the old summer palace was ablaze. I stuffed this bag with treasures I fancied. See? My eye for beauty is commendable, this necklace was once cherished by the Empress Dowager. I recall there being a green one even more splendid, search a little deeper, and you are sure to find it. Jin Chaocao chuckled at the old fox, her lips curling into a smile. This necklace alone was worth a fortune, too precious to sell, she intended to keep it for her own enjoyment. After sorting through her finds for an entire afternoon, her back ached, but she finally categorized everything into her spatial talisman. Without delving into specifics, she noted over 40 boxes of gold, more than 600 pieces of jewelry, 300 pieces of porcelain, and over 1,000 antiques and paintings, along with 2,000 miscellaneous items. There were even rare imperial fabrics, raw gemstones offered as tribute, and the emperor's ceremonial garments. The old fox truly was her lucky star, a fitting reward for the 18 years she had devoted to its rescue. After selecting a few items, she chose 4 antiques to present during dinner. She instructed the maid to bring them to the dining room. As usual, the elderly master returned from his stroll with the birds and sat at the table, waiting for her. Chaocao, I heard you spent the day at home. Were you not bored? The old man felt a pang of guilt toward the girl. Upon Jin Chaocao's arrival, he produced a bank card he had prepared. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa, she replied with a smile. I would not be bored. If I were, I would simply go out. The elderly gentleman placed the bank card in front of her. A girl needs money when she is out and about. I am too old to attend to the younger generation, so take this pocket money and purchase whatever you wish. Jin Chaocao did not refuse but smiled gratefully. Thank you for your generosity, Grandpa. I also have a gift for you. The maid presented the 4 antiques. Jin Chaocao introduced them. The first is a cloison go board adorned with lotus patterns, gilded and accompanied by white jade pieces. The second is an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. The third is a jade thumb ring from the Qianlong era. The fourth is a blue and white dragon-patterned bottle from the Kangxi period. I believe you will surely appreciate these treasures. The elderly gentleman was utterly stunned as she named the items. His hands trembled with excitement, nearly knocking over his utensils. He stared at the 4 pieces in the maid's hands, lost in disbelief. What? What did you say these are? He himself had amassed a considerable collection of antiques and understood the significance of cloison, authentic Tang bohu works, Qianlong imperial creations, and Kanshi blue and white wares. These were top-tier artifacts, the epitome of antique luxury. Jin Chaocao urged the maid to present the items before him. Rest assured, Grandpa. These are no mere replicas. You are knowledgeable about antiques, you will recognize their authenticity. The old man was not suspicious of the item's genuineness. After all, the mystique of the spiritual realm had endured for over a millennium, and it was not uncommon to possess rare antiques. What astonished him most was that Jin Chaocao had presented him with 4 at once. The maid stepped forward, placing the items before the elderly gentleman. His hands trembled as he reached out to touch them, fearful of breaking anything. After several deep breaths to compose himself, he carefully examined the Kanshi blue and white dragon bottle. Its slender neck, short stature, and rounded shoulders were exquisitely adorned with 2 vividly depicted dragons, fierce and majestic, their bodies gracefully coiling. Beneath the foot, the 6-character mark made during the Kanshi reign of the Great Qing was inscribed in blue. The bottle's form was a masterpiece of Kanshi imperial porcelain. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not dreaming. Looking at Jin Chaocao, he suddenly broke into a tender smile. Chaocao, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. This child was exceedingly extravagant. To gift 4 such precious items at once was beyond comprehension. Jin Chaocao picked up the bank card he had given her, smiling gently. Please accept it, Grandpa. I would never be so rude. Moreover, these treasures would merely serve as decorations in my possession, devoid of value. If you appreciate them, take them to enjoy and let their true worth shine. After all, she had not touched a single piece of what her ancestors left behind. The treasures provided to her by Bayeshi, the master of bargains, deserved to be showcased. The old gentleman's gaze lingered on the 4 pieces, as if they had ensnared his very being, yet he continued to protest, No, I cannot accept this. Seeing his earnestness, Jin Chaocao teasingly remarked, If you refuse, I shall sell them at an antique shop, I am sure they would fetch a handsome sum. The elderly man nearly blurted out that she was being reckless. The thought of her selling these 4 pieces was more painful than losing a part of himself. Each item was dear to his heart. Finally, noticing that Jin Chaocao was not jesting, he sighed in resignation, Well then, I shall shamelessly accept them. Chaocao, in the future, do not be so frank with others. Just 1 would have made me happy, receiving 4 is beyond my wildest dreams. Jin Chaocao beamed at the old man, whose joy was utterly uncontainable. Though her relationship with Fu Tingyuan had not progressed significantly, the Fu family had treated her with kindness. When others treated her sincerely, she too would not be stingy in her affections. Chapter 29, Causing a stir when Fu Tingyuan returned, he found old Master Fu brimming with joy, akin to a child. At the dining table, the elderly gentleman and a young girl engaged in a lively discussion about antiques. This jade chess piece is exquisite, the texture is delicate and glossy. Warm and understated, with exceptional oiliness. Last time, old Zhang boasted to me that on his birthday, his descendants gifted him a top-quality white jade chess piece. Now, when compared, mine far surpasses his. His cannot possibly compare to this, ours was specially crafted for the emperor, a treasure gathered from across the land. Wonderful. Jean girl. You are truly wonderful to your grandfather. Having a granddaughter-in-law like you is indeed a blessing, the old man exclaimed. Jin Chaocao, with her sweet disposition, immediately responded. I was raised by my grandmother from a young age. After her passing, I have been on my own. Being able to stay in the Fu family is also a blessing for me. Old Master Fu felt both a pang of sympathy and immense happiness. From now on, this will be your home. Do as you please, and if you ever find yourself short of funds, just ask that rascal. As Fu Tingyuan listened to the conversation between the elderly and the young, he experienced a warmth in the household that he had never felt before. His thin lips involuntarily curved into a smile as he approached the table and took a seat. Jin Chaocao, noticing his return, greeted him with a bright smile. You're back. Fu Tingyuan's gaze fell upon Jin Chaocao. She was dressed casually today, in a loose, lazy pure white embroidered satin shirt paired with a fitted long skirt made of fragrant cloud gauze, exuding an air of noble gentleness. He realized that no matter what she wore, she possessed an unparalleled beauty. Her attire, though beautiful, seemed to transcend mere clothing when she adorned it. It emanated an indescribable natural elegance. It was as if the garments, under her charm and grace, took on extraordinary hues that magnified her allure and beauty. Regardless of age or gender, anyone would be irresistibly drawn to her. Where did these antiques come from? Tingyuan immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the 4 items before him. Old Master Fu chimed in with exaggerated enthusiasm, "These are gifts from Chaocao. Truly. She is more filial than my own granddaughter. Tingyuan, you must take good care of Chaocao on my behalf." Tingyuan met Jin Chaocao's bright, dark eyes but chose not to respond to his grandfather. Instead, he retrieved the store renovation sketches that Jin Chaocao had entrusted to him that morning. "Did you draw this yourself?" he inquired. Jin Chaocao glanced at the sketches, recognizing her original work. She lifted her head, puzzled. "Yes, I did. Is there a problem?" Tingyuan was already astounded, for the quality of her sketches had reached a professional standard, featuring many designs steeped in ancient aesthetics, rich with historical significance. He had not realized that she was not only a master of metaphysics but also possessed such profound talent in store design. He intended to take these sketches to the company and have them refined by the top architect, Tingyuan, which elicited a great deal of admiration from the latter. Tingyuan approached him, eager to discuss the unique aspects of the sketches, proclaiming, "The artist possesses a deep foundation in drawing and has an extensive knowledge of ancient architecture and decorations. The cultural depth is undoubtedly impressive, especially in the design of the storefront entrance, wall surfaces, furniture, lighting, and decorative patterns. Though it may seem like simple store decor, the arrangement of the furniture carries significant historical character. You have done exceptionally well. I have already arranged for someone to custom-make the tables and chairs for you." Tingyuan glanced at Jin Chaocao's slender, delicate hands, reminiscent of lush green shoots, and an inexplicable urge to hold her hand flickered within him. Jin Chaocao set down the sketches and, with bright eyes, remarked, "Thank you. Now, let us eat before the food gets cold." Tingyuan absent-mindedly picked up his chopsticks. "A renowned architect wishes to meet you, would that be convenient?" Jin Chaocao considered the ongoing renovations of the shop and, finding herself with free time, replied, "Yes. I am available anytime." "All right, let us eat." Old Master Fu observed his grandson, who seemed utterly oblivious, rolling his eyes in exasperation. How could the Fu family produce such a hopeless individual? After dinner, Jin Chaocao was preparing to retire to her room when guests arrived at the door. It was none other than Zhou Jinxiong and Zhu Ziqing, who had forcibly taken the bronze short sword from her. The butler invited them in. As Zhou Jinxiong and Zhu Ziqing walked, their emotions were particularly complex, especially after learning that Jin Chaocao was Mrs. Fu. They were at a loss for words. Upon entering the resplendent Fu residence, Zhou Jinxiong immediately spotted old Master Fu, who was still engrossed in his antiques at a low table. Tingyuan was present as well. Jin Chaocao sat alone on a sofa, awaiting their approach. She held a teacup, smiling silently. Zhou Jinxiong glanced at old Master Fu and Tingyuan, politely greeting, "Mr. Fu. I apologize for the interruption." Tingyuan nodded, courteously responding, "Please, have a seat." Understanding they were there to see Jin Chaocao, he said no more, instructing the maid to serve tea while he continued to focus on his tablet. Zhou Jinxiong felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back, his forehead glistening with cold perspiration. Approaching Jin Chaocao, he forced a smile, "Miss Jin, I was in the wrong the other day. I sincerely apologize for any offense I caused." Jin Chaocao smiled gently, "It's all right. I am quite forgiving and generous. As long as you recognize your mistake, I won't hold it against you." Zhou Jinxiong, with his graying hair and lined face, felt a wave of shame wash over him. Realizing that he was outdone by a young girl, he had been shallow in his previous judgments. Recalling the bronze short sword, he hesitated before finally mustering the courage to speak. "The bronze short sword we brought back, it has caused quite a stir. I wonder if Miss Jin has any solutions to remedy this." Jin Chaocao could tell from his demeanor that the sword had indeed stirred up considerable trouble, and they were at a loss on how to handle it. Speak plainly, what exactly has occurred? She prompted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Jin Chaocao began to recount. The day we brought the bronze short sword back, we placed it on display in the museum. The next morning, our staff arrived only to find that every porcelain, glass, and jade item within a 5-meter radius of the sword had shattered. Initially, we suspected a thief had caused the chaos and quickly reviewed the surveillance footage. However, we discovered that in the dead of night, the sword suddenly vibrated, followed by the distortion of the monitoring imagery, accompanied by a piercing humming sound. Shortly thereafter, glass shattered, and all the antique porcelain cracked, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Everyone was astounded at the time and promptly summoned the metaphysics master, Chu Wenheng. Chapter 30, Discarding into the latrine, out of sight. Out of mind. Little did Chu Wenheng know that upon beholding the bronze short sword, his countenance would abruptly shift. He commanded that the sword be placed in a secluded chamber, instructing others to maintain their distance. That very night, he attempted to seal the sword spirit using arcane methods. However, during the incantation, he unexpectedly perished. Before any rescue could be rendered, Chu Wenheng had succumbed. The autopsy revealed that his internal organs had been shattered, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Henceforth, the bronze short sword remained untouched, with no one daring to approach it or take any further action. At this juncture, Jin Chaocao began to recognize his folly. His thoughts turned to Jin Chaocao, a once obscure young girl who had suddenly acquired a shop and unearthed a treasure chest beneath it. It was evident that she possessed certain abilities, for how else would she have located the chest with such precision? He meticulously analyzed the sequence of events surrounding Jin Chaocao's discovery of the treasure and her subsequent submission of artifacts. Clearly, her interest lay solely in the bronze short sword, as she had already resolved to relinquish the other antiquities. Upon arriving at the Fu family estate and observing the relics in the possession of old Master Fu, his conviction in this notion deepened. Jin Chaocao was not a greedy individual, rather, he had misjudged her character. After Jin Chaocao listened to the recounting of events, she set her teacup down, her expression growing increasingly serious. When she acquired the short sword, she sensed a powerful aura emanating from the sword spirit. Yet no murderous intent accompanied it. She raised her gaze, inquiring why they had not heeded her request to find a tranquil place for its placement. Jin Chaocao, feeling guilty, admitted that they had indeed sought a quiet area, but a new artifact had drawn a multitude of spectators, resulting in a prolonged disturbance. Jin Chaocao sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Very well, I shall accompany you, she declared, for it is my responsibility to oversee what I have unearthed. Yet, Chu Wenheng's death was a consequence of his own folly. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, he should have possessed a clearer understanding of his capabilities, especially when confronting such a formidable sword spirit. His lack of self-awareness was indeed alarming. Under the cover of night, Jin Chaocao followed Jin Chaocao to a highly confidential collection room at the museum. Inside, 6 or 7 individuals were busy restoring order amidst the chaos wrought by the bronze short sword. Shattered glass and porcelain fragments littered the floor, and even the calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls bore the marks of the sword's fury. Not only was Jin Chaocao visibly distressed, but Jin Chaocao could not help but frown at the extensive damage incurred by the museum. Navigating through the debris-strewn storage area, they arrived at a secured room, its door firmly shut, guarded by 2 young soldiers. Jin Chaocao stood at the entrance, casting an apologetic glance at Jin Chaocao. The bronze short sword is within, he murmured. Would you like to take a look? Jin Chaocao stepped forward and opened the door, revealing a pitch-black interior, obscured from view as all the lights had been shattered. Producing a luminous pearl from her bag, she illuminated the room, casting away the darkness as if it were day. Upon witnessing the brilliance of the pearl, Jin Chaocao's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as though he could fit an egg inside. In all his years, he had never encountered a luminous pearl of such magnitude. Moreover, he recalled no records of such an artifact in his knowledge. Pointing at Jin Chaocao, he stammered, This, it can't possibly be a fake, can it? No, it can't be, nothing shines this brightly. Miss Jean. Without turning around, Jin Chaocao replied, a family heirloom of the mystical arts. Jin Chaocao promptly fell silent, suppressing any further thoughts. Approaching the bronze short sword, Jin Chaocao regarded the weapon resting on its stand and gently touched the hilt. You do not favor this place, do you? She mused, her delicate fingers tracing the blade. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy erupted, slicing through the air toward Zhou Jinxiong's face. Jin Chaocao's expression shifted, and she commanded, "Halt." Zhou Jinxiong felt as if a blade had grazed his throat, a fleeting moment where the specter of death seemed to solidify around him, stifling his breath. With a resounding crash, his spectacles shattered, falling to the ground in disarray. He staggered back, goosebumps prickling his skin. Jin Chaocao discerned the sword spirit's palpable ire directed towards Zhou Jinxiong. Had it truly intended to harm her, her fingers would surely have suffered. Yet, it refrained from inflicting any injury upon her, its actions clearly expressing discontent with its surroundings. Enough, I understand you dislike this place. I shall escort you away. But temper your temper. The bronze short sword ceased its tumultuous response. Jin Chaocao retrieved a box made of rosewood, carefully wrapping the sword in a silken cloth before placing it back inside. Holding the box, she regarded the perspiring Zhou Jinxiong. I shall take this bronze short sword with me. Should you insist on keeping it here, future complications are inevitable. Zhou Jinxiong dared not utter a word, his heart racing. Nearly overwhelmed by anxiety. Miss Jean, it is my fault. I should have heeded your advice that day. Not only can you take this sword, but you may also choose any artifact unearthed that day. Jin Chaocao shook her head. They are merely a few antiquities, they hold little value for me. You may keep them. Zhou Jinxiong escorted Jin Chaocao to her vehicle, feeling immense relief as she departed with the bronze short sword. The situation had been perilous, and he had no doubt that the sword's energy would have pierced his throat, claiming his life on the spot had Jin Chaocao not intervened. Indeed, summoning a spirit is easy, but sending it away is another matter entirely. Had he known, he would have engaged in deeper conversation with Jin Chaocao that day. She was remarkable, exhibiting composure and tact despite her youth, imparting upon him a profound lesson. Upon returning to her chamber, Jin Chaocao opened the box containing the short sword. Her grandmother, resting her chin in her hand, observed the sword spirit within and raised an eyebrow. Chaocao, this entity appears rather unyielding. The bronze short sword emitted a low hum, a surge of sword energy directed at her grandmother. The elderly lady chuckled, well, such a fiery temperament. If Chaocao were to bury it in a latrine, I wonder how it would behave then. The sword energy faltered midway. Jin Chaocao, feeling a slight irritation towards the sword spirit, concurred, I think that may be prudent. I initially intended to bring it back to fulfill its purpose. But it seems it lacks restraint, and I fear it may cause further trouble. Better to discard it into the latrine, out of sight, out of mind. The sword spirit, having cultivated its sentience over millennia, detested filth above all else. To be cast into a latrine would spell the end of its cultivation. Instantly, it felt a pang of fear, for being in Jin Chaocao's presence allowed it to absorb her auspicious energy, aiding its own growth. Otherwise, it would not have expended all its strength to create such a commotion. Chapter 31, Borrowing books in a mere moment, the sword spirit became docile. The fox transformed into a handsome young man, reaching out to pick up the short sword, examining it closely. The hilt was intricately carved with lifelike dragon patterns. Despite the passage of millennia and the blade's rust, it still gleamed with formidable sharpness. Chaocao, why not let me safeguard this? It possesses an immense aura, and I find it quite appealing. The short sword seemed to just realize the presence of other spiritual entities. Upon catching sight of Bayeshi, it felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds bore down upon it. This was a divine aura that instantly crushed it into oblivion. The sword's body began to tremble, the rust gradually flaking away, revealing its original bronze form. The dragon carvings on the hilt appeared vibrant, the blade polished and sharp, as if capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. All right, you can take it. Chaocao replied eagerly. The bronze short sword shivered, allowing Bayeshi to grasp it. Grandmother chuckled at the sword spirit's timid demeanor. With such little spirit, how dare you act all high and mighty? How boring, I'm going back to sleep. The sword spirit curled up in fear, realizing that no one in the room was someone it could provoke. Regret washed over it, it longed to return to the museum. The next day, Jin Chaocao set out with Fu Tingyuan. As they approached the car, Jin Chaocao suddenly recalled something and turned to speak. However, before she could utter a word, she collided headfirst into Fu Tingyuan's embrace. A pang shot through her nose, and blood gushed forth. Fu Tingyuan, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, quickly produced a handkerchief to cover Jin Chaocao's nose. "Are you all right?" Jin Chaocao steadied herself against the car, bending down to remove the handkerchief, allowing the blood to flow. Pain welled up, misting her eyes. Fu Tingyuan's chest felt as solid as stone. Fortunately, the bleeding ceased quickly. Once she cleaned herself up, Jin Chaocao didn't rush out but returned to her room to ponder before her grandmother's portrait. 10 minutes later, her brow furrowed. It was not a good day to go out. There was a risk of misfortune related to blood, and it involved Fu Tingyuan. Grandmother's spirit emerged from the portrait, speaking earnestly, "Since you have foreseen this, be cautious when you go out. As the saying goes, blessings may not be missed, while calamities cannot be evaded. Just be mindful in your actions." Jin Chaocao decided to change into a different outfit before heading out. She chose a white qipao embroidered with begonia flowers, adorned with a gold and jade longevity lock around her neck, her long hair casually pinned with a silver blue hairpin. When she reappeared before Fu Tingyuan, she transformed from a fiery, flamboyant beauty into a gentle, noble maiden. Fu Tingyuan gazed at her jewelry, awe evident in his eyes. "Your lock and hairpin are exquisite," he exclaimed sincerely. Jin Chaocao extended her hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Fu, please assist me, lest I bump my nose again." Fu Tingyuan instinctively reached out to help her into the car. Once she was seated, he realized he had unwittingly taken on a somewhat servile role. Yet he felt no discomfort in doing so. It was quite astonishing. This was his home, yet she had become the queen in this domain, commanding him as if he were her servant. "Jin Chaocao," Fu Tingyuan began, staring at her. She turned to him, her dark eyes filled with innocence. Sunlight bathing her delicate cheeks, resembling a flower blooming in the morning sun, captivating all who beheld her. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. Fu Tingyuan, suppressing his earlier irritation, replied, "Never mind, let us hurry, traffic may become congested later." If his friends from the past were to witness this side of Fu Tingyuan, they would undoubtedly find it unbelievable. The once aloof and unapproachable man had transformed into someone so gentle and accommodating. At the CAF beneath the Fu Corporation building, Fu Tingyuan escorted Jin Chaocao to the entrance, instructing, "You may enter directly, Mr. Chen is inside." Following the server, Jin Chaocao arrived at the table reserved by Tingyuan. Given the early hour, the CAF was sparsely populated. Tingyuan had chosen the central table with the finest view. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao approach, Tingyuan, a middle-aged man with a few strands of white hair amidst his dark locks, was momentarily taken aback. "I did not expect Miss Jin to be not only youthful but also so talented. It is my honor to have you here today." Jin Chaocao smiled in response, "Mr. Chen, you flatter me. May I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation?" Without beating around the bush, Tingyuan stated, "I am preparing to undertake restoration work on some ancient buildings, and I've consulted several craftsmen and researched extensively, yet I remain at a loss. After reviewing your designs yesterday, I believe you have knowledge of historical architecture, and I wish to hear your thoughts." Tingyuan is currently one of the foremost architectural masters in the country, having studied both domestic and international architecture throughout history. Many famous buildings and film studios are his creations, making him a titan in architectural design. Seeing his sincerity, Jin Chaocao responded politely, "I do not possess great expertise in architecture. I have merely read a few ancient texts and have some understanding of historical artifacts. If you are interested in what I have read, I can lend you some books." Tingyuan, astonished, exclaimed, "You possess ancient texts related to architecture?" With an elegant smile, Jin Chaocao replied, "Indeed, my family's library has a history spanning over 1,000 years, containing ancient texts on textiles, embroidery, various ceramics, woodworking, carving, and culinary recipes from different dynasties." Tingyuan immediately bowed respectfully, "Miss Jin, please lend me those books related to ancient architecture." Jin Chaocao regarded Tingyuan thoughtfully, aware that one's worth is often reflected in their eyes. His eyes shone like polished ebony, indicative of his talent. "I can lend them to you. But I have one condition," she stated. Tingyuan's face lit up. He was willing to accept any conditions to obtain such invaluable texts. You may borrow only one book at a time, and it must be returned in pristine condition. The library of the Xianmen is a family legacy, each book is unique. And losing or damaging one would be a significant loss. Tingyuan nodded enthusiastically. I assure you I can do that. Jin Chaocao replied. Then please come to the Fu residence tomorrow to collect the books. Tingyuan was flushed with excitement. Madame Fu is truly exceptional. Not only is she as beautiful as a fairy, but she is also straightforward and efficient. She has asked for nothing in return for lending her books. Only that I take good care of them. Little did Jin Chaocao know, by merely lending a few books to Tingyuan, she would contribute to the creation of a legendary era in Chinese architecture. Chapter 32, Fu Tingyuan does not like you. Upon exiting the CAF, Jin Chaocao found herself, for the first time, at Fu Corporation. As she approached the entrance, she observed a young woman clad in a sleeveless mini dress, clutching a designer handbag. Entangled in a dispute with the security guard. I demand to see Fu Tingyuan, please relay my request, she asserted, her tone markedly authoritative and her gaze condescending. The security guard appeared perplexed, replying, Mr. Fu is quite busy, and without an appointment, I cannot allow you entry. Reflecting on the predicament of the guard, Jin Chaocao deemed it more prudent to contact Fu Tingyuan directly. However, after several rings, her call went unanswered. She had hoped to visit him, but with no response. She resolved to leave. Just as she prepared to depart, her phone rang. Fu Tingyuan was returning her call. Is there something you need? He inquired from his office. Seated in his imposing boss chair, exuding an intimidating chill. Nothing of great importance, Jin Chaocao replied. I just finished a meeting with Mr. Chen and thought I would see you. Wait a moment, I will have my assistant come to escort you, Fu Tingyuan stated, abruptly ending the call before she could respond. Clutching her phone tightly, Jin Chaocao stood at the entrance, awaiting the assistant's arrival. After approximately 3 minutes, Fu Tingyuan's assistant rushed over, visibly flustered. Upon noticing Jin Chaocao, he respectfully greeted her, Madame Fu, please follow me. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the security guard and the haughty young woman, Jin Chaocao followed the assistant through the front doors. Madame Fu? The guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, having never heard of his boss's marriage. Jin Chaocao glanced back, offering a faint smile. The guard quickly regained his composure, awkwardly stating, Madame Fu, I will remember you. Next time you come, I will let you in immediately. Jin Chaocao nodded, preparing to depart with her assistant when the previously arrogant young woman called out to her, Wait, you are Jin Chaocao, right? Taken aback, Jin Chaocao replied. Do you know me? I've heard about you, using your connections to gain favor, and that's how you became Madame Fu, the woman sneered. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. What is it you wish to convey? I wish to say that Fu Tingyuan does not truly like you. Even if you hold the title of Madame Fu. What does it matter if you do not possess his affection? You might as well be a widow, Song Yuehan retorted coldly. Jin Chaocao smiled at the woman's vehement words. And who might you be? At this moment, the security guard interjected, she is Miss Song from the Song family. How do you know Mr. Fu does not like me? How can you be certain he won't like me in the future? Jin Chaocao stepped forward boldly, her presence commanding. Song Yuehan was momentarily taken aback by her confidence but quickly regained her disdainful composure, rolling her eyes, is it because of your looks? No matter how beautiful you may be, you are merely a vase, a pretty face without substance. It is truly laughable that a commoner wishes to ascend and become a phoenix. Unfazed by the mockery, Jin Chaocao countered, you are correct, my looks are indeed striking, and I am more than capable of being a vase. The real joke lies in those who cannot even aspire to that. Song Yuehan, not particularly beautiful herself, felt a surge of fury at this remark. Jin Chaocao, known for her unyielding nature towards those who provoke her, coldly declared, regardless of the situation, I am currently Madame Fu, and you do not even rank as a mistress. Once again, Song Yuehan was stung by her words. She attempted to retort, but Jin Chaocao turned toward the guard, commanding, what are you waiting for? Call the police and investigate her background, who knows, she could be a criminal. Song Yuehan froze momentarily before erupting in outrage, Jin Chaocao, you are slandering me. Do you dare to accuse me of defamation? Indeed. Jin Chaocao replied with a sardonic smile. I can counter your defamation with charges of murder and conspiracy. Overwhelmed by a wave of panic and guilt, Song Yuehan stammered, do you even realize what you are saying? Jin Chaocao regarded her with an increasingly radiant smile. Oh. I am fully aware. I just conducted a divination for you, and within 3 days, you will face imprisonment due to a crime committed a year ago. Panic washed over Song Yuehan as she tried to conceal her trepidation, but Jin Chaocao turned her back and strode away. The security guard stood rooted in place, bewildered, contemplating whether to report the incident. Song Yuehan trembled, engulfed in fear and confusion. How could Jin Chaocao possibly know about her hidden past? This was their first encounter. As Jin Chaocao approached the company entrance, Song Yuehan pushed past the guard and lunged at her. Sensing the imminent threat, Jin Chaocao swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent Song Yuehan crashing to the ground. The short blade clattered to the floor, and as Song Yuehan attempted to retrieve it, she was restrained by Fu Tingyuan's assistant. The guard, now alert, promptly called the police. What began as a mere verbal altercation had escalated into an act of intentional harm, necessitating law enforcement intervention. Prostrate on the ground, Song Yuehan glared venomously at Jin Chaocao. Who are you? How do you know my secrets? Jin Chaocao regarded her with disdainful amusement. Since you have inquired, allow me to enlighten you. I am the sole heir of the Xianmen lineage. Just now, I observed the darkness surrounding your fate. Your brow is clouded, your eyes dim, and your disheveled brows indicate imminent imprisonment. Furthermore, I sense a loss of virtue and lingering resentment within you. It is no wonder that you have faced recent misfortunes and frequent disputes. Song Yuehan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. So, Jin Chaocao was a fortune teller? How could she possibly know about her crime and impending doom? In an instant, Song Yuehan felt deflated, her mind racing as if a bomb were about to explode. She cursed herself for having engaged with Jin Chaocao earlier, seeking trouble when she should have remained silent. Jin Chaocao departed with purposeful strides, reflecting on the notion that those who suffer often harbor their own faults. With merely a rudimentary form of divination, she had discerned the gravity of Song Yuehan's past actions. Those who commit crimes and oppress the weak are undeserving of sympathy. The looming threat of imprisonment was merely a consequence of her own misdeeds. Fortunately, she had foreseen potential danger that morning and had taken precautions to avoid being harmed by Song Yuehan. In Fu Tingyuan's office, a group of subordinates, thoroughly chastised, hurriedly exited. The assistant led Jin Chaocao to the door, respectfully opening it. Madam Fu, please, go right in. Jin Chaocao stepped into the office, where a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of the cityscape. The opulent desk stood before the window, accompanied by a meticulously arranged lounge area complete with elegant furniture and tea sets, all exuding sophistication. The room's ambience was simple yet grand, understated yet luxurious, perfectly complementing Fu Tingyuan's commanding presence. Jin Chaocao turned her gaze to Fu Tingyuan, who remained seated, clad in an impeccably tailored suit. The deep black fabric accentuated his majestic and imperious demeanor. It was evident from the stormy expression on his face that he had recently been in a foul mood and was still simmering with anger. Chapter 33, the consciousness of a child. Jin Chaocao approached him, beaming with a sweet smile. Something amusing just happened at the door. Would you like to hear about it? Fu Tingyuan glanced at Jin Chaocao, curious about the amusing incident. Who is Song Yuehan? He inquired. Fu Tingyuan furrowed his brow, recalling having heard the name but lacking a clear image. She was probably the daughter of some prominent family, he had heard her name mentioned. Yet her face eluded his memory. Jin Chaocao took a seat across from him, casually fanning herself with a handheld fan. She came to find you. It seems she has some business. However, she has committed a crime and has already been arrested by the police. She will face at least a decade in prison. Fu Tingyuan's mind felt as if it were being torn open, a flood of long-forgotten memories resurfacing. Scenes from the past flickered through his thoughts like a film. Song Yuehan? She seemed to be an acquaintance from university, a close friend of Meng Shuanya. As for Meng Shuanya, he turned his gaze to Jin Chaocao. Did she say what she wanted to see me about? Jin Chaocao shook her head. No, should you send someone to inquire? Fu Tingyuan resolutely declined. I think I knew her back in school, but so many years have passed. We hardly exchanged a few words, we are not familiar. The words not familiar spoke volumes. Jin Chaocao felt relieved, it was good that she was not an ex-girlfriend. She smiled at Fu Tingyuan. You seem a bit down, would you like me to help? Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow skeptically. You're going to help me with my bad mood? Jin Chaocao closed her fan and stood up, exuding a carefree and spirited demeanor. Of course, I possess secret techniques. Fu Tingyuan's expression softened. Let us see what you can do. Jin Chaocao retrieved a glass incense burner from her bag. Prepared her specially crafted incense, shaped it into a tower, and lit it. A rich, exotic fragrance wafted through the room, enveloping the air with a subtle aroma reminiscent of freshly picked pears after the rain, or a lotus pond washed clean by a gentle rain, leaving only a lingering, elegant fragrance. Fu Tingyuan, who had been feeling irritable, found his mood soothed instantaneously, as if gentle sunlight caressed his heart, leaving him inexplicably relaxed and at ease. He instinctively closed his eyes, savoring this rare tranquility. Jin Chaocao leaned on the table opposite Fu Tingyuan, resting her chin in her hand while quietly admiring the strikingly handsome man before her. His chiseled features exuded an air of nobility, with his sharp brows and starry eyes. And his lips were a vivid red. Most captivating was his tall stature, which conveyed an unyielding strength like iron. As she gazed, her heart inexplicably fluttered, her breath losing its usual calmness. Fu Tingyuan adored this incense. He opened his eyes just in time to meet Jin Chaocao's dark, glimmering gaze. Their eyes locked momentarily. Jin Chaocao quickly averted her gaze, smiling brightly. Are you feeling better now? Fu Tingyuan glanced at the nearly burnt-out incense. Not bad. Could you spare me some of this incense? Jin Chaocao nodded, of course. You only need to use it when you're feeling agitated. It has potent calming properties. But I recommend using it sparingly for the best effect. She handed Fu Tingyuan the remaining half of the precious incense. Don't waste it, the ingredients are extremely valuable. It costs 1 or 2,000. Even with money, it might not be easily obtainable. Fu Tingyuan looked up in astonishment. You are giving this to me? Jin Chaocao smiled generously. Good things should be shared with those in need. I won't use it, so it's better that you benefit from its worth. Managing such a large company, Fu Tingyuan inevitably encountered numerous vexing situations. Everyone is human and has their tempers. He needed it, and she happened to have it. That was all. Fu Tingyuan's heart, which had been dormant for years, genuinely felt a warmth. For so long, he had remained aloof, facing the storms of life alone, never having anyone care about his feelings. Exhausted, frustrated, angry, he had to digest it all by himself. Jin Chaocao was like a sudden intrusion into his world. Sometimes as radiant as sunlight, sometimes as vibrant as a flower, and at other times, as comforting as a warm hearth. Who could possibly resist such a delightful girl? Thank you. Fu Tingyuan was not a stingy person. He would not neglect Jin Chaocao's kindness. He retrieved a black bank card from his drawer and handed it to her. This is my supplementary card, take it and buy whatever you wish. Jin Chaocao accepted it with delight, grinning. What's the maximum I can spend? Unlimited. Aren't you afraid I might spend all your money? Fu Tingyuan smirked. If you manage to spend all my money, that would indeed be your skill. Jin Chaocao was elated. Her husband was simply wonderful. He would help her in times of need, provide her with an unlimited black card, and she didn't even have to attend to him daily. Mr. Fu, a flying kiss. Jin Chaocao raised her hand and blew him a kiss. Fu Tingyuan's ears turned crimson, and he feigned composure, waving his hand. I have work to do, if you have time, feel free to check on the store's renovation. Jin Chaocao happily left with the black card. The store was being rapidly renovated, and the newly hired team was working efficiently. According to her vision, it was beginning to take shape. The tables and chairs were also being customized. After ensuring everything was satisfactory, she prepared to head home. As she exited the store, she was about to walk toward her car when suddenly, a dirty little boy rushed up and blocked her path. Sister, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please have pity on me. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, his voice clear and crisp, as if he had rehearsed this plea countless times until it became a catchy rhyme. Jin Chaocao looked down at him. He gazed back at her with timid eyes. his dark orbs glistening like ripe grapes. Jin Chaocao gently placed her hand on the boy's head. She initially intended to use her divination skills to discern the reasons behind his plight. However, as soon as her hand made contact with him, her consciousness was drawn into an inky black void, where not even a hand could be seen. In this darkness, a wave of boundless fear crashed over her nerves. She reached out, only to touch a sticky substance. The ground was uneven, and before she could take a step, she stumbled and fell. Jin Chaocao formed a hand gesture, and a blinding white light erupted from her palm. With the flicker of this holy light, the space around her illuminated. Before her lay a confined area, littered with debris, dirty water pooling on the floor, and blood splattered across the walls like a spider's web. This world, filled with despair, malice, and death, was a haunting reflection of neglect. It was then that she realized this was the consciousness sea of a child. Chapter 34, Adopting Si Minji. In the next moment, Jin Chaocao was ejected from the sea of consciousness. She gazed at the small boy before her, momentarily taken aback. "What is your name?" "Big sister, I am called Si Minji. I am an orphan," he replied. Jin Chaocao straightened her posture, her expression gradually becoming somber. Her grand divination technique had failed in his presence. Si Minji? That name seems somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she recalled a passage from an ancient tome she had once perused, which mentioned that Minji was the name of the last demon god of the demon realm. In his quest for dominion, he instigated wars, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the war god, who severed his head and shattered his soul, scattering it across the mortal realm. Thus, tranquility returned to the celestial realm, allowing the populace to live in peace. Yet, she had also read another ancient text that stated demon gods are born of thought. As long as humanity endures, demon gods cannot perish. Moreover, the more tragic their reincarnation, the more potent their power becomes. When their strength reaches a certain threshold, they can return once more. At that time, chaos will reign, the sun and moon will be overturned, the earth will quake, and the people will suffer. Had she encountered a fragment of a demon god's soul? Si Minji stared blankly at Jin Chaocao. The moment her hand rested upon his head, he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, akin to bathing in warm water after rolling in the mud, or the relief of finally savoring a bowl of fragrant beef noodles after enduring hunger for an eternity. It was reminiscent of someone bringing him a heater during the frigid winter. The sensation was foreign yet deeply nostalgic. Unable to contain himself, he reached out and grasped Jin Chaocao's wrist. "Sister, I can give up everything, could you please pat my head again?" Jin Chaocao observed the boy's dirty face. His appearance disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. A complex array of emotions surged within her as she lifted her hand and subtly formed a gesture. A soft holy light blossomed in her palm. Si Minji closed his eyes, overwhelmed by comfort, but the next moment, he fainted. Jin Chaocao quickly caught the small boy and turned to the driver beside her. "Let us make a trip to the hospital." At the hospital, the doctor examined Si Minji. "This child is malnourished and has numerous bruises, likely a result of frequent altercations." Jin Chaocao wore a grave expression as she gazed at the boy still sleeping on the bed. She picked up her phone and called Tingyuan. "Could you introduce me to someone capable to assist me in investigating a few matters?" Tingyuan replied, "No one is swifter than my subordinates." "What do you need?" "I shall have someone attend to it." Jin Chaocao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Please help me investigate a child's past, the more detailed, the better." 2 hours later, in the hospital corridor, a middle-aged man handed a stack of documents to Jin Chaocao. "Madame Fu, all the materials you requested are here." Jiangheng smiled amiably. "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He handed a business card to Jin Chaocao. She received everything with a smile. "Thank you, I appreciate your help." "It is no trouble, serving Madame Fu is my honor." Jiangheng completed his task and discreetly departed. Jin Chaocao glanced at the business card before casually stowing it in her bag. She then opened the documents Jiangheng had gathered. Si Minji's father was unknown, and his mother was a madwoman who had wandered into this city, residing in a shelter. When he was 3, his mother tragically jumped to her death. He was subsequently sent to an orphanage. At the age of 4, he got into fights and abused small cats, causing all the other children in the orphanage to ostracize him. The more they isolated him, the more he bullied his peers. Eventually, he was transferred between several orphanages, remaining unrepentant, even setting the director's office on fire. Consequently, at 5 years old, he was sent to a juvenile detention center, becoming the youngest inmate there. The reasons for his appearance in this hospital remained unknown. After reading the documents, Jin Chaocao examined the photographs. They were all captured from surveillance footage, the young child rummaging through trash bins for food, fighting with older kids, covered in wounds. Curled up in a street corner for the night, competing with stray dogs for scraps. He even consumed rotten leftovers. Jin Chaocao looked at the boy still unconscious on the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. He was merely 6 years old, yet he had endured so much. The fragment of the demon god's soul carried an inherent negativity. People instinctively loathed him upon sight, misunderstanding his plight. This was the fate he was meant to bear. Jin Chaocao wandered in front of the corridor for quite some time. Should she intervene in this matter? She had never faced such a difficult choice before. As if standing at a crossroads, where every path held its dangers. If she chose inaction, the demon god's fate would inevitably affect many, leading to countless innocent lives being lost. Yet if she intervened, as a human, would she be meddling with the fates orchestrated by the heavens? What would be her reward? Cough. 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 The sound of a child coughing violently echoed from the hospital room behind her. Jin Chaocao turned to see Minji had awakened. He was filthy. His clothes barely recognizable, but his pitch-black eyes sparkled with brilliance. Upon seeing her, he broke into a wide smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Noticing her gaze, he shyly rubbed the back of his head. Sister, why did I faint? Jin Chaocao looked into his eyes, which still shone brightly despite everything he had endured. Her heart ached. She reached out and gently pinched his dirty cheek, inquiring softly, Minji, are you hungry? Minji licked his cracked lips, bowed his head, and after a long pause, timidly nodded. At that moment, Jin Chaocao's compassionate heart surrendered entirely. He was just a child, tormented by fate from the moment he was born. He had not yet become irredeemable. If she took him home and educated him properly, could she not save many others? Wasn't her mission to help others, foster benevolence, and gather blessings? Taking a deep breath, Jin Chaocao gently took Minji's hand. Would you like to come home with me? You will no longer need to scavenge for food, nor will you wander the streets. As long as you call me sister, I will care for you as if you were my own brother. Minji let Jin Chaocao lead him by the hand, his eyes brimming with delight. Sister, do you truly wish to adopt me? I have grown up in an orphanage for so long, and many of my friends have been adopted. Yet, I have been repeatedly rejected. He did not understand why everyone despised him. Jin Chaocao ruffled his hair, assuring him. As long as you listen to your sister, I promise you will never go hungry. Minji's eyes sparkled with hope as he nodded earnestly. Jin Chaocao tenderly took Minji's hand and led him out of the hospital. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she grasped his hand, a fleeting flash of malice flickered in the depths of the small boy's eyes. Chapter 35, Separation of Demonic Aura in the Fu Family. Jin Chaocao instructed the maid to clean up Minji. 2 hours later, the maid descended the stairs, leading a handsome young boy. Jin Chaocao gazed at the child before her. Though still young, he possessed an enchanting youthful visage. After his cleansing, his fair cheeks radiated purity. And dressed in a newly purchased white shirt and waistcoat, he exuded an innate air of nobility. Jin Chaocao took Minji's hand and ascended the stairs. Since you shall accompany me henceforth, certain rules must be adhered to. In the room, Jin Chaocao and Minji stood before the portrait of her grandmother. This is my grandmother, you must kneel and pay your respects. Minji obediently knelt. He looked at the portrait. The kindly face of his grandmother adorned with a warm smile. That smile sent a shiver down his spine, and fear began to creep into his heart. Jin Chaocao observed him with a smile. Minji, why are you dawdling? Bow to grandmother. Mimicking Jin Chaocao, Minji knelt and bowed his head. The first bow made him feel dizzy. With the second, his entire being began to tremble. By the third bow, he swayed and lost consciousness. Jin Chaocao watched him collapse to the floor, unfazed as she approached and lifted him onto the bed. At that moment, her grandmother's spirit emerged from the portrait. Her tone unusually grave. Chaocao, fragments of the demon god have awakened in his consciousness. This child is undoubtedly extraordinary. I know. I must find a way to separate the demonic aura from him. Jin Chaocao formed a seal with her hands and entered Si Minji's consciousness. The fragmented world was shrouded in thick, oppressive fog. With her palm open, a flying sword materialized. Without hesitation, she raised it and struck downwards. The gathering black mist exploded outward with a piercing scream. She swiftly cast a talisman, absorbing all the black mist. Once the mist was contained within the talisman, a glimmer of light illuminated the broken world. In that moment of radiance, all stains and debris vanished, leaving only blinding whiteness. Jin Chaocao emerged from the consciousness. Her steps momentarily suspended. Breathing heavily, she opened her hand. The talisman had transformed from yellow to a deep, dark purple, emanating black mist. Chaocao. You have done well to bring him back. At merely 6 years old, he has absorbed so much resentment and demonic aura, if left unchecked. Even you might find him unmanageable in the future. The elderly lady's face was filled with concern. The fate of the demon god exerted immense influence over ordinary humans, often endangering countless lives. Jin Chaocao looked at the talisman and then at her grandmother. How should we handle this? With their mystical abilities, they could not purify such a vast amount of demonic aura. The grandmother pondered for a moment. First, use the sealing technique to confine it within a prayer bead. Then take it to the Jingtan temple and seek Wu Xin. Upon hearing Wu Xin's name, a smile graced Jin Chaocao's face. How could I have forgotten him? With the demonic aura manageable, she felt a sense of relief. Si Minji would lose all memories prior to his 6th year, becoming like a blank canvas, growing beside her. She was determined to teach and protect him, ensuring he would not be tainted by the world's resentments. If she succeeded, it would not only save countless lives but also bring her immeasurable merit. At that moment, Si Minji awoke, his large, round eyes curiously fixed on Jin Chaocao. Who are you? Jin Chaocao reached out to pat his head. Call me sister. Si Minji felt a blankness in his mind, his body lighter than ever before. Looking at Jin Chaocao, he felt no resistance towards her. In fact, he relished her gentle touch. See, sister. He shyly ventured. Jin Chaocao beamed with delight. Such a good boy. Later that evening, when Tingyuan returned home, he discovered the presence of a small newcomer. Frowning, he directed his gaze at Jin Chaocao. Where did this child come from? I adopted him from the orphanage. His name is Si Minji, and he will be my brother from now on. Jin Chaocao felt it necessary to explain herself to Tingyuan. Though she was now married and this was her home, as the head of the household, he held the authority to determine the child's fate. Jin Chaocao stepped forward and tugged at Tingyuan's sleeve, leading him out of the living room. She disclosed everything about Si Minji without reservation. After a moment of contemplation, Tingyuan replied, in matters such as these, you may decide. As long as he does not interfere with me, having one more person in the house merely means an additional pair of chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Jin Chaocao was taken aback. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your understanding. I will ensure he behaves and grows into a person who contributes positively to society. Tingyuan met her sparkling gaze, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, he was becoming increasingly gentle and generous in her presence. Thus, Si Minji settled into the Fu household. 7 days later, Jin Chaocao's shop was completed. She arrived to inspect it, marveling at the new, beautiful furniture and the neatly arranged shelves. She hung a portrait of the founder of their mystical sect in the central hall and lit an everlasting lamp in the shop. The shelves displayed an array of antiques, and even the tablecloth on the long table was made from exquisite royal fabric. Bayeshi gazed at the villa before him, lost in thought. Jin Chaocao, is this truly the villa you spoke of? Before him stood a pet villa embedded in the wall, spanning approximately 4 square meters and boasting 2 levels. The lower level featured a cozy swing and hanging basket, adorned with various toys. The upper level housed a miniature mattress, dressed in pristine white linens. Above, a glass panel displayed the words Light Luxury Minimalist Pet Villa. Jin Chaocao approached the petite villa, nodding in satisfaction. It turned out beautifully, just as per my design. Look at this splendid floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly suited for you, isn't it? Bayeshi felt exasperated. She doesn't regard me as a person at all. Transforming into a little fox, he squeezed into the villa. Surprisingly, it fit him perfectly, even more comfortably than his own room. Jin Chaocao, brimming with anticipation, inquired. What do you think? Do you like it? Bayeshi was reluctant to admit it but could not deny the truth. This villa is quite nice. Especially the bed designed for my size, it is wonderfully soft and pleasant to sleep on. Seeing his expression, Jin Chaocao smiled cunningly. From now on, you will reside here and guard the shop at night. Bayeshi? Chapter 36, The source of destiny lies in change. This was the initial plan of Jin Chaocao. Despite the modest size of her shop, its contents were invaluable. Any theft or damage would result in significant losses. Thus, it was imperative to have someone guard the store. Bayeshi's smile vanished in an instant. After cultivating for over a millennium, he found himself reduced to being a mere doorkeeper for Jin Chaocao. As the man and the fox conversed, the bell at the entrance chimed. Jin Chaocao was taken aback. She had set up a formation at the shop's entrance, ensuring that only those fated to enter could perceive the true nature of her establishment. Those without destiny would merely bypass the shop without a second glance. She had not anticipated that someone would arrive so soon. A woman dressed in exceedingly ordinary attire, resembling a housewife, stood at the entrance. Her face was gaunt and withered. Her eyes dull and lifeless, her thin lips tinged with an unhealthy hue, and the tear troughs at the corners of her eyes were starkly visible. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, she hesitated, seemingly gathering courage before approaching with an inquiry. I noticed the sign for fortune-telling at the entrance. Is it accurate? Jin Chaocao replied with a smile. It must be accurate. Jiang Mei took a seat, asking, then could you tell me, will I survive the night? Jin Chaocao paused, focusing on the woman's brow. Although it appeared bleak, there was no immediate threat to her life. Taking her seat, she poured a cup of tea for the woman. You are 35 years old. Currently experiencing a difficult second marriage, having lost a child 3 months ago, and now your husband is seeking a divorce. Am I correct? Jin Chaocao stated. Jiang Mei was momentarily stunned. How could she reveal such intimate details upon merely meeting? Unquestionably, Jin Chaocao's predictions were astoundingly precise. Consequently, Jiang Mei's demeanor shifted to one of reverent respect. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Can you tell me if my marriage and future have any hope? A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes as she spoke. Jin Chaocao met her gaze. The woman possessed a typical horse eye, wide eyelids and slightly triangular in shape, indicating a life filled with sorrow and tears. The fortune-teller's writings suggested that such individuals, often burdened by misfortune, would struggle to find happiness in life. Jin Chaocao handed her a divination stick. You need only draw one. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Mei drew a stick. The inscription read, Leave, leave. Upon seeing these words, Jin Chaocao furrowed her brow. The woman instinctively tensed. Does it mean I should get a divorce? Jin Chaocao did not deny it. With a serious expression, she stated, your future holds 2 separations, one from your home, and the other from your child. Jiang Mei felt as if struck by lightning. Her body stiffened before trembling uncontrollably. She had 2 children, having just lost one, could the other also? Jin Chaocao understood that anyone drawing such a fate would be deeply disturbed. Gently, she grasped the woman's hand. Do not rush, I can assist you. Tears streamed down Jiang Mei's face, unstoppable despite her efforts to contain them. She clutched Jin Chaocao's hand as if it were a lifeline, pleading, help me, please. I beg you. She felt as though she were drowning, a mere leaf adrift in a turbulent river. Without her home and children, what meaning did life hold? She rose and, with a thud, knelt. I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan to save my child. I have already lost one, I cannot afford to lose another. Jin Chaocao helped her up, calming her as she settled back into her chair. Do not be agitated, I will certainly help you. The very act of coming here indicated that she had cultivated good karma. The heavens permitted her to intervene, and thus she would act. Jin Chaocao retrieved a protective talisman from her bag, presenting it to the woman. This is a protective charm. When you return, wrap it in red cloth and have your child wear it close to their body. Remember, it must be worn until the age of 36. Jiang Mei held the talisman in her palms. Will this truly protect my child? Jin Chaocao nodded, looking earnestly into the woman's eyes. Do not be overly pessimistic. In life, everyone encounters misfortunes. The most crucial aspect is our mindset. Jiang Mei gazed at Jin Chaocao, her expression one of utmost obedience. Speak freely. I will heed your counsel. Jin Chaocao gently advised, though life may seem insignificant, one must have lofty aspirations. Fortune-telling merely reveals the surface of fate. To alter one's destiny, one must rectify the factors that have led to their misfortune. Jiang Mei remained perplexed. What must I change? With a smile, Jin Chaocao suggested, for example, temperamental behavior, selfishness, laziness. The rest you may discern for yourself. Our connection ends here, you may take your leave. In this world, there exists a vast cycle of cause and effect. The seeds sown will yield the fruits of the future. Those who are quick-tempered will invite trouble, perhaps even imprisonment. The selfish will find themselves friendless, their families torn apart, and their old age filled with misery. The indolent are destined for a life of poverty. Some individuals live their entire lives oblivious to their flaws, while others possess the insight to reflect upon their shortcomings and amend them. The world is never lacking in those born into poverty, yet some astute individuals scrutinize their faults, correcting them to carve out a path of excellence, thereby fundamentally transforming their fate. Mysticism may calculate human nature, destiny, and life, yet it cannot fully comprehend the mysteries of the heavens. The source of destiny lies in transformation. Through change, one can welcome new opportunities, paving the way to a broader avenue of life. Jiang Mei clutched the protective talisman, dazed as she exited the shop. Shortly after she left, she turned to find the sign for divination of the world had vanished. Jin Chaocao gathered the 800 yuan from the table and placed it into a donation box nearby. Bai Yeshi, perplexed by her actions, queried. What purpose does placing it in the box serve? Jin Chaocao cheerfully replied, waving the black bank card in her hand, my husband provided me with a bank card. I lack for nothing now, so I intend to donate the earnings from my fortune-telling. Bai Yeshi rolled his eyes, you charge only 800, working tirelessly. You still can't save enough for a single antique. Jin Chaocao smiled mysteriously, you'll understand in due time. The shop required much tidying up. And Jin Chaocao continued her busy work. In the bustling market, the sign for divination of the world was conspicuously visible, yet passers-by seldom glanced in its direction. Occasionally, a few would notice, only to turn away disinterestedly. The day was hectic. Jin Chaocao recalled an important matter. Si Minji had begun attending a nearby elementary school. Today marked his first day, and she needed to return early to pick him up. Bai Yeshi, I'm closing the door now, please watch over the shop. She instructed before leaving. Bai Yeshi transformed into a small fox and promptly leaped into the villa behind him to rest. Chapter 37, Speak, How Much to Settle? As Jin Chaocao arrived at the school entrance, she noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly engrossed in an intriguing spectacle. This child has gone too far, daring to strike the heir of the Jiang family. It serves him right to be reprimanded by Madame Jiang. I doubt this school will tolerate him any longer. Indeed. I heard he is a new student who just transferred here. Jin Chaocao instructed the driver to halt by the roadside and pushed her way through the throng. At the school gates, parents formed a circle, pointing and gossiping about the unfolding events within. Mrs. Jiang is notoriously irritable and overbearing. Now, it seems, this child has been nearly beaten to death before my very eyes. Even if he were struck, I doubt the family would dare utter a word of protest. Given the formidable power of the Jiang family. The onlooker is a stout woman, adorned in ostentatious jewelry. Yet her expression is one of ferocity as she clutches a child by the collar, raising her hand to deliver 2 vicious slaps. You wretched little brat. How dare you strike my son? I will ensure your entire family pays for this. She snarls. At that moment, Jin Chaocao recognizes the victim as none other than the small and delicate Si Minji. She immediately pushes through the crowd, stepping forward to grasp the woman's raised hand, applying just enough force to send her staggering to the ground. Si Minji! Jin Chaocao exclaims as she lifts him, noticing the redness and swelling on his cheek, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It is evident that the woman has shown him no mercy. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, Si Minji's dark eyes reveal a flicker of anxiety. He hastily explains, Sister, it was that little friend who hit me first, I only pushed him. Jin Chaocao turns her gaze toward the overweight woman, who, due to her size, takes a considerable time to rise from the ground. Witnessing Jin Chaocao protect Si Minji ignites her fury. You are the child's guardian, aren't you? Your child struck mine, and unless you provide an explanation today, no one will leave. Jin Chaocao smirks coldly. We shall indeed settle this matter properly. She promptly retrieves her phone to call the police. In the principal's office, Jin Chaocao is resolute, demanding the surveillance footage to review the events in their entirety. She does not blindly defend Si Minji. He possesses a unique disposition, which may not endear him to others. Until the truth is revealed, she cannot guarantee his innocence, but she will not allow anyone to wrongfully accuse or bully him. The stout woman is exceedingly aggressive, leading a 6 or 7-year-old child by the hand. This child, also plump, is filthy and muddied, appearing rather disheveled. With a sneer, the woman declares, "Let us see the footage. My son is covered in mud from the fall. Not only do I demand to see the surveillance, but I will also take him to the hospital for an examination." The principal, filled with trepidation, can only comply and arrange to view the footage. Soon, the video is brought to the office and displayed on the large screen. The footage reveals Si Minji playing in the school garden, when a chubby boy approaches and pushes him into a flower bed. Afterward, Si Minji stands up, and a dispute ensues. In a fit of rage, the chubby boy strikes Si Minji's arm with a stick. After enduring for what seems an eternity, Si Minji finally retaliates, pinning the boy to the ground. At this point, Si Minji has not struck the boy, he has merely restrained him. Jin Chaocao snaps her fan shut with a decisive clap, casting a chilling glare at the stout woman. Have you ever heard the saying, "The first to strike is the wretch"? Your child initiated the bullying against my brother. And you, an adult, have the audacity to bully a child without discerning right from wrong. This matter is far from over. The stout woman glances at her son, realizing that he is in the wrong. However, in this city, she has never feared anyone. Her son is coddled like a treasure, and she is determined to avenge the humiliation of having him pinned down. Even if the police arrive, she remains unafraid. The police come swiftly, and Jin Chaocao knows that some individuals only learn their lesson when faced with consequences. Such brazen behavior likely means she has bullied many others before. Si Minji glares at the stout woman, his expression darkening, resentment gathering in his eyes. Observing this, Jin Chaocao gently caresses Si Minji's cheek, her tone soothing. Do not be afraid, Minji. No one in this world has the power to bully you. It is my fault for not protecting you. Upon meeting Jin Chaocao's gentle gaze, the malice in Si Minji's eyes begins to fade, and tears flow down his cheeks like pearls. Sister, do you not blame me for causing you trouble? Though he lacks memories from the past, he feels an overwhelming rage when he is bullied, a feeling he cannot contain. Jin Chaocao strokes his head earnestly, replying, How could I ever blame you? You are my family now, and you have done nothing wrong. Si Minji's eyes brighten, as if a parched plant has received life-giving rain, blossoming with vitality. The stout woman looks disdainfully at Jin Chaocao and addresses the approaching officer. Officer Pei, it's nothing serious, just 2 children fighting. It has been resolved. And this woman is merely making a fuss, disturbing you. Officer Pei, recognizing the woman, smiles as he responds, Mrs. Jiang, you are not the one who reported this incident. We must speak with the parties involved to clarify the situation. He approaches Jin Chaocao politely, saying, You must be Miss Jin. Since you called the police, please accompany me to the station. Lu Fenxiang glares at the oblivious Officer Pei, her eyes brimming with fury. How could there be such an unperceptive young man in the police station? Does he not know who she is? Jin Chaocao initially anticipated that dealing with this woman would require considerable effort. However, she soon realizes that Officer Pei is an upright young man. He has dealt with several incidents involving Lu Fenxiang, all stemming from her bullying others, only to later settle matters with money. She has come to view the law with contempt, believing her wealth grants her immunity. Officer Pei has long harbored a distaste for her, and now, sitting in the police car, he hopes to finally confront this lawless woman. As Fu Tingyuan returns home, he learns that Si Minji has been bullied at school and that Jin Chaocao has been taken to the police station. The matter has escalated. He immediately calls for the company's legal team to accompany him. At the police station, Lu Fenxiang summons her husband, Jiang Chong, for support. Entering the precinct is not a new experience for her, and she feels emboldened. Jiang Chong, in his 40s, appears composed and affluent. Not the type to be oblivious to social nuances or the distinction between right and wrong. He looks at Jin Chaocao and then at Si Minji, who, though treated with ointment, still bears red and swollen cheeks. Speak up, how much will it take to settle this amicably? Chapter 38, the affection she once thought was love turns out to be a blade aimed at her heart. Officer Pei steps forward to address Jin Chaocao coldly. Miss Jean. Your brother's injuries are quite severe, constituting intentional harm. Furthermore, it is a serious offense for an adult to bully a child, which can lead to prosecution. Jin Chaocao perceives that Officer Pei is a decent individual, his clear stance indicates he is willing to support her. She nods in gratitude, then turns to Jiang Chong. I will not settle this privately. I intend to sue her. Officer Pei interjects, if it constitutes minor injury, it could result in a 3-year sentence. I believe this young boy's injuries are somewhat serious. Jiang Chong smirks, glancing at his wife, impatience flickering in his gaze. He addresses Jin Chaocao, what amount will suffice? I have plenty of money, it's just a few slaps after all. Many would gladly endure such treatment for a chance to turn their fortunes around. Jin Chaocao clicks her tongue, looking at Jiang Chong. Today, my brother has been bullied, inflicting immense harm on his tender spirit. No amount of money can repair that. And besides, do I appear to be someone in need of money? Only then does Jiang Chong scrutinize Jin Chaocao closely. Dressed in an extravagant embroidered qipao, adorned with a jade hairpin, and wearing 2 vintage gemstone rings, she clearly possesses considerable wealth. Upon closer inspection, he realizes her attire far surpasses that of most affluent ladies in the capital. Especially the 2 gemstone rings on her fingers, one green and one red, were indeed flamboyant and dazzling, truly worthy of being called extraordinary treasures. Jiang Zhong nodded, saying nothing further, since that was the case, he would seek a lawyer for negotiations. He turned to make a phone call. Lu Fenxiang remained arrogant, feeling a profound sense of affection from her husband's indulgence. Jin Chaocao handed Si Minji over to Pei Huan and approached Lu Fenxiang with a slight smile. You are Mrs. Jiang, are you not? Do you know what I do? Lu Fenxiang scoffed coldly, what is it to me what you do? Jin Chaocao lightly flicked her sleeve, her smile growing more pronounced. I am a fortune teller. Just now, I assessed your husband's fortune. He is a man of great depth, with a face adorned with peach blossoms and a prosperous lineage. I surmise he will have a bountiful progeny in the future. You currently have just one son, do you not? Upon hearing this, Lu Fenxiang immediately laughed coldly. Stop trying to sow discord. You envy how well my husband treats me, I won't fall for your nonsense. Madam, whether my words are nonsense, you shall soon discover. Jin Chaocao retorted with a cold smile. The presence of peach blossoms indicates a flourishing romantic life, and a full lineage suggests he will likely have at least 3 children. Jin Chaocao chose not to elaborate further. There are foolish individuals who will never comprehend that a subtle yet lethal method of destruction exists. Known as killing with kindness. Just by observing this couple for a moment, Jin Chaocao could discern their tangled relationship. The man was undoubtedly a son-in-law who had taken control of the woman's family wealth. Yet, he did not love her and had little fondness for their child. Thus, he allowed his wife and son to act arrogantly, hoping that one day they would encounter a formidable opponent, leading to his wife's downfall. In this way, he could effortlessly rid himself of her and establish a bond with another woman. Neither of these individuals possessed any redeeming qualities. Lu Fenxiang, upon hearing Jin Chaocao's words, felt a surge of unease, though she tried to suppress it. While she lacked concrete evidence against many matters, it did not mean she was devoid of intuition. Her instinct told her that Jin Chaocao spoke the truth. However, her subconscious urged her not to trust Jin Chaocao's words. Just then, Jiang Zhong returned the call. He looked at his wife and softly reassured her, do not fear, everything will be fine. Lu Fenxiang's previously tumultuous heart was instantly calmed. She raised her chin and offered Jin Chaocao a smug smile, confident that she would not be swayed by an outsider's attempts at instigation. Look how well her husband treated her. Jin Chaocao shook her head. Those who are ignorant will remain blinded by their ignorance. Those who cannot distinguish right from wrong will never realize their errors. Which clear-headed man would allow his wife to stir up trouble? How could a man who genuinely loves you permit you to become a wretched person? Yet, Lu Fenxiang remained oblivious. She could not discern right from wrong, allowing her temper to dictate her actions, rendering her utterly foolish. Jiang Zhong regarded Jin Chaocao with a smile. I have the strongest legal team. You cannot possibly win against us in court. Just as Jin Chaocao was about to retort, a calm yet chilling voice resonated from the doorway. Is that so? I am quite curious to see how formidable your legal team truly is. Fu Tingyuan stood at the entrance, tall and imposing, exuding an air of cold authority, reminiscent of a sudden emperor's arrival, causing all present to catch their breath. Jin Chaocao smiled slightly at him. What brings you here? Fu Tingyuan stepped forward, standing before Jin Chaocao with a commanding presence. You dare to bully a member of the Fu family, Jiang Zhong? You have quite the audacity. Jiang Zhong was momentarily taken aback before a barely perceptible smirk formed on his lips. He then lowered his head, filled with trepidation. Mr. Fu, this is your family member. Is it not? I apologize, my wife failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I am here to offer my apologies and seek your forgiveness. Jin Chaocao loathed the man's duplicitous demeanor. He sought to use them to punish his wife. Yet, she found Lu Fenxiang's foolishness even more distasteful. She still could not grasp the situation. Enough. She turned to Fu Tingyuan, stating firmly, I shall never forgive her. Even if she were to kneel and apologize to Minji, we would not pardon her. At that moment, the injury report was released. See Minji's face bore the marks of violent assault, risking disfigurement, constituting severe injury. Fu Tingyuan handed the report to the lawyer behind him, instructing, the longer the sentence, the better, let there be no reduction in mental damages. Lu Fenxiang was utterly bewildered. Fear washed over her as she looked at her husband. She had harmed many people before, even leaving some paralyzed without consequence. Why now? With this incident, did it warrant severe injury charges? Husband, say something. I cannot go to jail, I merely slapped that little wretch twice. Before she could finish, Jiang Zhong struck her across the face, his anger palpable. Do you even realize whom you struck? The family member of Mr. Fu. Do you dare to lay a hand on them? Even if we sold everything we owned, we could never afford the cost. Lu Fenxiang covered her plump cheek, stunned into silence. Jiang Zhong turned to Fu Tingyuan. As long as Mr. Fu does not implicate others, you may deal with her as you see fit. Fu Tingyuan, still trying to grasp the situation, narrowed his brows and smirked coldly. You certainly know how to read the room. Jiang Zhong bowed deeply. Though she is my wife, I can discern right from wrong. Jin Chaocao looked at Lu Fenxiang. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Lu Fenxiang felt as if struck by lightning. At that moment, Jin Chaocao's words landed like a hammer upon her mind. The affection she once believed in was, in fact, a blade that could kill without bloodshed. Chapter 39, The Qing family turns the tide. Jin Chaocao emerged from the police station, cradling Si Minji in her arms. Fu Tingyuan, observing her hold the 6-year-old boy effortlessly, felt a surge of admiration. Let me carry him, he offered, extending his hands. Jin Chaocao glanced at the scars on Si Minji's face and inquired, would you like him to carry you? Si Minji nodded, aware of his own weight and wishing to spare Jin Chaocao from fatigue. Fu Tingyuan lifted Si Minji into his embrace and was surprised to find the child quite light, despite his sturdy appearance. As the trio settled into the car, Jin Chaocao turned to Fu Tingyuan and remarked, this Jiang Zhong is quite calculating. Do you know him? Yes, he's a businessman within our circle. We have had some dealings. Fu Tingyuan replied, his impression of Jiang Zhong favorable. He is tactful and operates with integrity, despite his shrewdness. Jin Chaocao narrowed her eyes, advising caution in future interactions. Though he possesses an air of nobility, his cunning nature could prove perilous if unchecked by moderation. After some contemplation, Fu Tingyuan agreed, understood. Together, they took Si Minji to the hospital for medication before returning home. In Si Minji's room, Jin Chaocao tended to his wounds. Do you enjoy school? She asked gently. Si Minji blinked, his dark eyes reflecting an internal struggle, as if he yearned to speak yet hesitated. You can tell me directly, I will listen, she encouraged. Finally, with newfound resolve, Si Minji declared, I do not want to go to school. Despite envying other children their shared learning experiences, he felt that everyone, except for the Fu family, regarded him with disdain. He detested the feeling of rejection. Jin Chaocao delicately applied ointment with her slender fingers, smiling softly. Then you need not attend school. Instead, you can stay with me every day, and I will teach you. Jin Chaocao herself had not attended school. All her knowledge was imparted by her grandmother. She was no less knowledgeable than any of her educated peers. Rather than burdening Si Minji with academic pressures, she preferred to nurture his happiness and freedom, allowing him to experience life's simple joys, unshackled by fate. Si Minji's lips curved into a smile. Thank you, sister. This is wonderful, I won't have to leave you. He cherished Jin Chaocao, feeling enveloped in a warmth akin to basking in sunlight. He was unafraid of hardship, including the rigors of learning. The knowledge within books seemed remarkably simple to him, he could memorize it with minimal effort. The following morning, Qin Jingnan paid a visit. Accompanied by Lu Jishu and an abundance of gifts. The room overflowed with an array of high-end supplements, leaving Jin Chaocao astonished upon her descent. Why have you brought so much? She inquired. Qin Jingnan responded with utmost respect, thank you, Madame Fu. The Qin family has finally turned their fortunes around. Since receiving your protection, our stocks have soared, and partnerships that were on the verge of collapse have been restored. We have encountered several fortuitous opportunities. And within a short span, all crises have been averted. In the past, he would have never dared to believe in such extraordinary individuals. It felt as if a living bodhisattva had graced their lives. Grateful for the twist of fate that compelled him to embrace metaphysics days prior, he felt he had made the right decision to save the entire Qin family. Please, have a seat, Jin Chaocao said, unperturbed, inviting them to sit. Qin Jingnan continued. We primarily came to visit you today and to request your guidance in choosing an auspicious date for our engagement. Following the recent turn of events with the Lu family, Xiaoshui Chen is likely to stir trouble again. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, we wish to marry sooner rather than later. This task posed no difficulty for Jin Chaocao. With knowledge of their birth dates and the current date, she calculated that the 28th of the month would be an excellent day for their engagement, particularly at noon, which was considered highly fortuitous. Qin Jingnan turned to Lu Jishu, what do you think? Lu Jishu shyly smiled, I trust your judgment. The two appeared harmonious, embodying the essence of a supportive partnership. Though their acquaintance was brief, Jin Chaocao sensed Lu Jishu's genuine affection for Qin Jingnan, while Qin Jingnan felt a sense of responsibility and patience. She chose not to elaborate further, believing that love can blossom after marriage. And time often reveals the most beautiful answers. After finalizing the engagement date, Qin Jingnan took Lu Jishu's hand and left. Jin Chaocao surveyed the room filled with supplements and summoned the butler, instructing him to prepare a daily serving for everyone in the household. The butler, taken aback, asked. These ginseng slices appear quite valuable, would you like to keep them for yourself? Deliver them to the elder, let him brew tea with them. I have no immediate need for them, Jin Chaocao replied, possessing an ample supply of fine items she did not require. After breakfast, Jin Chaocao brought Si Minji to her shop. Bayeshi had already tidied the premises to perfection, and a pot of steaming water was boiling on the stove. It seems you don't have any tea leaves in your shop, Bayeshi remarked, presenting exquisite porcelain tea sets. Jin Chaocao took Si Minji's hand and seated them at the tea table. We have plenty of tea, it depends on what you wish to drink. Bayeshi stroked his chin thoughtfully, I would like to try Qingming Yulu, you may not have heard of it. He explained that it was rare and difficult to procure, as it required picking in the rain and skillful processing to achieve its sweet aroma, a craft nearly lost to time. Jin Chaocao produced several talismans from her pocket. Selecting one, with a flick of her hands, numerous jars of tea appeared before Bayeshi. Here we have Qingming Yulu, Lu Hua Chun, Xihua Cha, Pin Qiu Xiang, which would you like to try? She introduced the names of the teas. Her library contained numerous ancient and contemporary tea-making techniques, and each variety had been hand-picked and meticulously crafted. Each batch was truly one of a kind. Bayeshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I taste each one? Jin Chaocao took the tea set he had brought and looked at Si Minji. Minji, come stand beside me, today, I will teach you how to brew tea. Si Minji obediently stepped forward, standing next to Jin Chaocao, displaying both eagerness and decorum. Just as Jin Chaocao placed the tea leaves in the teacup, the doorbell chimed again. Everyone turned their gaze to the entrance, where none other than Zhang Yihua appeared, holding a handmade osmanthus cake. Upon noticing Jin Chaocao's glance, he approached with a polite smile on his broad face. "Miss Jean, why did you not answer my calls?" Jin Chaocao set her teacup down. Rising to address him courteously, "Did you call me?" Indeed, he had, but she hadn't answered, as she felt the time to meet Zhang Yihua was not yet ripe. Zhang Yihua glanced at the outdated mobile phone on the table, a relic of technology. Chapter 40, Heaven, Power, Emperor, Fulfilled. Jin Chaocao refrained from offering further explanation. Instead smiling and asking, "Have you come for a reason today?" Zhang Yihua presented the osmanthus cake. "This is a small gift from my sister. I hope you will accept it." As it was a gift from Zhang Zian, she found it difficult to refuse. She gracefully accepted it with both hands and placed it on a nearby table. Zhang Yihua took in the shop's decor, a blend of modern and vintage styles, marveling at the seemingly small exterior that concealed a wealth of charm within. The arrangement and craftsmanship of the furnishings were uniquely inspired. And even the tea table exuded an air of understated elegance. Clearing her throat, Jin Chaocao gestured to the seat beside Bayeshi. "Mr. Zhang, since you're here, we are tasting tea, you are welcome to join us." Clad in a tailored black suit, Zhang Yihua's robust physique gave him an imposing presence. Especially that face. Imbued with an air of authority, his voice resonating with a grand and thunderous timbre, exuding an inexplicable pressure upon those around him. He settled into the grand chair. And only then did Jin Chaocao return to her place, commencing the art of tea preparation. Whether pouring water, steeping, or serving the tea, her movements flowed seamlessly, her slender, onion-white fingers as soft as a dancer's, rendering the entire process of brewing tea vibrant and engaging. The clear tea was placed before Zhang Yihua, and he inhaled a fragrance reminiscent of sweet spring rain. He lifted the cup to his lips, and the unprecedented aroma of the tea burst through his nostrils, tantalizing his taste buds. For the first time, he savored the taste of happiness in tea. Beside him, Bayeshi closed his eyes in bliss, relishing the fragrance of the leaves. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes, praising, "Jin Chaocao, your skills rival those of the royal tea masters. The craftsmanship and brewing techniques were indeed exquisite." Jin Chaocao smiled gently, glancing at Zhang Yihua, and inquired, "What do you think of my tea, sir?" "This tea is clear, rich, fragrant, and delightful. It is truly marvelous. I have never tasted anything like it before," Zhang Yihua replied. Occupying a lofty position, he had encountered countless precious teas. Yet today was a revelation. Bayeshi fixed his gaze on Jin Chaocao's tea canister, exclaiming, "If you have a canister of this in your shop, I would love to have it." Jin Chaocao chuckled lightly, unhurried, "Since Mr. Zhang is here, it must be fate. Allow me to treat you to all my teas." The woman seated across the tea table was adorned in a fitted black velvet qipao, her inky hair elegantly pinned with a hairpin, a few wisps falling gracefully by her ears. The rising steam from the tea enveloped her in an enchanting aura, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Yihua was momentarily entranced. This woman, noble and graceful, possessed an ethereal charm that made all other women seem but a fraction of her allure. Zhang Yihua sampled Jin Chaocao's teas, each possessing a unique fragrance, all varieties he had never encountered before. Bayeshi soon realized that Jin Chaocao was indeed a treasure of a girl. The art of tea-making is a rigorous endeavor, and she had not only harvested and crafted the tea herself but had done so with such finesse. "All of these teas are part of my collection," she declared. "There isn't much, so I fear I cannot share with you. But I would love for you to join me for a tasting when the opportunity arises." She set down her teacup and turned to Minji, asking, "So, do you enjoy tea?" Minji nodded eagerly, "I do. Sister, may I give it a try?" His face lit up with anticipation. Jin Chaocao relinquished her seat to him and sat beside him. Zhang Yihua scrutinized Minji with curiosity, wondering if he should be in school at his age. Jin Chaocao laughed, "No need, the knowledge taught in schools is too superficial. I intend to instruct him personally. One should never underestimate the learning ability of a demigod. With just a bit of guidance, he may become an extraordinary talent. However, if guidance fails, he could become a formidable adversary." Minji mimicked Jin Chaocao's movements. attempting to brew tea in a commendable manner. At that moment, Jin Chaocao turned to Zhang Yihua and asked, "What brings you to me today?" Zhang Yihua looked at Jin Chaocao and remarked, "The matter I spoke of last time, have you forgotten?" Jin Chaocao was well aware. Zhang Yihua inquired when he might marry. When her mother sought her out, she had foretold a delayed marriage. Yet, how long the delay would be, she could not ascertain at that moment. She gently sipped her tea. "Mr. Zhang, when the time is right, marriage will naturally follow. Perhaps my arrival has influenced your life, and thus. This is something I cannot assist you with." Zhang Yihua reclined in his seat, his broad palm resting on the armrest, his fingers rhythmically tapping it. He gazed at Jin Chaocao, lost in thought, and after a moment, he smiled. "In that case, may I draw a fortune stick?" Jin Chaocao nodded, "Of course." She retrieved the fortune stick container. Each stick was unique, and she was curious about what he would draw. Zhang Yihua placed his hand upon the container and, without hesitation, drew a stick. Without looking, he handed it to Jin Chaocao. Heaven, power, emperor, fulfillment. Jin Chaocao's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Zhang Yihua. Realizing the significance of the imperial position and celestial power he had drawn, this man had boundless potential ahead of him. Zhang Yihua questioned, "Why do you stare at me? Is there a problem with the stick?" Jin Chaocao quickly returned the bamboo stick to the container, smiling gently as she resumed sipping her tea. After a considerable while, she explained, "Mr. Zhang, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Some matters, if spoken, may not bode well for you. The only thing I can tell you is that a smooth journey awaits you, soaring to great heights. You need only focus on your current endeavors." According to the stick's guidance, he was to progress to the stage of power. It would be 20 years before he attained the status of emperor, and 40 years before he reached fulfillment. The future lay ahead, and he was the chosen one. Everything was predestined. Zhang Yihua raised an eyebrow, regretting not glancing at the words on the stick earlier. What exactly had he drawn that was so secretive? "Since you say so, I will take comfort in that." He set his teacup on the table, feeling an inexplicable trust in her. Si Minji promptly poured him more tea. Jin Chaocao regarded the astute Si Minji with a satisfied smile. "Mr. Zhang, do you have any further inquiries?" Zhang Yihua had initially intended to seek a divination. Now that Jin Chaocao claimed the secrets of heaven could not be disclosed, he could not press her. "I have heard your talismans are quite effective. I would like to purchase one." Jin Chaocao retrieved a talisman from her drawer and handed it to him. 100,000 for a talisman. "Would you like to buy it?" Zhang Yihua's lips twitched. "I shall buy it. Something that can save a life is definitely worth having." He accepted the talisman. Pondering for a moment, "May I purchase 10? Jin Chaocao nearly spat out her drink. "Do you think this is a wholesale market? 1 is the limit. And the rest would be rendered useless." Zhang Yihua carefully tucked the talisman away. Jin Chaocao noticed that he still had no intention of leaving. His gaze lingering on her tea leaves, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. She feigned ignorance of his intentions. After all, her meticulously crafted tea was so limited. If she gave it all away, what would she have left to drink? Chapter 41, The Troubled Gentleman Bestows a Name After Finishing Her Tea. Bayeshi glanced at Jin Chaocao and said, "I'm going out for a stroll." Jin Chaocao immediately instructed, "Take Si Minji to the bookstore and let him choose some books he likes. Later, I will teach him the knowledge from his textbooks." Si Minji obediently stood up and followed Bayeshi out. Once the two departed, only Jin Chaocao and Zhang Yihua remained in the shop. Jin Chaocao turned to Zhang Yihua, urging him to speak candidly. Zhang Yihua pointed at the empty teacup. Although the tea was of good quality, its flavor depended on the skill of the brewer. Clearly, Si Minji's technique was not as refined as Jin Chaocao's, and the tea he brewed lacked the fragrance of hers. As Jin Chaocao prepared to brew another cup of Qingming Bailu, Zhang Yihua interjected, "I prefer snow tea." Jin Chaocao paused, picked up the nearby snow tea canister, and smiled. "You have good taste." This snow tea was harvested in the year of the Qingming festival, during a late spring snow. I traveled a great distance to the tea gardens in Jibei, where the leaves endured frost and were treated with special methods, reducing bitterness and enhancing sweetness. The experience of drinking it brings a refreshing sense of relief after hardship. I managed to preserve only a few canisters, and once they're gone, they won't return. The unusual weather during Qingming was not a good omen. It was a sign of calamity. While she appreciated this tea, she had no expectation of acquiring more in the future. She handed the brewed snow tea to Zhang Yihua, who lifted the cup and savored it slowly. Jin Chaocao did not rush him, waiting until he finished before asking, "Mr. Zhang, aren't you busy today?" Zhang Yihua glanced at his phone, which had 2 missed calls. He smiled calmly and replied, "Not busy." Jin Chaocao smiled back, "Then do you have other matters to discuss?" She felt that overly polite language was futile with him. Zhang Yihua looked at her tea leaves and remarked, "Miss Jin, your tea is exquisite. May I exchange for some?" Jin Chaocao anticipated this request, narrowing her eyes with a smile, unable to resist teasing Zhang Yihua, whom she deemed a sly fox. It was just tea. And since he had asked, she felt compelled to give some. Exchanging is too courteous. This snow tea is rare, I will gift you 2 taels. And you must store it well. She took a white jade canister, measured out 2 taels of snow tea, filling it perfectly. She handed the white jade canister to Zhang Yihua, adding, "Once you finish the tea, don't discard the canister, this cold jade is the best storage for tea." The canister, crafted from high-quality cold jade, was more precious than a large blue and white porcelain vase. Such luxury was typically reserved for the royal family. Zhang Yihua accepted the tea canister, momentarily taken aback by her generosity. Jin Chaocao's lavishness was remarkable, with antiques scattered throughout the shop that museums would envy. Even the canister she gifted was made of cold jade. Jin Chaocao looked up at Zhang Yihua again and inquired, "Do you have other matters, Mr. Zhang?" He smiled slightly, responding, "Since Miss Jin has gifted me tea, I would also like to present you with a gift." Seeing that he was empty-handed, he stood up. "I will have someone deliver the gift later. I hope that Miss Jin and I can become friends." Jin Chaocao quickly replied, "Mr. Zhang, there is no need for such formality, are we not already friends?" Satisfied, Zhang Yihua nodded and left the shop. A look of delight on his face as he embraced the tea canister. As soon as he left, a woman entered the shop with a child. Peering around, she spotted Jin Chaocao and smiled warmly, "Hello, may I ask if the fortune teller is here?" Today, she had brought her 6-year-old son out shopping and was intrigued by the fortune-telling shop. Jin Chaocao rose with a gentle tone, "I am the fortune teller here. How may I assist you?" The woman, dressed in a black dress with a green gemstone necklace, spoke softly, her gaze clear. Upon learning that Jin Chaocao was the fortune teller, she glanced at her son, hesitating for a while as if grappling with an internal struggle. Finally, she led her son forward and said, "Sir, my son is 6 years old and still cannot speak. We have seen doctors who assured us his vocal cords are fine. We have consulted several high monks at temples and tried various methods, but nothing has worked. Could you please tell me what is wrong with my child?" Jin Chaocao invited them to sit. She poured the woman a cup of tea. "Please have a seat, I will have a look at the little one." She moved a stool next to the child. Placing her hand on his head, she instantly entered the realm of his consciousness. Golden waves surged within his awareness. But she was immediately repelled by an invisible force. Momentarily disoriented, she struggled to regain her composure. The woman, concerned, asked, "Sir, you don't look well. Is there something wrong with my child?" Jin Chaocao gently touched her forehead with her delicate fingers, quickly recovering from her daze. She looked at the woman and said, "Your child is fine, please provide me with his name and date of birth." This child was extraordinary. Despite his young age, his consciousness was filled with golden waves. Such phenomena were typically seen in wise individuals, great scholars, or saints from a young age, indicating that he would later contribute significantly in a major field. Logically, he should not be unable to speak. The woman handed over the birth details, and upon reviewing them, Jin Chaocao suddenly understood. "Your son's birth details are fine. The key issue lies in his name." Jin Chaocao examined the 3 characters written on the paper. "Qian Xianjun, the name Xianjuan is not suitable for a child." The woman immediately explained. "The night before I gave birth, I dreamt of a deity who entrusted a child to me. Upon waking, I felt pain and soon gave birth to him. She believed that her child was a gift from a celestial being, hence the name." Jin Chaocao clarified, "If he is indeed a child of a deity, he has a predetermined fate. The name Xianjuan disrupts his destiny, which naturally affects him. The woman paused, looking at her silent son, feeling uncertain about Jin Chaocao's words. Jin Chaocao released the child and suggested, "You should consider renaming him." The woman pondered for a long time before nodding earnestly. "I will follow your advice and give it a try. After all, we have no other options. If the new name doesn't work, I can always change it back." As for what to rename him, she looked back at Jin Chaocao and asked, "Should I discuss it with my family before changing it, or would you help me?" Jin Chaocao smiled, "Either way works." The woman gazed at her son and then at Jin Chaocao. Despite her youth, the girl exuded an inexplicable warmth that made one instinctively want to trust her. "Then, could you please bestow a name upon my son?" the woman resolved to request. Chapter 42. Jin Chaocao pondered for a moment before taking a piece of paper and inscribing 2 characters upon it. The woman, upon seeing the characters, quickly read them aloud. "Qingshu?" She picked up the paper and read it repeatedly. "Qingshu, Jian Qingshu." Jin Chaocao explained, the character Qing signifies clarity, brightness, and cleanliness, while Shu, associated with the element of metal, symbolizes a wealth of knowledge, erudition, and high moral character, implying auspiciousness and depth. She continued, "Of course, it is best if no elder in the family shares this name." The woman immediately responded, "No one in our family bears the character Shu." As she gazed at the 2 names, her fondness for them grew. "Very well, I shall change his name to Qianqing Shu, hoping he becomes a clean, bright, and knowledgeable person in the future." Jin Chaocao nodded in satisfaction. The woman took her son's hand and informed him, "Darling, mother has changed your name. From now on, you shall be known as Qianqing Shu, not Qianxian Jun." As her words fell, the little boy's lips quivered, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter 4 words. "Thank you, Mama." The woman was instantly taken aback. Lifting her son and raising her voice in disbelief, "What did you just call me? Am I dreaming? How could it be so soon? Did he really just speak to me?" Jin Chaocao observed the woman, who was moved to tears, and quietly took her seat at the table. Qianqing Shu was born in a prosperous era. If he could not become a great literary figure, he could very well be a distinguished scientist. She eagerly anticipated his future achievements. The fact that he could speak immediately indicated that this name was indeed perfect. The woman wished for her son to say something more, but Qianqing Shu remained silent. Finally, she wiped her tears and looked at Jin Chaocao with reverence, saying, "Thank you, master, for the name. I will return home to change my son's name. I may not have much wealth today, but I will surely come to express my gratitude in person another day." Jin Chaocao gently nodded, watching as the woman and her son departed. Once they were gone, she leaned back in her armchair, picked up her teacup, and resumed her tea. Just as she was savoring her moment of tranquility, a tall figure abruptly entered the shop. Jin Chaocao stood up immediately, her eyes filled with vigilance. At the entrance stood none other than Xiang Tianzi, whom she had encountered at Zhang Yihua's banquet. He smiled at her, his eyes narrowing playfully, and approached without invitation. "Miss Jin, we meet again." Jin Chaocao's expression momentarily stiffened, but she managed a faint smile. "Mr. Xiang, please take a seat." As a guest, he was not someone to be trifled with. Despite his flaws, one could not deny his talent and contributions. Every individual possesses their own shortcomings. Should he rectify his flaws, he undoubtedly has the potential for great achievement. Xiang Tianzi took a seat, and Jin Chaocao poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Xiang, what brings you here today?" He smiled slightly, his authoritative gaze deepening. "What? If Zhang Yihua can seek you out, why can't I?" Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow, questioning Xiang's intentions. It was not to inquire about Zhang Yihua's visit, rather, he had heard of Zhang Yihua's arrival and wished to see for himself. He had instructed others to investigate Jin Chaocao, and while he did not claim to know her intimately, he had heard of her remarkable deeds. Fu Tingyuan's sister survived a car crash unscathed, and Xin Yulan overcame her divorce woes in just 3 days with her guidance. The Qin family, on the brink of bankruptcy, had seen their fortunes reversed within a week due to her assistance. Even as a skeptic of superstition, he felt compelled to meet Jin Chaocao. Xiang Tianzi lifted his teacup and calmly took a sip. "I have come to seek a divination." Jin Chaocao exhaled in relief. His presence in her shop signified that he still had hope. She retrieved the divination and placed it before him. Think of what you wish to ask. Xiang Tianzi hesitated for a moment, taken aback by her casualness, before smiling. The path to wisdom is simple, Miss Jin. You seem to have bypassed all the formalities of divination. Jin Chaocao clarified, divination serves to guide the world, and seeking a sign clarifies one's doubts. If you have a desire, it is only natural to seek a sign. After some contemplation, Xiang Tianzi drew a stick from the. Upon inspecting it, he noted the 4 characters inscribed: power, wealth, beauty, awareness. He understood the first 2 but was perplexed by the latter 2. Jin Chaocao took the stick from him, returned it to the, and then gazed at Xiang Tianzi, speaking softly but earnestly. There is little need for explanation regarding power and wealth, however, beauty and awareness imply that you must attain enlightenment. It is human nature to be drawn to beauty, yet succumbing to greed can lead one down a perilous path. I perceive that your journey has been fraught with challenges, serving the nation and its people while achieving numerous remarkable feats. If, however, you allow yourself to be ruined by the allure of beauty, it will be too late for regret. Xiang Tianzi traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers, his demeanor noticeably troubled. He understood Jin Chaocao's message and recognized the wisdom in her words. Yet, if it were so simple to master one's desires, he would not be human but a saint. While he comprehended the logic, he could not help but be captivated by beauty. With a sheepish expression, he finally confessed, I have no particular hobbies, save for my appreciation of beautiful women, nothing more. I know it is wrong, yet sometimes one becomes ensnared by their emotions, unable to exert control. Just as that day, when I had inappropriate thoughts about you, I felt an insatiable urge that overwhelmed my reason. But afterward, I realized how reckless I had been. Even if there were no feelings involved, I should not have entertained such thoughts about Fu Tingyuan's wife. Holding a position of power. Any blemish on one's reputation can lead to irrevocable consequences, especially when one has a happy family. Jin Chaocao refilled his teacup, her tone bright and clear. Mr. Xiang, if you recognize your issues, I can assist you. Resisting temptation is not an insurmountable task. It is merely a trial in your destiny, and if you desire my help, this trial will be trivial. Xiang Tianzi, astonished, inquired, how can you assist me? Jin Chaocao stood, you are destined to face this trial. Your willingness to seek me out indicates there is still hope. However, I must stipulate 3 conditions for my assistance. Xiang Tianzi responded eagerly, speak. Jin Chaocao met his gaze, her expression serious. First, donate half of your wealth to charitable causes. Second, kneel before my ancestors and vow never to act against your moral principles. Third, I can only protect you for 20 years, after that, it would be wise for you to retire. Xiang Tianzi, a man of talent, had the potential to benefit the populace. This was one of the reasons she was inclined to protect him. In this world, while the lines between good and evil are clear, it must be acknowledged that he is not without flaws. Nevertheless, he possesses talent, ideals, and the means to achieve great political accomplishments. Chapter 43, Jin Chaocao rescued him. Xiang Tianzi reclined in his chair, his brows furrowed in skepticism at Jin Chaocao's words. The desires of man are notoriously difficult to resist, otherwise, there would not be so many who knowingly transgress boundaries. If I truly can transform within a year, I shall abide by your conditions. He was acutely aware that his lustful nature might indeed be a calamity in his life. Knowing this, he was determined to evade such a fate. Extend your hand, Jin Chaocao commanded. Xiang Tianzi complied, opening his palm. She took a pen from the table, dipped it in cinnabar, and inscribed a rune in his palm. At the moment she sealed the pen, the rune emitted a blinding golden light that swiftly penetrated Xiang Tianzi's body. He felt as if his soul had been seared by a scalding iron, causing him to stifle a groan, and it took some time for him to regain his composure. With a teacup in hand, Jin Chaocao gazed at him calmly. You may leave now. Remember to return in a year to fulfill your promise. Rising from the table, Xiang Tianzi shook his legs and moved his arms, discovering himself unscathed. Yet the pain from earlier, born from his very essence, remained vividly etched in his memory. What have you done? He asked incredulously. Jin Chaocao set down her teacup and explained, I have sealed a portion of your lustful inclinations, the remainder you must manage on your own. In essence, I have suppressed your calamity. Xiang Tianzi regarded her. Despite her radiant smile, she exuded an aura of distance that made her seem unapproachable. It dawned on him that she appeared to harbor a dislike for him. The recollection of their previous encounter sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting upon his impulses towards Jin Chaocao. Thank you, Miss Jean. I shall certainly repay you in the future. With fists clasped, he offered a slight bow before striding out. As he stepped outside and glanced back, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the shop. Akin to a mountain resting heavily upon his heart, leaving him distinctly uneasy. Once he averted his gaze, that sensation dissipated. Rubbing his aching temples, he stood under the sun. His emotions a complex tapestry. He had sensed impending troubles, which prompted his visit to Jin Chaocao for resolution. If he could truly escape this disaster, he vowed to reform and dedicate himself to the welfare of his country and its people. Unbeknownst to him, merely an hour had elapsed. Yet his mindset and thoughts were undergoing a profound transformation. In the morning, no one else arrived. Within the shop, Jin Chaocao was teaching Si Minji to read and write. The boy was astute. After merely skimming through a book once, he retained most of it. Upon a second reading, he was nearly proficient, and after a third, he was entirely adept. Yet, due to his youth and recent introduction to writing, he had spent considerable time mastering his grip on the pen. Si Minji approached his studies with earnestness, heeding Jin Chaocao's instructions diligently. At that moment, he sat at his own small desk, meticulously practicing radicals and components. Jin Chaocao reclined in a rocking chair, indulging in a piece of osmanthus cake. Bayeshi had transformed into a fox, napping on an armchair. The afternoon was serene and pleasant. Just then, the bell at the door chimed once more. A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit entered, carrying an exquisitely wrapped gift box. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Jin Chaocao. Miss Jean, I am the steward of the Zhang family, here to deliver a gift from the young master. Jin Chaocao rose from her chair, surprised that he had indeed sent her a present. The young master requests that you do not decline, this is his heartfelt intention. Nodding, she replied, please set it down. As the steward placed the gift down and prepared to leave, Jin Chaocao suddenly sensed a dark aura surrounding him. Her delicate brows furrowed. This man was entangled in a life-threatening calamity. Just as the steward was about to exit, Jin Chaocao called out, wait. Confused, he turned back. Miss Jean. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Jin Chaocao approached a nearby drawer, retrieving a piece of talisman paper, and handed it to him. Our meeting is fated. Today I grant you a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing this, the steward gratefully accepted the talisman, exclaiming, thank you, Miss Jean. You are most generous. He was aware of the Zhang family's indebtedness to her. As he exited the shop, he carefully folded the talisman and tucked it into his pocket. On his way back, he followed his usual routine, intending to stop by a boutique on a commercial street to procure a dessert for Madame Zhang. The driver parked at the roadside, and he stepped out, making his way to the store. As he approached, he felt the talisman spontaneously combust in his pocket. Stopping abruptly, he hastily reached for it. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed, accompanied by terrified screams. Warm liquid splattered across his face. Looking up, he saw a figure plummeting from above, crashing to the ground mere steps away, bloodied and mangled. A wave of terror washed over him. Had he not halted, that person would have fallen upon him. An unprecedented fear enveloped him as he fumbled for the talisman in his pocket, finding nothing but a handful of ashes. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed. Jin Chaocao had saved him. She was his savior. Jin Chaocao unwrapped Zhang Yihua's gift. Inside was a brand new smartphone and a check for 100,800. She promptly deposited the check into a donation box, contemplating the phone's packaging. Glancing at her old phone, she decided that free gifts were not to be passed up. Upon opening the box, she discovered a pink phone. Unlike any brand on the market, it powered on swiftly and boasted a full array of features. After a brief exploration, she was adept at using it. Bayeshi, watching with envy, exclaimed, Jin Chaocao, buy me a phone too. I'm bored to death. Jin Chaocao rose, a smile gracing her lips. Come, let us go shopping. I shall fulfill your every wish. Having gifted him numerous antique treasures, she felt compelled to indulge his small desire. In the afternoon, she calculated that no further fated encounters awaited her, decisively closing the shop and taking Si Minji and Bayeshi to the mall. They visited high-end menswear stores, upscale fashion boutiques, and children's clothing shops, purchasing everything she fancied. Bayeshi and Si Minji were elated, immersed in the joy of shopping alongside her. After acquiring clothing, they ventured to buy shoes. Following that, they browsed jewelry. Modern designs, characterized by simplicity and elegance, suited daily wear far better than antique pieces. Bayeshi's eyes were drawn to a magnificent square diamond ring, an 18-carat treasure. "Jin Chaocao, I want this," he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Curiosity sparked among the other patrons in the store at Bayeshi's outburst. Jin Chaocao approached to check the price, 22 million. She produced Fu Tingyuan's black card and presented it to the attendant. "Charge it." The attendant, a stunning woman, was momentarily taken aback. "Ma'am, this is the latest men's collection from an international jeweler. Are you certain you wish to purchase it for this gentleman?" Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" He expressed his desire. Did you not hear him? Chapter 44. How could I possibly be angry? The young saleswoman pursed her lips and nodded repeatedly. "I will process your card right away." Having worked in retail for many years, she had never witnessed a woman purchasing such an extravagant gift for a man. Nor had she seen a man so confidently request something he desired. Another staff member presented a ring to Bayeshi, who adorned her slender, delicate fingers with it. Resembling an exquisite creation of white jade, she appeared even more stunning than a professional model. Jin Chaocao turned to Si Mingyi and inquired, "Is there anything you fancy?" "Sister will buy it for you." Si Mingyi shook his head, expressing disinterest in jewelry. As Jin Chaocao meandered through the store, her gaze fell upon a uniquely designed, colorful phoenix ornament prominently displayed. The phoenix, adorned with 699 colorful diamonds, was palm-sized and seemed poised to take flight. Radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, undeniably beautiful. Jin Chaocao looked at Si Mingyi and asked, "Do you like this?" "Sister will buy it for you as a toy." Upon glancing at the price tag of 6.68 million, he resolutely shook his head. "Sister, I'm grown up now, I don't need toys." Jin Chaocao turned to the sales clerk, instructing, "Please bring this to him, I will pay for it." The clerk was momentarily taken aback but quickly complied and fetched the item for her. In Fu Tingyuan's office, he was in a meeting, his phone on silent mode. Yet he noticed a continuous stream of transaction alerts. Each transaction was substantial. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he silenced his phone and resumed his meeting. As evening approached, Jin Chaocao felt fatigued from her shopping expedition and escorted Si Mingyi home. Bayeshi joyfully accepted the spatial talisman that Jin Chaocao handed over, saying, "I have already taught you the spell. With your cultivation, accessing, and storing items will be effortless." Bayeshi nodded with glee. "All right, I'm heading back now." Not only had they procured numerous delightful items that day, but they also amassed a considerable supply of delicacies for the next fortnight. As dusk descended, Jin Chaocao held Si Mingyi's hand as they entered their home. Upon reaching the foyer, they noticed Fu Tingyuan seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Jin Chaocao entrusted Si Mingyi to the nanny, stating, "We have already dined, please take him for a bath. Tonight is his free time. He can do as he pleases." She reached for her bag and swiftly retrieved the diamond-studded phoenix, exclaiming, "Here, play with this." Si Mingyi accepted the phoenix, shyly smiling. "Thank you, sister." Once he had departed, Jin Chaocao settled beside Fu Tingyuan and inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" Fu Tingyuan nodded. "Did you go shopping this afternoon?" Jin Chaocao affirmed, pulling a spatial talisman from her bag. With a hand gesture, a multitude of items cascaded onto the floor, occupying half the living room. The bodyguards and nanny, who had witnessed the spectacle, stood in stunned silence. They were aware of Madame Fu's youthful prowess in certain aspects. Yet they were utterly unprepared for Jin Chaocao's mastery of celestial arts. The group immediately gathered, standing respectfully and "Greetings, Madame Fu." Jin Chaocao was taken aback by the unexpected reverence, and with a gentle smile, she instructed, "Please categorize and organize these items." The assembly driven by an unprecedented sense of urgency, busily complied with her request. Observing the commotion in the living room, Tingyuan found amusement in the chaos. Turning to him, Jin Chaocao expressed, "I spent quite a bit of your money, you're not angry, are you?" A rare smile graced Tingyuan's stern visage as he replied. "The card is yours, you may spend as you wish." "How could I possibly be angry?" The bill revealed that she had purchased a men's diamond ring. In light of her thoughtful gift, he forgave her extravagant spending. Jin Chaocao rose, beaming with delight. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Fu. I have something for you as well." His magnanimity inspired her to reciprocate. She ascended the stairs and selected 3 exquisite items from the collection Bai Yeshi had brought back: a jade finger ring once worn by Emperor Qianlong, a box of premium East pearls, and a golden phoenix hairpin. Each piece was of antique quality, suitable for both collection and auction. Tingyuan regarded the 3 items, displayed upon bright yellow silk, noting none were diamond rings. Thus, none of the gifts she purchased were intended for him? Observing Tingyuan's stoic silence, Jin Chaocao hastily clarified, "I calculated that these items far exceed the amount I spent today. Although I used your card, I cannot truly squander your wealth." Tingyuan's eyes darkened, remaining silent. Jin Chaocao, uncertain of his sentiment, offered, "If you think it's insufficient, I can procure more antiques for you." Tingyuan gazed at her innocent, radiant face, his lips pressing into a thin line. He merely cast her a cold, penetrating glance before striding away. Jin Chaocao looked at the items on the tray, her brow furrowing in confusion. They were all exquisite, and nothing seemed amiss. What could possibly be troubling him? Moments ago, he was amicable, yet now he had turned aloof. Upon returning to his room, Tingyuan downed a glass of water in one gulp. He loosened his tie and sank into the sofa, his expression as frigid as ice. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: for whom had Jin Chaocao purchased the diamond ring? He had heard that Zhang Yihua and Xian Tianzi had sought her out that day, and later, Zhang Yihua had presented her with a gift. Could it possibly be intended for him? As this notion took root, an inexplicable anger surged within Tingyuan. She used his money to buy gifts for another man. Jin Chaocao was indeed quite bold. Though they were not legally wedded, her actions were unjustifiable. Unaware of Tingyuan's ire, Jin Chaocao instructed the nanny to deliver the items to his room. She disliked being indebted to others and felt immense gratitude for Tingyuan's assistance. Financially, she was not lacking and did not wish to take advantage of him. The following morning, Jin Chaocao encountered Tingyuan in the living room and intended to greet him. However, he exited without a glance, leaving her feeling slighted. After breakfast, she set out with Si Mingyi. At the entrance, she noticed a police car blocking their way. As the vehicle approached, she recognized Zhu Ziqing seated inside. Upon seeing her, he eagerly exited the car to greet her. "Miss Jean, it's been a while." Noticing his overly cordial demeanor, Jin Chaocao cut to the chase. "Speak plainly, I don't have time for pleasantries." Zhu Ziqing scratched his head, his rugged face betraying his embarrassment. "There is indeed a matter I need you to witness." Last night, they received an emergency call regarding a massive pit discovered, into which objects had seemingly vanished without a trace. The fire department had attempted to explore the depths of the pit, but it was unfathomably deep, even several thousand meters of rope failed to reach the bottom. Chapter 45, She is going to save someone. This situation was exceedingly bizarre. They reported to their superiors and called in specialists for assistance. However, the higher-ups dispatched 4 or 5 formidable practitioners of metaphysics, yet none could resolve the matter. The area is now cordoned off, with everyone preoccupied in search of various talented individuals to discuss possible solutions. He thought of Jin Chaocao. During the previous incident at the museum, even the esteemed metaphysician Chu Wenhing could not handle it and met a tragic fate. Yet she effortlessly subdued the bronze short sword and took it away. He believed that Jin Chaocao might be capable of addressing this issue. Thus, he drove through the night to wait for her, hoping to enlist her help. After Zhu Ziqing recounted the origins of the matter, Jin Chaocao replied, "Since your situation is urgent, I shall accompany you. Please wait for me here while I fetch a few items." Zhu Ziqing nodded enthusiastically, expressing his gratitude to Miss Jean. Returning to her room, Jin Chaocao drew 20 different talismans and instructed Si Mingyi, "You stay at home and read today, sister will be out for a while, likely returning late. Si Minji obediently nodded, saying, sister, please be careful. At his tender age of understanding, he felt deeply cherished. He never sought much. But a warm word or a delightful treat from others would bring him immense satisfaction. He found it challenging to be well-behaved in front of others. Yet in Jin Chaocao's presence, all his resentment seemed to dissipate like mist. He only wished to heed her words. Accompanied by a driver, Jin Chaocao followed Zhu Ziqing as they departed Beijing. Their destination was a remote mountainous area. Due to the extraordinary nature of the incident, the site was under lockdown. Yet many villagers had gathered out of curiosity. Jin Chaocao's vehicle parked outside the police line, where groups of people huddled together, conversing. Have you heard? That bottomless pit suddenly appeared. The fire brigade has tried various methods to probe it, but they couldn't reach the bottom. They've said someone fell in, and after a day, there's been no news. It seems grim, such a deep pit, the rope can't even reach the bottom. Listening to the cacophony of voices around her, Jin Chaocao followed Zhu Ziqing across the police line. They walked a considerable distance before arriving at their destination. It was an expansive flat area, surrounded by towering mountains that encircled it like a basin. In the center of the flat land lay a pit approximately 20 meters in diameter, descending into an abyss so dark that it seemed sunlight could not penetrate. At that moment, a group of about 10 people stood beside the pit. Among them were 3 or 4 elderly men. Zhu Ziqing approached a robust-looking middle-aged man, saying, Boss, I have brought the person I mentioned. Xiao Gui scrutinized Jin Chaocao with furrowed brows. Are you joking? For such a critical matter, you bring a child? Zhu Ziqing felt a pang of frustration and quickly clarified. Boss, don't underestimate Miss Jin's youth. I have witnessed her true capabilities. Let her give it a try. What if? What if what? Did you not see that Elder Zheng, Elder Yu, Elder Mo, and Elder Yu are all here, utterly at a loss? What can a little girl accomplish? Zhu Ziqing recalled the sting of being humiliated in the past and quietly lowered his head, explaining, You are aware of Elder Chu's passing, right? She was the one who handled the aftermath of that incident at the museum. Only then did Xiao Gui regard Jin Chaocao with a discerning eye. Can you manage this? Seeing the skepticism etched across his face, Jin Chaocao turned her gaze towards the pit. Whether I can succeed will be revealed through trial. If I say I can, do you believe me? Xiao Gui was momentarily rendered speechless, his face turning red from her boldness. He had not expected such audacity from someone so young. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Zhu Ziqing, take her to see it. If she cannot do it, leave quickly and do not hinder us here. Jin Chaocao felt a surge of indignation. Fearing that the boss might provoke this young lady, Zhu Ziqing hastily intervened. Miss Jin, let us first go take a look. Do not take offense, the boss has had his own experiences with young girls, leading him to hold a prejudice, always fearing they might cause trouble. Jin Chaocao was disinclined to engage with such individuals. Under Zhu Ziqing's guidance, she approached the edge of the pit. The sun was setting, casting an even darker shadow over the entrance. Upon seeing a young girl approach, the most prominent elder among them, Mr. Zheng, spoke, Little girl, which sect do you belong to? This place is very dangerous, one must not be careless. Jin Chaocao, noting his concern, politely replied, I am of the Tianjin lineage, the last inheritor of the metaphysical realm. Mr. Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward with a respectful greeting. I have heard of a predecessor named Jin Yuzhu. What is your relation to her? Jin Chaocao answered truthfully, she is my grandmother. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zheng immediately bowed and clasped his hands. I am honored to meet you, Miss Jin. I never imagined you would be her descendant. The current situation is as follows. We have studied this pit and believe it to be a tear in the fabric of time and space. Only by sealing this rift can we fill the pit. As for the person who fell in, it is likely they are in dire straits. The remaining 3 elders exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with shock. Mr. Zheng, the most powerful metaphysical master of the present day, held a position of authority and respect. If he treated a young person with such deference, what remarkable abilities did she possess? As everyone gathered closer, Jin Chaocao approached the pit and retrieved a talisman from her pocket. She formed a hand seal, igniting the talisman, which erupted with a force capable of distorting space. Tossing it into the pit, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble. The onlookers were taken aback. Once the shaking subsided, black smoke billowed from the pit. Jin Chaocao turned to Mr. Xing and stated, "Indeed, it is a temporal rift. There is oxygen below, the individual who fell should still be alive. Please do not move around, I will go rescue them." The crowd stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen. "How will you save them?" they wondered. For the darkness of the rift obscured all sight, and even a rope thousands of meters long yielded no end. At that moment, the head firefighter stammered, "I will find you more ropes." In his mind, only by securing more ropes could someone venture in. Jin Chaocao smiled brightly at him, "Thank you. But I do not need ropes." She approached a nearby clear space, began sketching and writing, then burned several talismans. Soon, the crowd beheld a golden circle of light emerging from the ground, within which ethereal energies danced. Turning to Zhu Ziqing, she instructed, "Watch closely. Do not allow anyone to disrupt my formation. I will use this formation to bring the person back once I locate them." Just as Zhu Ziqing began to respond, Jin Chaocao leaped directly into the pit. Chapter 46, The Art of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. The gathered crowd wiped the cold sweat from their brows in unison. Xing Jinnan's aged visage was etched with concern. The others remained silent, as daring to leap into the unknown was indeed a remarkable feat. One could not discern whether to commend the girl for her youthful fearlessness or to marvel at her extraordinary capabilities. For her, such endeavors were hardly daunting. Thus, they commenced a prolonged wait. Jin Chaocao ventured into the pitch-black void, retrieving a dark orb from her bag. This was a treasure of the Xianmen, the rebirth pearl, capable of suppressing malevolence and locating the living. She summoned her flying sword, stepping upon it to traverse the obsidian expanse. The rebirth pearl emitted a verdant glow, illuminating her path. Wang San, a villager from the vicinity, had fallen into the chasm. He felt as though he were in a perpetual descent. Initially gripped by terror, he fainted several times, but gradually acclimated to the sensation, even managing to open his eyes. Yet, the darkness enveloped him, and as time passed, dread threatened to suffocate him. Just as despair loomed, a green light caught his attention. As it drew nearer, his excitement surged, and he called out, "I'm here. Help! Is anyone there?" Jin Chaocao heard his cries and accelerated her sword, seizing the collar of the man. She retracted the rebirth pearl and summoned another talisman. In the next instant, the talisman ignited, and she and Wang San emerged in the luminous circle outside the black hole. The moment they appeared, Xing Lao rushed forward, astonished, exclaiming, "Miss Jean, you have terrified us all. It is a relief you have returned." Wang San, realizing he had been rescued, promptly fainted again. Jin Chaocao dropped him to the ground and turned to Xing Jinnan, stating, "Though I am young, I am not foolish, one cannot act recklessly without certainty." The crowd fell into a collective silence, acknowledging the girl's audacious words. Clad in a beautiful fitted qipao, her long hair cascading gracefully behind her, she appeared ethereal and poised, untouched by the chaos she had just experienced. Having emerged after several hours, while they were fraught with worry, she remained as elegant as ever, her bangs perfectly in place. Was she truly human, or a celestial being? The previously skeptical Xiaogui stood nearby, speechless. Zhu Ziqing stifled a chuckle, feeling a pang of embarrassment for his superior. Wang San was whisked away for medical attention, and the others turned their gazes towards the pit. Everyone awaited Jin Chaocao's instructions. Feeling fatigued, she declared, "I need a moment to rest and have some food." Despite not exhausting her physical strength, her mental energy had been greatly depleted. She retrieved water and food from her bag, recognizing the necessity of collective effort to fill this fissure. With everyone watching, there was no reason for her to shoulder the burden alone. Xing Jinnan nodded with a smile, "Miss Jean, please give us your orders, we shall assist you." They had been at a loss regarding the pit, so contributing to Jin Chaocao's efforts was a welcomed opportunity. The others echoed their agreement. Jin Chaocao nodded with satisfaction. "In a moment, I will set up a formation, you will each stand at the designated points and activate the runes. This would allow her to focus on mending the temporal rift." Understood. Jin Chaocao worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, she had arranged the formation around the great chasm. Four elders positioned themselves at the corners, each holding a bundle of talismans, tokens she had distributed to facilitate the formation. As she formed hand seals, the formation radiated with light. Jin Nan led the group in synchronously igniting the talismans, diligently activating the formation. Jin Chaocao gazed into the abyss, her hands weaving intricate seals. And a sacred light erupted from within her, manifesting as ethereal hands that surged into the inky void. The crowd watched in awe as the space at the chasm began to contort, the darkness receding as if being filled by earth, gradually diminishing until the black hole vanished entirely. Once the fissure was restored, Jin Nan stumbled to the ground, fully aware of the immense power behind Jin Chaocao's talismans. Merely activating the talismans had proven strenuous for them. This made it evident that despite her youth, her strength was beyond the reach of these seasoned elders. The others shared this sentiment, their previous doubts replaced by profound respect. Jin Chaocao exhaled a sigh of relief, her body weakening as she sank to the ground, her vision blurring. The dawn was approaching. Xiaogui, who had been waiting in the car for news, succumbed to sleep. Zhu Ziqing, seeing the resolution of the situation, gently nudged his superior's arm. "Boss, it's done." Xiaogui jolted awake, his eyes widening at the expansive scenery before him. He stared in disbelief for several moments before exiting the vehicle to survey the surroundings. The enormous black hole had vanished, leaving a flat expanse in its wake. Scratching his head in confusion, he mused, "Zhu Ziqing, am I seeing things? Is this still the same place from last night? Something feels off." Zhu Ziqing smiled knowingly. "Boss, we haven't moved an inch, how could it be different? Perhaps you were just dreaming." He beamed as he surveyed the area. When he noticed that the once majestic mountains had completely disappeared, he stood in shock. The mountains are gone? Concurrently, Xiaogui made the same realization. He turned to Jin Chaocao, astonished. "What happened to the mountains?" Jin Chaocao, seated upon a stone and sipping water, explained. "Though the temporal rift has been repaired, the resulting hole requires filling. The mountains have been used to fill the void. Had we delayed any longer, the rift might have widened beyond the capacity of these 4 mountains to fill." Her words left the crowd in a state of stunned silence. She possessed the ability to move mountains and fill seas? Xiaogui. Jin Nan. The others exchanged glances, utterly astounded. On the return journey, a heavy silence enveloped them, their spirits weighed down. At the Fu residence, Fu Tingyuan learned that Jin Chaocao had been summoned unexpectedly and had not returned throughout the night. In the morning, he attended to business at his company. And after wrapping up his tasks by midday, he dismissed unimportant meetings to return home early. He sat in the living room, repeatedly checking his phone. So much time had passed without a word from her, his messages had seemingly vanished into the void. Concern gnawed at him. Sima Minji sat beside him, his expression grave, his youthful face marked by a cold demeanor. The elder and the younger appeared somewhat preoccupied. When Jin Chaocao finally returned, she found them in this state. "What are you two doing here?" she asked, having taken a moment to rest during her journey, her energy renewed. However, after a night of exertion, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing her, Fu Tingyuan's dark eyes brightened, and he was about to speak when Sima Minji dashed forward, embracing Jin Chaocao's waist. "Sister, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long." Chapter 47, Mr. Fu, you have an impressive physique. Jin Chaocao gently ruffled his hair, smiling slightly. "I'm back now, isn't that enough? Have you been studying diligently at home, Minji?" Sima Minji nodded eagerly, immediately presenting his written work for her review. Jin Chaocao noticed that in just one day, his penmanship had improved remarkably, with strokes now straight and even. Sima Minji beamed at her praise, grinning widely. Meanwhile, Fu Tingyuan, seated on the sofa, hesitated, his gaze darkening further as he observed Sima Minji's boldness. This boy, at merely 6 years of age, had the audacity to embrace a girl's waist. He would eventually have to send him away from home. Jin Chaocao held on to Sima Minji and addressed Fu Tingyuan. "I am heading back to my room. I was busy all night and am utterly exhausted." The words that Fu Tingyuan had on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. He gritted his teeth as a wave of pent-up frustration circled from his chest to his stomach. This suppressed feeling ignited an inexplicable urge to explode. The concern he had just moments ago transformed into a ticking bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Upon returning to her room, Jin Chaocao lit incense for her grandmother. Listening to her recount the events of the previous night, her grandmother's expression turned grave. Spatial rifts do not manifest in isolation. They will surely return to seek you out. Such occurrences happen every 30 years, and there will be no less than 10 rifts at a time. They do not appear all at once, rather. Similar situations will unfold over time. Jin Chaocao furrowed her brow in worry. Is it really that serious? If left unaddressed, these rifts could expand, ultimately leading to catastrophic earthquakes. Her grandmother's words deepened her furrowed brow. Living on this land, she bore a heavy responsibility. She understood the dangers that earthquakes could bring better than anyone else. What can we do? Jin Chaocao's spirits sank. Her grandmother shook her head. There is little we can do but hope someone discovers the location of the rifts. The world is vast, and even those with extraordinary abilities cannot search every inch. If we can find them, you might be able to mend the rifts in time and avert disaster. If not, it is simply fate. After a shower, Jin Chaocao donned her pajamas and sat on the sofa, opening her phone. To her surprise, she found numerous messages. Her smartphone was well charged, with 90% of battery remaining after being out for so long. The messages came from an unfamiliar number, devoid of any notes indicating who it might be. Glancing through them, she deemed them unimportant and dismissed them. Despite her grandmother's warnings about the rifts, she was unwilling to surrender so easily. Changing into a beige puff-sleeved cheapao, she selected a green gemstone ring from her jewelry cabinet. This ring was a family heirloom from the Xianmen lineage, a pigeon egg-sized emerald, rich in history and unmatched in the world. Adorning it, she exuded an indescribable elegance. Knock, knock, knock. Fu Tingyuan, in the midst of changing clothes, frowned at the sound of the door. He slipped on a shirt and opened the door, expecting to find the housekeeper, only to be greeted by the sight of Jin Chaocao standing gracefully at the threshold. His shirt draped over him, revealing a powerful chest and a set of well-defined abs that formed a golden ratio with his waistline leading down into his trousers. Jin Chaocao's eyes widened in astonishment as she raised her hands to her cheeks, feeling as if she had ignited. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Mr. Fu, your physique is truly impressive." Fu Tingyuan responded with a stunned silence. A rush of warmth surged from his abdomen to the crown of his head, settling into his earlobes, which flushed a deep crimson. He quickly shut the door, his handsome yet stoic visage tinged with a rosy hue. He had not anticipated Jin Chaocao's visit, nor her breathtaking beauty in that fleeting moment. Her ethereal grace made her resemble a celestial being, the beige jiupao accentuating her perfect form, her slender waist delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, and her arms pale as jade. Meeting her sparkling eyes felt like a parched soul encountering a refreshing spring, irresistibly drawn in, consumed by infatuation. As she gazed at the closed door, her long eyelashes fluttered. She noticed Fu Tingyuan's ears were still flushed. Was it really that significant, merely a glance at his abs? Knock, knock, knock. Jin Chaocao had initially come to discuss matters with Fu Tingyuan. With her purpose unfulfilled, she was not about to leave easily. Fu Tingyuan hastily dressed, fastening his buttons before reopening the door. Jin Chaocao regarded the impeccably dressed man, instantly reminded of the cold, iron-willed Fu Tingyuan. "I need to talk to you about something." She swiftly got to the point. Fu Tingyuan feigned solemnity. "Go on." Jin Chaocao confidently stepped into his room and settled onto a small sofa. Leaning back, she locked eyes with Fu Tingyuan. "Last night, I dealt with a spatial rift. Thankfully, I arrived in time, and the situation wasn't too severe. However, these rifts occur every 30 years, and each occurrence is never singular. If not promptly addressed, they can lead to devastating earthquakes." Fu Tingyuan, seated on the edge of the bed, raised his brow in confusion. "Why are you telling me this?" Jin Chaocao responded candidly. "I hope you can assist me in devising a plan to search for information regarding spatial rifts worldwide over the next year. Once we gather intel, please report it to me immediately." Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Worldwide?" "Indeed, spatial rifts can manifest anywhere across the globe," Jin Chaocao affirmed. Fu Tingyuan felt a wave of frustration. "The world is vast, isn't that akin to searching for a needle in a haystack?" Jin Chaocao recognized the challenge. Sighing as her gaze turned distant, "I simply do not want so many lives to be lost. If we can receive information in advance, it would be our contribution to the world. If we cannot stop it, then let fate take its course." She was determined to do her utmost. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Fu Tingyuan nodded solemnly. I will pass the word along and enlist my friends to keep an eye out for such information. Jin Chaocao rose and approached Fu Tingyuan. Bowing deeply, thank you, Mr. Fu. Fu Tingyuan was struck by the seriousness of her gratitude, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed that between them, politeness was all that remained. After bowing, she turned to leave. Fu Tingyuan gazed at her graceful silhouette and impulsively grasped her wrist. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to tell her that there was no need for such formality between them. However, Jin Chaocao, caught off guard, stumbled forward and fell into Fu Tingyuan's embrace. Chapter 48, The Sign of Childlessness. Fu Tingyuan had never anticipated that Jin Chaocao would suddenly throw herself at him. The force of her impact sent him sprawling onto the bed, and their lips collided unexpectedly. A cool, fragrant sensation spread across his lips, sending electric shivers through his heart, leaving him both exhilarated and bewildered. Jin Chaocao, momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure and retreated a few steps. Sitting up stiffly, Fu Tingyuan noticed a peculiar fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, reminiscent of spring's revival, where the earth blossoms with flowers, fresh yet elusive, enveloping him completely. Jin Chaocao, smiling awkwardly, declared, I have matters to attend to, I must take my leave. As Fu Tingyuan watched her flee in haste, he felt as though the softness of her touch still lingered on his fingertips. It seemed he had wrapped his arms around her slender waist, soft and delicate. A feather-like sensation brushed against his heart, igniting a thrilling, unfamiliar emotion that coursed through him, leaving him momentarily dazed yet secretly pleased. Jin Chaocao hurried back to her room and lay on her bed, recalling the earlier incident that left her cheeks inexplicably flushed. What did Fu Tingyuan's expression signify? Did he find her distasteful? Then why had he pulled her close? Was there something unsaid, or was it simply a deliberate tease? Remembering the words he had spoken when they first obtained their marriage certificate, she shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel her wandering thoughts. After all, he had claimed not to have any affection for her, and it was already a blessing that they could coexist peacefully. Though the unexpected encounter had stirred her emotions, she resolved not to dwell on it further. After resting for a while, Jin Chaocao took Si Minji to visit the renowned divination establishment. Upon her arrival, Bayeshi exclaimed, I heard you were busy. Has everything been resolved? Jin Chaocao settled into the main chair, placing her fan aside, and shook her head. Not everything has been settled. You, old fox, need to assist me with something. Bayeshi's expression twisted into a frown. My instincts tell me that your request is anything but pleasant. Jin Chaocao smiled slyly. Your instincts are decidedly incorrect. Bayeshi rolled his eyes. Just say what you need. I want you to traverse the entire country and investigate whether there are any remaining temporal rifts. Bayeshi nearly leapt up in protest. Jin Chaocao, do you wish to exhaust me? The nation is vast. By the end of this, my legs will be useless. Jin Chaocao, reclining in her chair, replied nonchalantly. If you wish to preserve your limbs, you must devise a solution yourself. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall commend you for your efforts. Bayeshi, who had initially resisted, felt compelled to comply. Now that sounds more reasonable. He picked up a teapot, preparing to pour himself some water. Jin Chaocao tapped the table gently. Are you not leaving soon? Bayeshi grumbled as he poured. Jin Chaocao, you are pushing your luck. Treating me as a mere shop assistant and summoning me like this is quite excessive. Jin Chaocao clarified, the sooner you depart, the sooner you will discover and resolve the issue. Do not delay. If I am unable to handle it, your efforts will be in vain. After finishing his water, Bayeshi pulled 2 strands of hair from his head and handed them to Jin Chaocao. I will go. If I find anything, I will convey the information through these. Jin Chaocao accepted the hair and waved him off. Si Minji, standing nearby, noticed Jin Chaocao's troubled expression and spoke up. Sister, is there anything I can do to help? Jin Chaocao gently pinched his cheek. You are still young, dear brother. There is little you can assist with. Focus on your studies, play with your toys when tired, and watch television if you wish. Si Minji pursed his lips, choosing silence. He understood that he was still too young to alleviate his sister's burdens, and thus resolved to study diligently, hoping to grow quickly so he could share her troubles. Seeing Si Minji's downcast demeanor, Jin Chaocao coughed lightly. Why don't you prepare some tea for me? I've noticed you've been learning quite well. Si Minji's face lit up with joy as he seized the teapot. Diligently following the steps Jin Chaocao had taught him. Leaning back in her chair, Jin Chaocao smiled with satisfaction. This boy, despite the trials fate had imposed upon him, showed the potential to be kind, understanding, and warm-hearted. The notion of being chosen as a vessel for a demon was but a cruel twist of destiny. Fortunately, she was there to bless his life, hoping he could feel the warmth of the world. As Jin Chaocao sipped her tea, the doorbell chimed once more. This time, a couple entered. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, was neat and tidy, while the woman, slightly plump, wore a striking red dress. Clutching a designer handbag worth over $1 million and adorned with an expensive diamond ring. The couple, both in their 30s, entered with the man leading and holding the woman's hand. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, they paused momentarily, then approached slowly. Excuse me, can we seek a divination here? The man inquired. Jin Chaocao nodded, certainly, please have a seat. The couple settled into the designated spots. Jin Chaocao retrieved a divination stick, offering it to them. What would you like to inquire about? Simply focus on your question in your heart. The man turned to the woman, you go ahead. The woman, her face clouded with sorrow, hesitated for a long moment before finally reaching out to draw a stick. The stick bore 4 characters: mushroom, smooth, prosperity. Declined. Jin Chaocao accepted the bamboo stick and gazed at the woman. Your forehead is full, and your chin is square, yet your features are flat, with swollen lower eyelids and a thin-lipped mouth, indicating a sign of childlessness. It is unfortunate that you drew a stick beginning with mushroom, for mushrooms are seedless plants, destined for a life without children. Upon hearing this, the woman's complexion turned ashen. She had sought divination to inquire when she might conceive. After consulting numerous doctors and undergoing countless treatments, all of which ended in disappointment, she had placed her last hope in the divine. Now, even the divine had extinguished her final glimmer of hope. The woman began to weep uncontrollably, while the man, helpless, could only hold her and offer comfort. Yaya. It's all right. In this life, having you is enough. It was clear he genuinely loved her. Jin Chaocao noticed a dark mole on the man's mountain root, indicative of childlessness as well. However, their features were prosperous, and their eyes gentle. They were not malicious individuals. Their childlessness might stem from ancestral misdeeds that had affected their fate. The man then realized and continued to ask, Sir, what do the other 3 words mean? Jin Chaocao replied honestly, you will experience wealth and prosperity for a considerable time, but you will inevitably decline in your later years. This revelation shocked them even more than the news of their childlessness, as the woman, momentarily forgetting her tears, looked up at Jin Chaocao with a face full of anguish. Chapter 49, You are the benefactor of our union. The man comforted the woman, who was on the verge of emotional collapse, in silence for a considerable time. Finally, he lifted his head and addressed Jin Chaocao. Master, I implore you to assist us. Is there no way to unravel the knots of our lives? Jin Chaocao nodded. There is indeed a method, but it hinges on your willingness. The couple exchanged nervous glances, their hearts ignited with hope, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Chaocao turned to the woman. You may consider adopting a child. Some children are destined to have siblings, which might bring unforeseen joy. However, there are no guarantees, so you must be prepared. The woman gazed at her husband, her tear-filled eyes brimming with anticipation. I will heed your advice. Let us adopt a child. The man embraced his wife and then looked at Jin Chaocao. In truth, we had contemplated this before. But my wife has been quite adamant about wanting a child of our own. Jin Chaocao replied, I can accompany you to the orphanage. Remember, regardless of whether you later have your own children, you must treat the adopted child with kindness. The couple earnestly assured, we certainly will care for him or her well. Jin Chaocao continued, to ensure your family flourishes in your later years, you must also engage in acts of charity and kindness. When you accumulate enough good fortune, you will be blessed with safety. The man gently patted his wife's back, his tone exceedingly tender. Did you hear that? We still have a chance. The woman, filled with excitement, stood and looked at Jin Chaocao. Then let us not delay, we shall go to the orphanage to adopt a child. I promise to treat him as my own. Jin Chaocao nodded and followed the couple out. The woman's name was Xingxiangyi, and the man's was Cui Jingzhong. On their way, the woman recounted the story of their marriage. They had grown up together but had been separated due to misunderstandings in their youth, only to reunite later. Having missed many precious moments, they now cherished their relationship deeply. Even though the woman had not been able to conceive, the man loved her profoundly. Jin Chaocao couldn't help but regard the man a few more times. He had a high forehead and a narrow chin, his face pale and somewhat bloated, reflecting a once promising youth now marred by hardship. Fortunately, the woman was blessed, bringing him a chance for redemption. As long as their bond remained strong and they acted with benevolence, the calamities of their twilight years would surely be alleviated. At the orphanage, a luxurious car halted at the entrance, drawing the curious gazes of a group of children. In a small room on the second floor, a round-faced boy with large eyes was embroiled in a scuffle with several other children, clutching a tattered photograph. He was being mocked by the others who grabbed at its fragments. "Who is that in the picture? They look quite ugly." "That's his mother. I know her. She sells tofu at the corner." "Your mom is dead. What about your dad? Why doesn't he take you home?" "Maybe he's dead too." The boy, surrounded by 6 or 7 others, was on the ground, his cheeks bruised, yet his dark, bright eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity akin to a hawk. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed from downstairs. The children rushed to the window. "Is it a wealthy couple coming to adopt?" one of the older kids exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, excitement surged, and they all dashed downstairs. The moment the car stopped, a throng of children, ranging from 4 to 12 years old, surrounded it, their innocent eyes fixed upon the couple emerging from the vehicle. Jin Chaocao was the last to alight. The director of the orphanage, noticing their arrival, hurried over to greet them. "Mr. and Mrs., what brings you here today?" Cui Jingzhong replied, "We wish to adopt a child. We have already sent someone to handle the paperwork, and it should be finalized shortly." The director's face lit up with joy. "Please, follow me upstairs to discuss this." Cui Jingzhong declined. "My wife wishes to see the children first. Later, I will send supplies for them." Hearing this, the director beamed with delight. Not only would they adopt a child, but they would also donate supplies to the orphanage, truly a momentous occasion. He assigned a teacher to accompany Cui Jingzhong to engage with the children. As Xingxiangyi interacted with the kids, her smile brightened. Jin Chaocao trailed behind, quietly observing. The orphanage housed over 200 children, yet none seemed to align with the couple's situation. She shook her head slightly, feeling a tinge of regret. "Perhaps we should consider another place. The children here may not suit you." Some children were destined for fortune but had to endure hardships in their youth before they could thrive. Others had early blessings but lacked siblings. Some were simply ill-fated. If taken home, they would only bring endless misfortune to the couple. Her choice needed to preserve the children's fortunes while assisting the couple. Selecting the right child was paramount. Upon hearing Jin Chaocao's words, Cui Jingzhong sighed, "Then I must trouble you, Miss Jin." When the donations arrived, Cui Jingzhong turned to the director with an apologetic look. "I'm afraid, due to certain reasons, the children here may not be suitable. However, rest assured, I will donate 1 million to the orphanage." The director's face radiated with joy. "It's perfectly alright if you don't adopt, your contribution is greatly appreciated." "Thank you, Mr. Cui." "With so many children, is there truly not one that strikes your fancy?" The director expressed his frustration. The couple appeared affluent, and he longed for a child to be chosen. Cui Jingzhong smiled apologetically. "Could you let me know if all the children in the orphanage are present?" The director glanced around and realized a few were missing. "There are still some who haven't arrived. I will fetch them immediately." A few minutes later, a group of children was gathered in the expansive playground, standing in neat lines. Jin Chaocao's eyes were drawn to a stubborn little boy at the back. He appeared to have been bullied, his face showing signs of injury. Yet he stood quietly, head down, not uttering a word. This child possessed a harmonious appearance, exuding an air of nobility, and was destined to have siblings, not just one. Jin Chaocao pointed towards the little boy. "He is the most suitable, Mr. Cui, let it be him." Cui Jingzhong and Xingxiangyi simultaneously turned to look. At that moment, the boy lifted his head, and their gazes met, creating a moment of stillness. Xingxiangyi felt an instinctive recognition, a sense of intimacy as if he were her own son. Cui Jingzhong's laughter echoed, excellent, excellent. I will speak with the director, he is the one. Xing Xiangyi stepped forward, excitedly embracing Jin Chaocao. Thank you, Miss Jin. You are truly a benefactor to us. Chapter 50, There's no need for formalities between us. Jin Chaocao patted Xing Xiangyi's back. All I can do is this, the rest is up to you. Xing Xiangyi vowed, I will treat him as my own. From the very first glance, I felt a connection. Jin Chaocao nodded in satisfaction, as long as you are pleased. The remaining matters were no longer her concern. As she departed the orphanage, darkness had already enveloped the horizon, and the city was aglow with vibrant lights. With Bayeshi absent, Jin Chaocao returned to her shop, setting barriers to prevent any disturbances before preparing to head home. Upon her return to the Fu residence, the housekeeper presented her with 2 invitations. Madame Fu. These are invitations from Miss Shen, inviting you to a social gathering for distinguished ladies the day after tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. This is an invitation sent from the Lin family, inviting you and Mr. Fu to the birthday celebration of the Lin family's patriarch, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Jin Chaocao picked up the invitation written by the Ling family and suddenly recalled that she seemed to have received a message on her phone. My grandfather's 90th birthday is in 3 days. My parents would like to invite you to attend. Miss Jin, please do us this favor. The phone number was not saved, so she did not pay much attention to who the message was from. It turned out to be a message from Ling Yu. She glanced again at Xin Yulan's invitation and said to the maid, the Ling family's birthday banquet is tomorrow, and the Shen family's social gathering is the day after. I understand. Only then did the maid deliver the invitation to Jin Chaocao's room. Sister-in-law, it's been ages. Fu Shaoan suddenly bounced in from the doorway. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly she had returned. Didn't you say you had a study abroad assignment? It's only been a few days. Of course, it's because of my unmatched intelligence that I resolved matters swiftly and returned early, Fu Shaoan replied, linking her arm with Jin Chaocao's. Sister-in-law. Being away from you makes me miss you terribly. Jin Chaocao patted her shoulder, noting, you seem heavier, I can see you've gained some weight. Not at all. I can't get used to foreign cuisine, I've actually lost weight. Fu Shaoan chattered excitedly. Noticing the rosy glow on her cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes, Jin Chaocao smiled and asked, are you in love? Fu Shaoan was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting disbelief. You can tell that? Jin Chaocao shrugged, asserting, no one and nothing can deceive my eyes. Fu Shaoan bit her lip, shyly smiling. He's my senior. We just happened to study abroad together, and we got to know each other a bit. She proudly pulled out her phone and showed Jin Chaocao a photo. Look, isn't he handsome? Jin Chaocao scrutinized the young man in the photograph. He appeared to be around 22, with elegant willow-like brows and a prosperous demeanor. His eyes conveyed loyalty and trustworthiness. His ears were thick and round, surpassing his brows, suggesting nobility. Jin Chaocao assessed that this young man was indeed a person of integrity, with a promising future ahead. If he worked diligently, he might even rise to a prominent position akin to that of Zhang Yihua. Jin Chaocao gave Fu Shaoan a thumbs up, exclaiming, what great taste you have. Upon hearing the praise, Fu Shaoan beamed with joy, slightly bashful as she recounted, the last time I was in a car accident, it was because of him. Thankfully, sister-in-law helped me avoid a disaster. Jin Chaocao was taken aback, immediately looking up at Fu Shaoan. After a moment of contemplation, she became serious and said, I have some unfortunate news. Would you like to hear it? Fu Shaoan grasped Jin Chaocao's fingers, her heart racing with anxiety. After a pause, she stammered. Are you saying he is not a suitable match for me? Jin Chaocao nodded, clarifying, he is suited for you, but you are not suited for him. If you both insist on being together, he will not attain high status or wealth. Fu Shaoan covered her ears, wishing she hadn't heard Jin Chaocao's words. Sister-in-law, we're just getting to know each other, we're only preparing to enter a relationship. She pouted dejectedly, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Jin Chaocao chuckled, then continued dating, every choice in life is valid. If he marries you, you will both find prosperity. If he does not marry you, he may achieve great heights, though his emotional life may feel somewhat empty. Upon hearing this, Fu Shaoan finally relaxed. That's good. Regardless, I don't care. I like him, and I want to date him. If one day he truly wishes to marry someone else, I want to back down at that moment. Fu Shaoan's resolve was steadfast. She carefully tucked the photo of him back into her phone, as if safeguarding a treasure. Jin Chaocao inquired curiously, "What's his name?" Fu Shaoan proudly responded, "GCNG." Jin Chaocao paused for a moment, then rubbed her forehead, saying, "As long as you're happy." The character Xian belongs to the metal element, suggesting nobility and evoking feelings of envy, indicating that he would likely attract many admirers. Jin Chaocao thought that in his presence, this girl might have to contend with some competition for fortune. "Shaoan, dating is fine, but don't overstep, he is not your ideal match, you know?" Jin Chaocao cautioned. Fu Shaoan covered her ears, insisting, "Sister-in-law, I don't want to hear it. I like him, and I want to marry him." With a resigned sigh, Jin Chaocao replied, "Very well, I suppose you won't heed my warnings. If you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out. I know you care for me, sister-in-law, I'll be cautious," Fu Shaoan said, smiling as she embraced Jin Chaocao, planting a firm kiss on her cheek. Jin Chaocao observed the bliss radiating from Fu Shaoan's face. In truth, she felt somewhat envious of ordinary girls. They could freely express their affections during their youth, pursue their crushes, and embrace love. Meanwhile, she bore a sense of duty, burdened with endless responsibilities and the need to alleviate suffering. She too wondered if loving someone truly brought happiness. Watching Fu Shaoan surrounded by an aura of joy, she mused that it must indeed feel blissful. The following morning, Jin Chaocao donned an elegant dress and appeared in the living room. Fu Tingyuan was also attending the Ling family's banquet, thus he was dressed formally as well. Jin Chaocao approached Fu Tingyuan, greeting him with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Fu." He nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on her slender waist. Jin Chaocao's beauty seemed to defy a singular description. Although she was dressed provocatively, she exuded an air of refined elegance, her ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being. Every outfit she wore radiated a unique charm. The two made their way to the car. Just as Jin Chaocao bent down to lift her skirt to get in, Fu Tingyuan preemptively bent down to assist her with the hem. She was momentarily taken aback, turning to him with a faint smile, "Thank you." Fu Tingyuan's expression remained as stoic as ever, and he joined her in the car, sitting beside her. As the car started, the confined space seemed to amplify the stillness, where even a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, Fu Tingyuan broke the silence, stating, "There is no need for such formality between us." Chapter 51, The Lung Family Banquet. Jin Chaocao looked up in surprise. "Am I being too polite?" Each time she encountered an issue, she would seek his assistance, and she never felt it was being overly courteous. This conversation suddenly reminded her of something. How had the situation with that woman been handled? Fu Tingyuan understood she was referring to Jiang Chong and his wife, Lu Fenxiang. He replied coldly. She was sentenced to 4 years. Jiang Chong had evidently used some means to divorce that woman, and it was confirmed that he indeed had another woman outside, along with 2 children. Jin Chaocao clicked her tongue. This man was truly ruthless, showing that he intended for this woman to never rise again. Of course, the woman was rather foolish as well. One had to wonder how ignorant she could be to equate indulgence, arrogance, and the bullying of the weak with love from a man. This illustrated how, when a person is blinded by ignorance, they tend to abandon all the knowledge they once possessed. Fu Tingyuan leaned back in his seat, softly responding, "I have terminated my collaboration with Jiang Chong. He is indeed quite ruthless. Such a person should be avoided." The car moved slowly forward. On the horizon, elegantly blended gardens appeared, with villas nestled in this natural oasis. This was a villa district for retired officials. The patriarch of the Lin family was 90 years old this year, a true hero who had once been on the battlefield. The Lin family had 3 generations of soldiers, with Lung Fu currently serving as a commander in a certain district, holding a significant position as a senior official. Today's banquet was exceptionally lively. The old patriarch invited his former comrades and others who had been kind to the Lin family. Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan were among the few outsiders present. As the vehicle came to a halt, a young man in military attire approached to greet them. "Are you Mr. and Mrs. Fu? Commander Lung instructed us to specially welcome you." Jin Chaocao glanced at the young man. You're referring to Lingyu? Yes. The young man, seeing such a beautiful girl for the first time, blushed. Jin Chaocao smiled gently. It has been a few days since we last met, please take us to see him. Clearly, Lingyu held a respectable position. He was busy hosting guests, but upon hearing that Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan had arrived, he hurried over to welcome them. You two have finally arrived, Mr. Fu, Miss Jin. Seeing them, Lingyu was overjoyed. After a few days apart, his demeanor had grown even more resolute, exuding the aura of someone in authority. Jin Chaocao noticed the renewed aura of fortune surrounding him, feeling quite pleased. She smiled radiantly. It truly is refreshing to see you again. Lingyu scratched his head, feeling bashful. All of this is thanks to Miss Jin. Jin Chaocao laughed heartily. No need for flattery. Lingyu grinned, showing his large, white teeth, his smile even more sincere. Fu Tingyuan could hardly bear to watch, after all. Jin Chaocao was his wife. Since it's the elder's birthday, let us go meet your grandfather. Lingyu immediately led them to a small room next door. A group of elderly men sat chatting on the sofa. Though their hair was white and they appeared aged, they still had bright eyes and spoke with loud voices. Lingyu approached the eldest among them and politely announced, "Grandfather, Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu have arrived." Only then did old Master Lung pause his conversation and look up at the young couple standing before him. The man was tall and imposing, exuding a refined demeanor with deep, chiseled features that hinted at an ironclad authority. The woman wore an elegant gown adorned with jade jewelry, emanating an air of grace and nobility with every smile and frown. Old Master Lung trembled as he stood up, extending his hand. My dear, you are a benefactor to our Lung family. Lingyu is fortunate to have your assistance. This matter had never been publicized, as superstitions were frowned upon. Yet, Jin Chaocao's kindness towards the Lung family was genuine and deeply appreciated. With a gentle smile, Jin Chaocao replied, "Grandfather, there is no need for such formality. Today is your birthday, this is just a small token from Tingyuan and me." Fu Tingyuan presented the prepared gift. The elder accepted it, smiling at Fu Tingyuan. You are indeed fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife. Fu Tingyuan responded with a smile, "Yes, grandfather, I hope you are in good health." He had a good relationship with Lingyu, and the Lung family was aware of it. However, it was his first time being invited to the elder's birthday celebration. Old Master Lung nodded. I am well. Since you are here, let me introduce you to a few friends. Everyone present was of significant standing. In the past, Old Master Lung had never invited outsiders to these gatherings to avoid complications. This is Elder Ji, a former naval commander, now retired. And this is Elder Gu. You should know him. Elder Gu was a renowned academician in the country, having made great contributions during the pandemic. Fu Tingyuan and Jin Chaocao greeted each elder politely. The gaze of the group of elderly gentlemen shifted towards them. Traditionally, Old Master Lung would not casually introduce young people, as doing so signified the family's endorsement of them. Everyone began to regard the pair with newfound respect. After greeting, Fu Tingyuan and Jin Chaocao took their leave. Just as they departed, Elder Ji approached Old Master Lung, asking, "What is the background of these young people? I've never seen you treat young people so kindly." Old Master Lung was known for his integrity. Even when his grandson joined the military, he had never uttered a word or made a call on his behalf. Now, he was so gracious towards these two young individuals, something felt amiss. Old Master Lung, who shared a close relationship with Elder Ji, lowered his voice and whispered, "That girl is from the Shinmen sect. My grandson's life was saved by her last time. She is quite capable, and this matter must not be publicized. I'm only telling you." The implication was subtle yet clear. Elder Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really that miraculous? From the Shinmen sect? Old Master Lung smiled mysteriously. Whether it is miraculous or not is not important, what matters is the outcome. Our Lung family owes her a significant debt of gratitude. And it is surprising that she is so young. Lingyu then introduced Jin Chaocao to his parents. The Lung parents were also straightforward individuals. Knowing that Jin Chaocao had saved their son, they treated her with great respect and courtesy. "Miss Jin, our Lung family has little to offer you. I wonder if you like osmanthus wine? This wine is a family secret from my grandmother. If you enjoy it, I can send you some another day. The osmanthus wine from the Ling family indeed had a unique flavor, fragrant and sweet, seemingly brewed with spring water, smooth to drink. Jin Chaocao was quite fond of it. Thank you, Auntie. This is the best wine I have ever tasted. Mrs. Ling smiled with delight. I'm glad you like it. I still have some that has been aged for 15 years, it's not something I easily part with. Jin Chaocao was taken aback. Auntie. You are too kind to me. Mrs. Ling, with her straightforward personality, replied, Isn't it only right to treat you well? Our Ling Yu's profession is special. And as a mother, I have always been on edge. You can protect our Ling Yu, you are my living bodhisattva. Chapter 52, The Rescue of Ji Jingyu. As a mother, the concerns for her child are known only to her. Jin Chaocao naturally would not decline. For the Ling family is indeed a worthy clan to befriend, strengthening ties would benefit both her and the Fu family. After all, in the long run, having more friends equates to more opportunities. Ling Yu, witnessing the harmonious interaction between her family and Jin Chaocao, felt a surge of joy. As the banquet progressed, Elder Ji sought out Jin Chaocao. The elderly gentleman, in his 80s, appeared vigorous and spirited, his aged eyes still keen. May I have a word with you, Miss Jin? He seemed to have something of importance to discuss. Jin Chaocao rose from the sofa and followed him into the garden of the Ling residence. At noon, the sunlight was fierce, and the sweltering heat caused beads of sweat to form instantly. Elder Ji, with his hands clasped behind his back, led Jin Chaocao to a secluded spot beneath the shade of a tree. He hesitated for a moment, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts, but eventually spoke, Miss Jin. I have heard from Old Ling that you are a practitioner of the Shen Men. Recently, our family has encountered a peculiar incident. And I would like you to take a look. What sort of peculiarity? Jin Chaocao inquired. My grandson has been hearing someone weeping outside his window at night. Yet when he opens the window, he sees nothing. Recently, the child has fallen ill and has been hospitalized for a week without improvement. In truth, he was skeptical of the supernatural. He believed the child, being young and still growing, might have merely been dreaming and hallucinating. However, with the child's current condition, despite a week of examinations, no cause for his illness could be found. All medical tests returned normal, yet the child continued to suffer from recurring fevers, incoherent ramblings at night, and frequent nightmares. Various medications had proven ineffective. Seeing the troubled expression etched on Elder Ji's face, with shadows of worry beneath his eyes, Jin Chaocao calculated and discerned grave omens. I fear this child's life hangs by a thread, we cannot delay. You must take me to him at once. Elder Ji was taken aback. Is it truly that serious? The doctors have assured me there is nothing majorly wrong, and his health indicators are all normal. Without further explanation, Jin Chaocao replied, You may decide for yourself. After all, she had foreseen the child's precarious fate. Jin Chaocao's calm demeanor and steady voice made Elder Ji feel increasingly uneasy. While he hesitated to leave an old friend's birthday celebration prematurely, the thought of his grandson's life weighed heavily on him, prompting him to take his leave. After explaining the situation to Old Ling, Elder Ji departed with Jin Chaocao. At the city military hospital, in the most luxurious ward, Elder Ji pointed to the young man lying in bed. This is my grandson. Jin Chaocao turned her gaze to Ji Jingyu, noting the 4 drip attached to his arm, his flushed complexion, and the furrowed brow that spoke of his agony. Even at noon, shadows of dark mist swirled around his brow, his eyes were sunken, and his lips bore an unnatural hue. These signs, imperceptible to the untrained eye, were stark to her. Without waiting for Elder Ji to elaborate further, she approached and pried open the boy's eyelids, discovering his pupils had begun to dissipate. It was as if his 3 souls had been spirited away. If the souls were not retrieved by midnight, his 7 spirits would also dissipate. The immediate task at hand was to uncover the cause of his lost souls. His condition was dire. Elder Ji, you must take me to see his room. Jin Chaocao's expression grew serious. Meanwhile, she retrieved a vermilion brush from her bag and inscribed protective runes across Ji Jingyu's arm. These runes would ensure his 3 souls remained secure for the next 6 hours. Elder Ji felt a wave of tension wash over him, worry etched into his aged features. Please, Miss Jin, follow me. The Ji family resided over an hour away from the Ling family in a magnificent villa. Ji Jingyu's room was on the second floor. As soon as she opened the door, Jin Chaocao noticed a small, dark bamboo ball resting on the table, its origin unknown. She approached it and turned to Elder Ji, asking, "Where did this ball come from?" Elder Ji replied uneasily, "I believe it was found outside. He keeps insisting it's an antique. But I think it's just a toy made of bamboo." Jin Chaocao shook her head sternly. "This is no mere antique. It is a ball cast by a female spirit. Now let me ask you, before he began hearing the weeping woman, had he visited any unusual places?" Elder Ji fell into deep thought. "A week ago, Ji Jingyu fell ill. He found this ball 2 weeks ago. I recall he went on a picnic with some classmates. I remember now, they went for a picnic in the outskirts." Elder Ji promptly instructed the butler to locate Ji Jingyu's classmates. And soon they identified the site of the picnic. Jin Chaocao took Elder Ji and drove to the location, and by the time they arrived, it was dusk. In a picturesque valley surrounded by mountains, remnants of their barbecue lingered on the ground. Jin Chaocao recognized this as the place. She surveyed the area but found nothing particularly unusual. "I need to investigate further, Elder Ji, you stay here and wait for me." Given Elder Ji's advanced age, he found it difficult to move. He nodded repeatedly, "All right, I will wait here. Be careful as night approaches, Miss Jean." Jin Chaocao acknowledged him and ventured into the thicket. The valley was densely vegetated, with weeds sprawling everywhere. After some time, just as the sun began to set, she stumbled upon a small mound of earth. As she approached the mound, a sudden chill swept through the air, rustling the trees around her. However, upon closer inspection, the trees and leaves remained still. Unfazed, Jin Chaocao strode forward, retrieving 3 sticks of incense from her bag and igniting them. She placed the incense beside the mound and spoke solemnly, "I grant you 1 hour. Release the person, or I shall employ my means to compel you." The surroundings fell into a heavy silence, a biting cold enveloping her from an unknown source. With a cold smirk, she formed a seal with her hands, declaring, "Heaven and earth align, all wickedness retreat." As her voice faded, a blinding golden light erupted from her form, dissipating the previously oppressive chill. The small mound trembled, sinking as if something beneath had collapsed. Soon, a woman's terrified voice emerged from the earth, pleading, "Master, spare me. I will release him at once." Jin Chaocao retorted with a sardonic laugh, "Had you complied sooner, you wouldn't have had to face such consequences." The woman's voice brimmed with grievance, "I am a spirit of joyful mourning. If I do not find a partner, I shall remain bound to this place for eternity." He picked up my ball. Chapter 53, Concern from the Sister-in-Law, Part 1, The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, yet Jin Chaocao remained unconcerned. As a spirit, there existed a code she must adhere to, regardless of her grievances. They were no justification for causing harm. The pitiful weeping of the woman echoed from the grave, giving Jin Chaocao a headache. She finally resolved to speak. Granting her one opportunity, if she would follow her, Jin would seek a high monk to perform a rite for her in due time. Coincidentally, she had planned a visit to the Pure Altar Temple to consult Wu Xin about purging the demonic energy of Si Minji. Observing the ghostly figure, it was evident that her powers were not profound, otherwise, Ji Jingyu would have perished long ago. The ghost hesitated for a considerable time, too fearful to utter a sound. She ought to maintain her vigilance towards strangers. However, in her current state, should she fail to reincarnate, she risked losing her very soul. The outskirts had become increasingly desolate, reaching a point where human presence was rare. "I will follow you," she declared. Life or death, it was a gamble she had to take. After all, not all Taoists were virtuous, saving her required merit, and it was a rarity for anyone to possess such ability, let alone be willing to expend their virtue for her salvation. Jin Chaocao produced a talisman and used her magic to capture the ghost within it. Only then did she descend the mountain. At the lakeside below, Ji Lao had been waiting for quite some time. The moonlight cascaded into the canyon, shimmering upon the water's surface. Upon Jin Chaocao's return, Ji Lao approached her eagerly, inquiring about the situation. Jin Chaocao smiled lightly, assuring him that she would bring his grandson, who would soon recover. Ji Lao promptly instructed his subordinates, "Arrange for 2 men to bring the young master here." Remember, do not make a fuss. Jin Chaocao was quite pleased with Ji Lao's arrangements. Elderly individuals tended to think matters through thoroughly. Though she was an oracle with genuine abilities, the intricacies of the metaphysical were often serendipitous. Being too ostentatious would be detrimental for her, given the vastness of the Ji family's estate. The fewer who knew about the young master's treatment, the better. The steward coordinated with 4 individuals to carry Ji Jingyu to the car, and they drove swiftly over. By now, it was nearly 9 in the evening. Jin Chaocao and Ji Lao sat by the lakeside, a fire crackling before them as they engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Ji Lao spoke up, "Miss Jin, might I request you to read the fortune for our young lad?" Jin Chaocao raised her gaze with a smile. Young Master Ji is blessed beyond measure, there is no need for a reading. This was a polite refusal, citing that the timing was not right. Ji Lao did not press further, acknowledging the importance of timing in such matters. It seemed the young man's chance had not yet arrived, and the old man felt he had overstepped. Jin Chaocao smiled gracefully, "As long as you understand, Ji Lao." Just as they were enjoying their conversation, the distant sound of an automobile engine broke through the stillness. Jin Chaocao looked up to see the vehicle carrying Ji Jingyu arriving. Once the car came to a halt, the steward approached respectfully, announcing, "The young master has arrived." Ji Lao turned to Jin Chaocao, awaiting her instructions. Jin Chaocao shook her head, "That will suffice." She walked to the car, opened the door, and found Ji Jingyu seated in the middle row, securely fastened with a seatbelt. Jin Chaocao unbuckled him and retrieved a bell from her bag. With each movement of her fingers, the bell emitted a deep, resonant chime that spread like ripples on water. Each time she struck the bell, Ji Jingyu, with his eyes tightly shut, would twitch slightly. After 3 strikes, a spectral image of a handsome youth floated in from afar. Jin Chaocao bound the apparition with a red thread, securing one end to Ji Jingyu's wrist. She continued to ring the bell, striking it 3 more times, drawing the specter back into Ji Jingyu's body. All of this transpired within just a few minutes. She stowed the bell away and turned to the others with a faint smile, "He is no longer in any danger." At that moment, she noticed something amiss in Ji Lao's expression. He appeared astonished, eyes wide and bewildered. Jin Chaocao inquired, "You didn't witness Ji Jingyu's soul, did you?" Ji Lao nodded solemnly, I saw it." He was uncertain whether this revelation was fortunate or ominous. Was it a sign of his impending demise? Jin Chaocao chuckled gently, "My soul-calming bell has a slight effect on people. Your sighting is merely a result of your age and waning energy. Coupled with your familial connection, it is quite normal. Rest assured, your health is intact." At that moment, Ji Lao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Never expecting to witness a soul firsthand, Jin Chaocao drew a talisman from her bag, scooped a bowl of water from the lake, ignited the talisman, and stirred the ashes into the water before handing it to the steward. "Administer this to your young master, he should awaken." The steward accepted the bowl, and upon Ji Lao's consent, administered the entire contents to Ji Jingyu. The steward was understandably apprehensive, having witnessed nothing but sensing the unnatural chill of the ravine. After consuming the bowl of water, Ji Jingyu coughed several times before gradually regaining consciousness. The moment he awoke, he flailed his arms and muttered in terror, "Go away. Go away, go away. I do not wish to marry you." Jin Chaocao was taken aback that a mere talisman had not erased his memory of the female ghost. Thus, she ignited another talisman and struck it directly against his forehead. Ji Jingyu's eyes rolled back as he fainted once more. Ji Lao, perplexed, urgently asked, "What has happened?" The intention was to have him drink the talisman-infused water to forget all that had transpired during his departure from his body. Clearly, his fear was too profound, and the talisman did not exert enough influence. The previous strike would ensure he completely forgot the events of the last few days, though it would leave him in slumber for 24 hours. Jin Chaocao glanced at the night sky, noting the late hour. "I must return home now, Ji Lao. We shall take our leave." Ji Lao promptly called out to her, "Miss Jin, I am grateful for your assistance today. Once my grandson awakens, I will personally express my thanks." Jin Chaocao waved her hand dismissively, "No need for thanks, the fee for this service is 80,000. Ji Lao. Please send it at your convenience." Jin Chaocao returned to the Fu residence in the dead of night. Fu Xiaoan was still awake. having recently enjoyed a pleasant voice chat with Ji Xianji. She bounced down the stairs and opened the refrigerator, spotting Jin Chaocao returning home. At this hour, the household was mostly asleep, with even the maid having turned in for the night. "Sister-in-law, why are you back so late?" She recalled that her brother and sister-in-law had attended a banquet at the Lung family that day. Fu Tingyuan had returned around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Having been occupied with something, "I had some matters to attend to," Jin Chaocao remarked, glancing at the frozen water in Fu Xiaoan's hand, slightly frowning. "Are you drinking that at this hour?" Fu Xiaoan looked at the mineral water in her hand. "I was thirsty. If I don't drink this, what else can I have?" Chapter 54. It seems there are thousands of words, yet I cannot speak. Jin Chaocao lightly tapped her on the head, urging her. "Come to my room, I shall brew you some tea." Fu Xiaoan glanced at the cold mineral water, unhesitatingly following Jin Chaocao upstairs. In Jin Chaocao's room, the teapot on the small table emitted a thin wisp of steam, the bubbling water creating a melody of warmth. Jin Chaocao retrieved a jar of her homemade calming tea, placed it in the teapot, and after simmering for 10 minutes, extinguished the flame. This tea is designed to nourish the liver, soothe emotions, and refresh the mind. You can indulge in it, judging by your exuberant demeanor. It seems you have been sleeping only a few hours each night lately. Jin Chaocao poured a cup for Fu Xiaoan. Fu Xiaoan felt deeply touched. "Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable, noticing such details. When I was 12, my parents passed away in an accident. My grandfather and brother, being men, were preoccupied with significant matters and hardly noticed my smaller emotions." Yet Jin Chaocao could discern her romantic involvement and her lack of rest with just a glance. Jin Chaocao handed the filled cup to Fu Xiaoan, observing her with a smile. "Now, drink this and go to sleep. I assure you, you will rest soundly until dawn, feeling revitalized." Fu Xiaoan felt a warmth in her heart as she took a sip from the cup. The next moment, she nearly cried out, "Sister-in-law, what on earth have you put in this tea? It tastes dreadful." The flavor was not bitter, but more challenging to swallow than bitterness itself. Jin Chaocao poured herself a cup as well. The herbal concoction, combined with 500-year-old ginseng, was not something everyone could enjoy. Fu Xiaoan's eyes widened in shock. "You brew tea with 500-year-old ginseng? Just how wealthy are you?" The Fu family, though affluent and among the top 10 in the country, did not possess such treasures. This ginseng was a rare and precious herb, nearly extinct in modern times. Jin Chaocao chuckled lightly. "Look at you, so naive. Since you are here, I happen to have a gift for you." She rose and retrieved a deep blue embroidered box from the drawer. Upon opening it, it revealed a pearl necklace, with pearls of varying sizes strung delicately together. She stepped forward, presenting the box to Fu Xiaoan. "This necklace is a relic from the Song dynasty. A royal adornment crafted from pure wild pearls. The largest pearl is truly one of a kind. Bai Yeshi's taste is indeed impeccable, her collection of jewels is unparalleled." Fu Xiaoan, holding the box in disbelief, stammered, "Sister-in-law, are you truly giving me such a precious item?" Being the daughter of the Fu family, she was well aware of the current jewelry market. This exquisite necklace, with its flawless wild pearls, would be a centerpiece in any jewelry store, far surpassing even the most renowned international fashion brands. Jin Chaocao raised her cup elegantly. "You heard me correctly, it is a gift for you." Fu Xiaoan set down the box and rushed forward to embrace Jin Chaocao. "Sister-in-law, I love you. You are my goddess, I am truly moved. From now on, if Fu Tingyuan were to wrong Jin Chaocao, she would be the first to oppose him." Jin Chaocao chuckled and patted her shoulder. "If you truly love me, drink the tea. You may date, but do not neglect your health." Fu Xiaoan lifted her cup, allowing it to cool slightly before downing it in one go. With such a loving sister-in-law, even the most unpalatable tea tasted sweet. She drank several cups before Jin Chaocao shooed her out to get some rest. As Fu Xiaoan exited Jin Chaocao's room, she noticed the door next door opening. Fu Tingyuan stood there in his pajamas, gazing at her. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Fu Xiaoan halted, addressing her brother with a hint of exasperation. "Brother, you went out with sister-in-law this morning and returned alone in the afternoon. Aren't you concerned about her safety, or that she might not return? Don't you ever think to inquire?" Listening to her inexplicable accusations, Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow. How do you know I haven't been worried or inquired? Fu Xiaoan seized upon his words, you are worried? You inquired? Fu Tingyuan fixed her with a cold stare. Staying up late, are you courting death? Fu Xiaoan brandished her recent gift with a flourish. This is from sister-in-law. You've never given me something this valuable. Brother, wake up. There is no girl better than sister-in-law in this world. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life to marry you. Beautiful, intelligent, and extraordinarily generous, using 500-year-old ginseng for tea as if it were nothing. With that, she scampered away. Fu Tingyuan emerged from his room and knocked on Jin Chaocao's door. When she opened it, he found her in her pajamas, her hair cascading like silk and her features strikingly handsome. Do you need something? She inquired curiously. The dim corridor light elongated Fu Tingyuan's already tall frame, and his voice came out a bit hoarse. You mentioned having matters to discuss with Mr. G this afternoon. Has everything been resolved? All settled, Mr. Fu. Thank you for your concern, Jin Chaocao replied, her face radiant with a smile and her words exceedingly polite. Although she smiled, Fu Tingyuan felt an undeniable sense of distance. That's good, he said, his heart feeling oddly unsettled. It's late, you should rest early. Jin Chaocao sweetly responded, okay, good night, Mr. Fu. Good night. As the door closed, Fu Tingyuan stared at the closed door for a long moment, exhaling a heavy sigh. It seemed there were countless words he could not articulate. The next day, Jin Chaocao was dressed and ready to attend Shen Yulan's banquet, held at the renowned Xingshi Hotel in the capital. The attendees were all women, and luxury cars came and went, disembarking groups of exquisitely dressed ladies. Just as Jin Chaocao stepped out of the car, she encountered Lu Yuan. Their eyes met, and Lu Yuan disdainfully turned her head. Lifting her voluminous skirt like a colorful peacock, striding ahead of Jin Chaocao toward the banquet hall. Jin Chaocao gently adjusted her dress, smiling slightly, and proceeded toward the venue. Today, Shen Yulan had invited numerous young ladies from affluent families, aged between 18 and 48. She had prepared live music, wine tasting, tea sampling, and fragrance appreciation, with prizes for each segment. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao approach, Shen Yulan smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Miss Jin. I am truly delighted that you could attend my banquet. Chapter 55, Her purpose has been achieved. Jin Chaocao opened her arms and embraced Shen Yulan passionately. Did you not say that we are very good friends? I will certainly attend your banquet. Please, come in. Shen Yulan took Jin Chaocao's hand and led her to a long table. At that moment, the table was surrounded by women, many of whom were of a more advanced age. Mrs. Chen, this is Miss Jin, whom I mentioned to you, Shen Yulan introduced. Mrs. Chen, with her round face and kind smile, had shoulder-length hair. When she grinned, her even, white teeth were revealed. Miss Jin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Oh. The ring you are wearing. The color of that emerald is remarkably pure, indeed rare. She believed her own collection to be impressive. But upon seeing Jin Chaocao's ring, her pride in her collection seemed trivial. Jin Chaocao smiled and replied, this ring has been passed down through my family. It is indeed a rarity. Shen Yulan interjected with a smile, so it is a family heirloom. Miss Jin, your family must be quite powerful. Jin Chaocao merely smiled in silence. The group gathered to engage in light conversation. Lu Yuan, pulling several young women together, eyed the beaming Jin Chaocao with increasing malice. Do you see that woman? A charlatan, scamming people everywhere. I saw her performing tricks at the Qin family. And I don't know what spell she cast on Qin Jingnan, but now the entire Qin family follows her lead. Another girl exclaimed. How can such a person attend our gathering? Look how happily she chats with Miss Shen, she must have bewitched her too. If she truly has such powers, wouldn't that be impressive? Lu Yuan, I heard that Qin Jingnan was originally going to marry you. But your mother disdained the Qin family for its impending bankruptcy and pushed your rural sister to marry instead. Now that the Qin family is thriving, you must be regretting your decision and feeling aggrieved here, right? Exactly. I find Miss Jin to be quite graceful, she doesn't seem like a bad person at all. If she can elevate the Qin family, what is the harm if she is a charlatan? If she could bless me with wealth, I would bow to her. Lu Yuan. If you harbor resentment towards her, go and confront her yourself. Lu Yuan was taken aback by their rationality. She truly despised Jin Chaocao, had it not been for her. The Qin family would have long since collapsed, leaving no chance for Lu Zhishu to enjoy a prosperous marriage. At that moment, she noticed Jin Chaocao's ring. And a bold idea sprouted in her mind. Since she was so wealthy, perhaps she could exploit that, to see how long Jin Chaocao could remain arrogant. She discreetly pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Jin Chaocao. Shortly after, she uploaded the photo online with the title, "The Most Valuable Jewelry in History, Just How Wealthy is Jin Chaocao?" Within mere minutes, the photo's views surged exponentially. Especially among internationally renowned thieves who rapidly shared the image and sought to contact Lu Yuan. Where is the person in the photo? What is her identity? Xing, a world-famous jewel thief, was known for his elusive age and appearance. Lu Yuan, hiding in a corner, typed back swiftly, 100,000 yuan. And I will sell you her specific information. Though she did not know the recipient, as long as someone inquired about Jin Chaocao, her objective would be achieved. She was eager to see how Jin Chaocao would fare in the future. Without hesitation, Xing transferred 100,000 to Lu Yuan. Upon receiving the funds, Lu Yuan smirked with satisfaction and sent Jin Chaocao's information to Xing. Meanwhile, several affluent ladies were discussing a particular fragrance, captivated by its deep, woody scent. Gentle yet powerful, with hints of leather and herbal notes that were simply intoxicating. I find the banana leaf fragrance more enchanting. It evokes the essence of a mountain stream after autumn rain, with a subtle scent of wild chrysanthemums that is refreshing and delightful. At that moment, Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao, asking, "Which fragrance do you prefer, Miss Jin?" Jin Chaocao selected a light blue bottle from a plethora of fragrances. This one, perhaps. Its floral sweetness seems to whisper the secrets of spring, with a noble top note and an elegant, almost elusive base note, exuding a sense of mystery. Yet, it was evident that Jin Chaocao was not particularly fond of this fragrance. Mrs. Jin remarked candidly, "Miss Jin, you seem uninterested in these fragrances. I detect a uniquely pleasant scent emanating from you. May I inquire what perfume you are using?" Jin Chaocao set down the blue bottle and confessed, "To be honest, I am wearing an upgraded version of ambergris." This revelation drew everyone closer to her. Ambergris was known to be a fragrance reserved for emperors in historical dramas. Made from exceptionally precious materials. Nowadays, even if one could afford it, the supply was grossly insufficient. Mrs. Chen shook her head, "No. The ambergris I purchased does not smell like this." Jin Chaocao did not argue but instead retrieved a box of incense powder from her bag. She filled a bottle cap with the powder, placed it on a porcelain plate, and ignited it. Immediately, an exotic fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping everyone in its rich, dense aroma. Mrs. Chen exclaimed in surprise, "This does not smell entirely of ambergris." Jin Chaocao explained, "I have blended it myself and named it Longyuan." Each person perceives a different scent based on their unique senses, allowing them to experience a fragrance that is distinctly their own. Among the ingredients was a scent called night bloom, which she had gathered through mystical means under the cover of night, combined with ambergris to create an utterly captivating effect. It could be deemed truly one of a kind. All present were entranced by this alluring fragrance, unable to resist closing their eyes to savor it. Once the incense had burned out, everyone appeared reluctant to leave this fragrant experience behind. Tingyuan looked at Jin Chaocao with excitement, "Miss Jin, this scent is simply divine. Could you spare me a little? Just a couple of grams would suffice." Though the incense had been consumed, the aroma lingered in the air, captivating everyone. Mrs. Chen, lost in the moment, took some time to regain her composure, realizing that this small amount of fragrance surpassed all others. "Ah, the essence of our ancestors' culture is indeed more enchanting." Jin Chaocao turned to Tingyuan, "Since we are good friends, I can gift you a couple of grams. However, I don't have much. If any other ladies wish to purchase it, I am offering it at the price of 1,000 taels of gold per gram." Everyone present was taken aback. This price was exorbitant. Jin Chaocao produced her vial of fragrance, pouring a gram for Tingyuan. "This is a gift for you, may our friendship endure." Tingyuan accepted it with both hands, smiling at Jin Chaocao. "Miss Jin, how wonderful it is to be your friend. 1,000 taels of gold equated to over 20 million yuan, merely for a small amount of this substance. Surely, Even the wealthiest ladies present could hardly afford such a luxury. In essence, Jin Chaocao was not genuinely interested in selling. After all, experiencing such a unique fragrance was an extraordinary opportunity in itself. Chapter 56, The notorious thief Madame Chen indeed found the item excessively priced, yet as Miss Jean had mentioned, the rarity of the item rendered it precious. The fact that Miss Jean sold her a tale delighted her, for she was fond of this particular fragrance. Madame Chen owned a perfume company, while others might lack the rare dragon's blood resin, she possessed a considerable stock. She could not fathom that there existed anything in this world that could elude their research. Once such a substance was discovered, it would undoubtedly become a global sensation. Miss Jean chuckled lightly and presented her with a tale, pleased that Madame Chen enjoyed it. In turn, Madame Chen, being generous, promptly transferred the payment to Miss Jean. The event then transitioned to the wine tasting segment. Although Miss Jean was not well versed in red wine, she managed to select a few varieties that appealed to her. She planned to contact her steward upon her return to stock up on them. This gathering continued until after 4 in the afternoon, leaving everyone wanting more. As Miss Jean exited the venue, she sensed someone observing her, however, upon glancing back, she detected nothing unusual. Dismissing her unease, she instructed her driver to take her to the shop. She anticipated encountering a fated individual that evening. As the shop door swung open, a young man in his 20s entered. Clad in a simple black t-shirt and shorts, complemented by white sneakers, he ambled in with an air of nonchalance. Miss Jean scrutinized the man, who in turn assessed her. Seated elegantly at the table, she possessed a striking beauty that exuded an aura of nobility, particularly accentuated by the large emerald ring adorning her index finger, its vivid green hue devoid of any impurities. "Can you truly read fortunes?" the man inquired, confidently taking a seat before her. Miss Jean regarded his face with a serene smile. "Did you not see the sign at the door? Since you have come, your heart surely holds the answer." Leaning back in his chair, the man ruffled his short hair and surveyed the shop's decor. The sight was astonishing. The establishment was replete with antiques from various dynasties. Even rare large pieces of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, typically found only in museums, were displayed as if they were of little value. Even for a seasoned thief like him, this small shop was overwhelmingly extravagant. Quickly concealing his inner confusion, he turned to Miss Jean. "Then, might you read my fortune?" With a narrowed gaze, Miss Jean replied with a smile, "Of course." He tapped the table, urging her, "Then do so swiftly." Miss Jean raised her finger and began her calculations. After a moment, she looked at him and declared, "Sir, you are a thief." "What?" He was taken aback, never imagining she would so directly unveil his profession. Miss Jean picked up a round fan from the table and gently waved it, addressing him with a knowing smile. "Did I err? This gentleman is not only a renowned thief, but he has also come not for fortune-telling, but rather for the ring upon my finger." As she spoke, she deliberately lifted her finger to reveal the conspicuous ring. An unsettling panic surged within him. How could she discern his intentions so effortlessly? Her words were devoid of superfluous details. Miss Jean noted his feigned nonchalance as he straightened his back, yet unbeknownst to him, from the moment he entered, his eyes and demeanor had betrayed his purpose. Was it he who had been watching her as she left the banquet? He chuckled. "You are mistaken, I genuinely seek your fortune-telling, and this young lady should not wrongfully accuse me." Miss Jean retrieved a fortune stick container and handed it to him. "In that case, draw a stick. 800 for a single draw, no bargaining." He produced money from his bag and placed it on the table before reaching for a stick. The inscription read, "Sad, strong, cruel, survive." Gazing at the words, Miss Jean spoke softly. "Sir, your childhood was filled with sorrow, you must have lost all your kin. You began to fend for yourself at a young age. But your means were not honorable. In your prime, you will face a calamity, leaving you with a lifelong disability, and in your later years, you will live in poverty, leading a wretched existence." A chill ran down his spine as she spoke. The first 2 statements were eerily accurate. Before he turned 6, his entire family had perished. At 7, he resorted to thievery for survival and later met a formidable mentor who taught him the craft. With his audacity and intelligence, he had pilfered countless treasures across the globe, earning a notorious reputation as a master thief. He had managed to conceal his identity well, and even while residing domestically. No one knew his true profession. Miss Jean, with a mere glance, had boldly declared him a thief. This woman. A flicker of menace crossed his eyes. Unfazed, Miss Jean continued to fan herself. Sir, do you hear my words? Your entrance into my shop today signifies that you are not irredeemably wicked. The heavens grant you an opportunity. Should you turn back, you may escape a dismal fate. He scoffed. Do not attempt to manipulate me, your divinations hold no truth. Miss Jean relished his obstinacy. If that is your belief, then you may take your leave. It is futile to reason with a doomed soul. He rose abruptly from his chair and hastily departed. Despite his outward calm, an inner turmoil consumed him. He realized that her gaze was akin to radar. All his myriad disguises seemed utterly ineffective before her. Once he had left, Miss Jean brewed herself a cup of tea. As darkness approached, she walked to the entrance and affixed 2 talismans to the door. Meanwhile, he had been lurking outside, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he watched her exit the shop. If she were indeed a formidable fortune-teller, she would not have failed to predict his return. He was eager to see whether she possessed genuine abilities. As night descended, the neon lights along the street flickered to life, and eventually, the bustling thoroughfare fell into a profound silence. Armed with lock-picking tools and donning a hat, he approached the shop entrance alone. The door was equipped with a simple lock, which he easily opened with a wire, hardly requiring any effort. He swung the door open and stepped inside without hesitation. The shop was enveloped in darkness, as if ink had been spilled across the sky, rendering visibility non-existent. He reached out to touch the wall, yet encountered only emptiness. In his memory, the shop was not particularly spacious. He should have felt the wall after a few steps. However, after walking for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to make contact with anything. Not only was he unable to find the wall, but he could not locate a single object to touch. It was as though he had entered a bizarre dimension, where every surface he reached was merely air. Terror seized him as he crouched down to touch the ground. The very spot he had traversed moments ago felt intangible beneath his hands. Overcome with fear, he fell backward, yet felt no sensation of plummeting into an abyss. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness. He was like a headless fly trapped within an inky vessel, and dread loomed at every turn. Is anyone there? He cried out in terror, only to hear a faint echo in response. Chapter 57, She will cherish him like family. He seemed to have entered a realm of delusion. Paralyzed by fear as he fell to the ground, unable to move. The oppressive space around him offered no chance of escape. He recalled Jin Chaocao's visage, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from her. In the Fu household, Jin Chaocao sensed someone had triggered the array in the shop but remained unperturbed. Some individuals only learn their lessons through experience. The following morning, Fu Xiaoan bounded excitedly to find Jin Chaocao. Sister-in-law, this is a gift for you. She presented a large box filled with an array of small gift boxes. Jin Chaocao accepted the box, placing it on the table with a warm smile. What prompted you to give me something, Xiaoan? Fu Xiaoan replied, although it may not hold great value, it is my heartfelt intention. Sister-in-law, is there anything you desire? I can buy it for you. This made Jin Chaocao think of the exquisite wines she had sampled at the banquet yesterday. I would like to order a selection of Romani Conti and Lafite wines for my collection. Those within the mystical realm often face hardships. Yet each generation collects items to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Adorned with the jewelry left by her predecessors, she felt compelled to preserve something for the next generation. Wine, when properly stored, only improves with age, gaining depth and richness over time. Fu Xiaoan snapped her fingers. You should consult my brother. He knows more than I do about wines, what vineyards produce the best, what years yield bountiful harvests, and how to store and transport them. Jin Chaocao expressed her concerns. Isn't he busy? I wouldn't he want to disturb him. At that moment, the door next door swung open. Fu Tingyuan, clad in a pristine white suit that accentuated his slender waist, appeared as a picture of elegance. Broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his clean attire made him appear as refined as jade. Come with me, Fu Tingyuan commanded. Fu Xiaoan nudged Jin Chaocao to follow, urging her, hurry, my brother is surely taking you to see his collection. In the basement wine cellar, Jin Chaocao had never encountered such an expansive collection. The wooden racks were laden with various red wines, many bottles coated in dust. Appearing somewhat neglected, Fu Tingyuan pointed to a row of wines. These are family treasures, including the 1982 Lafite. Although they are no longer available on the market, I still have some stock. Jin Chaocao recalled Mrs. Chen mentioning at the banquet that she had several bottles of that wine. Fu Tingyuan continued, if you like, I can give you half. Aside from this row, the remaining wines are available for purchase elsewhere. The finest is the 1994 Petrus Gold series, followed by the 2010 Margaux. 2 hours later, after Jin Chaocao had thoroughly explored the cellar and noted quantities from Fu Tingyuan's list, he was surprised by her extensive request. This procurement will take time, it will be at least 3 months. You're not in a hurry, are you? Jin Chaocao assured him. I'm not in a rush at all. Once the items arrive at the port, I can pick them up myself, no need to trouble you with home delivery. Fu Tingyuan, aware of her spatial storage abilities, agreed, very well. I will contact you once everything has returned. The finest wines are often found abroad, not due to inferior domestic techniques, but because the terroir of the grapes is paramount. Exceptional wines are the product of a uniquely favorable environment. As they exited the cellar, Jin Chaocao noticed Fu Tingyuan had reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. She paused, glancing back at him. Fu Tingyuan halted, perplexed by her sudden stop. Is there something else? Jin Chaocao reached out to poke his rigid cheek, declaring, life is meant for joy, a smile brings forth more good fortune. Her delicate fingers imparted a soft sensation against his face, causing him to stiffen. Seeing that Fu Tingyuan remained unmoved, she playfully tugged at the corners of his mouth, insisting. Come on, smile. Mr. Fu, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? A smile would enhance your charm. Fu Tingyuan felt like a bewildered kitten in her grasp, unsure of how to respond. He had never believed there was anything in life worth smiling about. Emotions of joy or sorrow were not his to display. Yet, upon beholding Jin Chaocao's sweet countenance, the corners of his mouth twitched into a rather ungraceful smile. Jin Chaocao beamed at him, that's it. Smile more. And you'll look even better. Fu Tingyuan's smile was fleeting, his voice deep and husky as he muttered a single word, okay. Jin Chaocao approached the elevator, cheerfully stating. Fu Tingyuan, you don't dislike me, do you? Fu Tingyuan kept pace with her, regarding the woman who barely reached his shoulder with a questioning glance. Why would I dislike you? After all, I occupy the position of your wife, which means you cannot live your life with the person you truly cherish. Jin Chaocao felt a pang of guilt but remained resolute. Fu Tingyuan frowned, locking eyes with her. Who told you I have someone I like? Jin Chaocao, unwilling to betray Fu Xiaoan, merely smiled brightly, I'm just guessing, after all, you opposed the marriage initially. Fu Tingyuan sneered, opposition does not equate to affection. Jin Chaocao, do not overthink it. It was simply due to our lack of familiarity, I did not wish to live with a stranger. Upon hearing this, Jin Chaocao felt a wave of relief wash over her. The absence of a beloved was a comfort. Am I considered a stranger now? Mr. Fu, let us start as friends and get to know each other better. For instance, what do you enjoy? I can prepare gifts for you. Jin Chaocao resolved to treat him with the affection of family, being married as she was. Fu Tingyuan had never heard of anyone wishing to present him with gifts. As the elevator reached the ground floor, noticing that he had yet to respond, Jin Chaocao suggested, no need to rush your answer. Just let me know when you're ready. With a sway in her step, she gracefully exited the elevator. In the dining room, the housekeeper approached Jin Chaocao with a steaming bowl of ginseng chicken soup. Miss Jin, you've been returning quite late lately, you should drink more of this soup. Jin Chaocao observed the housekeeper, a woman in her 40s with clear, expressive eyes and an infectious smile. However, today her maternal aura seemed dimmed, hinting at an ill child. Zhang Sa, how many children do you have? She inquired. Zhang Sa replied, I have 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, the youngest who just married this year. Jin Chaocao stirred the soup thoughtfully, nodding slightly. I sense an anomaly in your maternal aura, it would be prudent to remind them to undergo health checkups. Zhang Sa understood the weight of Jin Chaocao's words. If she spoke up, it implied there were indeed issues with her children. Momentarily flustered, She quickly composed herself and bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Jean." She sincerely bowed 3 times before promptly contacting her children. Chapter 58, How can one be so unfortunate? Jin Chaocao had breakfast and arrived at the shop. She gently pushed the door, and it swung open. A few meters inside, Xingying lay unconscious on the floor. Observing the man's exhausted demeanor, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Jin Chaocao stepped forward to offer incense to the ancestors. The faint aroma of incense wafted through the air, and at last, the collapsed man slowly opened his eyes. He beheld the opulent ceiling and sprang up. Looking around in a daze, Jin Chaocao casually lit candles, her delicate fingers deftly igniting each wick in front of her. Her every movement exuded elegance and grace. Her expression calm and collected, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Xingying scrambled to his feet, intending to sneak away. Why leave now that he had arrived? Jin Chaocao's ethereal voice resonated behind him. A chill ran down Xingying's spine. Could this woman truly see behind her? At this point, there was little difference between staying or leaving. He turned back with a grin. "Good morning, Miss Jean." After lighting the candles, Jin Chaocao set down the fire starter and smiled in return. "It's no longer early, it's already 10 in the morning." Xingying awkwardly shuffled his feet. "I must have taken a wrong turn, I shall take my leave now." Jin Chaocao pulled out a chair, the legs scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. "Once you enter my door, who says you can simply leave?" Xingying chuckled. "I can leave whenever I wish. Even if you possess some sinister abilities. I am not afraid." Jin Chaocao made no attempt to stop him. "Then go ahead, I believe you shall return to seek me again. When you do, I may not be so accommodating." Xingying scoffed, swaggering out. Once outside, he shook his legs in triumph, relieved that nothing had transpired. Did this woman merely intend to frighten him? Leaving the bustling street, he made his way back to the hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, the hotel manager approached him with an apologetic expression. "Sir, your room's fire suppression pipe has burst and is currently under repair." A sense of foreboding surged within Xingying. "What about my belongings?" The manager grimaced. "I am terribly sorry, everything has been soaked. Rest assured, we shall compensate you." Xingying leapt up in anger. "How will you compensate me? Do you know how much my painting is worth?" He dashed toward his hotel room. The 23rd floor was drenched, and his painting, encased in a brocade box, was now at the mercy of the water. He could only pray that the water had not seeped into the artwork. Inside the room, several repairmen were already busy. The water valve had been shut off, yet the place was a disaster, bed, sofa, and furniture all soaked through. His possessions lay in a damp heap in the corner. Especially the painting, as he attempted to salvage it, water gushed from the seams of the brocade box. Without needing to check, he knew the painting was ruined. A wave of despair washed over him. The artwork had been stolen, he dared not seek restitution from the hotel. He had no choice but to swallow his frustration. Summoning the hotel manager, he requested a different room. The manager, once again wearing a look of regret, replied, "I am sorry, sir, but all rooms are fully booked. However, we will refund your room charge double as compensation." "Compensation, my foot!" Xingying exclaimed in exasperation. "Can you afford to compensate me?" He grabbed the manager by the collar, almost ready to strike him. The manager trembled, maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Our boss has assured us that any reasonable compensation requested by a guest will be honored." Xingying was livid. If he dared to request compensation, the police would be at his door in an instant. At that moment, he realized how terribly unfortunate he was. To rid himself of this bad luck, he took his soaked painting and intended to find a new hotel. However, at another establishment, the staff informed him that the last room had just been booked. He visited 3 more hotels, finally securing a room at the 4th. Yet, upon entering, the water pipe burst again. It felt as if fate conspired against him. After a long day of frantic searching, he settled into a rather shabby place. He carefully dried the painting, hoping to salvage it. However, while using a hairdryer, he accidentally lost grip, and the device fell, creating several holes in the already damp paper. Xingying suddenly recalled Jin Chaocao's earlier words. She had said he would return to seek her out. Could his misfortune be connected to her? He dismissed the notion. He resolved to abandon the painting, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped outside to find something to eat. Nothing unusual occurred during his meal until he was nearly finished when he discovered a mouse's head in his dish. Stunned, he clutched the table and vomited. Exiting the restaurant, Xingying felt a shadow of dread looming over him. He became exceedingly cautious, alert to his surroundings to avoid further calamities. Yet, in a moment of distraction, he stepped on a banana peel and fell hard. To make matters worse, as he got back up, he slipped again, tearing a sizable hole in his trousers. By evening, Jin Chaocao was on the phone with a young monk from the Jingtan temple. "Xian, tell your master I will visit him tomorrow morning." The 12-year-old's voice, still imbued with youthful innocence, was sweetly melodious. "Okay, the master is still studying, I will inform him later." Jin Chaocao chuckled. "Do you want anything special? I can bring it for you." After a moment's hesitation, Xian declined. "No need, the master says that those who renounce the world should not cling to worldly possessions." Jin Chaocao already had an answer in her heart. "Alright, I will hang up now. See you tomorrow, Xian." Xian was a child taken in by the temple, with no one knowing of his family. At 6, he was placed under the tutelage of Wu Xin. Thus, while Wu Xin traveled for his cultivation, he always brought Xian along. The last time Jin Chaocao saw him, he was merely an 8-year-old monk. Calculating the time, Jin Chaocao anticipated that someone would be seeking her out. She took out a book and began to leaf through it. As the sun began to set, a disheveled and filthy figure stormed over to where she was seated. "Jin Chaocao, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Xingying felt he was losing his mind. How could one be so unfortunate? Ripping his trousers was already bad enough. He had fallen into a muddy pit, faced falling debris, and even found a fly in his drink. All the misfortunes of his life seemed to converge upon this single day. It was only at this moment that he realized how vital luck was for a person to live well. The hardships he had endured previously paled in comparison. Compared to his current streak of bad luck, where every step felt like dancing on the edge of death, his past life of being orphaned and unloved seemed trivial. At least he had managed to survive through his own abilities. Chapter 59, I am a loyal dog. Jin Chaocao did not deny her deliberate intentions. With a frigid gaze, she scrutinized the man before her. "What will you do about my intentions?" Xingying clenched his fists and abruptly stood from his chair, poised as if to strike. Yet, faced with Jin Chaocao's calm demeanor, he faltered. He knelt before her, pleading, "I beg you, spare me, my lady. I shall never provoke you again." Jin Chaocao leaned back in her chair and laughed. "Do you think this kneeling can absolve all grievances?" Xingying lifted his head, revealing dark circles under his eyes. "What more do you wish from me, my lady?" Her smile grew sweeter. "I want you to be my servant for 10 years as atonement." "Ah." Xingying sprang to his feet, shaking off imaginary dust from his knees. Regaining his composure, he pointed at Jin Chaocao and exclaimed, "You are more ruthless than an ancient landlord. I merely intended to steal from you, not to take your life. And you demand 10 years of servitude? It's the 21st century, the Qing dynasty is long gone." Seeing him resemble a feisty wild tabby cat, Jin Chaocao elegantly lifted her teacup for a sip. Once he finished his tirade, she spoke, "Coincidentally, I also only wish for 10 years of service from you, not your life. Why are you so agitated?" Setting her teacup down, she continued with a smile, "The Qing may be gone, but in my domain, I have my own rules. If you are unwilling, then leave. I have little patience for disobedient dogs." "Blast!" Xingying swore, feeling as if someone had gripped his throat. Where could he possibly go? If he stepped through that door, every second would be laced with dread. What infuriated him most was Jin Chaocao's assertion that he was a disobedient dog. He had not even become her dog. How could she presume his obedience? Jin Chaocao could not tolerate foul language, casting him a cold glance. Xingying knelt once more. "Mistress, I shall stay. I beseech you. Let misfortune depart from me." Jin Chaocao observed his swift change of attitude, a smirk playing at her lips. He had spirit, albeit little. She had glimpsed his past through the mirror of former lives. In his previous incarnation, he was a scholar of modest means who, for survival, aligned himself with the powerful. betraying the loyal and causing the demise of over 100 lives. In his later years, having gained wealth, he became benevolent, aiding many impoverished souls, thus accruing considerable karmic merit. In this life, his descent into thievery was a punishment for his past treachery, yet his accumulated merit ensured his safety. Jin Chaocao reasoned that rather than allowing him to wreak havoc, it would be more prudent to keep him as a subordinate. He appeared quite clever, and she had an affinity for sharp minds. With a light laugh, she declared, "Since you are so earnest, I shall keep you. First, tell me your name." "Xing." Jin Chaocao nodded in satisfaction and continued, "You must remember, from this day forth, as my dog, you must be loyal to me. Every morning, repeat 10 times, 'I am a loyal dog, and misfortune will not follow you.'" Xing scoffed inwardly. Was she truly treating him as a dog? He would swallow this indignation for now, but one day, he would have his revenge. "Yes, mistress, do you have any further commands?" he inquired. Jin Chaocao waved her hand dismissively, "None, you may leave. If you wish to avoid calamity, heed my words." Rising from the ground, Xing turned and stormed out, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn woman," one day. He thought Jin Chaocao couldn't hear him, unaware of her keen sense of hearing. With a frosty expression, she commanded, "Xing, from this moment on, for every curse you utter, you shall slap yourself." Concurrently, she incinerated a spell of obedience. Xing turned back with a darkened expression, only to feel a golden light seep into his body. Confused, he feigned subservience. "Mistress, I understand." Jin Chaocao, amused by his insincerity, hoped he would soon experience the surprise she had in store for him. The moment Xing stepped outside, he stumbled and fell, landing flat on his back. Gazing up at the clear sky, he was overcome with despair. In the crowd, he began to repeat, "I am a loyal dog. I am a loyal dog. I am a loyal dog." He was genuinely frightened. Strangely, upon completion of his mantra, he felt a sudden lightness, the suffocating sensation vanished. Moreover, he continued down the road without encountering any further misfortunes. Fuming, he cursed, "Damn woman." With that, his words were interrupted as his hand, seemingly of its own accord, slapped his face. He found the world bewildering. Undeterred, he continued to curse, "Little vixen. Damn it. Jin Chaocao, you scoundrel." 10 minutes later, Xing cradled his swollen cheek and tingling hand, on the verge of madness. Was there truly no remedy for regret in this world? Why had he entangled himself with this woman? Suddenly, he recalled the person who had sold her information. This scoundrel had ill intentions. To set him up with a woman he could not handle? After Xing departed, Jin Chaocao retrieved the old fox's hair. It had been several days without any news, and she was uncertain how the investigation was progressing. That evening, the Fu family was abuzz with activity. The elder had ordered a lavish dinner, with Fu Tingyuan and Fu Xiaoan present. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao return, the elder warmly greeted her, "Chaocao, come sit with your grandfather." Jin Chaocao approached and politely responded, "Grandfather, you, my dear, are the most courteous of them all. I am in high spirits today, simply wishing for everyone to gather together," the elder explained. Jin Chaocao nodded, "Grandfather, I shall wash my hands, I happen to be quite hungry." Fu Xiaoan promptly followed, "Sister-in-law, I have a day off tomorrow. Do you have any plans? I wish to spend time with you." Turning on the faucet, Jin Chaocao glanced at her, "No longer in a relationship?" Fu Xiaoan smirked, "Even in a relationship, one cannot always be together. I also need my own space." Jin Chaocao remained skeptical, "Is it that your Mr. G is too busy to accompany you?" Fu Xiaoan nudged Jin Chaocao playfully, "Sister-in-law, let us not speak of what we both understand." After washing her hands, Jin Chaocao took the handkerchief offered by the maid to dry her hands. She remarked, "Tomorrow, I plan to visit the Jingtan temple. If you wish to join, you are welcome." Fu Xiaoan raised an eyebrow, "What do you intend to do at Jingtan temple?" Chapter 60, True Wealth and Prosperity to burn incense and pray for peace. Jin Chaocao replied. Fu Xiaoan felt utterly perplexed. "Sister-in-law, do you really need to pray for peace? Your talisman is the most powerful safeguard for life." She could hardly believe Jin Chaocao's words. Jin Chaocao smiled gently and shook her head, stating, "I do not seek peace for myself. But I wish to perform good deeds and cultivate benevolent connections. Fu Xiaoan pondered the phrase cultivate benevolent connections. Is sister-in-law planning to visit someone at the Pure Land Temple? There is no need to go to the temple to do good deeds. Cultivating benevolence surely involves meeting people, does it not? She immediately glanced at her brother, Fu Tingyuan, who sat on the sofa with a serious expression. Her dear brother indeed embodied the saying that the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. At the dining table, Old Master Fu looked at Jin Chaocao and said, "My dear, you have been with our Fu family for a while now and have been quite busy. Tingyuan has little free time, so I was thinking when our family might go on a trip." Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. "A trip? Where to?" Old Master Fu pondered for a moment. "You young people can decide." Fu Xiaoan immediately raised her hand. "I want to go to the Maldives for an overseas vacation." Fu Tingyuan, having just finished his work, put down his tablet and looked at Fu Xiaoan with disdain. "If you want to go by yourself." Fu Xiaoan scoffed. "I want to go with sister-in-law. Who would want to go with you?" Fu Tingyuan shot her a cold glance, his eyes filled with contempt. "Just as well. I wouldn't want to take you anyway." Old Master Fu kicked Fu Xiaoan hard under the table. She winced and turned to glare at the old man. "Grandpa, why did you kick me?" Old Master Fu was furious, thinking, this troublesome girl. Did he suggest a trip purely for the sake of the journey? No. He was actually trying to match Jin Chaocao with Fu Tingyuan, hoping the two would develop feelings for each other. Yet she was like a glaring light bulb, shining brightly. Jin Chaocao, however, did not dwell on it. "Since Xiaoan wishes to go, I can accompany her. If everyone has time, it would be even more enjoyable to go together." Fu Xiaoan clapped her hands in delight. "Sister-in-law is the best. Can I bring a friend along?" Fu Tingyuan shot her a cutting look. "Who are you planning to bring?" Fu Xiaoan stuck out her tongue playfully. She had merely started dating and was not yet at the stage of introducing her boyfriend to her family. She then patted Si Minji's shoulder. "Let us bring Minji along. Our little Minji is so handsome, we must take him with us." Si Minji, flattered by the praise, straightened his neck and spoke like a small adult. "Sister Xiaoan, I will take care of myself and not be a bother to anyone." Fu Xiaoan pinched Si Minji's chubby cheeks. "Ah, how can there be such a well-behaved child in the world? I like you, my dear." Jin Chaocao addressed Fu Xiaoan. "I am available at any time except tomorrow." Although she was a fortune teller, one cannot fathom the entirety of a person's destiny. As the saying goes, the more one calculates, the thinner one's fate becomes. Those with good fortune seldom calculate. Since she harbored such thoughts, it inevitably invited some misfortune. Her shop did not need to open every day. Before Fu Xiaoan could speak, Fu Tingyuan took the initiative to say, "I will arrange a time and notify you once it is set." Fu Xiaoan pouted. If Fu Tingyuan was going, then she could not bring her boyfriend along. However, it was also a joyous affair to go out with her sister-in-law. Old Master Fu, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. When the time approached for departure, he would feign illness and decline to go, thus granting the young ones ample space. He hoped to embrace a great-grandson someday. During dinner, everyone was quiet. Yet the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. After the meal, they returned to their respective rooms. Around 9 o'clock that evening, there was a knock on Jin Chaocao's door. The visitor was none other than Zhang Sa, who had taken leave earlier that day. She held a clean bamboo basket filled with various snacks such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, and dates. "Miss Jean, I cannot thank you enough. My daughter was diagnosed with a breast ailment today at the hospital. Fortunately, it is in the early stages and treatable." Zhang Sa recalled the doctor's words, still feeling a chill. The doctor warned that her daughter's condition could progress rapidly. Had they waited another month, it could have developed into an advanced stage, where even substantial funds may not guarantee a cure. Now that it was detected early, only surgery and ongoing medication were needed. Upon hearing this, Jin Chaocao smiled gently. "You are too kind, Zhang Sa. Your loyalty to our family is unwavering, and helping you is but a trifling matter." Zhang Sa shook her head vigorously. "No, Miss Jean. Your small act of kindness has saved a life. I, Zhang Yonglan, will forever remain loyal to the Fu family and to you, Miss Jean. These are fruits grown in my hometown, I hope you will accept them without disdain." She could not afford anything too extravagant, nor did Jin Chaocao lack for the ordinary. Such gifts would only burden her. These snacks are organic and unpolluted, while not costly. They express my heartfelt gratitude. Jin Chaocao accepted the bamboo basket, remarking, "These dates look lovely, they must be golden silk dates, just right for my health tea. I shall gladly accept them." The peanuts and sunflower seeds within were also carefully selected, showcasing Zhang Sa's thoughtfulness. Seeing her acceptance, Zhang Sa nodded eagerly, "Miss Jean. You are my benefactor, and I will always remember your kindness. I will not disturb your rest any longer." Jin Chaocao watched Zhang Sa leave joyfully. She returned to her room with the basket, arranging the peanuts, sunflower seeds, and dates on her grandmother's altar. Her grandmother emerged with delight, munching on sunflower seeds while chattering away. "Ah, Chaocao, I have noticed that since you arrived at the Fu family, your fortunes have been accumulating rapidly. It has only been a short while, yet they have doubled." Jin Chaocao immediately delved into her consciousness and discovered it to be true. She had amassed 12 years' worth of merit. This was certainly not something that could be achieved in such a short time by merely relying on cold rain alone. Jin Chaocao took out her phone and called Qin Jingnan. When the call connected, Qin Jingnan spoke politely, "Miss Jean, do you require my assistance?" Jin Chaocao smiled and inquired, "How is the Qin family faring lately?" "Quite well, very well. In less than a month, normalcy has been restored. The stock market has yielded double the profits from last year. I have prepared a batch of supplies to donate to the disaster-stricken areas. This is my first good deed in return for your blessings." Jin Chaocao smiled with satisfaction, "Mr. Qin, you are doing splendidly. To achieve greatness is to share the wealth with the world. The kindness you extend to society will return to you doubly, creating a cycle that solidifies your status and prosperity. If everyone earns money but hoards it, then when wealth ceases to circulate, everyone will fall into poverty. However, if one allows money to flow and seeks ways to earn it back, wealth will continually replenish. Once money is in motion, fortune will appreciate endlessly, and everyone will prosper together. Especially for those who are immensely wealthy, they must not only seek personal enjoyment. It is the kind-hearted, generous individuals who will truly attain wealth and prosperity." Chapter 61, The wise master Qin Jingnan replied respectfully, "Thank you, Miss Jean, for your guidance. I understand." After hanging up the phone, Jin Chaocao turned to her grandmother and said, "My acquaintances are quite good, aren't they?" Her grandmother nodded while cracking sunflower seeds, "Not bad. This Ling Yu is indeed commendable. The Ling family has a legacy of merit, no wonder he could draw a noblesse blessing." Jin Chaocao smiled brightly. "I will visit Wu Xin tomorrow. I need his assistance with the demonic energy of Si Minji and the matters concerning that female ghost." Her grandmother agreed, "Since you are going, prepare well. Buy some rice, oil, and salt, and donate some money to the temple to improve its condition. A thriving incense will surely yield immense merit. Only with great merit can one exorcise evil spirits and demonic energy." Sitting at the table, Jin Chaocao picked up a pen and made a list. Her previous intention was to donate the money Mrs. Chen had given her for incense. Now that her grandmother had mentioned it, she resolved to make the necessary arrangements promptly. Once she finished, she knocked on Fu Tingyuan's door. "Mr. Fu." Jin Chaocao handed him the paper, "These are the items I need, could you prepare them by noon tomorrow?" Fu Tingyuan unfolded the paper, his gaze sweeping over the list of daily necessities: rice, flour, oil, bowls, chopsticks, cotton cloth, and cotton. "Can you explain why you need these?" he inquired. Jin Chaocao replied honestly, "I am going to Jingtan Temple tomorrow. Since I am going, I might as well donate some practical items. Since I have time tomorrow, would you like me to accompany you?" Fu Tingyuan offered. Jin Chaocao blinked, feeling it would be rude to decline. "Sure, I can take you to a fun place." Jingtan Temple comprises 3 temples, and she intended to visit the headquarters on Jinghan Mountain. Wu Xin is a disciple of the wise master and the only monk capable of freely traversing Jinghan Mountain. The place is remote and generally inaccessible to ordinary people. However, for those who manage to ascend, the scenery is akin to a celestial paradise, a sacred ground for spiritual cultivation. After finalizing their plans, Jin Chaocao returned to her room to rest. The next day, she carefully selected a loose-fitting, deep blue qipao, paired with embroidered shoes of the same hue, and adorned herself with a jade bracelet. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, revealing a simple yet graceful beauty in the mirror. Fu Xiaoan donned a sporty outfit, complete with a cap and backpack, ready for their excursion. Fu Tingyuan maintained his usual attire. A deep blue suit that complemented Jin Chaocao's outfit, creating an illusion of a couple-S ensemble. Everyone gathered in the living room. Si Minji wore the white t-shirt and jeans that Jin Chaocao had purchased for him. Despite his young age, he already exhibited considerable charm. After breakfast, they set out for Jinghan Mountain, which takes 6 hours to reach. Upon arrival, it was already 12:30 in the afternoon. Jingtan Temple lay at the foot of the mountain. A grand structure built into the hillside, its magnificent pavilions and towers gleaming in the midday sun like a celestial abode. Fu Xiaoan held Si Minji's hand as they alighted from the vehicle, her eyes wide with astonishment. My goodness, I had no idea our country had such magnificent architecture. Fu Tingyuan was also seeing such a large temple for the first time. Jin Chaocao explained, there is a Jingtan temple in the capital, with even more vibrant incense offerings. But the monks there are of a shallower practice, the truly skilled ones are all here. Since this is a place for spiritual cultivation, to avoid worldly distractions, the use of the internet and photography devices is prohibited. As soon as Jin Chaocao stepped out of the car, the massive red-painted gates swung open from within. A procession of monks dressed in robes emerged, forming 2 neat rows. An elderly monk with white hair and beard slowly walked out. Jin Chaocao stepped forward to pay her respects. Wise master. The wise master smiled, his eyes crinkling into slits. Little disciple, you have returned. It has been some time. And you shine even brighter. A cultivator like him could perceive the blessings of others. The radiance the wise master spoke of referred to the fortune enveloping Jin Chaocao. Akin to a vast ocean, with rays of light filling the sky. Even he, a monk, felt envious. Jin Chaocao sweetly smiled, I am but a simple girl. Nowhere near the wise master's stature, whose radiance is boundless. The wise master had reached a state where his enlightenment illuminated all. Under his guidance, many who come seeking blessings for children or peace could realize their wishes. Yet, those with malicious intent or who are irredeemably wicked would find no sanctuary under his auspices. Those with lofty aspirations yet who are lazy and seek to reap without sowing would also find no support. The wise master had not anticipated how quickly this young girl had grown. The last time he saw Jin Chaocao, she was a ragged little girl, but even then, she radiated a unique aura. Years had passed, and she had matured, her aura now brimming with the promise of auspiciousness, her spiritual energy more refined, embodying the essence of a sage. Truly, she was the sole heir of the Xianmen, capable of bearing its weighty responsibilities. Her presence was a blessing for this era. The wise master invited Jin Chaocao into the temple. It was then she inquired, is Wuxin Shixiang still on the mountain? Yes, I informed him yesterday. If you wish to see him, you may ascend the mountain directly, he replied, his gaze shifting to Fu Tingyuan and the others. Jin Chaocao introduced them. This is my husband, my sister-in-law, and this child is my adopted brother. The wise master looked up in astonishment, recognizing Fu Tingyuan's distinguished presence, a transcendent individual. The young lady before him had evidently survived trials, destined for fortuitous outcomes. As for the child, the wise master thought to himself, this child has faced many hardships. A potential threat to the world. Of course, he refrained from speaking the latter aloud. Jin Chaocao offered a mysterious smile, wise master. Do you think there is something wrong with my actions? The wise master chuckled heartily, there is nothing amiss, Miss Jin possesses profound blessings, and her intentions are clear. If she can nurture this child well, she could indeed be a true savior. They arrived at the side hall. An ancient and fragrant room furnished with 8 intricately carved chairs. The wise master invited everyone to sit. 2 young monks served tea. Fu Tingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility upon entering, the burdens that had troubled him seemed trivial in comparison. His heart felt as if it had been cleansed by pure water, the chaos in his mind dissipating, his soul entering a state of utter calmness, devoid of self or others. Fu Xiaoan became more composed, politely expressing her gratitude as she accepted tea from the young monk. Si Minji, too, felt an inexplicable lightness, especially the discontent weighing on his heart, which vanished in an instant. Jin Chaocao then spoke up, wise master. I have come bearing some supplies and a donation of incense money. The supplies are in the vehicle outside, I will have them unloaded shortly. She stood up and retrieved a bank card from her bag to present to the wise master. Chapter 62, Unintentional Wisdom respectfully greeted Jin Chaocao, smiling as he accepted her bank card. Miss Jean, may Buddha bless your future. Jin Chaocao returned the gesture, but aside from this, there was one crucial matter at hand. She must locate her senior brother, Wu Xin. Wisdom nodded, saying, in a moment, I will send someone to escort you up. I hope we can reach the summit before dark. There are guest rooms available for an overnight stay. Jin Chaocao replied, thank you for your trouble. Once Wisdom had departed, she turned to Fu Tingyuan and Fu Xiaoan. The ascent consisted of 97,397 steps, a daunting journey. Would they be able to keep up? There was no need to ask. Si Minji was determined to accompany her. Even if he struggled, she would pull him along. As for Fu Tingyuan and Fu Xiaoan, their decision to join mattered little. Fu Tingyuan had observed the arduous path ahead. Since Jin Chaocao intended to go, he felt compelled to follow, should danger arise. He could assist her. Fu Xiaoan hesitated for a long while before resolutely declaring, I want to go. As long as my sister-in-law doesn't mind my slow pace, I will surely make it to the top. She yearned to accompany Jin Chaocao and witness a world different from her own. She was also curious about the extraordinary Wu Xin, who resided on the mountain. Having decided to proceed, Jin Chaocao ensured everyone was rested before they set off. Their guide was a young monk of about 16 or 17 named Qingning. Clad in a white robe, with a round face, large eyes, and fair skin. His gaze sparkled like the water in a heavenly pool. Miss Jean, do you not remember me? Qingning asked shyly. Jin Chaocao shook her head, admitting, I do not recall. Have we met? According to the rules of Jingtan Temple, every young monk under 12 must spend 3 months on the mountain for purification, severing worldly ties. At that time, you visited Master Wu Xin and joined us for morning prayers. Jin Chaocao remembered that period but could not recall Qingning, as the year had been a year of calamity. And many young monks were present. Fu Tingyuan listened intently, intrigued by Jin Chaocao's past. It was evident that Qingning held a fondness for her. The Master Wu Xin he spoke of must be a dear friend of Jin Chaocao. After all, what motivated such a young girl to journey so far to visit? At that moment, Fu Tingyuan realized he knew little about Jin Chaocao's history. Qingning and Jin Chaocao conversed animatedly, leaving Fu Tingyuan unable to interject. The path to the mountain grew increasingly treacherous, the steps ascending like a heavenly ladder, exhausting everyone. Eventually, dense fog enveloped the mountainside. And it was then that Fu Tingyuan comprehended the vastness of this mountain. The small hill they had seen from below was merely the tip of the iceberg of Jinghan Mountain. Jin Chaocao, sensing Fu Tingyuan's bewilderment, explained. This mountain has been guarded by formations set by predecessors for 200 years. From below, it appears as an ordinary steep peak. Yet its actual height is several times greater than what we see from down here. Jingtan Temple has gradually expanded from a small monastery to its current scale over the past decade. Master Wisdom, a compassionate soul, is also a wise elder. He established the temple in a bustling area, attracting numerous devotees and investments, thereby constructing Jinghan Mountain. Beneath Jinghan Mountain reside many enlightened monks. While those above are profound realizers of the Tao, possessing immense merit, able to enlighten all beings, whether in or out of this world. Fu Xiaoan discovered that there were many realms in this world untouched by the internet. As they ascended, the air grew colder, and soon they encountered snow. Jin Chaocao distributed winter garments, and they continued their climb. Si Minji, being a child, eventually could not continue, so Fu Tingyuan and Qingning took turns carrying him. The path was rugged yet manageable. Fu Xiaoan was captivated by the scenery, feeling as if she were being lifted by the wind. Despite the exhaustion, each time fatigue set in, a deep breath of fresh air restored her vigor. Finally, as the sun began to set, they reached the summit of Jinghan Mountain. A dark stone temple loomed before them, its entrance dark against the backdrop of summer snow. Thick layers of snow blanketed the ground, and the surrounding structures were wooden. Vintage lofts that stood resiliently atop the peak, exuding a sense of timelessness. Wu Xin emerged from the temple with Qian, and at that moment, the group beheld his appearance. Fu Tingyuan had always imagined Wu Xin as an elderly sage, yet he was taken aback to find him in his 20s, with a standard oval face, large eyes, a prominent nose, and lips of moderate fullness. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and a small red mole on his brow added an air of allure against the snowy backdrop. He emanated a serene aura of a practitioner yet possessed an otherworldly detachment, more akin to a proud and solitary enigma than an enlightened monk. Strikingly, his demeanor bore a resemblance to Jin Chaocao's, causing Fu Tingyuan to feel a pang of emotion within him. Fu Xiaoan gasped, nearly letting out a shriek upon seeing such an exquisite figure. He is a monk, what a waste of beauty. Ah Jin, it has been a long time. Wu Xin approached with leisurely steps, his tone light and cheerful. Jin Chaocao, astonished that 8 years had passed without change in Wu Xin's appearance, greeted him with a warm smile. It has indeed been a while, master brother, you remain unchanged. Wu Xin's lips curled into a slight smile. It is you, Jin your sister, who has changed greatly. I almost failed to recognize you. They stood together, exchanging bows. Wu Xin's gaze fell upon Fu Tingyuan. Is this the fiancé chosen by the old lady for you since childhood? Jin Chaocao shot him a sidelong glance, responding, mind your manners, the old lady overlooked your rudeness when you were young. Now that you are an enlightened monk, you should address her properly, it seems all those years of cultivation have been in vain. Wu Xin laughed heartily, showing no sign of remorse. He raised a hand, nodding to Fu Tingyuan. Mr. Fu, your demeanor is indeed remarkable, I beg your pardon for my lack of decorum. Having never interacted with a monk before, Fu Tingyuan mirrored Jin Chaocao's etiquette and replied, there is no need for such courtesy, Master Wu Xin, we are the ones intruding. Jin Chaocao understood Wu Xin's unruly nature. Even as a monk, he retained his carefree essence. Wu Xin gestured invitingly, and just then, the sun vanished completely, replaced by a bright full moon illuminating the snowy night. Fu Xiaoan was awestruck by the scenery atop the perilous peak, gazing into the distance where the lights of a distant city twinkled like stars in the Milky Way, cascading down to earth. She was so taken aback by the breathtaking view that she momentarily forgot to take photographs. On a terrace overlooking the cliff, they gathered around a tea table with a pot of boiling water. 12-year-old Qian, blushing, was preparing tea. Jin Chaocao noted that Qian's cultivation had reached a state akin to that of master wisdom, radiating a serene light. This young lad, despite his tender years, truly held great promise for the future. Chapter 63, when will this annoying habit of yours change? In contrast to the young monk Xian, Wu Xin had already mastered the art of self-restraint. Jin Chaocao was unable to discern his true strength. Xian served the freshly brewed tea to everyone. Wu Xin glanced at Fu Tingyuan, admiring his courage to marry his junior sister. Jin Chaocao raised her hand, ready to strike. What do you mean? Am I unworthy of marrying? Seeing her agitation, Wu Xin's smile grew increasingly mischievous. Look at her, unafraid of anything. From a tender age, she wandered alone, doing good deeds. Not even tigers or lions, nor wicked men or ghosts could intimidate her. It was the first time Fu Tingyuan had heard about Jin Chaocao. She had traveled alone since childhood, which must have honed her skills, he mused. He turned his gaze toward her. The bright light on the terrace dispelled the darkness, illuminating her as she knelt on the mat, gently blowing on her steaming tea. The curling smoke enveloped her face in a soft haze. Her beauty was enchanting, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Xian, holding the teapot, was so entranced that he failed to notice the tea overflowing from the cup. Wu Xin, irritated, tapped his head. Xian, what are you doing? Realizing his blunder, Xian quickly set down the teapot, his face flushed as he stammered. It's just that Sister Chaocao is so beautiful, I was merely admiring her. Jin Chaocao took a sip of tea, teasing. Who would have thought our Xian has an eye for beauty? Not bad, you have good taste. She glanced at Fu Tingyuan, inwardly thinking that even a child had better discernment than he did. Wu Xin, lounging comfortably on the mat, chuckled, Mr. Fu, do have some tea. Fu Tingyuan felt the weight of Jin Chaocao's scrutinizing gaze and picked up his teacup, unable to meet her eyes. He was overcome by a sense of guilt. Setting down the cup, he finally spoke, indeed, Wu Xin's tea is quite exquisite. The flavor is unique, is it a variety I have not encountered before? Wu Xin, surprised, replied, Mr. Fu has never tasted this? It is the red tea personally crafted by my junior sister. Fu Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao, astonished. I had no idea you possessed such skills. Jin Chaocao laughed. I have many talents, Mr. Fu. It is only natural that you are unaware. Wu Xin noticed the budding affection between the two, though it was still tentative. Rising from the mat, he chuckled heartily, his clear voice echoing like the evening bell. Sister Chaocao. Your visit must not be solely for me. Jin Chaocao also stood. Brother, there is a pressing matter we must discuss, let us find another place. Wu Xin's gaze fell upon Si Minji, who, for reasons unknown, felt as though countless ants were crawling over him under Wu Xin's stare. He hurriedly lowered his head, bewildered. Jin Chaocao tugged at Wu Xin's robe and turned to leave the terrace. The two strolled along a narrow path, making their way to the mountain summit. Brother. I have brought 2 items with me, Jin Chaocao stated, getting straight to the point. Wu Xin's slender brows arched slightly. What are they? Jin Chaocao produced 2 talismans. Handing them to Wu Xin, you take a look. Wu Xin examined the talismans, furrowing his brow at the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from one. This talisman is infused with a tremendous amount of demonic energy. Have you encountered a demon from the underworld? Jin Chaocao shook her head. This energy was drawn from Si Minji. Wu Xin's expression turned grave as he looked up. No, that child is merely 6 years old. How could he possess such intense demonic energy? Jin Chaocao elaborated. When I found him, he was already like this. His consciousness was in ruins, the demonic energy lurking within. Obscured. I suspect he is the reincarnation of a demon god's remnant soul. Wu Xin's expression grew serious. I had suspected that the child was fated to suffer. I thought he was merely a star-crossed reincarnation, but it seems he bears the soul of a demon lord. This complicates matters. Demonic energy is not easily purified. Even by the divine, they are merely mortals. I can only do my best, Wu Xin said, pocketing the talisman infused with demonic energy. He then examined the other talisman. And what about this female ghost? I brought her along because I felt sorry for her. Brother, I hope you can help, Jin Chaocao said respectfully, bowing her head. Wu Xin smiled indulgently. You are quite the handful. However, this ghost isn't too troublesome. I shall perform a rite for her tonight. Upon hearing this, Jin Chaocao beamed. Thank you. Brother, your merits are boundless. Stop with the flattery. Wu Xin waved his sleeve, placing both talismans in his pocket. Jin Chaocao followed him cheerfully as they ascended the mountain. She and Wu Xin had known each other since childhood. Back then, while she was out doing good deeds, she found a young boy in the grass by the roadside. He had no memories, unaware of who he was or where to go. Thus, she brought him back to Xianmen to recuperate. Once healed, he wished to join Xianmen and practice alongside her, and they thus referred to each other as brother and sister. However, their grandmother immediately discerned that Wu Xin was unsuitable for Xianmen's practices, and thus she rejected his request, recommending him instead to Jingtan Temple for cultivation. Wu Xin spent a year at Xianmen, but ultimately had to leave, embarking alone to Jingtan Temple. It was uncertain what opportunities he encountered along his journey. But after arriving at Jingtan Temple, his cultivation progressed rapidly, and by the age of 16, his strength surpassed the ordinary. Consequently, he moved to the secluded mountain to continue his practice, seeking to distance himself from the mundane world and focus on his spiritual cultivation. Now, having achieved such mastery, there was no spirit he could not save in this world. At the mountain's peak, where the air was still and the snow blanketed the ground, the night view was breathtaking. Jin Chaocao sat on a stone bench. Brother, can Si Minji's constitution be altered? Wu Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, first glancing at Jin Chaocao before looking into the distance. You can help him in this life, but not through countless lifetimes. The fate of the demon god is preordained. Chaocao, why do you cling to it? Si Minji's fate can be changed, but it requires someone willing to bear half of his misfortunes. Jin Chaocao pursed her lips, contemplating for a long while before speaking. I know my capabilities are limited, but even if it is for just one lifetime, I want him to experience the warmth of the world. If it is destined, does that not mean our meeting is a serendipity? Wu Xin shook his head. You should understand your mission within Xianmen. His misfortunes should not be yours to bear. Jin Chaocao smiled sweetly. I may not be able to bear half of his misfortunes, but with my blessings, I can shoulder 20%. This will not affect my life. What do you think, brother? Si Minji cannot remain isolated from the world forever. To live like a normal person, his constitution must change. She had come to ask Wu Xin if there were any secret techniques within Buddhism for such a transformation. Even if it meant reducing his misfortune by 20%, it would still be a form of redemption. At the very least, it would allow light to penetrate his world, enabling him to experience the emotions and desires of being human. Wu Xin rubbed his temples, his handsome face marked by helplessness. Sister, when will this bothersome habit of yours ever change? Chapter 64, He only wishes to do one thing for her. Jin Chaocao smiled as she stood up, responding. Look at what you're saying. If I hadn't taken you in back then, how could we have this moment now? It's even recorded in the family genealogy. When those from the Xianmen encounter difficulties and cannot foresee the future, they must act according to their hearts. She did not possess the power to defy fate. She simply wished for everyone who crossed her path to be fortunate. After all, in the vast sea of humanity, encountering one another is a stroke of luck. She felt compelled to assist Si Minji. Wu Xian raised his hand and playfully flicked Jin Chaocao's forehead, saying, You are the little princess of the Xianmen. How could I dare to disregard your wishes? He had just happened to learn this technique during a moment of leisure, so he reluctantly agreed. Jin Chaocao rubbed her forehead and endured the pain, praising, Senior brother, you are the best cultivator in the world. Spare me. You only say nice things when you need me, Wu Xian retorted as he turned to leave. Jin Chaocao hurried to catch up with him. Qian had prepared vegetarian meals for everyone, and after dining, he led them to the guest room. Everyone, these rooms are available for your stay. Though the conditions are quite simple, so I hope you won't mind. Fu Tingyuan politely responded, Thank you, Master Qian, for your trouble. Qian bowed his head. You're too kind, Mr. Fu. Fu Xian casually chose a room. Upon opening the window, she was greeted by the sight of a large, round moon. What was most peculiar was that despite the icy weather outside, the room felt warm. She couldn't see any source of charcoal fire. It truly was a strange place. Fu Tingyuan sat on a chair in the room, experiencing an unprecedented calm within. He thought of Wu Xian's composed demeanor, reminiscent of a sage. And couldn't he help but feel curious? What were he and Jin Chaocao discussing that they wanted to keep from others? He stepped out of the room and into the back hall. Jin Chaocao led Si Minji to a golden Buddha statue, pointing to the mat laid beneath it. Instructing Si Minji, sit here. Although bewildered, he trusted Jin Chaocao completely and obediently took his place. Jin Chaocao sat beside him, adopting a meditative pose and encouraging Si Minji to do the same, which he mimicked quite well. Wu Xian stood behind them, observing Jin Chaocao's long, dark hair, a subtle smile glinting in his profound eyes. He did not act immediately but inquired, Junior sister, would you like to have a divination for yourself? Jin Chaocao shook her head, no need, I can bear this little misfortune. I want to undertake uncertain matters. With a 20% chance of calamity. 12 years of blessings are sufficient for me. Wu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. He clasped his hands together, gazing at the Buddha before him. This was Jin Chaocao, the little girl who dared to part the grass and bring him, on the brink of death, back to the Xianmen. She had always been headstrong. After waiting for a while, Jin Chaocao turned back to see Wu Xian still acted and teased, Senior brother, you're not lacking in your spellcasting skills. Are you? Wu Xian formed a hand gesture and coldly replied, just sit still. As soon as Jin Chaocao settled, a sudden pain shot through her neck, causing her to faint. Wu Xian sighed and looked towards the door, Mr. Fu, since you are here, please come in. He stepped forward and lifted the unconscious Jin Chaocao. Fu Tingyuan entered and, upon witnessing the scene, furrowed his brows, what has happened to her? Wu Xian approached him, explaining, I used a spell to put her to sleep. You must take her back to her room to rest. Fu Tingyuan glanced at the similarly unconscious Si Minji and asked, and what about him? Wu Xian turned back to smile, he is asleep as well, I'll return him later. Fu Tingyuan felt a twinge of worry, uncertain of Wu Xian's intentions. Sensing his hesitation, Wu Xian proactively reassured him, do not worry, I am following junior sister's wishes to help Si Minji improve his constitution. Fu Tingyuan. You are a good person, I trust you with her. Fu Tingyuan looked at Wu Xian and then at the fainted Jin Chaocao. Ultimately, he cradled her and turned to leave. Throughout the journey, his emotions were tumultuous. He had noticed earlier that Jin Chaocao seemed to wait for Wu Xian to perform a spell on her and see Minji. Yet, Wu Xian's decision to render them both unconscious and instruct him to take her away left him with an uneasy premonition. In the Buddha hall, Wu Xian formed a hand gesture, and his beautiful pupils gradually transformed into a radiant golden hue. Simultaneously, Si Minji's body began to levitate, enveloped in a swift golden glow. In an instant, Si Minji appeared as a sphere of light, rendering the events occurring within invisible. Wu Xian closed his eyes, his fingers ceaselessly forming gestures. The following morning, Jin Chaocao abruptly opened her eyes. She gazed at the antiquated room, her mind seemingly short-circuited. After a lengthy moment, she sprang to her feet and hurried outside. On her way, she encountered Qian, grasping his shoulders and asking, "Where is your master?" Qian, blushing, pointed not far away. "Master is resting in his room." Jin Chaocao approached Wu Xian's room, took a deep breath, and then calmly knocked on the door. 3 seconds later, Wu Xian opened the door, smiling broadly at Jin Chaocao. "Junior sister, you're up early, is there something on your mind?" Jin Chaocao pulled his hand, rolled up his sleeve, and used her hands to examine his roots. She noticed that the golden bones of Wu Xian were entwined with fine, black threads of misfortune. "You've absorbed half of Si Minji's misfortune, have you lost your mind?" Jin Chaocao scolded. Wu Xian, however, laughed lightly. "Since ancient times, righteousness has triumphed over evil. My roots have long been solidified, his misfortune will not affect me. But that misfortune is from the fragment of a demon god's soul. Senior brother. Nothing is absolute in this world." Jin Chaocao could hardly believe Wu Xian's recklessness. Wu Xian stood against the backdrop of the rising sun, bathed in its light, his fair and devilishly handsome face adorned with a broad smile. "Junior sister, you know well that nothing is absolute, why then take such drastic actions? He is but a drop in the ocean, a cultivator easily replaced. Yet you, junior sister, are the sole heir of the Shin men. There is no one who can substitute you, you have your own mission. You wish to save Si Minji. He merely wishes to do one thing for you. That is all." Jin Chaocao felt a mix of emotions, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Wu Xian. "Senior brother. I never intended for you to repay me. If you wish to repay me in this manner, I will be unable to find peace. You misunderstand, junior sister. If you can save the unfamiliar Si Minji, I can also help him undergo a transformation. We are both cultivators, engaged in the pursuit of cultivation." Jin Chaocao fell silent. "I cannot argue with you. At this point, I can only pray that this will not complicate your cultivation." Wu Xian clasped his hands together and laughed heartily. "Junior sister. You worry too much. One day, I shall refine this misfortune before your eyes." Chapter 65, The Purification Technique of the Buddhist Sect. Jin Chaocao met Wu Xin with a light-hearted smile, yet deep down, she understood the burden he carried, the misfortune of the demon god, which was undoubtedly a heavy load. At this juncture, her only hope was that Wu Xin could achieve the Great Way and refine the demon god's curse. Wu Xin consoled Jin Chaocao. "Sister, it's time for breakfast. Take care, brother. After breakfast, we must descend the mountain," Jin Chaocao replied, knowing that she could not delay any longer. Wu Xin clasped his hands together. "Very well." Fu Xiaoan rose particularly early that morning, wandering around Jinghan Mountain. She was utterly enamored with the scenery, especially at sunrise when the sea of clouds enveloped the landscape, transforming it into a fairyland. It felt as though she were suspended in the heavens, and such beauty was surely unparalleled in the world. She found herself reluctant to leave. Upon Jin Chaocao's return, Fu Tingyuan's gaze was grave. "Has something happened?" Jin Chaocao shook her head. "It's nothing, how is Si Minji?" At that moment, the door next door swung open. Si Minji stood at the threshold, his eyes bright. He first glanced at Fu Tingyuan, then turned to Jin Chaocao. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward and tightly embraced Jin Chaocao's waist. "Sister, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very sad." This was a peculiar emotion he had never experienced before. Jin Chaocao understood that his cursed nature had begun to transform, gradually awakening his emotions. He would become a normal child, capable of feeling love, pain, and the sorrow of parting, emotions intrinsic to humanity. She gently stroked his head, reassuring him. "Minji, do not be sad, I will always be by your side." No matter what happens, I will protect you. Si Minji looked up, tears brimming in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend why he was crying. It felt as though a flame had ignited in his heart, warming his entire being. Fu Tingyuan, his expression darkening, glared at Si Minji's hand around Jin Chaocao's waist. He stepped forward, lifting Si Minji and wiping away his tears. Boys shouldn't cry like this. He coldly carried Si Minji back to the room and set him on a chair, threateningly stating, Si Minji, you are no longer a child. It's improper to embrace a girl's waist without reason. Do you understand? Si Minji blinked his round, innocent eyes, puzzled. Is it wrong? Sister didn't say anything was wrong. I must not have done anything wrong. He only listened to his sister. Seeing his stubbornness and lack of understanding, Fu Tingyuan's expression soured further. If I say it's wrong, then it is. You are a boy and should heed the words of men, not just women. Si Minji furrowed his brow in contemplation. His little face a picture of confusion. Fu Tingyuan attempted to persuade him, do you think I am handsome? Si Minji nodded. Fu Tingyuan continued. If you wish to grow up to be as handsome as I am, you must listen to me. Si Minji pondered for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Then I will listen to you. Fu Tingyuan ruffled his hair with satisfaction. That's more like it, adults prefer obedient children. Si Minji's dark eyes sparkled anew. After breakfast, everyone gathered together. Jin Chaocao prepared to leave. Xian approached with several brocade boxes in hand. Sister Chaocao, these are medicinal snow lotuses. Master asked me to give them to you. Jin Chaocao accepted the brocade boxes and opened them, revealing palm-sized snow lotus flowers, impeccably preserved through secret techniques. There were 10 boxes in total, likely containing all the stock from Jinghan Mountain. She looked up at the distant mountain peak. Understanding that her brother had his reasons for not coming to see her off. Accepting all the brocade boxes, she handed Xian a large bundle. Inside are some fine tea sets and tea leaves from my collection, I believe you will enjoy them. Xian received the bundle with both hands, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Jin. Jin Chaocao waved goodbye and turned to lead everyone away. Before leaving, Si Minji glanced back at the mountain peak. Fu Tingyuan lowered his gaze. Lost in thought. Fu Xiaoan quietly approached him, whispering, Brother, do you think Master Wu Xin has feelings for sister-in-law? Fu Tingyuan shot her a cold glare. What nonsense. Master Wu Xin is a revered monk, detached from worldly desires, which is why he has achieved such greatness. He and Chaocao share a strong bond as siblings. Do not speak carelessly. Fu Xiaoan was taken aback by her brother's protective tone. She clapped her mouth shut and quickly apologized, Brother, I was wrong. I was merely curious why Master Wu Xin didn't come to see sister-in-law off. It's not every day they meet, what's wrong with a normal sibling farewell? At that moment, atop the mountain, Wu Xin faced the sun, striking the wooden fish. The sound resonated, accompanied by golden runes drifting into the sky, as a colorful cloud gradually gathered above. As Jin Chaocao and the others reached the mountain's descent, they noticed the colorful cloud hovering directly over their path. She immediately understood her brother's intention. You all line up and pass beneath that colorful cloud, she instructed. Though puzzled, they complied with Jin Chaocao's words. One by one, they walked under the colorful cloud. As Fu Tingyuan passed through, he felt an unmistakable lightness in his chest, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. Fu Xiaoan felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders after passing through the colorful cloud, her fatigue vanished, and even her hearing sharpened. Once everyone had passed, Jin Chaocao followed suit, her sensations heightened. She realized this must be the purification technique of the Buddhist sect. Harnessing the sun's pure power and the essence of formless water to cleanse the soul. For ordinary people, such a ritual could dispel misfortune and usher in good luck. For the ailing, it could transform their constitution and invigorate their spirit. For those blessed with profound fortune, it could heal soul wounds, an immense gift for her. Jin Chaocao explained. This is my brother's blessing, the highest purification technique of Buddhism, meant to bestow fortune. Only those of great power can perform it. And it can only be wielded once a year. Anyone blessed will find their ailments alleviated, their spirits lifted, and good fortune to follow. You must bow in gratitude to my brother, facing the mountain peak. Under Jin Chaocao's guidance, everyone bowed in reverence toward the mountain peak. Fu Xiaoan stole a glance at her brother, filled with remorse. Brother, I was narrow-minded. Master Wu Xin truly possesses a heart full of compassion. Fu Tingyuan bowed sincerely, his respect for Wu Xin deepening. Such individuals are treasures of the world. They were fortunate to be illuminated by Jin Chaocao's light. On the way back, everyone noticed a surge in their stamina. Even on the steep mountain paths, Fu Xiaoan felt no fatigue in her legs or feet, walking felt entirely effortless. Among them, Minji was the most remarkable. Despite being small and drenched in sweat, he steadfastly rejected any offers of assistance. It was as if overnight, he had grown immensely. Suddenly imbued with the full range of human emotions. Chapter 66, It seems the entire village is in collusion descending from the mountain. Jin Chaocao once again encountered the wise old monk. He gazed at her, hands clasped in prayer, and said, Miss Jin, as you prepare to return, I happen to have a matter to entrust to you. Jin Chaocao raised her hand in greeting, replying, Master, please speak, I will certainly do my utmost. The monk then spoke candidly, on your way back, you will pass through Mojiago. A familiar acquaintance conveyed some troubling news to me yesterday, asking for assistance. Unfortunately, I have several rituals to attend to in the coming days and cannot leave. Jin Chaocao readily agreed, saying, Very well. I shall go in your stead and see what has transpired. As they prepared to return home, dusk was approaching. The driver, a middle-aged man with over a decade of driving experience, received the destination from Jin Chaocao. She watched as he set it up before settling into the car to rest. Everyone felt a sense of fatigue after their descent from the mountain, and the vehicle swayed along the mountainous roads, soon lulling them into drowsiness. As night fell, the mountains shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, especially as they neared Mojiacan. The driver, Chen Li, felt a peculiar tension in the air, though he could not pinpoint its source. Before long, they arrived at the navigation's destination. He looked up to find himself facing a village enveloped in the night. Being in a remote area, the village consisted almost entirely of gray brick houses. At that moment, the entire village was so silent one could hear a pin drop, creating an eerie ambience that sent shivers down their spines. Chen Li glanced at his wristwatch. It was only 8 o'clock, yet not a single light flickered in the village. He muttered in confusion, this doesn't make sense. Everyone must be asleep, there should be sounds from the animals. The silence of such a large village felt unsettling. Jin Chaocao stirred awake and inquired, have we arrived? Chen Li nodded, Madame Fu, we have reached Mojiacan. Jin Chaocao gently furrowed her brow and took a sip of water from her thermos. At that moment, Fu Tingyuan and Fu Xiaoan also awakened from their drowsy slumber. Fu Tingyuan glanced outside, his brow furrowing in concern. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger approaching. When he saw Jin Chaocao set down her thermos and prepare to exit the vehicle, he instinctively grasped her wrist. Jin Chaocao stared at his hand in confusion, asking, What is it? It's dangerous outside. Fu Tingyuan expressed his worry. Jin Chaocao chuckled lightly, do not fret, I can handle it. Fu Xiaoan, equally anxious, stood up, sister-in-law. I'll accompany you. This place feels exceptionally eerie, it's pitch black, and there's no moon. Jin Chaocao nodded, if you wish to join me, then come along. I shall show you a thing or two. Thus, everyone followed Jin Chaocao as they exited the vehicle. At the village entrance, a wave of malevolence washed over them, causing both Fu Xiaoan and Chen Li to shiver simultaneously. Fu Tingyuan felt a bone-chilling cold as well. In contrast, Minji stood before Jin Chaocao, like a small adult, intently observing his surroundings without any sign of fear. Jin Chaocao closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere, realizing that the source of the malevolence was. She opened her eyes and looked toward a nearby hill. She led everyone along a narrow path, circumventing the village, ascending the mountain. The higher they climbed, the heavier the cold became. Fu Xiaoan felt goosebumps cover her entire body, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, why does it feel colder here than at the peak of Jingshan? Jin Chaocao retrieved a vermilion brush from her bag and approached Fu Xiaoan, marking her forehead with a stroke of vermilion. She then drew a protective sigil on Chen Li's and Fu Tingyuan's hands. In an instant, warmth enveloped them, dispelling the cold. Jin Chaocao did not draw a sigil for Minji, instead, she took his hand, guiding him to walk beside her. Minji, are you afraid? She asked. Si Minji shook his head. No, why do others feel cold while I do not? Jin Chaocao smiled kindly. It is because Minji is a messenger of justice. No evil can threaten you. Si Minji straightened his back, feeling an instant sense of grandeur. If he were a messenger of justice, would he be able to help others in the future? Fu Tingyuan observed Jin Chaocao's nurturing demeanor towards the child, smiling softly. He pondered whether Si Minji would still be as easily amused as he grew older. Indeed, love has the power to transform a person. He never anticipated that the grown-up Si Minji would be an extraordinary talent, rare to find in a century. Regardless of his brilliance or prowess in the outside world. Before Jin Chaocao, he desired to remain a simple child, always willing to heed her words. Upon reaching the small mountain, Jin Chaocao sensed a concentration of malevolent energy and approached to investigate, discovering a grave sealed with concrete. Surrounding the grave was a fierce array designed to extinguish souls. However, the one who set the array lacked skill, failing to banish the vengeful spirit within the grave, allowing it to absorb excessive malevolent energy and transform into a formidable evil spirit. Jin Chaocao snapped off a twig and took out a luminous pearl to survey the area. After venturing roughly 10 meters, she parted the grass and stumbled upon a pile of skeletal remains. Fu Xiaoan screamed in fright, "Sister-in-law, there are more here." Fu Tingyuan noticed another pile behind them. Chenli, terrified, stumbled to the ground, feeling something sharp jab his backside. When he picked it up, he realized it was a slender arm bone. Ah! There are corpses. Fu Tingyuan rushed over to help Chenli up, admonishing, "Stop shouting." Chenli was drenched in cold sweat, his hair standing on end. As a driver, he had witnessed assassinations and corpses, but never had he encountered so many dead bodies. Jin Chaocao surveyed the bones scattered around, calculating in her mind before her expression turned grave. This Mojiakan has committed heinous acts, and now it seems they are facing retribution. Fu Tingyuan frowned. Should we report this to the authorities? Looking at these bones, they appear to be victims of foul play, all female skeletons. And some belong to young children. The oldest skeleton shows signs of decay from 20 years ago, while the most recent is only a few months old. Fu Xiaoan's head felt like it was about to explode. These are all women, could they have been trafficked from outside? Though she had never witnessed such events. She had heard tales of backward mountain villagers being notoriously savage, abducting city girls. Once these girls were captured, they would become breeding machines, losing their freedom and dignity. Ultimately driven to madness. Jin Chaocao used the twig to pry open a skeleton and indeed found some small bones within. This woman appeared to be around 30 years old. And when she died, her child was full term. It was no wonder the malevolence surrounding the grave was so intense. She glanced toward the village at the foot of the mountain, estimating there were about 100 households. Let us first investigate the village, however. This time I will go alone. You all wait in the car for me, Jin Chaocao instructed. Fu Tingyuan considered for a moment before stepping forward. I will accompany you. These are a bunch of ruffians. So many have died, yet no one has reported it. It seems the entire village is in collusion. Chapter 67, he yearned to personally smash their heads and gouge out their eyes as the group descended the mountain. The driver, Chenli, took Fu Xiaoan and Si Minji back to the vehicle to await their return. Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan made their way toward the village together. Is anyone here? Jin Chaocao called out at the village entrance, but her voice was met with silence. Only faint sounds could be heard. As if someone was nervously brushing against objects in the house. Exchanging glances with Fu Tingyuan, they both sighed in resignation. Fu Tingyuan approached the door of a farmhouse and gently tapped the iron ring on the door. He knocked 3 times in a slow and courteous manner. The rhythmic sound startled the 4 people inside, causing their faces to turn pale. The female ghost is here, knocking on our door, a man's voice trembled uncontrollably. A woman held a knife in her hand, cradling a bamboo tube filled with black dog blood. 2 children cowered in a corner, shivering. Fu Tingyuan knocked for quite some time without receiving any response. Growing impatient, Jin Chaocao stepped forward, her flying sword coalescing into a tangible form. She raised the sword and brought it down, splitting the wooden door in half with ease, as if slicing through tofu. Dark blood splattered out from the darkness. Quick as a flash, Fu Tingyuan wrapped his arms around her waist, spinning to evade the onslaught. Jin Chaocao felt a firm grip around her waist, providing an unexpected sense of security. It was the first time in her life someone had cared for her so delicately, and a sweet warmth blossomed within her. Leaning into Fu Tingyuan's embrace, she asked with concern, "It's black dog blood, are you all right?" Feeling the woman pressed against his chest, Fu Tingyuan sensed her intentional closeness, stirring an inexplicable sweetness within him. His voice, now tinged with a magnetic rasp, replied, "I am fine." "That's good." Jin Chaocao coughed lightly, "Let me go, I need to find out what's going on." Obediently, Fu Tingyuan released her. As the warmth of her presence faded, a sense of emptiness enveloped him. Jin Chaocao retrieved the luminous pearl from her bag and boldly stepped inside the house. The couple, wielding knives, shielded the two children trembling in the corner. "Female ghost, do not come any closer, we are not afraid of you," the man stammered, his body stiff with fear and his grip on the knife faltering. The soft green glow of the luminous pearl illuminated Jin Chaocao's face, making her appear eerily like a specter roaming the night. Realizing the misunderstanding, she decided against clarifying and directly inquired, "Why are you so terrified of me? Have you committed some wrongdoing?" No sooner had she spoken than the woman fell to her knees, pleading, "Mei Hua, if you must blame someone, blame the village chief. It was his suggestion to bind you and offer you as a sacrifice. The men of the village disregarded your pleas and forced themselves upon you. I am merely a woman, powerless to intervene, please spare me." From the woman's words, Jin Chaocao gleaned several crucial pieces of information: Mei Hua, village chief, sacrifice, and the men of the village. Without needing to ponder deeply, she could surmise a tragic tale. A woman named Mei Hua was demanded for sacrifice by the village chief, taken to the temple, and subsequently violated by the men of the village. Unsure if her deductions were entirely accurate, she nonetheless felt they were close enough. Her expression hardened. "Where did Mei Hua come from?" The woman, already frightened out of her wits, blurted out, "Mei Hua. You were sold to Mo Shirsi by Granny Wang as a bride from outside the village. I do not know where she found you. If you must blame someone, blame Mo Shirsi. He offered you to the village chief as a sacrifice because he was displeased that you could not bear him a son." The more Jin Chaocao listened, the angrier she became. Why were there so many corpses on that mountain? Were all those deceased women outsiders? This question seemed to touch upon a taboo. The woman hesitated, fearfully glancing at the man beside her. He lunged forward, covering her mouth, as if just realizing that Jin Chaocao was not a ghost. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he stood up menacingly, retrieving the knife he had dropped. "You are an outsider? How do you know there are corpses on our mountain? Have you been up there?" Jin Chaocao fixed a cold stare upon the man. "I am indeed an outsider, does that pose a problem?" The man's eyes glinted with menace. "An outsider woman has come to our village, do not expect to leave." Brandishing the knife, he resembled a vicious criminal intent on threatening Jin Chaocao into submission. Jin Chaocao clutched the luminous pearl with a smile. It seemed there was not a single innocent soul in this village. Before the man could close the distance, Fu Tingyuan delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing against the wall and sliding to the ground, clutching his seemingly shattered abdomen, gasping for breath. Taking Jin Chaocao's hand, Fu Tingyuan turned to leave. "It appears this village harbors significant issues. Perhaps we should call the police to address it. Let us first deal with that malevolent spirit, otherwise the police's arrival would be futile." They approached the second house and knocked, yet still received no response. Jin Chaocao forcefully entered, demanding the man inside to lead her to the village chief. The chief resided in the heart of the village, an elderly man in his 80s. With white hair and a gaunt face, his skin sagging. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Our village does not welcome outsiders. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." Standing in the center of the courtyard, Jin Chaocao scoffed coldly, "I am not meddling. Tonight, your village shall face annihilation." The village chief retorted sharply, "That is not your concern. I have already contacted the monks from the Jingtan temple, they will come to handle it." To the villagers, Jin Chaocao appeared merely as a young girl, lacking any substantial power. "Are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by the police to capture us all?" Seeing the villagers' obstinacy, she chose not to waste more words. "Where is your village temple?" The village chief dismissed her, glancing around. With a wave of his hand, A dozen burly men wielding torches emerged from the shadows, surrounding Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan. Jin Chaocao narrowed her eyes. You are indeed oblivious to the danger that looms over you. Raising his cane threateningly, the village chief's expression turned fierce. You have disrupted the rules of our village. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. Capture them. He gestured to the men around him. The woman shall be offered as a sacrifice. Whoever captures her may indulge first. The men, eager for labor, were instantly enthralled by the prospect. They had never encountered a woman as beautiful as Jin Chaocao. A mere glance left them dazed, igniting a primal urge to possess her exclusively. Feeling the lecherous gazes of the men surrounding them, Fu Tingyuan clenched his fists. Positioning himself protectively behind Jin Chaocao, his eyes radiating a chilling ferocity. They truly seek their own demise. He knew that with a mere spell. Jin Chaocao could subdue them all, yet he longed to personally smash their heads and gouge out their eyes. Chapter 68. You might as well take a look at their current fate. Jin Chaocao stood behind Fu Tingyuan, observing his broad silhouette, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mr. Fu, these individuals have long ceased to be human. They are more grotesque than ghosts. Fear not in your actions, there shall be no dire consequences. Fu Tingyuan loosened the buttons of his suit jacket, as a group of brawny men wielding torches charged towards them. He discarded his jacket nonchalantly, draping it over the heads of two of the assailants. With a swift punch, the two men were left blinded, their eyes searing with pain as if they had exploded. His strikes were rapid, precise, and ruthless, causing a cacophony of screams to erupt from the village chief's courtyard. In no time, a multitude of burly men lay defeated on the ground. Like a demon, Fu Tingyuan advanced, placing his foot upon the face of one fallen man. The anguished cries pierced the night, a metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Jin Chaocao stood at the center of the courtyard, indifferent to the suffering of those injured. Some were impoverished and ignorant, selfish and greedy, preying upon the weak in their criminal endeavors. It was high time they experienced the bitterness of being victimized. The village chief, taken aback by Fu Tingyuan's formidable prowess, realized the dire situation and attempted to flee. At that very moment, a sword was drawn, poised menacingly at his throat. He stumbled in fear, nearly colliding with the blade's edge. Jin Chaocao demanded. Where is the temple where you offer sacrifices? Clarify to me what has transpired. Her words bore no semblance of jest, and Fu Tingyuan stepped closer, exuding an aura of cold menace that made the village chief's legs tremble. Reluctantly, under Jin Chaocao's pressure, the chief divulged the unsettling truth. The woman transformed into a vengeful spirit was named Mei Hua, purchased as a wife by Imo Shirsi. Over 4 years, she bore 3 daughters. Only for Imo Shirsi to disdain them, selling the children immediately after birth. When Mei Hua was pregnant with her 5th child, Imo Shirsi's mother had consulted a soothsayer, proclaiming that this child would surely be a son. Upon realizing she carried a boy, Mei Hua, in a fit of madness, hurled herself against walls, ultimately losing the child. In a fit of rage, the Imo family sent her to the temple as a sacrifice. Our village has a tradition: if a woman fails to bear a son, she is sent to the temple for sacrifice, where the men of the village have their way with her, ensuring that the next bride will produce a son. The village chief spoke with a hint of pride. Jin Chaocao felt an intense urge to slay these fools. Sensing her fury, the chief hastily clarified, I speak the truth. This is how sons have been born to dozens of families in our village. Fu Tingyuan struck the old man, rendering him unconscious. It was hard to fathom such ignorance in this day and age. Jin Chaocao surveyed the fallen men and sighed in resignation. I suspect that temple harbors a grave issue. Fu Tingyuan approached, seizing hold of a man who had yet to lose consciousness, commanding sharply, lead us to your village's temple. The man guided them through the village until they arrived at a venerable locust tree. Beneath it lay a stark stone plaza, leading to a hollowed-out cave in the mountainside. The darkness within was oppressive until Jin Chaocao unveiled a luminous pearl, illuminating the surroundings. Atop the altar stood a grotesque figure, 3 feet tall. Crafted from clay, an embodiment of lust. The upper half resembled a woman, while the lower half was male, standing naked on one leg. Jin Chaocao deduced that this temple had been erected at least 50 or 60 years prior. She finally understood the situation: the entire village worshipped this lust demon, leading to an increase in the men's virility. With the village's women insufficient, they resorted to abducting women from outside. Thus, the villagers conspired together, even concocting the notion of sacrificing women to satiate their desires. Their spirits had long been ensnared by this malevolent demon, rendering them more terrifying than the spirits themselves. Mei Hua's tragic fate had fueled her vengeance, allowing her to absorb the resentment of other spirits, transforming her into a vengeful ghost. Jin Chaocao handed the luminous pearl to Fu Tingyuan and retrieved 3 talismans from her bag. With a single hand gesture, the talismans ignited spontaneously. She flung them towards the lust demon statue. Upon contact, a thunderous explosion echoed as the statue shattered, releasing a furious ghostly figure with crimson eyes. The cave was instantly filled with a suffocating aura of death. "Boldly defying me, you shall perish," the demon roared. Jin Chaocao formed a protective green barrier around Fu Tingyuan and the guiding man. She glared at the lust demon, declaring, "I am here to bring justice. And I shall ensure your demise." The demon seethed with rage, having grown powerful over the decades. It scoffed at the notion that mere humans could challenge it. Today, it would tear this girl apart, devouring her to achieve immortality. As the darkness swirled, Jin Chaocao summoned her flying sword, enveloped in a golden radiance, inscribed with flowing runes accompanied by purple golden lightning. As the lust demon charged forward, her gaze remained cold, intoning incantations, "Grant me the power of the divine." Vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, heaven and earth, sun and moon, kill. The chilling word kill escaped her lips. The flying sword descended, cleaving through the demon's body, which had coalesced from black mist, severing it in 2. The demon laughed maniacally, "Little girl, your power barely tickles me, huh?" Its boastful words were cut short as flames ignited from its severed form, quickly reducing the lust demon to ashes. The cave echoed with the demon's terrified, unwilling wails until silence reclaimed the space. The guiding villager sat frozen in shock, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes vacant. Jin Chaocao grasped Fu Tingyuan's hand as they exited the cave. At that moment, Fu Tingyuan spotted a bloodied ghostly figure lingering on the plaza. He halted Jin Chaocao, who recognized the apparition as the vengeful Mei Hua. "You managed to vanquish that being, I am no match for you." Mei Hua's red eyes, filled with despair, fixated on Jin Chaocao. She yearned for revenge, believing all the men of the village must perish. If these beasts are not eliminated, countless others will suffer. Jin Chaocao regarded her, nodding slightly. "Indeed. You are not my equal, so I advise you to release the past, relinquish your obsessions, and depart from this realm. This is not where you belong." Mei Hua's grotesque visage twisted into a sneer, her voice spiraling into madness. "And what of these wicked men? Will they face no consequences?" Jin Chaocao stepped forward, her tone gentle yet resolute. "Evil deeds will ultimately be met with retribution. You might as well witness the fate of those who have become slaves to the lust demon." "Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided." Chapter 69, an accomplice warlock. Mei Hua paused, then vanished. Fu Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao, perplexed. "What did you mean by that?" He had been ready to alert the authorities, insistent that the police investigate thoroughly. Jin Chaocao elucidated, "The lust demon is dead. Those who venerated him, benefiting from his grace, became robust and possessed boundless energy. With his demise, they will become like soulless puppets. Even the most virile men will not survive beyond 3 days." This, in a way, served as a fitting retribution for the wicked. Before Mei Hua's tombstone, Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan returned. The hour was nearing midnight. The crimson aura in Mei Hua's eyes had dissipated. She had visited the village and witnessed the demise of many men, with others clinging to their last breaths. Jin Chaocao approached, producing a moist towelette to gently cleanse the grime from her face, revealing a gaunt visage. Her eyes appeared exceptionally large due to her emaciated state. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. You didn't act against them, averting further bloodshed. This life may have been arduous, but it allows for the erasure of past transgressions. May your next life be one of prosperity and honor." Mei Hua knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Hazy memories gradually surfaced. She had been a peasant's daughter who went to the city to work, naively trusting a warm-hearted stranger, leading to her current plight. She bore 4 children, yet none remained. She gazed at the mass grave, where countless sisters shared her fate. She had absorbed their resentment, merging with them, all for the sake of vengeance. Now that her tormentors were nearing their end, she felt she had fulfilled her sister's wishes. "Thank you. Mei Hua kowtowed to Jin Chaocao, expressing gratitude for her timely arrival, which prevented her from committing a grave error. Had she stained her hands with the lives of the living for the sake of these scoundrels, she risked eternal damnation. Jin Chaocao smiled faintly, noting the dissipation of resentment around the tombstone. She took Fu Tingyuan's hand and turned to leave. As they departed, a portal of light materialized behind Mei Hua. She rose mechanically and walked towards it, step by step. Fu Tingyuan, hand in hand with Jin Chaocao, felt his palms grow clammy. Throughout their journey, she had seemingly grasped his hand unconsciously on numerous occasions. Her delicate hand, soft and boneless, unable to fully encompass his palm, would instead hold his 3 fingers. His heart swelled with sweetness, and he quietly followed Jin Chaocao, wordless. After some distance, Jin Chaocao abruptly halted, releasing Fu Tingyuan's hand. Her brow furrowed as she stated, "We've overlooked someone." "Who?" Fu Tingyuan asked, regretfully withdrawing his hand. Jin Chaocao replied directly, "The inept practitioner who laid the soul-extinguishing array." Simultaneously, at the village entrance, a shifty-eyed, middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit emerged from the village, carrying a bundle. Upon exiting, he spotted a car parked by the roadside. Observing a man, a woman, and a child inside, he approached the car with a glint of cunning in his eyes and knocked on the window. "Hello. I need to leave. Could I catch a ride with you?" Chenli, still concerned about Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan, immediately refused. "No, our car is full." The middle-aged man persisted, "It's all right, I can sit in the aisle." While stalling, he surreptitiously ignited a vial of incense. Before Chenli could respond, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to collapse in the driver's seat. Fu Xiaoan, about to speak, also succumbed to the fumes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man confidently pocketed the incense, dragged Chenli out of the car, and took the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine, a dagger pressed against his neck. The middle-aged man calmly looked up, spotting a boy around 6 years old in the rearview mirror. He chuckled, "Little one. A knife is not a toy for someone your age." Si Minji's expression was icy, devoid of the innocence expected of a child. "This is our car. I'll count to 3, and you'll get out." Simultaneously, the blade grazed the man's neck, drawing a line of blood. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Not only was the boy unaffected by the incense, but he also dared to hold a knife to his throat and speak with such composure at such a young age. This child was no simpleton. He dared not act rashly and obediently raised his hands. "I'll get out, don't do anything reckless." Si Minji, still a child without his past memories, was unaware of human treachery. The middle-aged man feigned exiting the car, but the moment his neck was free of the blade, he seized Si Minji's wrist, disarming him, and pinned the boy to the seat. Si Minji struggled, but his strength was insufficient. The middle-aged man slapped Si Minji's face. "You dare to point a knife at me, brat? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Fu Tingyuan and Jin Chaocao quickened their pace towards the village entrance. As they approached, Jin Chaocao faintly heard Si Minji's cries for help. "You're a bad guy, let me go." "Help, sister, help." Jin Chaocao formed a hand seal, summoned her flying sword, and arrived at the car in an instant. Seeing the driver on the ground, she opened the car door, seized the stranger by the collar, and dragged him out. The middle-aged man had no time to resist and was tossed to the ground like a sandbag. "Sister!" Si Minji cried, tears streaming down his face. Jin Chaocao took him out of the car, noticing his swollen cheek in the dim light. Fu Tingyuan arrived at that moment. Sensing he was no match for Jin Chaocao, the middle-aged man turned to flee, only to be kicked to the ground by Fu Tingyuan. The force of the blow caused him excruciating pain, and he writhed on the ground, his face buried in the dirt. "What is going on?" Fu Tingyuan demanded, stepping on the man's back, pressing his face into the mud. Si Minji stammered, "He asked for a ride, Uncle Chen refused. Then everyone fainted. I didn't want him to drive off, so I took a knife." Hearing that he had struck Si Minji, Jin Chaocao was incensed, but she restrained herself. "Ask him if he's from the village." Before Fu Tingyuan could speak, the middle-aged man confessed, "I'm not from the village. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I'll never have such thoughts again, please let me go." Jin Chaocao scoffed. "Not from the village? Then who are you?" with half the men in the village dead and the rest on the brink of death. His denial confirmed that he was the inept warlock who had set up the soul-extinguishing array and aided the wicked. Chapter 70. An omen without results is not necessarily a bad thing. The man clutched his painfully aching abdomen, too fearful to utter the truth. I came as a guest. Jin Chaocao sneered. Mr. Fu, this man speaks nothing but lies, cut out his tongue. Fu Tingyuan opened the car door, retrieving a 10-centimeter blade from the compartment. I share your disdain for deceitful individuals, it would serve well to feed his tongue to the dogs. Terrified, the man quickly confessed, my name is Wang Wu. I was sent by the village chief to help deal with the female ghost. I am not a bad person, I was saving these villagers. Jin Chaocao scoffed, so. The soul-destroying formation at the Meihua tomb was set by you? Yes. Wang Wu believed that Jin Chaocao and her companions were merely passing through, surely ignorant of the situation. The strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, driving luxurious cars and dressed elegantly, were utterly incongruous with his perception of mystical masters. He never associated her identity with such matters. Jin Chaocao discerned that Wang Wu was a morally deficient man without principles. If left unchecked, he could cause untold harm in the future. She turned to Fu Tingyuan. Call the police, we should hand him over. By the time the police arrived, it was nearly dawn. The remote location was challenging to locate, and upon their arrival, the officers immediately sought to understand the situation in the village. At that moment, only a few women and children remained. The majority of the village's men had met mysterious deaths, while the few who remained appeared gravely ill. The women and children were only vaguely aware of the events from the previous night. When the police mentioned Wang Wu, the villagers unanimously declared that he was the one brought in by the village chief to exorcise the ghost. With deaths and illness rampant, the villagers seemed possessed. Thus, Wang Wu was taken to the police station. After Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan finished their statements, they drove away from Mo family village. On the way back, Jin Chaocao applied a soothing ointment to Si Minji's face to reduce swelling and alleviate pain. Soon, the ointment began to take effect. Sister, it doesn't hurt. Si Minji said sweetly, evoking her compassion. Jin Chaocao gently embraced him. Minji, my dear, do not overexert yourself when faced with danger, your safety is paramount, understood? Si Minji nodded with a smile, feeling warm and joyous whenever Jin Chaocao spoke to him. In his unseen inner world, a small sapling was taking root and sprouting 2 vibrant green leaves. Fu Tingyuan sat nearby, watching Jin Chaocao's tender care for Si Minji, feeling a pang of jealousy. This child must attend school. Upon returning to the Fu residence, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As they exited the car, Fu Tingyuan approached the door, extending his hand to assist Jin Chaocao. She accepted his help without resistance. Fu Xiaoan witnessed this scene and smiled secretly, pleased that her brother had finally awakened to his feelings. The elder Mr. Fu, seeing them, beamed with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. When Jin Chaocao came near, he spoke, Chaocao, while you were away, the elder of the Ji family visited with his grandson. They brought some gifts for you, which I have placed in your room. Also, Elder Xing came looking for you, he hopes you will contact him upon your return. His business card is also on your desk. Jin Chaocao politely acknowledged, Grandfather, I understand. She entrusted Si Minji to the nanny and retreated to her room. Upon entering, she noticed a pile of gift boxes on the table. Among them, she spotted a box filled with gold bars, 48 bars, each weighing 100 grams. This must be the thank you gift from Elder Ji and Ji Jingyu. Since she had accepted it, she would keep it. Her grandmother's spirit emerged from the painting. Noticing that Jin Chaocao's fortune had become more substantial. You have gained quite a bit from this journey. Did Wuxin bestow blessings upon you? Jin Chaocao nodded, recounting how he had granted blessings to everyone before she left. Her grandmother sighed, to be able to bestow blessings, his cultivation must be extraordinary. Jin Chaocao recalled that Wuxin had taken upon himself half of Si Minji's misfortune and shared this with her grandmother. The old lady pondered for some time. This is not a good sign, Wuxin has taken quite a risk. The misfortune of the divine is a fate ordained by the heavenly Tao. How can a mortal bear half of it? Jin Chaocao lit an incense stick and placed it in the burner. Grandmother, may I divine for my senior brother? After a lengthy hesitation, the old lady replied, give it a try. Jin Chaocao took out a turtle shell and began her divination. Just as she was nearing the conclusion, her hand trembled, causing the coins within the shell to roll off the table and far away, an unprecedented occurrence in her divination practice. Ultimately, she set the shell down, gazing at the ambiguous omen with a troubled expression. Do not fret, Chaocao, all is predetermined. An inconclusive omen is not necessarily a bad sign, her grandmother comforted. Jin Chaocao put away her tools, holding on to a glimmer of hope. During dinner that evening, Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao and suggested, I believe Minji is growing up, he cannot remain at home indefinitely. School is not only a place for learning but also a crucial environment for his development. Should we consider enrolling him? With Wu Xin having altered Minji's constitution, he would be able to live like an ordinary child without constantly attracting misfortune. Tingyuan's suggestion was indeed sound. Jin Chaocao looked at Minji, what do you think? Minji looked up at Tingyuan, recalling the words spoken on Jinghan Mountain. After a long hesitation, he reluctantly replied, I will listen to my sister. Jin Chaocao immediately smiled brightly, then Minji, let us give school another try. I believe you will make wonderful friends. Minji nodded. Tingyuan chimed in, I will personally arrange for his school enrollment. His direct involvement spoke volumes, signaling to everyone that Minji was a member of the Fu family. Any fool who dared to bully him would be opposing the Fu family. Not just the students. Even the teachers would treat Minji with utmost respect. Jin Chaocao looked at Tingyuan with gratitude, thank you for taking care of this. Tingyuan, unaware of the smile that had blossomed on his lips, replied, it's no trouble at all. The next day, Jin Chaocao arrived punctually at the renowned fortune-telling establishment. As she approached the entrance, she spotted Xingyin sitting on the steps, his head bowed in deep contemplation. She walked closer and cleared her throat. Xingyin immediately stood up, glaring at Jin Chaocao with fierce eyes, his expression menacing. Just as she thought he was about to confront her, Xingyin suddenly squatted down, clutching her leg and lamenting, where have you been these past 2 days? You didn't even call me, my dear. I thought you were going to abandon me. Chapter 71, Do you believe in destiny? Jin Chaocao witnessed Xingyin attempting to wipe his nose on her. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling, rising to address him properly. Xingyin, undeterred by the pain, scrambled to his feet and followed her into the shop. As the door swung open, he felt as though he had returned home, strolling to the shelves and picking up an antique blue and white porcelain vase, scrutinizing it intently. Jin Chaocao settled into the main seat, pulling the chair back with a warning to refrain from meddling with her belongings. Xingyin shot her a glance, retorting that since he was hers, her possessions were also his. I don't care, I have nowhere to stay, so you must arrange accommodation for me. Apologies, but I do not provide food or lodging here, Jin Chaocao replied dismissively. Xingyin, cradling the porcelain vase, smirked, very well, if you refuse to accommodate me, then this vase shall be mine. I could sell it for enough to purchase a beautiful villa and still have savings left to hire a cook. Feeling a pang of regret, Xingyin lamented that had he known the conditions here were so favorable, he would have acted differently. Jin Chaocao's lips twitched at his words, I see you're itching for trouble. Disregarding her comment, Xingyin declared, I am your dog. If you do not care for me, do you intend to let me starve? Jin Chaocao sighed, pondering whether it was too late to retract her offer. Observing him closely, she realized he possessed a profound understanding of antiques and an impressive ability to authenticate them. Xingyin, allow me to impart a skill to you, Jin Chaocao proposed. Xingyin set down the porcelain vase and took a seat opposite her, stating firmly, but you cannot force me to learn what I do not wish to. Jin Chaocao rolled her eyes, you have no right to refuse. I intend to teach you about antique authentication and artifact restoration. Once you have mastered these skills, you can seek employment, live with dignity and integrity. Initially indifferent to her words, Xingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing about antique authentication and restoration. Are you truly willing to teach me? He asked incredulously. Generally, artisans do not readily share their craft. Pouring him a cup of tea from a delicate vessel, Jin Chaocao remarked, what can I say? You are my dog, I cannot allow you to starve. Receiving the cup with both hands, Xingyin's demeanor shifted to earnestness. I will learn. he proclaimed, his spirit ignited as he drained the cup despite the scalding temperature, grinning foolishly. Let us begin with restoring calligraphy and paintings, Jin Chaocao suggested, retrieving a torn piece of artwork from her spatial talisman. It was an authentic work by Tang Bohu, damaged during storage. If restored, it would be a commendable achievement. Xingying eagerly accepted the artwork, exclaiming, Jin Chaocao, how many treasures do you possess? With a cold smile, she responded, I shan't tell you. Throughout the morning, Jin Chaocao diligently instructed him in the art of restoration. She was right, Xingying displayed an innate talent in this area. His keen interest and unprecedented focus surpassed even her own as a teacher. Acknowledging his remarkable aptitude, Jin Chaocao provided him with several ancient texts on restoration and some broken antiques for further study. In pursuit of knowledge, Xingying resolved to rent a place nearby to settle down. As she watched Xingying depart with his belongings, Jin Chaocao finally exhaled in relief. However, her respite was short-lived as another visitor arrived. The newcomer was a middle-aged woman, dressed plainly with short, unkempt hair, perhaps due to her hurried exit. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, she instinctively felt inferior, her gaze evasive. Miss, may I come in? Ma Jiao, 30 years old, asked with trepidation. Jin Chaocao greeted her with a warm smile, please. Have a seat. Seated before Jin Chaocao, Ma Jiao appeared anxious. I would like to request an oracle. Very well. Jin Chaocao handed her a cup of tea, beautifully crafted porcelain that seemed expensive. Ma Jiao hesitated to accept it. Please draw a fortune, Jin Chaocao encouraged, presenting her with a divination stick. With swift movements, Ma Jiao retrieved one and handed it to Jin Chaocao. Reading the inscription, Jin Chaocao remarked, mediocrity. Ma Jiao, clutching the bamboo stick, felt as though struck by lightning. After a prolonged silence, she handed the stick back to Jin Chaocao, pleading, please, help me interpret it. Jin Chaocao returned the bamboo stick to the container and smiled at the woman. Do you believe in destiny? After a long contemplation, the woman nodded gravely. Jin Chaocao gently waved a fan, her expression turning serious. Mediocrity, a life devoid of great wealth or distinction, filled only with the trivialities of daily existence. In marriage, enduring grievances without understanding. Initially attempting to mask her turmoil with a smile, Ma Jiao could no longer contain her tears. Jin Chaocao regarded her quietly, allowing her to weep until she could no longer compose herself. When the woman had finished recounting her story, Jin Chaocao spoke slowly. She had married at 20. Believing she had found true love, she had devoted herself to what she thought was love, only to face early motherhood, financial worries, and a strained relationship with her in-laws. Her husband was selfish and indifferent, and her child was poorly raised. She found life overwhelmingly exhausting, suffocated by trivial concerns. Once Ma Jiao had finished, Jin Chaocao continued. Although I am a fortune teller, there is something I must tell you. With reddened eyes, the woman looked at her. Jin Chaocao spoke softly, if you believe in destiny, then your remaining years are beyond salvation. Confused, Ma Jiao asked, aren't you a fortune teller? Isn't it contradictory to not believe in destiny while offering divination? Jin Chaocao maintained her gentle tone, fortune telling is meant to seek auspiciousness and avoid misfortune. How many among us are truly destined for greatness? Most are ordinary, leading mundane lives. If you believe in destiny, you cannot break free from its shackles. Ma Jiao remained perplexed. Jin Chaocao, undeterred, retrieved 4 cups from a drawer. Arranging them, she presented an ugly earthen cup, an exquisite porcelain cup, a lovely silver cup, and a magnificent golden cup. Which do you prefer? Jin Chaocao inquired. Without hesitation, the woman pointed to the golden cup. Jin Chaocao nodded, indeed, we all favor the golden cup for its dazzling exterior and intrinsic value. Now, if you were to identify yourself with these cups, which would you choose? This time, the woman hesitated, reluctant to choose, ultimately settling on the earthen cup. I am not beautiful, perhaps a bit plump, lacking in talent, and not particularly exceptional. With little education, Jin Chaocao recognized that the woman had arrived at her answer. The earthen cup was carelessly molded, while the porcelain had endured high-temperature firing. The silver and gold cups had been forged through countless trials to achieve their luster. If you wish to be liked, you must strive to become the golden cup, or at the very least, the porcelain cup. the woman countered. But I was born as clay, how can I ever become a golden cup? Jin Chaocao smiled, a good question. Have you heard this saying? Amidst the chaos and disarray, spirit emerges, spirit transforms into form, form begets life. Chapter 72, The 18 Forces of Destruction. Jin Chaocao understood that Ma Jiao did not comprehend the meaning and took the initiative to explain. Essentially, it signifies that life begins in a state of confusion and obscurity, it transforms into energy, which then takes shape, and only through this evolution does life emerge. All individuals share this initial state, yet through the journey of growth, we undergo continuous transformation, resulting in our present selves. Some become corrupted, while others cultivate goodness. Some pursue knowledge tirelessly, becoming erudite, whereas others remain perpetually lost, blaming fate for their plight. Ma Jiao gazed at the golden cup before her, and her tears ceased suddenly. Jin Chaocao's point was clear, one must learn to embrace change. Born of the earth, one can be refined into porcelain through the fire of transformation. To aspire for greatness, one must strive to improve. Jin Chaocao continued, life's essence comprises fate, fortune, environmental influences, accumulated virtue, and the pursuit of knowledge. You must excel in at least one aspect. If you are not blessed with good fortune, then dedicate yourself to learning earnestly. If luck eludes you, cultivate virtue widely. Your suffering stems from insufficient insight, an aversion to hardship, simplistic thinking, laziness, and selfishness, retreating in the face of challenges, and a lack of willingness to learn, constantly lamenting about the unfairness of fate while refusing to change. Reflect on whether you embody any of these undesirable traits. Ma Jiao felt as if a hammer had struck her mind, enlightening her. She seemed to glimpse her true self. She wished to excel but could not endure the rigors of learning. She aspired to beauty yet shunned exercise, her laziness providing her with endless excuses. When confronted with problems, she often felt lost, reluctant to contemplate, choosing to evade instead. Observing the growing brightness in her eyes, Jin Chaocao spoke again. There exists a profound chasm between knowing and doing. Most people understand the principles, yet few can act upon them. All are born equal. If you observe those who excel, you will surely find admirable qualities that you may lack. Ma Jiao experienced another epiphany. Indeed, even with knowledge, action may elude her. But at this moment, she recognized the disparity between herself and those who excel. She understood why there exists a distinction between earthenware and gold cups. After a moment of contemplation, she remained troubled. I am already 30, is it still possible to change? Can I still become exceptional? Jin Chaocao met her gaze. A decade of diligent study is often required for mastery. Even prodigious talents need time to grow. If you dedicate 10 years to a single pursuit with sincerity, effort, positive thinking, continuous learning, and unyielding courage in the face of adversity, which version of yourself would you prefer in the future, the one you are now or the one who has evolved? Which would be more admirable? The answer was self-evident. Suddenly, Ma Jiao felt her wavering heart solidify with unwavering resolve. She yearned for change, for learning, to confront difficulties with sincerity and seriousness, transforming into her best self. As the fortune teller had said, one may be born with a destiny, but one must not resign to it. Once one accepts fate, life becomes mundane and ordinary. As long as she strives, even if the results are not as she hoped, it would still be preferable to a life of inaction, lamenting her circumstances. Life is singular, her present state does not dictate her future. Rising from her seat, Ma Jiao deeply bowed to Jin Chaocao. Thank you, I now know what I must do. I am Ma Jiao, and I hope we can meet again in 10 years. With that, she left 800 yuan and strode away. Her face radiated determination, her steps heavy yet rhythmic, her demeanor transformed into one of confidence. Jin Chaocao smiled with satisfaction at the sight. Do not underestimate this woman, from the moment she resolved to change, she could very well become the next success story, perhaps a businesswoman, a philosopher, a renowned author, an esteemed chef, or a distinguished lawyer. Just as she departed, Mr. Zeng arrived. The previous night, Jin Chaocao had contacted him to arrange a meeting this morning at the shop. Mr. Zeng approached, holding a wooden box. Miss Jin. It is indeed a challenge to meet you, Zeng Jinan smiled as he stepped forward. Jin Chaocao invited him to sit and began brewing tea. Old Mr. Zeng. You mentioned you had matters to discuss, what is it? She inquired. Xing Jinan fixed his gaze on the tea leaves beside her. The aroma of your tea is particularly delightful. May I have a cup first? We can discuss matters afterward. Jin Chaocao prepared the tea while Xing Jinan patiently awaited. As the fragrant tea filled his palate, Xing Jinan closed his eyes in enjoyment. Miss Jin, this tea is truly exquisite. Jin Chaocao smiled gently. Now that you have enjoyed your tea, may we discuss the matter at hand? Reluctantly setting down his cup, Xing Jinan retrieved the wooden box and produced a stack of printed papers. These contain some ancient characters. We have consulted many texts without any leads. Given your expertise in the Xianmen, I believe you may have some records regarding these symbols. Jin Chaocao accepted the papers, her expression growing increasingly grave as she perused the text. Observing her reaction, Xing Jinan felt a surge of anxiety. What do these characters signify? Our entire research institute has scoured ancient tomes to no avail. Setting the papers aside, Jin Chaocao met Xing Jinan's gaze with serious intent. This is a celestial script. The characters inscribed here are undoubtedly unfamiliar to you. Xing Jinan's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial script? What does it say? Taking a deep breath, Jin Chaocao seated herself. First, tell me where these inscriptions were discovered. I must see it for myself. Xing Jinan hesitated before responding. According to protocol, this matter must remain confidential. Only you are aware of the contents. I can only speak candidly. In a cave on Changbai Mountain, there stands a black stone tablet enveloped in a shimmering aura. Xing Jinan retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph for Jin Chaocao to see. The image revealed a dark stone, resembling mystical iron, with an aura of destructive power nearly materialized. The tablet appeared to be shrouded in feathers akin to those of a raven. Jin Chaocao pinched the bridge of her nose, realizing the gravity of the situation. Sensing her unease, Xing Jinan inquired, Miss Jin, is something amiss? The content of the inscription conveys, beneath this tombstone lies the suppression of 18 forces of destruction. Once the seal is broken, these forces will disperse across the globe, encompassing calamities such as disease, peril, slaughter, madness, vengeance, and cruelty. They will bring immense suffering to the innocent. Jin Chaocao raised her head, affirming that the seal had indeed been broken. And the forces of destruction were now unleashed worldwide. These 18 powers should not be underestimated. Chapter 73, The Boss is in Love. Xing Jinan was utterly bewildered. He initially believed he was confronting some ancient script, only to discover it was an incomprehensible text. Is there a way to remedy this predicament? Jin Chaocao pondered momentarily and declared, I shall visit this location. Please make the necessary arrangements. Xing Jinan nodded vigorously. I will arrange it at once. When would you like to go? Jin Chaocao replied, the sooner, the better. With that, Xing Jinan hurried off. After tidying up her belongings, Jin Chaocao dialed Fu Tingyuan. In his office, having just concluded a meeting, Fu Tingyuan found his thoughts drifting to Jin Chaocao. Recently, he had been inexplicably reminded of her graceful descent down the stairs in the morning, clad in elegant attire, her radiant smile directed at him. Her gentle voice calling him Mr. Fu, her eyes narrowing into crescents of joy, her fingers forming decisive gestures, her demeanor serious yet resolute. Her visage was a rare beauty, unparalleled in this world. In recent days, he seemed entranced, unable to escape the allure of her image while walking, working, or dining. Mr. Fu, are you smiling? His assistant inquired, clutching a stack of documents, disbelief etched across his face. Fu Tingyuan's expression froze as he lifted his gaze, coldly questioning, am I smiling? The assistant glanced out the window, wondering if it were raining red. The usually stoic man was inexplicably wearing a sweet, radiant smile. Even the simplest observer could discern that Fu Tingyuan was in love. Mr. Fu, I must have misinterpreted your expression. The assistant hastily shifted the topic, wary of delving into his superior's romantic affairs. When the boss was in good spirits, promotions and raises followed. When he was not, one could risk being swept away, even losing their position. Reclining in his chair, Fu Tingyuan, in a commendable mood, observed his busy assistant and inquired, do you have a girlfriend? The assistant was momentarily stunned, a look of terror crossing his features. Stammering, he replied, boss, do you think I should or shouldn't he have one? Fu Tingyuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Speak honestly. I do not. The assistant braced himself for potential reprimand. Based on prior experiences, discussing matters unrelated to work with the boss was generally ill-advised. As the assistant feared he was about to face a reprimand, Tingyuan spoke again. So, do you know how to pursue a girl? The assistant's mind raced for help. He had no girlfriend, how could he possibly advise on courtship? Just as he stumbled for words, Tingyuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile returned to his lips as he answered, Mr. Fu, I need to step out for a while, please take care of Si Minji. Jin Chaocao's tone was urgent. Tingyuan set down his pen and rose from his seat. What is so pressing that you must leave? I will explain upon my return. I need your assistance with Si Minji's schooling, she continued. Thank you, Mr. Fu. If you require any help, do not hesitate to let me know. With that, she hung up, leaving Tingyuan with unspoken words caught in his throat. The assistant felt as if the world was collapsing around him. He turned to leave quietly. But just as his hand grasped the doorknob, Tingyuan's icy voice drifted from behind. How is your contact with the prestigious elementary school progressing? The assistant turned back. Responding candidly, the principal mentioned they are quite strict and require parental presence for an interview. Tingyuan snickered. Arrange a meeting for the evening. Stating that I intend to make a donation to the school. The assistant nodded eagerly. I will do so immediately. Yet Tingyuan's brow furrowed deeper. Why the rush? Is your house on fire? The assistant stood straight, fervently shaking his head. Tingyuan lowered his gaze. As long as it's not on fire, there's another task for you. The assistant braced himself. What is it? Please, speak plainly. By tomorrow evening, I require a 20,000-word draft designed to delight a girl. The assistant's mouth twitched as he nodded vigorously. Though he lacked the skill, surely with thousands in the company, he could rally some useful content. Satisfied, Tingyuan waved his hand. Go on, busy yourself. Upon exiting the office, the assistant entered the secretarial department, placing the documents down and announcing. A new task has been assigned. Each of you must submit a 5,000-word draft to charm a girl by tomorrow morning. The room erupted in chaos. Zhang. What do you need this draft for? You don't expect us to assist you in courting a girl, do you? One secretary questioned. I'm busy. Who has time to write a draft? Another chimed in. Isn't it a man's nature to charm women? If you can't even do that, are you still a man? Zhang's lips twitched, and he coughed to regain control, interrupting the chatter. This is not my request, it is a directive from the boss. I do not care what you are busy with. Anyone who fails to submit by tomorrow morning will be dismissed. Remember, this is the boss's command. With that, he swaggered out, leaving the secretarial staff gaping in disbelief and in a cold sweat. One secretary turned to another. If charming women is truly a man's nature, then you, being capable, should help me with my 5,000 words. I spent all my time studying, I never dated, so I have no idea how to charm a girl. Another responded. My few tricks are far from enough to reach 5,000 words, you'll have to write your own. Another added. Is our boss finally enlightened? One remarked. I met Mrs. Fu last time, she's not only beautiful but possesses a unique grace. It's only reasonable that the boss would fall for her. The conversation resumed. Animated and lively. Having organized her belongings, Jin Chaocao departed. Her journey began with a flight, followed by 2 helicopter transfers, ultimately leading her into the mountains under the guidance of a professional expedition team. Miss Jean, the mountain paths are treacherous. If you find yourself unable to keep pace, please inform us, and we can carry you. The team leader, Gao Rui, dispatched by Xing Jinan to ensure her safety, advised. Jin Chaocao shook her head. I can manage. You need not worry about me. To reach their destination swiftly, they pressed on, planning to camp outdoors that night. As night fell, Gao Rui halted the group, instructing everyone to prepare tents. Just as Jin Chaocao was about to set up her tent, Gao Rui stepped forward to assist her. Miss Jean, the conditions outside are quite rugged, please bear with us, he kindly remarked. Xing Jinan had instructed that although she was young, her capabilities were remarkable. And since even the elder had not qualified as her disciple, he was to take utmost care of her. Chapter 74, a sense of shame. Jin Chaocao gazed at the honest and unassuming Gao Rui, offering him a radiant smile. I am not so delicate. You needn't worry about me. Gao Rui, momentarily dazzled by her bright smile, scratched the back of his head, grinning as he prepared their meal. The other team members clustered together, chattering animatedly. "What is the purpose of bringing a young girl to such a perilous place?" one remarked. "Indeed. I can't fathom what old Zhang was thinking," another added. "That girl hardly speaks, she just trudges along, looking rather dim-witted. When danger arises, who will protect her?" Gao Rui, holding a pot, walked over and, overhearing their conversation, cleared his throat. "I will protect her, you need not concern yourselves with that. Just take care of yourselves." The others fell silent, somewhat disgruntled. After dinner, they divided into small groups to take turns keeping watch. The nights in Changbai Mountain were fraught with danger, often inhabited by ferocious beasts. The first day passed without incident. However, by the second night, they were drawing near the cave's location. Gao Rui stood before Jin Chaocao, explaining. "We will rest here tonight and head to the cave first thing in the morning, the danger will be slightly diminished." "All right," Jin Chaocao replied. Having been on the road for 2 days, she appeared untouched by fatigue, in stark contrast to her fellow team members, who looked worn and disheveled. Throughout their journey, she had never once complained of exhaustion, while the naysayers fell silent. In the deep of night, Jin Chaocao, half asleep, heard a series of heavy breaths. With her keen hearing, she instantly opened her eyes, wide awake. Emerging from the tent, she spotted 2 guards dozing by the fire. Not far from the tent, a massive black bear stood on its hind legs, its round, red eyes fixed on the 2 dozing sentinels. Jin Chaocao's appearance drew the bear's attention, rousing the guards from their slumber. They stood frozen for several seconds, before one shouted, and both scrambled for their long knives, on high alert. Jin Chaocao focused intently on the bear, sensing something was amiss. A normal bear would not have glowing red eyes, and in the cover of night, she could discern a sinister aura enveloping it. This bear was mutated. Before Jin Chaocao could act, the sleeping members were jolted awake. They rallied together, brandishing their knives and charging at the bear. Gao Rui stood before Jin Chaocao, calling out, "Miss Jin, it's dangerous here, you must return to the tent." Jin Chaocao remained steadfast, her voice unwavering. "You cannot defeat the black bear." Gao Rui, hearing her words, dismissed them as urgency took precedence. He joined the fray, attempting to drive the bear away. Yet, the bear, far from being intimidated by the combined efforts of 7 or 8 men, grew even more agitated. One team member, recognizing the peril, advised Gao Rui, "We ought to kill it, something feels very wrong." Gao Rui gripped his knife tightly, eyeing the increasingly frenzied bear. He made a decisive choice, "Then we shall kill it." The bear roared, charging at a man, sending him flying with a single swipe. The man crashed against a rock, blood spewing from his mouth. Gao Rui, sensing the imminent danger, attempted a sneak attack, but the bear seemed to possess eyes in the back of its head, suddenly turning and swatting away his knife before lunging at his shoulder. Pain coursed through Gao Rui, rendering him helpless before the creature. Just as he was about to meet a grim fate, a short knife pierced the bear's skull with remarkable speed and precision. Injured, the bear released Gao Rui with a howl, thrashing wildly. The remaining team members, momentarily paralyzed by fear, eventually sprang into action, but soon realized that the bear's hide was as impenetrable as steel, their knives barely scratched its surface. The situation spiraled out of control as the enraged bear wreaked havoc. Jin Chaocao stepped forward, seized Gao Rui's long knife, and with a decisive motion, severed the bear's head as if it were mere tofu. The chaos subsided. The injured lay scattered, and the others regarded Jin Chaocao with a mix of awe and terror. This petite girl, so delicate and gentle in demeanor, had transformed into a formidable figure in an instant. Gao Rui, feeling as if he had been granted a second chance at life, approached Jin Chaocao, clutching his bleeding wound. His eyes filled with admiration. "Miss Jin, thank you for saving me." The others bowed their heads, ashamed of their previous misconceptions about her. Returning to the tent, Jin Chaocao retrieved various healing tools and medicines from her spatial talisman. She turned to Gao Rui. "Your wound requires stitching. If anyone else is unwell, they may come to me for treatment." Gao Rui sat down, allowing Jin Chaocao to tend to his injuries. Her medical instruments were well equipped, and she worked swiftly and methodically, leading the others to believe she was a trained physician. Though Gao Rui's wounds were severe, Jin Chaocao's care soon staunched the bleeding. The effects of her medicine were remarkable. He felt a tingling sensation as if the torn flesh was rapidly mending. Seeing her treat Gao Rui successfully, the others flocked to her for assistance, each bearing various injuries. The most gravely wounded was the man who had been struck by the bear. He appeared pale, struggling to breathe. After her examination, Jin Chaocao discovered signs of internal bleeding in his lungs and heart due to his collision with the rock. If left untreated, his life would be in jeopardy. Her expression grew serious as she said, "Wait here, I must prepare some medicine." She returned to the tent, procured 3 pills, and handed them to the man. "Take these. I still need to give you some injections." The man, feeling immense pain in his back and shortness of breath, obediently consumed the pills. Within minutes, he felt his breathing ease and his chest lighten. Jin Chaocao produced silver needles, instructing him to remove his shirt. She meticulously located the acupoints on his back and pierced the skin with the needles. The man experienced waves of soreness and pressure, and after a couple of minutes, he felt nauseous and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Seeing this, Jin Chaocao swiftly removed the needles, repositioned them, and repeated the process 3 times over the course of an hour. Gradually, the man's once pale complexion regained its rosy hue, and the oppressive sensation in his chest dissipated. Chapter 75, a gift prepared. Jin Chaocao gathered her medical supplies and addressed Gao Rui, "You all bear numerous injuries, please select one with lighter wounds to guide me." Gao Rui initially intended to accompany her personally, yet the injury on his shoulder would indeed hinder him in the treacherous jungle ahead. He chose 2 individuals to lead Jin Chaocao. At dawn, Jin Chaocao set out with her 2 companions. By midday, they arrived at their destination, a concealed cave nestled among the mountains, its entrance shrouded by cascading vines. The 2 team members stepped forward to part the vines, revealing a dark opening just large enough for a person to enter. Jin Chaocao instructed them to wait outside, expressing her desire to explore the cave alone. Though the 2 intended to follow for her protection, the memory of her effortlessly severing a bear's head rendered them silent. Upon entering the cave, Jin Chaocao illuminated her path with a luminous pearl. She ventured deeper into the winding cavern, which expanded into a grand underground space. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped her as she progressed. Finally, after rounding a bend, she beheld a vast chamber. The walls were encrusted with glossy black stones, etched with distinct sword marks as if sculpted by a master swordsman. At the center stood a dark monument, radiating a dazzling arcane light that shimmered even more brilliantly under the pearlesque glow. As she approached, Jin Chaocao experienced an intense wave of anguish, as if she could hear the lamentations of souls trapped within. The sorrow threatened to shatter her spirit. She clasped her hands in a ritual gesture, silencing her senses, and focused on the inscriptions adorning the monument. The text conveyed a dire message: the goddess has succumbed to darkness, harboring thoughts of annihilation. During the era of peace, she unleashed 18 forms of malevolent power upon the world, intent on its destruction. A nameless immortal reclaimed these forces, sealing them within this domain. Should the seal ever be broken, the 18 forms of malevolence shall return to the world, seeking suitable hosts. Once these dark powers fully possess their vessels, they will unleash catastrophic actions, bringing ruin upon the innocent. Behind the monument, she discovered additional inscriptions, revealing that the 18 forms of evil would seek out various hosts. Should a host perish, the evil would continue its search for a new vessel. The only means to reclaim these dark forces lay in the host's ability to conquer the evil within and genuinely renounce their malevolence. Jin Chaocao furrowed her brow, pondering the implications. The evil sought vessels that shared its dark essence. How could one inherently wicked person vanquish evil and relinquish their darkness? What monumental strength would that require? Furthermore, these powers had scattered across the world. She was no deity, how could she discern their whereabouts? Jin Chaocao gazed at the monument in contemplative silence for an extended period. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She conceived a method to trace the 18 forms of evil. She recalled the weaving light technique of the Shen men, a craft that allowed one to smooth light and weave it into a net to combat malevolent spirits. By utilizing this technique, she could gather the arcane light from the monument, condense it into a sphere, and encase it within a vessel. This essence represented the source of the 18 forms of evil, and through the Xianmen's summoning techniques, she might create a device akin to a sensor. With determination, she commenced her work. The strands of arcane light proved more challenging to collect than ordinary light, consuming an entire afternoon before she amassed a thumb-sized orb of it. Exhausted and drained, she carefully sealed the collected arcane light in a jade vial with a protective spell before securing it away. Having completed her task, she exited the cave. The two waiting outside, anxious with worry, sighed in relief upon her emergence. "Miss Jean, did you encounter any dangers inside?" they inquired. "None," she replied, glancing back at the cave. "Let us return, it's best we avoid this place in the future. Prolonged exposure to such arcane light could lead ordinary individuals to mental collapse, or worse, to be tainted by evil. As a practitioner, I am more attuned to these dark forces and thus more susceptible to their influence. Fortunately, my spells shield me from their effects." The team members exchanged glances. Curiosity etched on their faces. "Is there something amiss with this place?" one ventured. Jin Chaocao candidly responded, "Do you recall the bear? It likely lingered nearby for an extended period, impacted by some malignant force, rendering it erratic and immensely powerful." The two men's faces paled at the revelation. Days later, upon returning home, Jin Chaocao appeared weary from her journey. As soon as Minji spotted her, he rushed forward, brimming with joy. However, this time, he merely stood obediently, refraining from wrapping his arms around her waist. "Sister, you were gone for so long, both my husband and I were terribly worried," Minji exclaimed. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow at the mention of husband. "Who taught you to call him that?" she inquired. Minji pointed to the butler with a grin. "The butler said Mr. Fu is my sister's husband, so I should call him brother-in-law to be polite." The butler stood nearby, maintaining a neutral demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Chaocao deemed the title acceptable. She affectionately ruffled Minji's hair. "Very well, calling him brother-in-law is appropriate. What have you been up to in my absence?" Minji gleefully lifted a backpack from the sofa. "I went to school. The teachers and classmates are wonderful. They even shared snacks with me. Sister, this chocolate is from Song Yuexin, and this toy car is from Xiaopeng. And here's a drawing I made." Jin Chaocao accepted the drawing, a simple sketch characterized by its childlike charm. Though crooked and unrefined, it radiated warmth, depicting sunshine, trees, animals, grass, flowers, and a group of children. Her heart swelled with excitement and joy. This was the essence of a normal child's life, filled with sunshine, a love for life, and a spirited disposition. At that moment, Tingyuan descended from the upper floor, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and a luxurious watch adorning his wrist, exuding an air of nobility. He halted before Jin Chaocao, his voice low and somber, "Seeing that you have returned after several days. It must have been quite arduous." Jin Chaocao sensed something unusual in his demeanor but could not pinpoint the source. She smiled in response, "It was merely trivial matters. Not at all exhausting." Tingyuan's expression stiffened, her response diverged significantly from his expectations. After being away for days, should she not have expressed fatigue? Observing his complex gaze, Jin Chaocao queried, "Mr. Fu, have you encountered any challenges at home? Or has finding a school for Minji troubled you?" At her words, Tingyuan's expression darkened further. He had intended to use her supposed exhaustion as a pretext to present her with a gift. Yet her assertion of ease disrupted his plans. This was not the outcome envisioned by Assistant Zhang's script. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tingyuan replied, "Minji's schooling has gone smoothly, there is no need for concern. I merely prepared a gift for you, as I thought your journey was arduous. It's waiting for you in your room." Chapter 76. My name is Song Zitao, Master, I shall seek your guidance again. Jin Chaocao was utterly astonished. "You prepared a gift for me?" His sudden display of affability led her to wonder if he had an ulterior motive. Tingyuan raised his chin, his cold gaze imbued with an air of dominance. "It is merely a small token, I hope you will appreciate it." With that, he strode away. Jin Chaocao turned to watch his departing figure, scratching her head in confusion. Upon returning to her room, she discovered an exquisite gift box placed on the table, adorned with a charming bow. She opened the box to find some documents and a set of keys to a Ferrari sports car. Jin Chaocao set the car keys on the table and rummaged through the box for a while, but it seemed there was nothing else inside. Her grandmother emerged from the painting, her smile radiant. "Chaocao, Mr. Fu has sent you a gift, a car. Do you not like it?" Feeling fatigued, Jin Chaocao sank onto the sofa and absently grabbed some chips from her grandmother's snack cabinet. "I do like it, but I don't know how to drive." "But you can learn. You are so clever, you will surely master it in no time." Jin Chaocao reclined on the sofa, munching on chips. And after a long moment of contemplation, she took out her phone and opened Fu Tingyuan's contact information. She sent him a message. "Thank you, Mr. Fu. Your gift was a delightful surprise, and I truly appreciate it." Fu Tingyuan's lips curled into a smile as he quickly replied, "As long as you like it." After putting down her phone, her grandmother, noticing her somber demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "What is troubling you? You appear quite heavy-hearted. Has something significant occurred?" Given Jin Chaocao's capabilities, there was nothing in this world that could truly trouble her. She recounted her recent journey to her grandmother, leaving the old lady utterly speechless. "Chaocao, what are your thoughts on this?" Her grandmother pondered for a considerable time before finally asking. Jin Chaocao retrieved the Xianguang. "What else is there to think? The Xian man has bestowed upon me a unique gift, and I must fulfill my responsibilities. I will exert every effort to locate these 18 sources of power and seal them once more." Her grandmother nodded solemnly. "Chaocao, I am proud of you." Jin Chaocao smiled sweetly. "And I thank you for your companionship, grandmother. Without your support and encouragement on this journey, I would surely feel quite alone." Jin Chaocao commissioned a craftsman to create a thumb-sized transparent glass orb. She infused the Xianguang into the orb, enhanced it with Xianmen summoning techniques, and then sealed it, ultimately imprisoning the Xianguang within. This glass orb became a magical artifact capable of resonating with the 18 forms of malevolent power. Having completed this task, Jin Chaocao ventured to the renowned divination shop. She noticed a figure squatting at the entrance, an imposing youth of 18 or 19, wearing a despondent expression. As she approached the door, he immediately stood up and followed her. Jin Chaocao hesitated before the door, turning to gaze at the youth. "Are you looking for me?" The boy remained silent, merely nodding repeatedly. Jin Chaocao smiled gently, opened the door, and invited him inside. He took a seat before her, head bowed, still silent. Habitually, Jin Chaocao poured him a cup of tea. "You sought me out for a reason?" The youth continued to remain mute, his head lowered. Observing his face, Jin Chaocao calculated with her fingers and then smiled. "You come from a prosperous family, but your parents are at odds, your grandfather has passed. And your grandmother is gravely ill. You faced ridicule from classmates today at school, prompting you to escape and come here." The boy looked up in astonishment. For Jin Chaocao had articulated his thoughts with uncanny precision. Noticing his silence again, she continued, "Your parents are seeking a divorce, which troubles you greatly." Song Zitao could no longer hold back and blinked away tears. Jin Chaocao handed him a tissue and quietly observed him. At that moment, Song Zitao was deeply impressed by Jin Chaocao's insight. With just a few glances, she unraveled his troubles. "Master, what should I do?" Song Zitao finally spoke, his youthful voice rich and resonant. Jin Chaocao instantly understood. "Allow me to read your fortune." Song Zitao nodded earnestly. "I will follow your guidance." Jin Chaocao gazed into his face, her expression tender. "You will acquire both fame and fortune in your middle and later years, attaining a position of great respect and illuminating your family's name." Her brow was delicate at the front and relaxed towards the tail, an auspicious sign. She then looked into his eyes. "With a wealth-attracting gaze, you will manage vast assets without error, and your life will be long, blessed with both fortune and longevity. After middle age, wealth and nobility shall come to you." This young man was destined for greatness. As Jin Chaocao observed a smile appear on Song Zitao's face, she shifted her tone to a more serious one. "However, you bear a scar on your mouth, which will lead to frequent misfortunes. And you will encounter petty individuals who will disrupt your fortune." Song Zitao's admiration for Jin Chaocao deepened. 6 years prior, he had fallen and injured his mouth, requiring several stitches. Though the wound had healed, various scar removal methods had proven ineffective. Since reaching adulthood, he had faced a series of unfortunate events: his grandfather's death, his grandmother's illness, and his parents' constant quarrels, culminating in their impending divorce. Formerly kind classmates and friends had inexplicably distanced themselves, even betraying him behind his back. He had once thought his affluent background granted him every advantage, but now, with his parents on the verge of separation, he felt as though he was losing his home. Tears brimmed in his eyes again as he pondered, what should I do? Jin Chaocao poured herself a cup of tea, speaking casually, you are plagued by malevolent forces. Only through cultivating virtue can you realign your fate. Song Zitao was bewildered. Cultivating virtue? Acting without expectation of reward, giving without seeking fame, performing good deeds in secrecy. And not anticipating recompense, Jin Chaocao explained, her gaze calm and unhurried. A household that accumulates good deeds will surely reap blessings, while one that does the contrary will encounter calamity. Fortune and misfortune do not come by chance, they are summoned by one's own actions. Song Zitao endeavored to digest Jin Chaocao's words. Fearing he might forget, he took out a notebook and meticulously recorded her advice word for word. Seeing this, Jin Chaocao smiled with satisfaction. Divination is meant to avert misfortune and attract good fortune. Not only did he trust her, but he was also genuinely committed to making a change. This youth's future was promising. As Song Zitao put away his notebook and stood up, he bowed deeply to Jin Chaocao. Master, may I become your friend? I anticipate facing many more challenges in the future, and as a young person, I will surely feel lost at times. I hope to receive your guidance. Jin Chaocao handed him a business card. You can reach me through the contact number. Upon seeing the name on the card, Song Zitao's face lit up with joy. I am Song Zitao, Master, I will seek your counsel again. Chapter 77, a request. Jin Chaocao nodded gently, her smile radiant. 800 coins, please remember to place them in the merit box beside you. Song Zitao obediently deposited the money, then bowed politely once more before confidently departing. As he crossed the street, a thought struck him: if he were to do good deeds, he could begin by helping an elderly lady cross the road. Just as this notion crossed his mind, a commotion erupted on the road ahead. Approaching, he discovered a nonagenarian who had fallen to the ground. Passers-by cast curious glances before hastily moving on with indifference. He stood frozen for a moment, acutely aware of the numerous precedents of elderly individuals being exploited after being assisted. Yet recalling Jin Chaocao's words, he resolved to act without overthinking. He approached the elderly man, lifted him, and moved him to the safety of the sidewalk, promptly calling for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Jin Chaocao sat in her chair, toying with the mysterious luminous pearl in her hand. Under the illumination, the glass orb refracted a dazzling array of colors, far more beautiful than raven feathers. Just then, the doorbell chimed again. Bai Yishi, who had been away for some time, returned to the shop, transformed into a fox-like creature. He leaped onto Jin Chaocao's table, extending his paw for her to see. I scoured the nation and found no time rift. I don't care, my paws are ruined. Jin Chaocao examined his paw closely, noticing the exquisite fur worn down and the pads calloused. She affectionately stroked the old fox's head, saying, you've worked hard, here is a piece of spiritual Ganoderma as a reward. Bai Yishi withdrew his paw, flicking his 9 tails dismissively, indicating his disdain. He turned and sauntered towards his villa. Jin Chaocao watched him with a fond smile, exclaiming, it's a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. In an instant, Bai Yishi dashed back to her side, displaying a fox-like grin. Jin Chaocao retrieved a sizable box from her storage bag. Opening it revealed a Ganoderma the size of a grinding wheel. She casually broke off a piece and placed it before Bai Yishi, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. In this world, nothing else could capture his interest, yet every item belonging to Jin Chaocao fascinated him. He opened his fox mouth, ready to devour it. Jin Chaocao swiftly slapped his paw away, admonishing, what are you rushing for? Let me brew it with some 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu. I guarantee it will make your fur even more splendid. You'll transform from a wild fox into a dashing domestic one. The old fox eagerly licked his nose, insisting, then hurry and brew it, I want to eat it now. Jin Chaocao stored the remaining Ganoderma and gathered other herbs from her medicinal cabinet, beginning to brew. Moments later, an enchanting fragrance filled the room. Inspired, she pulled out a scroll to commence painting. Just as she lifted her brush, the doorbell rang. Setting down her brush, she glanced towards the entrance. Zhang Yihua strode in, brimming with casual confidence. Upon entering, he greeted Jin Chaocao with a bright smile. "You really chose a poor location for your shop. Parking is always a hassle, and I have to walk quite a distance to get here." Jin Chaocao invited him to sit, her expression quizzical. "Do you require something from me?" Zhang Yihua produced an exquisitely crafted small box from his pocket. "The unit distributed some candies, and I brought you a box, as I had some extras." Jin Chaocao eyed the candy box, though modest in size. It was beautifully wrapped. She felt touched by his thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Noticing the phone beside her, one he had gifted her not long ago, Zhang Yihua's smile deepened. He looked up, playfully inquiring, "Miss Jean, do you enjoy candy?" As she prepared tea, she replied, "I suppose so." Zhang Yihua sensed her hesitation and pressed, "Is that a yes or a no?" She handed him the brewed tea, stating, "I enjoy it, but not excessively. Although sweet, too much can be detrimental to health." Zhang Yihua pondered her words, sensing a subtle implication, but chose to disregard it as he lifted the teacup to savor the brew. On the stove, the potion simmered, releasing an alluring aroma. This brew seemed extraordinary compared to ordinary Chinese herbal medicine. Zhang Yihua inhaled deeply, invigorated by its scent. Before Jin Chaocao could speak, Bai Yishi emerged from the side. Zhang Yihua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. Bai is here too." He had entered without noticing him. Bai Yishi, fixated on the medicinal pot, coldly remarked, "This is my medicine, you shall not covet it." Zhang Yihua chuckled, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your concoction. It's hardly anything of value." Only he and Jin Chaocao understood the true worth of the brew. Even ordinary individuals could extend their lives, regain youthful hair, treat fatigue, cough, asthma, insomnia, indigestion, and even malignancies with just a single cup. Regular consumption could rejuvenate one's spirit and strengthen the body. Jin Chaocao turned to Zhang Yihua, observing, "You appear rather fatigued today, Mr. Zhang." He rubbed his brow, admitting, "I haven't been sleeping well. Plagued by restless dreams, perhaps due to overwhelming work pressure." Jin Chaocao pointed to the simmering herbs, smiling as she suggested, "Don't you feel rejuvenated just by inhaling the medicinal fragrance?" Zhang Yihua took a deep breath and agreed, "Indeed, what herbs are you using?" Bai Yishi, with a hint of arrogance, crossed his arms, declaring, "I don't mind telling you, this is a secret recipe brewed from 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Since you're not interested, this entire pot belongs to me." Zhang Yihua's eyes widened in surprise. 1,000-year Ganoderma? Jin Chaocao shot Bai Yishi a glare. Her intention had been to offer Zhang Yihua a cup discreetly to alleviate his fatigue and bolster his health. This creature's sudden revelation about the precious Ganoderma could easily attract trouble. The rarity of 1,000-year Ganoderma could be described as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Facing Zhang Yihua, Jin Chaocao smiled gently, "It's merely a little medicinal herb passed down through my family, intended for critical moments of salvation. There is some, but not in abundance." Zhang Yihua's surprise flickered momentarily. "If you possess 1,000-year Ganoderma, do you also have 1,000-year ginseng?" Jin Chaocao recognized that Zhang Yihua was not ill-intentioned. Since ginseng was used for healing, she indeed had some, albeit in limited quantity and precious. However, the matter of possessing these items is significant. It would be best if you do not speak of it, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yihua understood and stood up, bowing ceremoniously. "Miss Jean, I have a request." Jin Chaocao anticipated this, knowing she had little room to refuse. "Speak." Zhang Yihua began, "Recently, an energy leak occurred at the Sea Department laboratory, and several professors suffered severe radiation exposure, their lives hanging by a thread. 1,000-year ginseng can revive the dying. I wonder if you could spare some to save them." Chapter 78, I Can Save Him. Jin Chaocao stared in astonishment. "Mr. Zhang, radiation has fundamentally devastated the human body. While ginseng possesses the power of resurrection, it is by no means a miraculous elixir." Zhang Yihua had recently been troubled by this very issue. Listening to Jin Chaocao's words, he seemed to realize the extent of his own folly. Yet their plight. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. They had been child prodigies in their youth. and grown into the pillars of the nation, envied by all. They could have led extraordinary lives, yet in devotion to their country, they sacrificed all their time and energy. Now facing the very threat of death itself. With a sigh, Jin Chaocao remarked, "The ginseng I possess is limited. Even if I prolong their lives, it cannot be for long." Zhang Yihua leaned despondently against his chair. "I have been irrational, Miss Jean, please forgive me." Observing his genuine sorrow for those individuals, Jin Chaocao furrowed her brow and gently massaged her temples. The Xianmen possesses a method of resurrection. But there are 3 types of individuals it does not save: those who are wicked and malevolent, those whom the king of hell has claimed, and those without blessing. Ordinary people who meet these criteria are rarer than a millennium-old ginseng. She turned to Zhang Yihua. "I possess some knowledge of medicine, you may take me to see them." Zhang Yihua thought he had misheard. "You know medicine?" Jin Chaocao nodded. "Our Xianmen has its unique methods for saving lives. Medical knowledge is also a part of cultivation. Whether those you mentioned can be saved depends on the arrangement of fate." She understood the decree of heaven and adhered to its rules. Zhang Yihua stood up excitedly. "Miss Jean, you are truly an extraordinary figure. I was narrow-minded before, I shall take you there immediately." Jin Chaocao glanced at the nearby medicinal stove. "The medicine is ready. Let us drink it before we depart." She poured a bowl for Zhang Yihua, who gratefully drank it all in one go. Bai Yeshi, holding the remaining bowl of medicine, wore a dark expression. "Didn't you say you didn't care for it?" Zhang Yihua awkwardly smiled. "Next time I come, I shall bring you a gift." Bai Yeshi felt a slight sense of balance return within. "I fancy roasted chicken, roasted goose, roasted duck, and roasted pig's trotters." Zhang Yihua was taken aback. Bai Yeshi, with his elegant demeanor, exuded a charm akin to that of a jade gentleman, an unparalleled figure. His tastes were indeed quite unique. Jin Chaocao left Bai Yeshi in the shop and followed Zhang Yihua out. After consuming the medicine, Zhang Yihua felt warmth enveloping him, especially as he sat in the car, succumbing to sleep. He awoke languorously when the driver arrived at the military hospital. This brief slumber, though only an hour, left him feeling as if he had rested for an entire night, invigorated and free from fatigue, as if even his chronic headache had vanished. The medicine Jin Chaocao prepared for Bai Yeshi had effects on ordinary individuals akin to a rebirth. Zhang Yihua now felt merely the surface effects of the medicine. In the following days, he would experience astonishing changes in his body. He led Jin Chaocao into the logistics hospital, and due to his personal escorting, they encountered no barriers along the way. Before entering the ward, the staff provided protective clothing for both. Once donned, Zhang Yihua guided Jin Chaocao into the ward. This floor housed numerous rooms, 6 of which were occupied. Upon entering, they were accompanied by 6 or 7 doctors. Zhang Yihua explained, "This occurred 3 days ago. Their conditions vary in severity." Pushing open the first room, he continued, "This patient is the most critical, having suffered the highest level of radiation. He has been vomiting blood since yesterday and has lapsed into a coma this morning. His situation is beyond the reach of medicine. With only a breath of life remaining, he is on the brink of death." Jin Chaocao approached the bed, observing the man. His cheeks were sunken, and his lips, ashen. His breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. "Mr. Zhang, Lu Gong has less than 3 hours left. I suggest allowing his family to say their final goodbyes." A doctor lamented as he stepped forward. The others fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the room stifling. Zhang Yihua closed his eyes in despair, fully aware that this individual had reached an irrevocable state. No matter how exceptional Jin Chaocao's skills, a body so utterly ruined was beyond salvation, even for a deity. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. At that moment, Jin Chaocao spoke, "I can save him." Lu Jide, 32, a national first-class military weapon engineer. At that moment, Jin Chaocao held a mirror, which reflected the entire series of events surrounding the incident. Lu Jide, though not the highest-ranking individual in the research team, was a man of action. Among the 6, he was the most talented and diligent, consistently having his achievements overshadowed by someone of higher rank. Ultimately, in a bid to mitigate the disaster, he chose to act against the odds, fully aware of the life-threatening risks involved, in order to shut down the leaking equipment, resulting in his dire fate. Jin Chaocao retracted the mirror, her fingers gently resting on Lu Jide's arm. She delved into his consciousness, encountering a vast ocean of blessings, even deeper and richer than her own. Thus, this individual could indeed be saved. Upon hearing Jin Chaocao's assertion, the doctors in attendance scoffed, "Mr. Zhang, perhaps you should enlighten this young lady about the gravity of the situation. This is no place for fanciful talk. Young lady, you seem mature enough, we speak with accountability." One doctor chimed in, "We have employed the most advanced medications and possess the finest doctors, we are at our wits' end. Are you suggesting you can defy fate?" Zhang Yihua's expression hardened, "Silence. All of you." He turned to Jin Chaocao, his tone serious, "What do you require from us? We will comply with all your demands. Please save him." Jin Chaocao glanced at the window and opened it, instructing everyone to exit. The windows were made of high-density, explosion-proof, and leak-proof glass, requiring professionals to operate. The doctors immediately interjected, "That is not permissible, according to regulations, windows cannot be opened. The patient carries radiation, and opening the window would release it." Jin Chaocao looked to Zhang Yihua, "There is another option, we can transfer the patient outside." Zhang Yihua observed the nearly lifeless man with concern. His condition makes transferring him extremely perilous. Jin Chaocao retrieved a piece of ginseng from her bag, prying open the patient's mouth to let him hold it, and removed all the instruments attached to him. With this piece of ginseng, he can be sustained for 24 hours. This man had reached his last gasp. Neither advanced instruments nor supreme medical skills could save him now. As the doctors attempted to voice further objections, Zhang Yihua raised his hand to silence them, issuing orders. "Since we cannot open the window, we shall relocate Mr. Lu Jide to a vacant area." Chapter 79. To her astonishment, Fu Tingyuan had arrived. Zhang Yihua held unwavering faith in Jin Chaocao. Having successfully safeguarded Ling Yu and assured her that Lu Jide was indeed salvageable, he deemed her words to be genuine. After exiting the hospital room, Jin Chaocao proceeded to check on other patients. Zhang Yihua orchestrated the establishment of a temporary tent in the mountains behind the hospital, and at his command, people immediately set to work. The hospital director, accompanied by a group of doctors, expressed their discontent, yet they dared not disregard Zhang Yihua's orders. 2 hours later, Lu Jide was relocated to a makeshift tent in the mountains. His condition had deteriorated significantly, his skin appeared darkened, and not only were his organs damaged, but even his blood flow had ceased. Jin Chaocao and Zhang Yihua entered the tent. Upon witnessing Lu's dismal state, Zhang Yihua's resolve began to waver. "Miss Jin, is there truly any hope?" he inquired. Jin Chaocao turned to meet his gaze, asserting, "The souls I seek to save will not be claimed by the King of Hell. Those I choose not to save, no plea will sway me." Zhang Yihua was taken aback by her audacity. "Are you implying that there are individuals among them whom you will not rescue?" Jin Chaocao candidly replied, "Out of the 6, I shall save only 2, Mr. Lu is one, and the other is Mr. Cheng. As for the remaining 4, I am powerless to assist." "Powerless?" Zhang Yihua questioned, hoping against hope that everyone could be saved. Yet, respecting her decision seemed paramount. "May I inquire as to why?" Jin Chaocao turned away, her expression as cold as water. 2 are destined for the underworld, while 2 lack the virtue to deserve salvation. Their petty misdeeds are intolerable. I cannot elaborate further, but if you wish to know, you must conduct your own investigation. Zhang Yihua's lips tightened. Mr. Cheng is the one with the second most severe injuries. It is illogical to revive the 2 most gravely injured while neglecting those who are less so. Jin Chaocao removed her helmet, startling Zhang Yihua. "What are you doing? The radiation here is immensely harmful," she replied, discarding her heavy protective suit. "Though this radiation is lethal, I have my ways to counter it." Clad in this gear, her ability to wield her powers was severely hindered. Rescuing lives is a task infinitely more challenging than it appears. Jin Chaocao procured talisman paper, established a spirit-gathering array, prepared medicinal herbs, and concocted a bathing solution before placing the patient into the tub. Zhang Yihua assisted her diligently. Once everything was arranged, Jin Chaocao activated the spirit-gathering array. By this time, dusk had descended. As the array illuminated with a soft green glow, countless vibrant green orbs, imbued with life, swiftly converged upon the tent. The rich green enveloped Lu Jide, akin to a pool of life-giving water. Jin Chaocao turned to Zhang Yihua, instructing, "You need not assist any longer. Stand guard outside and ensure no one disturbs us." Although Zhang Yihua wished to remain, he complied with her request. As he stood outside the tent, he glanced back at the mesmerizing green glow emanating from within, feeling as though he were in a dream. He pinched his thigh to confirm reality, wincing at the pain as the realization struck him. This girl, Jin Chaocao, was nothing short of extraordinary. This was the art of resurrection, utilizing the essence of all living things to revive a lifeless body. The process was painstakingly slow. Given Lu Jidai's condition, it would require at least 24 hours. Once he regained consciousness, the flora within a 10-mile radius would wither. This was the essence of resurrection, life exchanged for life. Zhang Yihua remained vigilant, from nightfall until dawn. Then from dawn to noon, and finally into the afternoon, until darkness fell once more. He observed as the nearby trees transformed from vibrant green to a desolate yellow, as if autumn had arrived overnight. Jin Chaocao, sweat beading on her brow, performed her incantations. Before her, Lu Jidai's visage restored, his cheeks were plump, complexion rosy, and skin smooth. He had not only regained life but appeared a decade younger. With her remaining strength, she extracted the radioactive substances from the water, sealing them in a container with a spell. Exhausted, she slumped onto a chair and called out, "You may enter now." "He is well, remove your protective gear." Zhang Yihua complied. Upon entering the tent and seeing Lu Jidai reclining in the water, he was struck speechless by the miracle of resurrection. It is indeed possible to bring the dead back to life. His heart swelled with joy as he looked at Jin Chaocao, only to find her pallid face and weary form, prompting a surge of guilt within him. "Miss Jin, are you all right?" He approached, intending to embrace her. Jin Chaocao raised a hand to halt him, mustering her last breath to explain, "He is completely healed, but the other one must wait until I am restored. Please arrange for him to be transferred to another hospital. This place is no longer suitable for him." Zhang Yihua, elated, replied, "Very well. I shall dispatch a vehicle for you immediately." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Zhang Yihua stepped out to investigate, discovering his assistant and the imposing presence of Fu Tingyuan approaching. "Mr. Fu, you truly cannot enter here. Mr. Zhang has ordered that no one approach. If you proceed, I shall face consequences," his assistant, whose swollen face bore the marks of a recent altercation, warned. Fu Tingyuan strode forth like an iceberg, his darkened expression fierce and intimidating. His assistant, left with no alternative, gritted his teeth. "If you must enter, at least don the protective suit." Fu Tingyuan merely turned back, coldly uttering, "Get lost." At this moment, Zhang Yihua emerged. He raised a hand to dismiss his assistant, allowing Fu Tingyuan to enter the tent. Upon spotting Jin Chaocao sitting there, drenched in sweat and looking pale and exhausted, Fu Tingyuan approached her with a steely resolve, lifting her effortlessly into his arms without a glance at the circumstances. He turned and strode away, carrying her with purpose. Zhang Yihua had intended to converse with Jin Chaocao, but now he could only watch as Fu Tingyuan whisked her away. Observing her frail state, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, Lu Jidai was a rare talent, saving even one was a victory. He resolved to repay her efforts through other means. Jin Chaocao, utterly drained, succumbed to the fatigue that stemmed from mental exertion, rendering her limbs weak and unwilling to move. She had not anticipated Fu Tingyuan's arrival. He had seized her in a possessive embrace, the warmth of his solid chest providing an unprecedented sense of security. She closed her eyes, leaning against him, the rhythm of his strong heartbeat resonating like a soothing lullaby. In mere moments, she drifted into slumber. Fu Tingyuan carried Jin Chaocao all the way to the parking area, a journey that took half an hour. His robust arms remained steady throughout. Upon their return, the driver, Chen Li, promptly opened the car door for Fu Tingyuan. Chapter 80, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, Fu Tingyuan cradled Jin Chaocao as he entered the car, coldly instructing the driver, "Home." Last night, he had waited for a long time, but she never returned. He went to the shop to look for her, only to be informed by Bayeshi that Jin Chaocao had left with Zhang Yihua, claiming she was going to save someone. He thought she would return late. But as the entire night passed, not only did she not come back, but there was also no news from her. In the morning, his mood was particularly foul. And by noon, he still had no updates. Zhang Yihua's phone was turned off. After much inquiry, he finally discovered Zhang Yihua's location. Knowing she was busy aiding radiation patients filled him with worry. Now, holding her in his arms, his anxious heart finally found solace. The car started and moved slowly forward. Chen drove with utmost caution. The warm, yellow light illuminated Jin Chaocao's exquisite face, rendering her already delicate features even more pallid. Fu Tingyuan gazed at the girl in his embrace, his heart feeling as if it were being tightly bound by a rope. He was unsure when it began. But every smile, every glance from her had ensnared his soul, leaving him restless and yearning. He did not know if this was love. All he understood was that a girl had entered his life, occupying all the joys and surprises within it. At the Fu residence, Fu Tingyuan carried Jin Chaocao upstairs and gently placed her on the bed, tucking her in. Yet, she remained in slumber. Concerned for her health, he called his personal physician to examine her. Just as he hung up the phone, he was startled to see an elderly lady floating in midair. Fu Tingyuan instinctively stepped back, shielding Jin Chaocao behind him. "Who are you?" "I am your grandmother," the old lady replied with a warm smile. Clearly pleased with the young man, Fu Tingyuan frowned. "Grandmother?" The lady turned her gaze to Jin Chaocao and spoke gently. "She has exhausted her spiritual energy. But there is nothing serious, she simply needs ample rest. You need not summon the doctor." Only then did Fu Tingyuan notice that the floating elderly woman resembled the one depicted in the portrait in Jin Chaocao's room. Feeling reassured, he hesitantly asked, "Are you sure she doesn't need a doctor?" The old lady nodded. "Chaocao's body is no longer ordinary, even a doctor's visit would be of no use. Give her some time, and she will heal herself." "Understood." Fu Tingyuan sent a message to the doctor, cancelling the visit. The room fell into silence, with the old lady gazing at Fu Tingyuan, her smile unwavering. "Is there anything I can do for her?" he inquired. On her desk, "There is a box containing ancient ginseng tablets, place one in her mouth," instructed the lady. This was the first time Fu Tingyuan touched anything in Jin Chaocao's room. He was struck by the sheer abundance of exquisite items, beautiful porcelain and jade vases, intricate rosewood boxes, and countless delicately carved containers. Each piece was a rare treasure capable of making waves in the world of collectors. He recalled the day she had bet with Lingyu, despite her tattered clothing. She had effortlessly produced a massive luminous pearl. A smile crept onto his face. "Is this it?" Fu Tingyuan asked, pulling out a 10-inch jade vase and turning to the old lady. She nodded, "Yes." With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the spell sealing the vase. "You can take one from inside." Opening the lid revealed neatly arranged ginseng tablets, indeed of ancient quality. Fu Tingyuan gently pried open Jin Chaocao's mouth and placed a tablet inside before returning the vase to its place. When he looked up again, the old lady had vanished. As he exhaled in relief, he turned to the sleeping Jin Chaocao. After a moment's hesitation, he fetched a small stool and sat by her bedside. For some inexplicable reason, he felt compelled to stay by her side, finding comfort in the thought of her awakening. In the quiet room, soft lighting enveloped them, while moonlight streamed through the window, gracing a beautiful orchid. A gentle breeze stirred the orchid's elegant branches, resembling a classical beauty, swaying gracefully in dance. The following morning, Jin Chaocao opened her eyes and, upon rising, was surprised to find Fu Tingyuan sleeping beside her bed. Momentarily stunned, she recalled the instant he had burst into the tent and swept her into his arms. A smile gradually spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Was he worried about her? She tiptoed out of bed, draping her shawl lightly over his shoulders. Observing his sleeping visage, pale skin, high nose, and sharply defined facial features, she thought he resembled a prince from a fairy tale, exuding warmth and refinement. "Chaocao. You're awake." The old lady's voice drifted from behind, snapping Jin Chaocao back to reality. She hurriedly tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled at the elderly woman. "Good morning, grandmother. You frightened this young man quite badly yesterday. What exactly happened? I noticed your spiritual energy was depleted. As if you had been casting spells for an extended period." Jin Chaocao stepped forward and lit an incense stick in homage, recounting the events of the previous day to her grandmother. Upon hearing her story, the elderly lady nodded knowingly. No wonder. A middle-aged man possesses such profound blessings. He must have made significant contributions to the world, and his family must also be benevolent. This time, I must commend you. Jin Chaocao turned to stretch in the sunlight. There is still someone I need to urgently save. I'll freshen up and then head out again. Very well. The old lady smiled with satisfaction and returned to her portrait. Unbeknownst to her, this girl had increasingly begun to form her own opinions. It seemed she no longer needed guidance from her. The elderly lady glanced at the still sleeping Tingyuan, realizing that when they truly fell in love, it would be time for her to depart. The child had grown, and she must learn to let go, allowing her to experience the beauty of life. After a relaxing bath, Jin Chaocao donned a beautiful outfit. When Tingyuan awoke, he beheld a woman in a qipao, her ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her figure slender and her attire elegant, standing by the window. In that moment, bathed in sunlight, she was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Mr. Fu, have you rested well? Jin Chaocao turned at the sound, her radiant smile illuminating the room. Tingyuan felt a tremor in his heart. He had never heard such a melodious voice before, gentle, clear, pure, and sweet. Yes. I'm fine. His captivating phoenix eyes narrowed. And a smile involuntarily graced his lips, as if the ice and snow within him had melted, blossoming into radiant flowers. Jin Chaocao approached him, gently straightening his disheveled collar. Thank you for bringing me back last night. I may be gone for quite a while on this next trip. Mr. Fu. Could you come to pick me up tomorrow evening? Chapter 81, She is my savior. Tingyuan stood in place. Enveloped by the distinctive fragrance that seemed to linger in the air, his voice deepening with a husky timbre. All right. I will pick you up tomorrow night. With that, Jin Chaocao picked up her bag and departed with a cheerful smile. At the entrance of the Fu residence, Zhang Yihua personally came to greet Jin Chaocao. His complexion was radiant, brimming with vitality, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Miss Jin, do you need to rest a bit longer? I was quite alarmed last night. His concern for the patient was matched by his worry for Jin Chaocao's well-being. Jin Chaocao shook her head, declaring, no need, it is better to act early than late. Then let us set off. The second individual was Mr. Cheng. Zhang Yihua, being astute, relocated the tent. This time, he personally assisted Jin Chaocao in her vigil. The healing process was painstakingly slow. As they neared the conclusion, Jin Chaocao noticed a disturbance in the nearby woods. She quickened her pace, extracting all radioactive materials and sealing them in a container just as the noise approached. Once everything was complete, the man lying in the medicinal barrel slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Jin Chaocao, Tingyuan was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Where am I?" He recalled being exposed to nuclear radiation, lying on a hospital bed, enduring the agony that made life feel unbearable. He raised his hand, astonished to find his body unscathed, even more pristine than in his previous life. Have I transcended? Or been reborn? Girl, who are you? Jin Chaocao placed the sealed bottle into her bag, casting a mysterious smile at the bewildered man before turning to leave. Before departing, she left behind 2 words, fairy. As Tingyuan stood from the medicinal tub, he realized he was without clothing. In his search for garments, he exclaimed repeatedly, goodness. Have I truly transcended or been reborn? The realm of immortality? A fairy? Is there a mirror to see if I still look handsome? Outside, Jin Chaocao, overhearing the man's mutterings, nearly burst into laughter. When Zhang Yihua saw her emerge, her demeanor was far more relaxed than before, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. Miss Jin, thank you for your hard work. He handed her a bottle of water. Jin Chaocao accepted the water, glancing at the nearby thicket, and replied with a smile, it was no trouble, it is my duty. Mr. Cheng has awakened, please fetch him some clothing. Zhang Yihua removed his thick protective suit, finally feeling at ease. The 2 most crucial engineers had been saved, a fortunate outcome amid misfortune. As for the others, he respected Jin Chaocao's decision. Come out, there is no need to hide. Jin Chaocao sipped her water and suddenly spoke. Zhang Yihua raised an eyebrow, questioning who else might be present. After a brief silence in the thicket, 2 individuals clad in lab coats timidly emerged. Mr. Zhang, it is us. The director and the physician responsible for the radiation patients. They approached cautiously, halting 3 meters away from Jin Chaocao. Zhang Yihua frowned deeply. When did my words become mere whispers? Who permitted your presence? The director, alongside the attending physician, bowed swiftly in apology. We are sorry, Mr. Zhang. We heard this young lady only treats 2 individuals. We wish to understand why. The lives of others are equally valuable. Since you possess such ability, why not save them all? Zhang Yihua was about to erupt in anger when Jin Chaocao raised her hand to stop him. She smiled gently, because my capabilities are limited. The resources I have are only sufficient for these 2. The director, clearly undeterred, insisted, whatever resources you need, we can acquire them, provided they exist in this world. Jin Chaocao regarded the director. It seems you are not merely inquiring why I do not save everyone, but rather how I revived the deceased, am I correct? The director showed no signs of embarrassment at being seen through. Miss Jin, you are quite astute. Jin Chaocao beamed, pointing to a tree in the distance. Do you see? The tree is not dead, it has merely transferred its life to another. At that moment, Tingyuan emerged from the tent. The director's eyes widened in terror upon seeing him. Suddenly, Jin Chaocao pointed at the director, stating, I can also allow your life to flourish within it. The next instant, her fingertip directed towards a withered sapling, which immediately regained vitality, its leaves transforming from yellow to lush green. The director froze, feeling as though his breath had been stolen. The physician beside him quickly turned ashen. Zhang Yihua, astounded, exclaimed, Miss Jin, allow me to handle these 2. Jin Chaocao relaxed her hand, causing both men to faint. She turned back to Zhang Yihua, offering a calm smile. There is no need, they will have no memory of me. You will explain this matter. I do not wish for any trouble in the future, Mr. Zhang. My threats extend beyond them, to you as well. Zhang Yihua, observing the sharp and incisive girl, couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed her display was merely to instill a sense of caution in him. Rest assured, I am well aware. Their awakening is solely due to the minimal radiation they endured and their resilient vitality. Jin Chaocao waved him off and strode away. As she walked a distance, she spotted Fu Tingyuan waiting beneath a canopy of withered leaves. The romantic sunset bathed the earth in golden hues, transforming the parched landscape into a vibrant tableau. As if animated by his presence, Fu Tingyuan smiled brightly upon seeing Jin Chaocao approach. It truly echoed the poetic saying, a person on the road, as exquisite as jade. A gentleman unmatched in the world. Jin Chaocao stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. Mr. Fu, how long have you been waiting? Not long. Can we go home now? Fu Tingyuan had actually arrived at noon. Had it not been for someone guarding this entrance, he would have come even earlier. The 2 exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the nearby car. Outside the tent, Tingyuan finally comprehended the situation. It was neither a rebirth nor a transcendence. Nor was there any realm of immortality, he had been saved by someone. He clearly recalled struggling in agony yesterday, on the brink of death, yet today he stood unharmed. That girl. He approached Zhang Yihua, gripping his hand excitedly. Do not let me forget her, she is my savior, and I must express my gratitude. Zhang Yihua, witnessing the ailing man rejuvenate, felt his eyes welling with emotion. Mr. Cheng, you cannot see her just yet. Once everything is arranged, I will ensure you meet her. I will not allow you to forget her. Tingyuan nodded eagerly. This debt of gratitude would be etched in his memory eternally. Upon returning home, Fu Xiaoan joyfully rushed forward, embracing Jin Chaocao's arm. Sister-in-law, our school is hosting an anniversary celebration. I have a performance, will you come to attend? Every year, her grandfather participated in the school's events, but this year, she hoped Jin Chaocao would join. Chapter 82, The Bonds of Kinship. Jin Chaocao nodded, all right. When is your school's event? Day after tomorrow at noon. Sister-in-law, you can go in the morning. Fu Tingyuan fixed his cold gaze on Fu Xiaoan, his expression severe. Are you not inviting me? Fu Xiaoan paused, taken aback. Invite you? Brother, every time I invite you, you never attend. Are you actually going this time? With a dark scowl, Fu Tingyuan gritted his teeth. In the past, I was at fault, too busy with work to attend your school events. Now that you are about to graduate, I must make an appearance at least once. Fu Xiaoan blinked and turned to Jin Chaocao. Shall I invite him along? Jin Chaocao smiled and nodded. Then let's go together. Xiaoan, you must do your best. With a cheerful wave, Fu Xiaoan exclaimed, I'm off to practice. She had 2 performances lined up, a violin solo and a dance. The principal had invited the world-renowned violinist, Mr. Elman, to this event. She was determined to seize this opportunity and earn his recognition, as his guidance would elevate her violin skills to new heights. Once Fu Xiaoan departed, Fu Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao and asked, Where's the car I sent you? Why haven't I seen you driving it? Given her prowess, driving should not pose a challenge for Jin Chaocao. With a bashful smile, she squinted, I don't have a license, Mr. Fu. I might have to disappoint your goodwill. She had a driver for distant travels and did not intend to learn to drive for short distances. Fu Tingyuan raised an eyebrow, that won't do. While you are quite capable, driving is still a vital skill. At times, having the steering wheel in your own hands is far more reliable. Jin Chaocao twirled a strand of her long hair, smiling brightly, Mr. Fu, I'm simply not fond of that skill. Caught off guard by her radiant smile, Fu Tingyuan found himself momentarily speechless. If she truly disliked it, there was no obligation for her to learn, having a driver at home was sufficient for her happiness. So, had he inadvertently chosen the wrong gift? Before he could articulate further, Jin Chaocao had already strode away. Back in her room, she retrieved the nuclear substances extracted from 2 patients. Merging the contents of the 2 vials, she sealed them with a spell. Aware of the dangers, she confirmed the seal thoroughly before storing the vials in her spatial talisman. The next day, as Minji enjoyed a day off, Jin Chaocao brought him to the shop and arranged for him to practice calligraphy. Minji sat quietly beside her, diligently copying characters, his youthful demeanor reflecting an exceptional attitude towards learning. Bayeshi, resting her chin on her hand opposite Jin Chaocao, scrutinized Minji. Are you sure this guy won't cause you any trouble in the future? Jin Chaocao shook her head, who knows? Since he has become my brother, I believe my Minji will grow into a remarkable man, upright and wise, discerning right from wrong and understanding good from evil. Minji, aware that they were whispering, perked up his ears. Though he did not comprehend Bayeshi's words, Jin Chaocao's sentiments filled him with an unprecedented warmth, causing a seedling in his consciousness to rise. He resolved to become a person of integrity, deserving of his sister's expectations, to study diligently and embody excellence like her. As they were lost in thought, Jin Chaocao suddenly noticed the Xuanguang pearl at her waist flicker. Excited, she stood and strode out of the shop. The street was bustling with activity, even more lively on this weekend. Holding the glowing pearl, she searched around, but as she turned a corner, the pearl abruptly dimmed. Jin Chaocao froze amidst the crowd. What was happening? Was there an issue with her pearl, or had that person already departed? Closing her eyes, she relied on her acute hearing to discern the surrounding noise. The cacophony of the bustling street overwhelmed her senses, and within moments, a headache threatened to overwhelm her. Resigned, she reattached the pearl to her waist, purchased 3 skewers of candied hawthorn from a nearby shop, and returned to her own. Where did you go? Bayeshi and Minji looked at her with concern. Jin Chaocao handed them the candied hawthorn. Here, eat up. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. This vendor's craftsmanship is quite good, and the hawthorn is fresh. Minji obediently accepted his skewer. Sister, are you really alright after suddenly running out? I'm fine. Jin Chaocao ruffled Minji's hair. Finish eating, then go practice your writing. Bayeshi, munching on the candied hawthorn, felt rather cheerful. Since you're okay, I'll go for a stroll. If you need anything, I can bring it back. No need, go enjoy yourself. Jin Chaocao had given Bayeshi a bank card, sufficient for his needs. She settled back into her seat and brewed herself a pot of ginseng tea. In the afternoon, a well-dressed middle-aged woman entered. Miss Jin. We have met before. Jin Chaocao scrutinized the woman and recalled their previous encounter at Sister Shen's banquet. Madam Hu, is that you? Indeed. Madam Hu approached, her face alight with joy as she placed a gift box before Jin Chaocao. This is wild caviar my husband painstakingly brought back from abroad. I hope you won't find it lacking. Jin Chaocao smiled gently. Madam Hu, you are too kind. If you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak. Madame Hu set her expensive handbag aside and sat across from Jin Chaocao, her expression shifting from cheerful to grave. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. I came to ask for your help with a divination. I wish to know how long my marriage with my husband can last. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. How long can it last? Has your husband been unfaithful? Yes, I have concrete evidence. Madame Hu reclined in her chair. Men are often weak against temptation. I can understand that. Her eyes shone bright and clear. I just want to know how much longer my marriage can endure, whether this family can remain whole. Jin Chaocao observed Madame Hu's face, a woman of immense wealth. Rather than immediately performing the divination, she smiled and countered, for the sake of this family. What lengths are you willing to go? Madame Hu pondered for a moment, as long as he still cares for the children and the family. And continues to provide for me, I can choose to look the other way. Jin Chaocao offered her tea. What if I tell you that you possess natural good fortune? And with anyone you are with, there will be blessings? Madame Hu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze dimming. In that instant, she wavered. A woman naturally desires to be loved, to have a devoted man and a happy family. Yet, deep down, she understood that enduring love was a rarity, if it existed. It was surely the bond shared among kin. Chapter 83, The person she seeks in the past, she had experienced a fervent romance with her beloved. However, as time stretches on, the once soaring hormones gradually fade away, leaving behind a bond more akin to that of family. Mrs. Hu pondered for quite some time, undisturbed by Jin Chaocao, until the latter finished an entire pot of tea before Mrs. Hu finally came to a conclusion. Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, I once loved him. With 3 children and a family, I shall remain steadfast in my original decision. As long as he desires this home, I can overlook whom he loves. She was an ordinary woman, devoid of ambitions for a career, uninterested in tumultuous upheavals in her life. Jin Chaocao smiled silently, pondering whether her choices still warranted divination. Mrs. Hu glanced at Jin Chaocao, momentarily at a loss for words. Jin Chaocao continued, saying that divination cannot encompass human hearts. Your choices shape your future outcomes. After deep contemplation, Mrs. Hu resolved to seek a reading. Jin Chaocao handed her the divination. Mrs. Hu drew a stick. Reading the 2 characters inscribed, guard and long, Jin Chaocao's voice was gentle, suggesting that she and her husband could endure as long as she was willing to remain by his side. Leaning back in her chair, Mrs. Hu exhaled in relief. Jin Chaocao calmly set down recognizing Mrs. Hu as a fortunate woman who understood the essence of life. Life belonged to oneself. Others could not fathom its warmth or chill. As long as one's choice is sincere, there exists no right or wrong. Her love for family and children sufficed. When the moon is full, it wanes. When things reach their extremes, they reverse. Who among men can attain perfection? Mrs. Hu smiled at Jin Chaocao, asking if she thought her particularly cowardly. While her husband dallied outside, she feigned ignorance. Jin Chaocao shook her head, asserting that Mrs. Hu was a woman of great wisdom. Your choice is not erroneous. Happiness has always been defined by oneself, not by others. Mrs. Hu nodded, affirming that indeed, as Miss Jean stated, she relished her words. At present, she loved herself more than she loved him. Just as you said, I would find fortune regardless of whom I married. Yet, I am already blessed with immense wealth, unending resources, and 3 exceptional children. To leave now would be sheer folly. My concern about his infidelity indicates my lingering belief in foolish love. Compared to the passionate past, I now cherish this stability. I am aware that regardless of his escapades, he cannot forsake this home. Jin Chaocao regarded Mrs. Hu with newfound admiration. Surely, you have always known the answer within you. Mrs. Hu lifted her teacup and took a sip, admitting her fear of unforeseen changes, hence her desire for a reading. Jin Chaocao smiled softly, asking if she felt reassured now. Indeed. Mrs. Hu retrieved cash she had prepared earlier, placing it on the table. Jin Chaocao understood her intent to depart and rose to escort her to the door. In a world teeming with millions, each seeks something different. The ailing yearn for health, the unloved crave affection, the affluent seek stability, and the impoverished desire wealth. People often focus on what they lack, failing to recognize what they possess. The suffering in this world is not wrought by others. but stems from one's own limited perspective, leading to a myriad of fates. The following morning, Jin Chaocao arose early to prepare herself. For she was to visit Fu Xiaoan's school and wished to present herself beautifully. Standing before the mirror, she admired the reflection of a woman clad in a black qipao, adorned with a jade bracelet and delicate hollow floral earrings. Her elegant, dark locks framed her striking features, her expressive brows and eyes conveying an exquisite beauty that formed a captivating portrait with every smile. Satisfied, she stepped out. Just outside, she encountered Fu Tingyuan. "Good morning, Mr. Fu," she greeted cheerfully. Meeting Jin Chaocao's radiant smile, Fu Tingyuan felt his heart stir like ripples in a tranquil lake. "Good morning," he replied, momentarily breathless, warmth flooding his chest. Jin Chaocao breezed past him, descending the stairs. After breakfast, they traveled together to Fu Xiaoan's prestigious university, bustling with students and visitors on this sunny day. Upon finishing her makeup, Fu Xiaoan, noticing Jin Chaocao's absence, hurried to the entrance to welcome her. As the luxurious car came to a halt, Fu Xiaoan stood tall, beaming with pride, awaiting Jin Chaocao's emergence. She had already informed her classmates that her sister-in-law was the most beautiful woman in the world, confident that Jin Chaocao's presence would astonish everyone. The car door swung open, and Fu Tingyuan exited first, his formidable presence commanding attention with his keen, hawk-like gaze, causing onlookers to scatter in fear. He then turned and extended his hand to Jin Chaocao, who accepted his assistance as she stepped out of the vehicle. "Sister-in-law!" Fu Xiaoan exclaimed, and in that moment, the world around her seemed to lose its color. Jin Chaocao's beauty transcended mere appearance, it emanated a unique grace that captivated anyone who glanced her way. Spotting the pearl necklace adorning Fu Xiaoan's neck, the very one she had gifted her, Jin Chaocao approached and embraced her gently. Fu Xiaoan felt enveloped by a cloud of fortune, her heart brimming with happiness and reassurance. A group of Fu Xiaoan's friends observed from a distance, marveling at Jin Chaocao's stunning presence. No wonder Fu Xiaoan often spoke of her sister-in-law, she was simply breathtaking. Her elegance was beyond words, surpassing even the most exquisite flowers and precious jade. "Sister-in-law, come with me," Fu Xiaoan urged, taking Jin Chaocao's hand as they made their way towards the auditorium. Upon reaching the entrance, Jin Chaocao noticed the at her waist glowing vibrantly, emitting a blinding white light that made it difficult for her to see. Of course, this was a sight only she could perceive. "Sister-in-law, why are you staring at that bead?" Fu Xiaoan inquired, puzzled by Jin Chaocao's sudden pause. Ignoring her question, Jin Chaocao gazed toward the grand hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air, and unfamiliar faces flashed before her eyes. She felt a jolt of alarm. Although she sensed a presence, she could not discern which among the crowd was the malevolent parasite. Fu Tingyuan noticed Jin Chaocao's unease. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Grasping his arm, she replied, "I wish to wander a bit, please go greet the principal." The Fu family was an esteemed guest each year, and it was customary for them to pay their respects upon arrival. "Shouldn't I accompany you?" Fu Tingyuan inquired with concern. "No need," Jin Chaocao reassured him, patting Fu Xiaoan's hand. "You go about your business, and I will join you for the performance once I resolve my matters." Fu Xiaoan had no choice but to acquiesce. Jin Chaocao retrieved observing that its light had dimmed once again. She realized the individual she sought had just been in the auditorium but had since departed. Swiftly, she exited through the doorway, scanning her surroundings for her target. Chapter 84, Jiangli. Within the bustling campus, students traversed back and forth, creating a vibrant throng. Jin Chaocao gripped the Xuanguang pearl tightly, scanning her surroundings in search of something elusive. The situation was quite exasperating. After circling the entrance of the auditorium, she discovered that the pearl had dimmed again. With no other choice, she ventured towards the vicinity of the teaching building. As she reached the rear of the building, the crowd thinned, and it was on a nearly deserted path that the pearl illuminated once more. Standing alone, she attuned herself to her surroundings, when suddenly, she overheard a group of boys not far off, their voices dripping with disdain. "Jiangli, I instructed you to find Fu Xiaoan in the auditorium and bring him here. How could you fail at such a simple task? You're timid and cowardly, if you can't handle this, what purpose do you serve? Look at you, a pitiful sight. Even a dog would fare better." It's utterly revolting. Jin Chaocao followed the voices and found 3 boys surrounding a boy clad in a black t-shirt, mercilessly ridiculing him. The ringleader, sporting expensive branded sneakers and a lavish Rolex on his wrist, shouted, "Why are you silent now, pretending to be mute? Don't think for a moment that I will let you off the hook. Kneel down. If you can't manage this small task, you don't deserve to stand." Jiangli hung his head, his gaze filled with resentment. He remained motionless, refusing to speak. At that moment, 2 of Wu Ziheo's friends approached. One pressing down on Jiang Li's shoulder while the other delivered a kick to the back of his knee, forcing him to the ground. Only then did Wu Ziheo raise his chin with satisfaction, demanding, "What's going on? Why haven't you fetched Fu Xiaoan?" Jiang Li clutched his clothing tightly, struggling in vain against their hold. "Still silent? Have you lost your voice?" Wu Ziheo, growing impatient, slapped Jiang Li across the face. The 2 boys restraining Jiang Li followed suit, delivering a kick to him. Jiang Li merely gazed down coldly, refusing to speak, seemingly clinging to the last remnants of his dignity and pride in silence. Witnessing this, Jin Chaocao felt a surge of anger. She stepped forward and grasped Wu Ziheo's shoulder, applying just enough pressure to send him to his knees as if a mountain had suddenly weighed upon him. His companions were caught off guard, and before they could react, Jin Chaocao approached and pointed at their pressure points. They were seized by a wave of paralysis, and their limbs became immobile. Turning her attention to those present, Jin Chaocao spoke with an air of mockery, "What game are you all playing? It seems quite entertaining, may I join?" Wu Ziheo's face darkened as the weight on his shoulders made it difficult to breathe. He struggled to rise, drenched in cold sweat, yet he could not succeed. "What have you done to us? Let me go, or I will make you pay." Wu Ziheo seethed with anger. Jin Chaocao lifted his chin to meet her gaze and asked, "Who are you threatening?" "You." Wu Ziheo shouted fiercely, his eyes brimming with malice. Jin Chaocao smirked coldly. "Then do give it a try." Her gaze fell upon Wu Ziheo's school badge, and she inquired, "Your surname is Wu, what is your father's name?" Upon hearing the mention of his father, Wu Ziheo's expression grew increasingly arrogant. "My father's name is Wu Jieshan. If you dare to bully me, he will make you regret it." Jin Chaocao retrieved her phone from her bag and looked at Wu Ziheo. "What is your father's number?" Wu Ziheo was momentarily taken aback by her audacity. It was unfathomable that someone could be so foolish as to provoke him and still dare to call his father. He stared at her as if she were a simpleton, and brazenly provided the number, declaring, "If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and call. You're more beautiful than Fu Xiaoan. Once my father has you disciplined, I'll make you regret it." In response, Jin Chaocao slapped him hard, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his cheek, which immediately swelled. As Wu Ziheo opened his mouth to curse, he found himself utterly voiceless. Jin Chaocao proceeded to dial Wu Jieshan's number. "Mr. Wu, hello, I am Jin Chaocao. Your son has been behaving arrogantly at school, and today I took the liberty of teaching him a lesson. If you, as a father, cannot manage your son, I would not mind continuing to educate him on your behalf." Wu Jieshan, upon hearing the crisp voice on the other end, furrowed his brow. Who was Jin Chaocao? "I will educate my son myself. It is not the place of outsiders to interfere." "Indeed. The Wu family possesses admirable values, I am enlightened," Jin Chaocao replied before hanging up. She turned her gaze back to Wu Ziheo. "Since your father is so protective, I suppose today's lesson will not prompt you to change." As Wu Ziheo sensed an intensifying chill in Jin Chaocao's eyes, a foreboding feeling washed over him. "What are you planning?" Jin Chaocao withdrew a stack of talisman paper from her bag, sifting through it until she selected a single sheet. With delicate fingers, she raised the talisman, and a golden mark embedded itself within Wu Ziheo's being. Satisfied, she smiled at him. "Remember this, boy, from now on, for every evil deed you commit, your father will suffer misfortune, until your family's wealth crumbles and your household is shattered." Her preferred method of vengeance was to repay evil with evil. Wu Ziheo, observing her eccentric demeanor, felt a wave of trepidation. This woman seemed unhinged, her words incomprehensible. What did his misdeeds have to do with his father? Jin Chaocao turned her attention to Jiang Li, who had managed to stand and was attempting to sneak away. As she looked in his direction, the Shuangguang pearl emitted a blinding glow. A realization struck her. Earlier, at the entrance of the auditorium, a boy had approached her, and at that moment, the pearl had shone the brightest, almost blinding her. Jiang Li, unable to meet Jin Chaocao's gaze, felt an inexplicable fear when looking at her. Every time he faced this woman, a wave of panic surged within him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. As though he were an ignorant mortal in the presence of a celestial being, crushed under the weight of her overpowering aura. Indeed, he had intended to call Fu Xiaoan for Wu Zihao, but upon seeing Fu Xiaoan with Jin Chaocao in the auditorium, the strikingly beautiful and elegant woman had awakened his deepest insecurities and fears, paralyzing him with apprehension. When Jin Chaocao noticed Jiang Li's glance, she smiled warmly, ready to greet him. However, he turned and fled as if he were a mouse escaping from a cat. Jin Chaocao stood puzzled. Shouldn't he have expressed gratitude? Evil forces connect with those steeped in negativity. She was curious about the malevolent energy surrounding Jiang Li and which of the 18 types it might belong to. Chapter 85, all thanks to my sister-in-law Jiang Li had vanished. Jin Chaocao did not pursue him immediately. She was aware of his name and appearance. Thus uncovering his background would not pose a challenge. At this juncture, the activities in the auditorium were about to commence, and she needed to be present. As soon as Jin Chaocao stepped into the hall, she spotted Fu Tingyuan standing at the entrance. "Chaocao, over here." He beckoned amidst the crowd. A smile graced Jin Chaocao's lips as she approached him, allowing him to take her hand and lead her to the front row of the auditorium. The principal, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, greeted them. "This is Principal Bai." Jin Chaocao exclaimed joyfully, extending her hand. "Hello, Principal." Principal Bai scrutinized the young lady before him, particularly attentive given her association with the Fu family. This school had received generous donations from the Fu family decades ago and had since grown in prestige, becoming one of the top institutions in the country. Consequently, each year during the anniversary celebrations, he invited members of the Fu family. In the past, it had always been the elder Fu who attended. Today, Fu Tingyuan's presence with his wife astonished him. Initially, he had been curious about the kind of woman who could garner such regard from the Fu family. But upon seeing Jin Chaocao, the answer became instantly clear. One glance was sufficient to comprehend her essence. "Thank you, Mrs. Fu, for gracing us with your presence today. The performance is about to begin, please take a seat." Principal Bai cordially invited Jin Chaocao to sit down. As Fu Tingyuan and Jin Chaocao settled into their seats, the host and the principal delivered their speeches, and the performances commenced. The first act featured Fu Xiaoan's violin solo. As the curtain rose, a young lady in a white gown stood at the center of the stage. Her flowing black hair cascaded down her back, and her slim figure was accentuated by the gown, making her appear as perfect as a model. With the stage lights dimming, a melodious tune filled the air, and all present held their breath, listening intently. Jin Chaocao gazed at Fu Xiaoan on stage. She resembled a blooming flower, vivid, bright, and singularly beautiful. Turning around, Jin Chaocao noticed a young man seated in the third row. He stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, clad in a white shirt, his tousled hair impeccably styled. His features were strikingly proportionate, a high nose, bright eyes, delicate brows, and perfectly balanced lips. At that moment, he gazed at Fu Xiaoan with an expression of adoration. His eyes filled with wonder. "Ji Xianji. This must be Fu Xiaoan's romantic interest." Jin Chaocao observed that numerous women in the auditorium were captivated by this young man. She discreetly turned back to watch the performance. As the piece concluded, the foreign violinist seated beside the principal expressed his astonishment, remarking on the extraordinary talent at the school, declaring that this visit was not in vain, and that he wished to take her as his apprentice. The principal nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent. I will provide you with her details shortly." Jin Chaocao listened to their conversation, feeling delighted for Fu Xiaoan and wishing her success in achieving her aspirations. As the event concluded around 3 in the afternoon, the principal rose, cheerfully introducing Ermin to Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan. Upon learning that the student he had taken a liking to was Fu Tingyuan's sister, Ermin was astounded. "Mr. Fu, I have heard of your esteemed reputation. I did not expect your sister to be so talented. Her violin performance exhibits remarkable skill." Fu Xiaoan, approaching from backstage, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Ermin's praise. She glanced at Jin Chaocao, receiving an encouraging look before stepping forward to politely bow. "Mr. Erman. It is a pleasure to meet you." Erman kindly grasped her hand. "Child, would you like to be my apprentice?" Fu Xiaoan eagerly nodded. "I would love to." Fu Tingyuan was taken aback by his sister's radiant moment. Erman was a world-renowned violinist, and gaining his acknowledgement as an apprentice was tantamount to stepping firmly into the realm of music. Fu Xiaoan approached Jin Chaocao, shyly taking her hand. Only she knew that this was all thanks to her sister-in-law. Ever since she had consumed the calming tea Jin Chaocao provided, her memory had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Learning had become effortless, as if a barrier had been lifted. Concepts that had once eluded her now felt as simple as elementary mathematics. Since Fu Xiaoan was to take on an apprenticeship, the occasion necessitated proper arrangements. That evening, Fu Tingyuan invited Erman to dinner at their home. Upon receiving the news, the elder Fu instructed the household to prepare a lavish feast. As they traveled home, Fu Tingyuan turned to Jin Chaocao for Xiaoan's apprenticeship. "We may need to organize a banquet. This will pave the way for her future, as it serves to introduce her identity to the music community through Erman. It is a significant ritual, and we will need to invite many renowned musicians." Jin Chaocao understood Fu Tingyuan's intentions. "Are you asking me to organize this banquet?" Fu Tingyuan met her gaze, his eyes intense. "Is that acceptable?" Jin Chaocao beamed. "Of course. It is said that an elder sister is like a mother. Xiaoan's affairs are my affairs. You can trust that I will handle everything meticulously." "Excellent." Gratitude glimmered in Fu Tingyuan's eyes. Recalling Jiangli, Jin Chaocao turned to Fu Tingyuan. "I have a matter that requires your assistance." Fu Tingyuan nodded. "Speak, and I shall have someone attend to it immediately." The Fu family, the elder Fu, warmly welcomed the esteemed musician, and after dinner, Mr. Erman departed due to other commitments. The apprenticeship banquet was scheduled for 15 days hence, and even the guest list had been finalized. Just as Mr. Erman took his leave, Fu Tingyuan's subordinate delivered a document. After reviewing it, he handed the materials to Jin Chaocao. "Here is the information you requested." Jin Chaocao accepted the document with sincere thanks. Sitting on the sofa, she opened the file. Jiangli, his father was a professor of biological genetics, and his mother worked as a researcher for a national pharmaceutical company. Both parents were employed in confidential roles, resulting in their infrequent presence at home. Jiangli grew up living with his grandparents. While his family circumstances were stable, he had endured bullying since elementary school. Consequently, he developed a timid disposition, unable to resist the torment he faced. In school, he was labeled a coward, while outside, he became a target for local delinquents. With no other relatives to support him and his grandparents aging, Jiangli grew up under constant harassment, and the darkness within him was palpable. Jin Chaocao set the document aside, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. The malevolent forces had only recently found Jiangli, surely the darkness within him had yet to fully awaken. She needed to rectify his path swiftly. The thought of Jiangli enduring such hardships since childhood pained her greatly. After much contemplation, she resolved to observe Jiangli's life to discern the true nature of his character. Chapter 86. Either do not strike, or strike to kill. As night fell upon the city, an unrenovated urban village lay at its heart. Within this village stood a quaint little building. Towering sycamore trees flanked the entrance, and through the iron gate, one could glimpse a garden flourishing with a variety of vegetables and fruits. Warm light spilled from the windows. An elderly woman offered Jiangli a bowl of leftover steamed egg, saying, "Dear, go feed the cats." The cats she referred to were the strays that roamed the village, rummaging through garbage for food. Jiangli was exceedingly obedient in the presence of the two elderly ones. Balancing the half-eaten bowl of steamed egg, he pushed open the iron gate and walked towards an ancient ginkgo tree nearby. As he strolled past, he noticed several stray cats hiding amidst the verdant foliage. Jiangli frequently visited to feed them, thus, upon recognizing him, the strays gathered around, some affectionately rubbing against his pant leg in a playful manner. Jiangli gently stroked the head of a kitten, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He then poured the contents of his bowl, filled with eggs, onto the concrete ground, prompting the cats to eagerly feast. When Jin Chaocao arrived, she witnessed this scene. The dim streetlight elongated the silhouette of the young man, clad in a white t-shirt, denim jeans, and white sneakers, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other held the bowl, his profile exuding a sense of aloofness and chill. Jin Chaocao was taken aback. The boy feeding the cats, despite the darkness of the night, emanated a warmth reminiscent of spring. He appeared to be an entirely different person from the one bullied at school. It was difficult for Jin Chaocao to fathom that such a Jiangli could be a troublemaker. Jiangli's gaze was fixed on the cats voraciously devouring their meal. His eyes narrowed, projecting an innocent demeanor. Suddenly, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that instant, he sensed footsteps behind him. Turning around, he met the radiant visage of Jin Chaocao. Jiangli was momentarily taken aback, causing the bowl in his hand to fall to the ground. His eyes flickered for a moment before he fled without a backward glance. Jin Chaocao approached, observing the shattered bowl on the ground, and frowned slightly. Why did he run? She looked down at the cats, noticing that two had retreated into the underbrush, startled by her presence, while two others remained on high alert, for bristling. And the last two adopted a defensive stance, hissing at her. Just then, the two cats that had been furiously licking their food began to convulse violently, collapsing on the ground in distress. Jin Chaocao crouched down, picked up a piece of egg residue, and sniffed it, her expression changing instantly. The egg custard was laced with a significant amount of arsenic. Moments later, the remaining cats emitted heart-wrenching cries, writhing in agony. Within a mere 10 minutes, 6 kittens lay lifeless. Jin Chaocao stood beneath the streetlight, stunned for an extended period. Jiangli. Given the intimacy displayed between him and these kittens, it was evident he had fed them frequently. If he acted, he did so with lethal intent. This boy was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Jin Chaocao approached the Jiang family's small yard and gently knocked on the door. An elderly woman, over 80 years old, answered. Dear girl, whom do you seek? The grandmother, with compromised vision, blinked as she peered at Jin Chaocao. Politely, Jin Chaocao replied, Grandma. I was just passing by and wondered if I could trouble you for a glass of water. The old woman, without hesitation, welcomed her warmly. Come in, dear. Old man. Prepare some tea. Following the grandmother inside, Jin Chaocao was soon served tea by a gray-haired grandfather, who personally brewed a cup for her. Where are you headed, my dear? Why are you passing through here at such a late hour? The grandfather inquired curiously. Jin Chaocao smiled and explained, I saw a young man feeding cats as I passed. And upon noticing he entered this yard, I thought I would take a look. Meanwhile, Jiangli, hidden behind the door, perked up his ears to overhear their conversation. Upon hearing that Jin Chaocao had come for him, a cold sweat broke out on his palms. He weighed the odds of confronting her. Recalling how she had single-handedly subdued Wu Zihao and his companions during the day, he ultimately decided against it. The grandmother, upon hearing Jin Chaocao's words, felt a swell of pride and exclaimed, That is my grandson, he is so well-behaved and obedient. He has a wonderful rapport with those cats and feeds them every night. Jin Chaocao narrowed her eyes, her smile remaining gentle. Grandma, you are fortunate, your grandson possesses a kind heart. Upon hearing this, not only did the grandmother beam with joy, but the grandfather also chuckled heartily. Laughter filled the room, creating a warm atmosphere. For the first time, Jiangli felt a pang of anxiety. An unsettling sense of guilt gnawing at him, as if his heart were ablaze. What did Jin Chaocao mean? Why had she suddenly come to his home? What was her true intention? After enjoying her tea, Jin Chaocao took her leave. The elderly woman then brought a cup of warm milk to Jiangli's room, saying, Miss Jin is truly kind, she claims to be a doctor and can treat my eye condition. When she comes again, she will help me restore my sight. Jiangli received the milk, his eyes filled with apprehension. Grandma, she is a stranger. We cannot be sure of her true motives, do not be deceived. The grandmother dismissed his concerns, I have lived long enough, what do I lack? What could a young girl possibly deceive me about? Jiangli squirmed uncomfortably at her words. Jin Chaocao was indicating that she would return. A premonition struck him, was this woman specifically targeting him? He remained uncertain of her intentions. Their family was not affluent. And he pondered what a talented and noble woman like her could possibly desire from them. The following morning, Jin Chaocao instructed her driver to take her to the Jiang residence. She brought along a medical kit and various traditional Chinese herbs. The grandmother's eye ailment was not insurmountable. Jin Chaocao first inserted silver needles into the grandmother's head and then provided her with 3 packets of medicinal herbs, saying, "Grandma, this is traditional medicine, after you take it, your eyesight will surely improve." At that moment, the elderly woman had unwavering faith in Jin Chaocao, as she could already feel a difference. Her eyes no longer blinked uncontrollably. She gazed at Jin Chaocao, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Child, you are truly extraordinary. I have suffered from this eye condition for most of my life. And even hospitals have failed to help me. In just a short while, you have made me feel so much better." The old woman's eyes glistened with emotion. Her son and daughter-in-law, both public servants, rarely returned home, leaving her with only her grandson for companionship. Jiangli had already left for school early that morning and did not encounter Jin Chaocao. As usual, he traversed a long path towards the bus stop. Just in time to see the bus approaching. Suddenly, 2 burly men seized his shoulder, dragging him away mercilessly. Jiangli struggled fiercely, but it was all in vain. The 2 men led him to a deserted alleyway at the street corner. One of the muscular men viciously grasped his hair and snarled, "Kid, where's the money you owe your buddies?" Chapter 87, One cannot persuade a fool to abandon folly. Nor can compassion save those bent on self-destruction. Jiangli was seized by the hair, devoid of any dignity, and forced to the ground. He was perpetually victimized. Seemingly chosen from the crowd with unerring accuracy by various petty thugs. He was reluctant to relinquish his money, his sustenance. To surrender it would mean enduring hunger at school. Yet, defiance would only invite relentless harassment, beatings, and even the desecration of his family's humble abode with refuse. The pain of his scalp being yanked was excruciating. With practiced ease, the thugs pilfered his backpack, extracting all his money. Subsequently, they swaggered away. Jiangli, his gaze fixed upon their robust figures, harbored a simmering resentment. He vowed that one day, he would ensure their demise. In a brief span of time, Jin Chaocao had cultivated a rapport with the old woman. Jin Chaocao expressed her desire to explore Jiangli's room, a request the old woman readily granted. Jiangli's room was spacious, containing a bed, a wardrobe, and a generous area furnished with a desk, shelves, and a plethora of books. The old woman elucidated, these books were bequeathed by Jiangli's parents. The boy rarely ventures out and has few companions. He prefers to sequester himself in his room, engrossed in reading, or occupied with his research, as he calls it. He is quite protective of his belongings, forbidding us from touching them. Jin Chaocao's gaze immediately fell upon a glass jar on the desk. A substantial quantity of arsenic was conspicuously displayed on the shelf. Adjacent to it was a vial containing a crimson powder. Jin Chaocao cautiously opened it, inhaled its scent, and promptly sealed it. It was realgar, a long-lost poison. Several other jars on his desk contained cultures of rare fungi. Jin Chaocao found herself perplexed. How could he, capable of recreating the potent poison realgar, be subjected to constant bullying? Could it be that the trauma of being victimized from a young age had instilled a deep-seated fear, preventing him from retaliating? Jin Chaocao refrained from disturbing his possessions and departed from Jiangli's room. Emerging from the Jiang residence, Jin Chaocao settled into her car. She leaned back in the seat, massaging her temples. First, to the shop. As for Jiangli, she needed to devise a plan. En route to the shop, Jin Chaocao, as was her custom, reclined in her seat, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a jarring thud reverberated through the car as it veered erratically, culminating in the vehicle's front end colliding with a roadside barrier. The driver, alarmed, turned to apologize. "Madame Fu, someone ran a red light." Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and managed to evade a more serious collision. At that moment, a piercing shriek emanated from outside the car. "Ouch, ouch, I've been hit. My legs are useless, I'm in shock, my head is throbbing." It was evident that this was a seasoned con artist. The driver turned to Jin Chaocao. "Madam, please wait here while I handle this." Observing the old woman's malevolent countenance, her brow furrowed with a sinister aura, Jin Chaocao discerned the signs of impending death. "I'll go. Your involvement would only complicate matters further." Jin Chaocao alighted from the car and approached the old woman. The old woman surreptitiously glanced up, and upon seeing a young woman, her audacity grew. Ouch, the pain, the shock. This old woman has been terrified. Driving without awareness. If anything happens to me, My son will not let you get away with this. Bystanding vendors, unable to remain silent, stepped forward to speak the truth. This old woman frequently stages accidents here. I've witnessed her antics several times. Young lady, do not be deceived. Perhaps you should summon the police. She is incorrigible, risking her life for money. Jin Chaocao stood before the old woman, maintaining her composure, and offered a gentle smile. Madam, are you aware of my profession? The old woman, clutching her waist, scoffed. I care not what you do. You have frightened me today, and you shall not depart without recompense. The police are of no consequence. She is over 80 years old. And they would not dare incarcerate her. Jin Chaocao smiled faintly, calculated mentally, and in a soft tone, said, Your household originally consisted of 6 members. Your spouse passed away last month. You have been diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. Your eldest son has recently divorced and has a grandson. Your youngest son remains unmarried and is plagued by misfortune, unable to secure employment. Recognizing your family's dire straits, you seek to secure a financial windfall for your children while you still live, is this not correct? The old woman's eyes widened in alarm as she scrutinized Jin Chaocao's face. After careful assessment, she concluded that the young woman was neither an acquaintance nor someone she knew. She vehemently denied the accusations. Jin Chaocao continued, Are you aware of the reason for your descendants' misfortune? The old woman feigned deafness. Ouch, ouch. I have suffered a shock and require hospitalization. It is due to your misdeeds. 30 years ago, you poured water at your doorstep, causing your pregnant neighbor to slip and miscarry. 25 years ago, you wrongfully seized property that rightfully belonged to your relatives. 20 years ago, you starved your mother-in-law to death. 18 years ago, you. The old woman finally succumbed to fear. A stranger not only knew the circumstances of her family but also possessed knowledge of her past transgressions, events she had almost forgotten, recounting them with perfect clarity. She realized she might have encountered someone extraordinary. She scrambled to her feet, intending to flee. However, Jin Chaocao stood behind her, declaring with solemnity, Madam, destiny has brought us together. I implore you, do not remain obstinate. 2 o'clock this afternoon marks your demise. Should your family accept compensation from others, your lineage will be severed with your son. The old woman spat 3 times in Jin Chaocao's direction. You wretched girl, are you cursing me? The doctor said I have several months to live. Will you leave or not? If not, provide me with compensation. My buttocks still ache. The old woman remained defiant. Jin Chaocao shook her head in resignation, re-entered the car, and instructed the driver to depart. One cannot persuade a fool to abandon folly. Nor can compassion save those bent on self-destruction. A morally bankrupt elder had brought misfortune upon her entire family. Coincidentally, a black automobile was parked by the roadside. The man inside, in his late 20s, exuded composure and coldness. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold on the street. As Jin Chaocao departed, a flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. He instructed his subordinate, have someone follow that old woman. I am curious to see if she will indeed die at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Yes. The subordinate promptly exited the car. Emosanan leaned back in his seat and instructed the driver, follow the car that just left. Fu Tingyuan's office. He had just ignited the incense Jin Chaocao had given him when his assistant delivered a stack of documents. The assistant handed one to Fu Tingyuan. This contains information on Emosanan. Our investigation has revealed that his purpose in coming to the country is to introduce domestic products to Shengrao Prefecture. Fu Tingyuan accepted the documents, his mind already clear. Securing Emosanan's trust and collaboration would directly expand the Fu Corporation's commercial empire by 10%. Shengrao Prefecture was a prosperous and populous nation. Chapter 88, a sister-in-law like a mother. Fu Tingyuan perused the documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Was there any information regarding Emosanan's whereabouts? The assistant replied, initially, we received word that he would arrive at the airport this afternoon. And I have dispatched someone to meet him. It seems this competition will attract many contenders, so we must remain vigilant. An increase of 10% for the Fu Corporation is, for the average person, an astronomical figure. No enterprise would turn down the opportunity to collaborate with Emosanan. Around 1:50 p.m., an elderly lady was startled by Jin Chaocao's words. Although she was nearing the end of her life, she had no intention of dying today. Jin Chaocao had declared that she would perish by 2 o'clock, and the hour was fast approaching. She distanced herself from the roadway, refusing to believe she could be struck by a vehicle. Clutching her watch, she counted the seconds: 1:56, 1:57, 1:58. 2 o'clock. The old woman stared at her antiquated timepiece. It was now 2 o'clock and 3 minutes, yet she was still very much alive. She ambled from the desolate path onto the bustling street, spitting 3 times onto the ground in defiance of the so-called prophecy. What a little liar, she thought. Nothing has happened. In a huff, she made her way towards the roadway, leaning heavily on her cane, disregarding the cars whizzing by. Who would dare to strike her? Indeed. When faced with such a spirited elder, drivers instinctively halted their vehicles, allowing her to pass before resuming their journeys. The elderly lady strode confidently towards the next intersection, accustomed to ignoring traffic signals, moving at her own pace. Just as she approached the crosswalk, a speeding car careened forward, colliding with her and sending her flying. Alongside her, an old digital watch was cast into the air. A subordinate of Emosanan stepped forward and retrieved the battered watch from the ground. It displayed 2:16 p.m. He glanced at his phone, which read precisely 2 o'clock. Jin Chaocao entered a shop and opened her portable computer. In preparation for hosting a mentorship banquet for Fu Xiaoan, she sought a hotel with beautiful scenery and refined ambience. After a morning of careful selection, she had narrowed it down to 3 venues. However, she resolved to visit each personally before making a final decision. This would be her first experience orchestrating such an event, and her excitement was palpable. In the afternoon, she summoned Fu Xiaoan, and together they crafted invitations. Sitting beside her, Fu Xiaoan gazed in awe at the calligraphy on the invitations. "Sister-in-law, how can you be so remarkable? Your handwriting would surely leave everyone speechless." Holding the invitation, Fu Xiaoan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. With such exquisite script, who would not be captivated upon opening the invitation? Jin Chaocao wielded the brush with grace, each stroke flowing effortlessly. Every invitation bore her personal touch. "Xiaoan, writing is an exercise of the spirit. When you achieve my state of mind, you too shall write with such elegance." She completed the inscription and handed the invitation to Fu Xiaoan, inquiring, "To whom else shall we extend our invitations?" "Currently, the only individuals we can invite are these few. Of course, I must also invite my friends, Zhang Zian, my classmates, and the principal, a longtime friend of my grandfather." Throughout her life, she had never undertaken anything to bring honor to her family. Now that she had finally achieved something remarkable, it was imperative to bring pride to her grandfather. Observing Fu Xiaoan's radiant expression, Jin Chaocao smiled indulgently. "Very well, please provide me with the names. Since we are inviting them, each should receive an invitation. The grandeur is to demonstrate the significance the Fu family places on this mentorship. Mr. Elman is indeed a man of great talent and stature." Upon finishing the invitations, Fu Xiaoan eagerly took out her phone to share the news with her friends. She was thrilled to showcase her sister-in-law's impeccable calligraphy, which resembled a masterful script. Jin Chaocao then pulled out another sheet, jotting down the gifts. According to tradition, one must prepare a token for the mentorship ceremony. Fu Xiaoan snapped her fingers. "I understand. I will ask Grandpa to prepare 4 treasures for the teacher." Jin Chaocao lightly tapped Fu Xiaoan's head with the ruler resting on the table. "What do you know? The mentorship involves not just etiquette but also the thoughtful preparation of gifts imbued with meaning. You can offer treasures at any time, but during the ceremony, one must avoid any faux pas." Rubbing her head, Fu Xiaoan approached to examine the list of gifts Jin Chaocao had written: celery, lotus seeds, red beans, red dates, longan, and dried meat. Fu Xiaoan was taken aback. "Is this truly what we present for mentorship?" Jin Chaocao nodded, explaining, "Celery symbolizes diligence and the pursuit of knowledge. Lotus seeds signify the hardships of education. Red beans represent good fortune. Red dates indicate early success. Longan embodies the fulfillment of good deeds. Dried meat is a token of the disciple's sincerity. Mr. Elman, whom I have researched, is a man of talent and noble character. To take on a mentor is to forge a bond with someone whose virtue and talent surpass your own, and thus it should be approached with the utmost seriousness." Initially, Fu Xiaoan thought mentorship merely involved finding a more capable teacher to enlighten her on her shortcomings. Little did she know of the rich cultural significance entwined within. Sister-in-law. You are truly wonderful to me. They say a sister-in-law is like a mother. You are even better than my own mother. Fu Xiaoan felt a wave of shame wash over her. By age, she was slightly older than Jin Chaocao, yet according to custom, she was indeed the sister-in-law. In terms of intellect and ability, she felt like an inexperienced child in comparison. Jin Chaocao teased, with such an obedient and understanding child, I, as your elder, find great satisfaction. Fu Xiaoan blushed, protesting, sister-in-law, you are taking advantage of me. Very well, you must prepare the gifts yourself to demonstrate sincerity. I need to draft the mentorship letter and also consider what you will wear for the event. With over 10 days remaining before the banquet, Jin Chaocao wished to organize everything in advance to avoid last-minute chaos. Fu Xiaoan nodded earnestly, I will personally deliver the invitations. Jin Chaocao smiled contentedly, go ahead. Mr. Elman initially sought to mentor a promising young talent in music, only to find himself enveloped in a grand mentorship banquet. Forging an unbreakable bond with a family of great stature and a young person of both wisdom and beauty, he willingly offered his entire lifetime of talent to her. Of course, these were matters for another time. Jin Chaocao set down her brush, gazing at the completed mentorship letter. Gently blowing on the still wet ink, she heard the chime of the doorbell. Looking up, she saw a man in a suit, with defined features and slightly blue eyes, entering. Good day. Emosanan greeted Jin Chaocao with a slight smile, his demeanor exuding elegance and gentlemanly politeness. Jin Chaocao placed the letter aside and nodded in response, hello. Chapter 89, Words manifest the law. As Emosanan's gaze swept through the shop, he was taken aback by the exquisite items on display, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jin Chaocao tidied up the papers on the table and invited Emosanan to take a seat. Emosanan was keenly observing Jin Chaocao. From the very first glance, she exuded a unique aura. Her beauty transcended mere physical appearance, embodying an elegance akin to chrysanthemums, an ethereal quality reminiscent of mist, and a brilliance comparable to the sun. All these intricate charms coalesced within her, creating a harmonious presence. Has the gentleman come today with a particular request? Jin Chaocao asked, as she prepared a cup of tea for each visitor. Emosanan smiled softly, unfazed, finding pleasure in the sight of her tea-making, a visual delight. Her graceful movements, whether in stillness or action, exuded a rhythm that calmed the restless heart. With fluidity and speed, Jin Chaocao prepared the tea and handed the cup to Emosanan. The man accepted it with a polite bow, expressing gratitude. Your tea has a distinctly different aroma. Jin Chaocao smiled silently. After Emosanan finished his tea, he turned to her and remarked, I witnessed your fortune-telling for the elderly lady on the street earlier. It was indeed accurate. She passed away precisely at 2 o'clock. Her family is currently in uproar over compensation. You mentioned that should they receive it, it would mean the end of their lineage in the next generation. What does that imply? Jin Chaocao delicately twirled a string of Buddhist prayer beads between her fingers, her tone gentle. Her eldest son will take the money and remarry. Her grandson will be neglected and will perish prematurely. Emosanan chuckled, if the eldest son marries again and has another child, how could the lineage come to an end? Jin Chaocao smiled, marrying does not guarantee stability. Those of poor character seldom meet a good end. If you are curious about this matter, it would be best for you to observe it yourself. Emosanan's gaze toward Jin Chaocao transformed into one of reverence. May I request you to divine my future? I wish to know about my love, career, and health, to evade all calamities and ensure a smooth life. Jin Chaocao lifted her head, her eyes cold yet penetrating. Sir, do you not think you are being overly greedy? Emosanan replied, isn't greed a fundamental aspect of human nature? Jin Chaocao chuckled lightly. Are you aware of why that elderly lady met such a fate? Emosanan felt a chill run through him, because of greed? Jin Chaocao met his gaze. In life, it is rare to achieve everything. Expecting completeness is even more elusive. Our ancestors had a saying, a full moon wanes, and a full vessel overflows. Those who seek perfection often find themselves in dire straits. Emosanan frowned, are you not capable of foreseeing one's future? If I can avoid all misfortunes, does that not lead to fulfillment? Rest assured, if you assist me, I can offer you a substantial sum. Even help you acquire this street. Jin Chaocao laughed. Mr. Mo, do you believe I am in need of money? Mo Sinan glanced around the room, his expression growing serious. What must I do for your assistance? You ask for too much, I cannot help you. Jin Chaocao firmly rejected. Mo Sinan stood, his demeanor menacing as he threatened. What if I insist on your help? Jin Chaocao raised her gaze, her bright eyes profound like the sea, a smile playing on her lips. Then you may try. Those of the mystical arts are not merely trained to combat the demons of this world. Not even 10 Mo Sinans could pose a threat to her. She could revive a family on the brink of bankruptcy or bring misfortune to an ambitious soul. Having encountered many extraordinary events in his life, Mo Sinan had never met a woman who could confront his threats while smiling. Let us see, then. He fixed his greedy eyes upon Jin Chaocao's face, brimming with confidence. You shall become mine and serve my purpose. Jin Chaocao picked up a fan from the table, casually glancing over. May I offer you a word of advice, sir? Mo Sinan grinned. Do tell, I am quite intrigued. From this moment on, should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, misfortune shall befall you. Should you attempt to kidnap me, your family will abandon you. If you seek to kill me, you will find yourself murdered by your fiercest rival. If you choose to oppose me, you shall be left homeless, a victim of the streets, subject to scorn. Mo Sinan's face drained of color. Are you cursing me? Jin Chaocao spread her hands. How is this a curse? As long as you harbor no wicked thoughts, we shall coexist peacefully. Mo Sinan burst into laughter. Very well. Jin Chaocao. You have truly impressed me, I shall see what your words can do. He stormed out in a huff. Jin Chaocao retrieved a small talisman, its golden symbols gleaming. She recited an incantation as she ignited the talisman, words manifesting as a spell, directly entering Mo Sinan's being. Exiting the quaint shop, Mo Sinan's subordinates rushed to him. Young master, you appear unwell, has something gone amiss? Mo Sinan's personal bodyguard, inquired. Through clenched teeth, Mo Sinan growled. That woman is utterly arrogant, she dares to threaten me. Arrange for her abduction, I want her taken abroad and imprisoned on a forbidden island. Destined to serve me for eternity. Mo acknowledged the command. I will make the arrangements immediately. As per her routine, Jin Chaocao closed the shop in the evening and departed. She strolled down the pedestrian street towards her car, where the family driver awaited her at the usual spot. However, today, as she stepped outside, she felt several pairs of eyes fixated upon her. Deliberately slowing her pace, she veered towards a less crowded street. She turned into a narrow alley, where a group of sharp-eyed men encircled her. Before she could flee, a sack was thrown over her head, and she was hoisted onto a shoulder and carried away. Jin Chaocao made no attempt to struggle or escape. She was placed in a car and shoved into the trunk, enduring a bumpy ride to the desolate outskirts. As night fell, darkness enveloped the mountains. 2 burly men brought Jin Chaocao before Mo Sinan. Young master, we have brought her. One of them yanked the sack from her head. Mo Sinan beheld the disheveled woman with a triumphant grin. Miss Jean, did you not say that if I kidnapped you, my family would forsake me? Now that I have you, do enlighten me on how my family shall abandon me? Mo Sinan laughed maniacally. Jin Chaocao remained indifferent, allowing the men to hold her arms, her expression one of disdain. There is no need to rush, news will spread swiftly. I hope by then you will not regret your actions. Words manifest the law, it is a game of bloodless retribution, reaping what one sows. Should Mo Sinan meet his demise, it would be of his own making, and she would bear no consequence. Chapter 90, Confrontation and Retribution. Leaning against his automobile, a sneering expression adorned Mo Sinan's countenance as he gazed upon Jin Chaocao. Do you even comprehend the eminence of the Mo family in Shenrao Prefecture? As the eldest son, I am the heir apparent, destined to command the family's fortunes. Countless individuals clamor for my favor, seeking alliances. You are the sole woman oblivious to her own good fortune. Jin Chaocao remained impassive. The one bereft of discernment was never she. Some, emboldened by their own influence, arbitrarily oppress others, presuming that wealth and authority grant them impunity. Little do they know, there are forces beyond their comprehension, individuals who surpass their capabilities. Observing Jin Chaocao's silence, Mo Sinan advanced, hands on his hips. What's this? Has fear finally taken hold? Jin Chaocao regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Mr. Mo, I am offering you an opportunity. While you may be the eldest son, you are far from the most talented. My silence is a chance for you, 3 minutes. Should you fail to release me, you shall find yourself on the front page, branded as an outcast by your own kin. Emosanan retrieved his timepiece, indicating the passing of time. Then let us see if your soothsaying proves accurate. Jin Chaocao shook her head in resignation. Judging from Emosanan's countenance, he was a man of talent, yet morally deficient, indulging in capricious behavior, and abusing his authority. However, his calamity was not destined to arrive so soon. His encounter with her was a consequence of his own actions. As the minute hand completed its third rotation, Emosanan brandished his cellular device, searching for the latest headlines. He then presented the screen to Jin Chaocao. Behold. Nothing of consequence. Miss Jean, it appears your omnipotence is somewhat exaggerated. Jin Chaocao smiled. Have the audacity to refresh the page. Emosanan erupted in laughter. Very well. At your behest. I refresh. Emosanan's voice faltered, his eyes widening as he stared at the screen, transfixed for several moments. He beheld the headline with disbelief, exclaiming, "This cannot be." The family's official website had released the latest decree. Emosanan was stripped of his inheritance, with Mo Ben appointed as the new successor. Mo Ben was his father's illegitimate son. An illegitimate son, surpassing him in the line of succession? Jin Chaocao sighed. Did you not heed my words? If you had, you would have ceased your actions, desisting from your misguided path. Emosanan shook his head. Roaring like a man possessed, I refused to believe it. He dialed his home, and the call was answered. It was his father who responded. Why abandon me in favor of that bastard? He is a disgrace to our family. Enough, Sinan. His father's voice was weary and resigned. Your underground chamber has been discovered. The Forbidden Island is surrounded by law enforcement. You are the one who has tarnished our family's honor. This time, Mo Ben did nothing, even imploring me to reconsider, pleading on your behalf. Emosanan was aghast. The underground chamber? Who discovered it? The elder Mo, his hands trembling, declared with finality. You were the heir upon whom I placed my highest hopes, Sinan. You have disappointed me greatly. The call was terminated. Emosanan stood motionless, his head throbbing, consumed by trepidation. Jin Chaocao could sense the fury emanating from him. But had she not warned him? Emosanan gritted his teeth, regaining his composure. His gaze toward Jin Chaocao filled with murderous intent. I will kill you, regardless of whether this is a coincidence or the result of your machinations. Jin Chaocao effortlessly shrugged off the grip of her captors, gracefully smoothing her disheveled hair and smoothing out the creases in her garments. In a mere instant, she transformed from a disheveled girl into a woman of extraordinary refinement. She regarded Emosanan with pity and contempt. You still have not heeded my words. Emosanan furiously drew a weapon from his waistband, the dark muzzle aimed at Jin Chaocao. Mo Ben is thousands of miles away. I came to this country alone. Even if my enemies have long arms, they cannot reach here. Even if he has the ability, I will kill you before he kills me. To quell the anger in my heart. Jin Chaocao stood motionless, her gaze as clear and cold as ice. Then proceed. Emosanan clenched his teeth. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid at this moment. His underground chamber housed a collection of perfect dolls. These were things that could not be seen, and he had always been careful, never entrusting them to others. Even the door to the underground chamber was a high-level combination lock, and the password was only known to him. Logically speaking, this thing could not be discovered. Especially after he left, it was discovered and the underground chamber was opened. Emosanan recalled Jin Chaocao's words. She said that if he wanted to kill her, he would be killed by his enemies. His enemy was Mo Ben. Now Mo Ben was by his father's side, very far away from him. Emosanan put down the weapon in his hand, and the next moment, he raised his hand again unwillingly, aimed at Jin Chaocao's head, and pulled the trigger. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet directly pierced his head from the side. Blood splattered. And the weapon in Emosanan's hand fell to the ground. He turned his head with difficulty and looked to the side. He happened to see a blue-eyed, blonde-haired, bearded, burly man walking towards him. The man's eyes were red and his eyes were full of hatred. Before Emosanan died, he recalled the past. He remembered that there was a girl who was very beautiful and smiled like a doll in a shop window. His father was a bearded man and was very fierce to people. Even if he was rich, he would not allow him to approach her. So he secretly kidnapped the woman and made her into a doll and placed it in a glass cabinet in the basement. It turned out that his enemy was never Emoben, but Emosanan's body slammed heavily on the ground, and his breath was gone. Emoe was frightened on the spot. He looked at Jin Chaocao, as terrifying as seeing a ghost. What she said actually came true. He picked up the gun on the ground and aimed it at Jin Chaocao again. Then have you ever thought about dying in my hands? Emoe's body was trembling when he said this, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Jin Chaocao stood in the dark night, smiling brightly. Then look around you. Do you still have a chance? Emoe looked around and happened to see a beam of strong light lit up. Countless policemen surrounded this suburban mountainous area. And countless dark muzzles were pointed at him. Emoe trembled all over, the gun fell to the ground, and the person also fell to the ground. Jin Chaocao looked at the dead Emosanan and the frightened Emoe and shook her head helplessly. If you want people not to know, don't do it yourself. Emosanan did evil, thinking that he could do it perfectly with money, but he never expected that in the world, fate is the most difficult to achieve. Bullying her is to make her act for heaven. Chapter 91. In fact, you saved yourselves. As Jin Chaocao turned around, she was abruptly embraced. Her nose brushed against a familiar chest, and she looked up in surprise to meet Fu Tingyuan's slightly anxious gaze. Are you all right? The driver, having failed to pick up Jin Chaocao, had contacted Fu Tingyuan. Without delay, Fu Tingyuan dispatched personnel to investigate the surveillance footage on that street. Discovering that she had been kidnapped. After alerting the authorities, they followed the police to this very location. Although Fu Tingyuan understood in his heart that with her capabilities, she would not be easily harmed, he could not help but worry. Could the person who abducted Jin Chaocao be someone even more formidable than her? Held tightly in Fu Tingyuan's arms, Jin Chaocao felt her ears grow warm. She looked up and smiled sweetly at him. Mr. Fu, I'm fine. Were you worried about me? The sweetness of her voice sent tremors through his heart, and he felt as if his throat was filled with sand. Yes. I was worried about you. As he uttered those words, the emotions he had suppressed for so long burst forth like a dam breaking. He had so much he wanted to say to her. Jin Chaocao wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest. Mr. Fu. I'm so happy you came. They were husband and wife, and though they did not speak of their deep affection, he cared for her, loved her, and cherished her. She was already content. Cough, cough, cough. Officer Zhang, standing nearby, cleared his throat at an opportune moment, interrupting their tender exchange. Miss Jean. As the party involved in this matter, you need to accompany us back to provide a statement, Officer Zhang stated. After all, a life had been lost. And it was a member of the Emo family from Shangrao. This was no small matter. With her face flushed, Jin Chaocao pushed away Fu Tingyuan and looked at Officer Zhang. Then I'll go back with you. On the way to the police station, Jin Chaocao sat in the passenger seat of Fu Tingyuan's car. It was rare for him to drive himself. The two remained silent. Fu Tingyuan was typically reserved, keeping his thoughts to himself and never expressing them. Observing that Jin Chaocao seemed even more reticent than he finally spoke up. I didn't expect Emosanan would cause you trouble. Jin Chaocao raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? Yes, he's from a very powerful family in Shangrao, controlling 60% of the country's commercial resources. They initially intended to negotiate a partnership with the Emo family. Who would have thought he would be stripped of his status as heir so quickly? Jin Chaocao leaned back in her seat and explained, according to the original trajectory, he could have remained arrogant for a few more years. Unfortunately for him, he encountered me and sought me out for a fortune-telling to ensure his future safety and success. Fu Tingyuan glanced at her. You refused, and that's why he wanted to kidnap you. Indeed. Jin Chaocao replied nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tingyuan suggested, how about I assign you some bodyguards? Jin Chaocao was taken aback. Mr. Fu, do you think I need bodyguards? After pondering for a moment, Fu Tingyuan nodded firmly, you do need them. Jin Chaocao rolled her eyes at him. I don't need them. As long as I don't want to. No one can kidnap me. After clarifying the sequence of events at the police station, they returned home, by which time the moon was high in the sky. Old Master Fu had been unable to sleep, pacing back and forth until he finally saw them return, his heart finally at ease. Zhao Zhao, in the future. Let Tingyuan pick you up after work. Otherwise, my heart will always be in turmoil, Old Master Fu said, casting a knowing glance at his grandson. Fu Tingyuan quickly grasped his grandfather's meaning and replied, all right, I'll pick you up after work. Jin Chaocao looked into Fu Tingyuan's eyes. But I notice you never return home at the same time. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? She tended to close the door and head home in the evening. Fu Tingyuan was busy with work, with countless tasks demanding his attention, making it impossible to leave at a consistent time. It's convenient. Fu Tingyuan replied with a smile. Jin Chaocao spoke earnestly, I hope we can both live well and work well. You don't need to accommodate me so much. Fu Tingyuan felt gratified by her words. Don't worry, it won't affect my work. More than his job. He desired to spend additional time with her. The following morning, Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan set out together, marking their first commute to work in the same vehicle. Remembering the apprenticeship banquet for Fu Shaoan, Jin Chaocao said, for the banquet, I've selected 3 suitable hotels online, and today I will personally inspect them to finalize the booking. I have an important meeting this morning, Fu Tingyuan replied. After a moment's thought, Jin Chaocao said, all right, then you can pick me up from the store in the afternoon. Okay. Fu Tingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Upon reaching their destination, Jin Chaocao bent to exit the car and waved goodbye to Fu Tingyuan. After the vehicle drove away, she purchased a roasted duck from a roadside shop and opened the door to her own store. The old fox emerged from the small villa, stretching and eyeing the roasted duck in Jin Chaocao's hands, nearly drooling. Jin Chaocao held the duck to its mouth, and the small fox, resembling a cat, instantly transformed into a formidable creature, as if it were about to fill the entire room. The roasted duck disappeared in a single bite. Jin Chaocao affectionately stroked the smooth fur of the old fox, laughing, the medicine I prepared for you must be quite effective. Bai Yishi transformed into a handsome young man, exuding charm. Of course, with a millennium of Ganoderma paired with a millennium of Hisho Wu. Such treasures are coveted by ancient beings at any time. Bai Yishi gazed at Jin Chaocao, realizing she was blissfully unaware of the value of these items. Last time, she had foolishly poured a bowl for Zhang Yihua. That single bowl could extend the lifespan of an ordinary person by 20 years. Curing ailments and restoring youth. Jin Chaocao observed the sheen of Bai Yishi's white hair, which appeared healthy and vibrant, each strand distinct, even more so than before. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Jin Chaocao turned to see Zhang Yihua entering with 2 men, each carrying gifts. Miss Jin. Before Zhang Yihua could speak, Lu Jide and Mr. Qing stepped forward, their faces alight with excitement as they grasped Jin Chaocao's hands. Miss Jin, you are our savior. In unison, they knelt before her, bowing respectfully. Jin Chaocao quickly crouched down, pulling both of them up. No need for such formality, please rise. Zhang Yihua's eyes sparkled with joy, his entire demeanor radiating a gentle glow. Jin Chaocao invited everyone to sit down, her respect for Zhang Yihua growing. It was evident he was a person genuinely devoted to his country and its people, validating the heaven's choice and placing him in power. As she served tea to everyone, she explained, while it may seem you were saved by me, in truth, you saved yourselves. Chapter 92, An Unbreakable Bond. Lu Jide rose to his feet, his voice resonating with gratitude. Miss Jin, there is no need for formalities between us. I am in excellent health now, not only am I alive, but I feel as if I have regained 10 years of youth. Lu Jide, though not of advanced age, had aged considerably over the decades due to his contributions to the scientific community. Having traversed the threshold of death, he felt rejuvenated. His appearance restored to the peak of his youth, his complexion radiant, his hair glossy, and his spirit invigorated. Qingjia was similarly transformed. He had spent the past few days observing the remarkable changes in his body. The ailments of his youth had vanished, and he walked with a newfound vigor, exuding vitality. Miss Jin, your life-saving grace is immeasurable. From this moment forth, you shall hold our utmost respect, he declared, nearly rushing to embrace Jin Chaocao. Jin Chaocao recognized their noble characters, loyal, compassionate, and full of gratitude. She smiled, holding back the words that almost escaped her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Yihua, holding a teacup, cast a gaze laden with unspoken complexity towards Jin Chaocao. In recent days, he too had felt a transformation within himself. Once plagued by sleepless nights, exhaustion, and anxiety, all those negative emotions had dissipated, replaced by a warm serenity in his heart and stomach. This morning, his mother had expressed surprise at his appearance. As his hair, once streaked with silver from years of toil, had regained its deep luster, he realized that the palpitations he often faced had seemingly vanished, prompting him to appreciate the extraordinary value of the medicinal bowl Jin Chaocao had gifted him. Gratitude cannot be adequately expressed with mere words. Miss Jean, I shall forever remember your kindness, he said, presenting a beautifully wrapped parcel. These are not treasures of great worth, but they represent my heartfelt appreciation. Please accept them. He revealed a stunning jewelry box, containing 9 exquisite raw diamonds of various colors, each over 10 carats, vibrant in hue. Jin Chaocao chuckled softly. Mr. Zhang, these are heirlooms of your family. To gift them to me directly seems inappropriate. Indeed, while the realm of the mystical often held treasures, such high-quality, large diamonds were rare. Zhang Yihua smiled, asserting, jewels are best suited for a worthy companion. Miss Jean, you are the only one deserving of such beauty. It is only through your possession that they can truly shine. Jin Chaocao hesitated, aware that reciprocity is the essence of friendship. Yet, she could not accept gifts indiscriminately. After much contemplation, she retrieved a string of fragrant herbal sachets from her drawer. In the spirit of give and take, let me offer this in exchange, she said, handing them to Zhang Yihua. These are crafted by our sect, promoting tranquility and health, while also warding off pests. Zhang Yihua accepted the sachets with both hands. Appreciating their true value, unlike mere stones, they possessed the power to nourish and prolong life, a treasure beyond measure. I shall not be polite, then, he exclaimed, cherishing the gift. Jin Chaocao placed his offering aside and turned to Qingjie and Lu Jide. Please, refrain from presenting me with further gifts. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, contribute your talents to our nation, ensuring that your new lease on life bears significant value. She had never sought anything in return. Her actions were guided by a sense of duty. Qingjie stood, producing a meticulously crafted model of a spacecraft. This model represents over a decade of hard work between old Lu and myself. It may not be valuable, but I hope you will accept it. Though modest, it was a token of their dedication, one that they would not part with lightly. Miss Jean, this is our humble offering, please do not decline, Lu Jide added earnestly. With a radiant smile, Jin Chaocao replied, in that case, I shall graciously accept it. She accepted their gifts. Zhang Yihua, sensing the moment was right, chose to take his leave after the tea was finished, accompanied by the 2 men. Bai Yeshi examined the gems Zhang Yihua had gifted, exclaiming, this lad is quite generous. These diamonds could purchase our entire street. The Zhang family was indeed prominent, possessing not only wealth but also power and influence. Zhang Yihua's decision to gift such precious items to Jin Chaocao was a means to forge an unbreakable connection, one that would benefit future generations. As Jin Chaocao continued to brew tea, she paid no heed to Bai Yeshi, who rummaged through the package for roasted chicken, duck, and an array of desserts. Thrilled by the thoughtful offerings, these delicacies surpass anything available on the street, he remarked, munching on a chicken leg. Jin Chaocao shot him a disapproving glance. You're on the path to enlightenment yet remain so gluttonous? Why not? Bai Yeshi retorted, recalling the hardships of his past. In this world, it's unfair. While you enjoy fine delicacies, we creatures can only feast on raw meat and drink cold water. Just then, a bell rang at the door, heralding the entrance of a corpulent middle-aged woman. Chapter 93, Meng Xia. The woman, Meng Xia, stood at a height of 1.70 meters and weighed over 230 pounds. Upon entering, she greeted Jin Chaocao with a gentle smile, hello. Jin Chaocao reciprocated with a warm smile, inviting her to take a seat with a soft tone, hello, madam, please have a seat. She promptly poured a freshly brewed cup of tea for the woman. Li Wei accepted the tea, nodding politely, thank you. After sipping the tea, she took the initiative to speak. I have come today to ask for your assistance. The elderly and children at home frequently fall ill. Passing through this area, I wondered if it was due to poor feng shui and hoped you could help assess it. Jin Chaocao understood and replied, very well, I will accompany you. She added, if the names and birth dates are in order, frequent illnesses may indeed be linked to feng shui. After Li Wei finished her tea, Jin Chaocao followed her out of the shop. Li Wei's home was not far from the shop, located in an old community. She lived on the 19th floor in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, occupying approximately 100 square meters. In this bustling city, it was considered a cozy little home. Upon opening the door, Jin Chaocao was met with a pungent smell of mildew. While not particularly noticeable to the average person, her keen sense of smell caused her to sneeze 3 times in quick succession. Upon entering the foyer, she noticed shoes scattered haphazardly, with clutter strewn about the corridor. The living room table was cluttered with daily necessities, snacks, water bottles, tea sets, and charging cables. The sofa was also piled high with dirty laundry, creating an impression of disarray. The corners of the rooms were not well cleaned, with visible dirt, especially behind the sofa and on the seldom-used small table, where dust and grime had accumulated on the marble surface. Li Wei had not noticed these details before, but with Jin Chaocao's presence, she realized how dirty her home had become. Without commenting on the state of affairs, Jin Chaocao inquired, may I take a look at the other rooms? Li Wei led her into the bedroom. The bedroom was cramped, housing a 2-meter bed, a large wardrobe, a mirror, and a dressing table. Space for movement was limited, and the wardrobe and bay window were cluttered with items, while the dust on the window screens had built up to almost block the mesh. The next room was similarly chaotic. Even the children's room was in disarray. The kitchen and bathroom bore years of accumulated grime. This is a very ordinary household. Li Wei remarked with an awkward smile, Miss Jin, is the feng shui of my home particularly poor? She sighed, and Jin Chaocao responded calmly. The feng shui of a household is fundamentally rooted in cleanliness, thus, thorough cleaning is essential. Particularly, the kitchen and bathroom are areas that attract wealth, and excessive mess can hinder that flow. The bedroom windows are meant for ventilation. If dust accumulates on the screens and ventilation is neglected, it can lead to a damp environment, stagnant air, and ultimately health issues, especially due to the harmful mold and bacteria that can thrive in such conditions. All of this can result in physical ailments. Moreover, a disordered environment can lead to irritability, making conflicts more likely between spouses and between parents and children. Upon hearing Jin Chaocao's words, Li Wei quickly nodded, then I will clean immediately. It is not merely about cleaning, Jin Chaocao interjected, do you often experience clogged drains? Li Wei confirmed, yes, the drain was clogged again yesterday. Jin Chaocao stated plainly, though drains are not overtly visible in a house, their feng shui is intricately linked to health. The drains in a home are akin to the blood vessels in a body. If they are blocked, it signifies that the family's energy and vitality are impeded, which can adversely affect their health, leading to persistent illness. Li Wei's expression momentarily stiffened. Should I then find someone to clear out all the pipes in my home? Jin Chaocao nodded, and ensure to promptly remove any moldy furniture. Items in the corridor should be neatly stored, and the window screens must be thoroughly cleaned. Every corner of the house should be attended to. Li Wei realized just how dirty her home had become. Having lived there for a long time, she had gradually neglected the upkeep. The overall layout of the house was still quite favorable. The living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom were all in optimal positions. If you were to rearrange these areas, the feng shui of the home would naturally improve. In an ordinary household, even if the layout cannot be altered, cleanliness and tidiness must be maintained. At the very least, one should not exacerbate the situation. Emerging from Li Wei's residence and returning to the shop, it was nearly noon. Fu Tingyuan arrived punctually at the shop, marking his first visit since Jin Chaocao opened. The shop's decor surpassed his expectations in its lavishness. I have made a reservation at a restaurant for lunch. After we eat, we can check out the hotel, Fu Tingyuan announced. Jin Chaocao, feeling hungry herself, replied, very well. Let us go eat. The restaurant Fu Tingyuan had booked was nearby. Upon arrival, Jin Chaocao discovered that all the waitstaff stood in neat rows, including the chefs, who awaited their presence. You reserved the entire place? Jin Chaocao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I know you prefer tranquility. This restaurant is usually bustling at lunchtime, Fu Tingyuan responded, as if discussing the pleasant weather. It seemed he often indulged in such luxuries. How extravagant. Jin Chaocao thought, gazing at him. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Please don't do this again. While I appreciate tranquility, I also enjoy lively crowds. I'm truly happy you considered my preferences this time. Fu Tingyuan, captivated by her radiant smile, could not resist reaching out to gently touch her soft hair. All right, next time I will heed your wishes. The two entered the restaurant, which had been specially decorated for the day, with each table adorned with beautiful fresh flowers. A professional pianist was engaged to perform in the center of the dining room. The melodious and lively music infused the atmosphere with a romantic air, as though they had stepped into a fairy tale kingdom. Fu Tingyuan guided Jin Chaocao to the best table by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jin Chaocao felt a thrill of excitement she had never experienced before. Seated beside her husband against the backdrop of a vibrant cityscape. As the breeze wafted through, even the air was sweetened. Fu Tingyuan's gaze remained fixed on Jin Chaocao, as though merely sitting beside her brought him joy. Last time, Grandpa mentioned traveling together. Where would you like to go? Fu Tingyuan suddenly asked. Jin Chaocao candidly replied. I am unfamiliar with foreign destinations, you can decide, I'm open to anything. Fu Tingyuan squinted with a bright smile. Then I shall engage a professional to make the arrangements. Outside the restaurant, a Maybach was parked by the roadside. Inside, a woman looked up at the enchanting couple through the floor-to-ceiling windows, pulling out her phone to make a call. Meng Shuya. If you do not return to the country soon, your chance with Fu Tingyuan will truly slip away. Chapter 94, choosing a restaurant. Meng Shuya leaned against the sofa, engrossed in her phone. I was aware of his marriage, as Song Hanyue had mentioned it previously. Yi Cixi clenched her teeth, that woman seemed rather capable. Having previously sent Song Hanyue into a predicament. Capable, indeed? Meng Shuya chuckled, Cixi, do not be anxious. Once I return to the country, I shall settle accounts with her regarding Hanyue. Upon observing Meng Shuya's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Cixi couldn't help but remind her, I have inquired. She practices metaphysics and possesses considerable skill. Just a display of supernatural tricks, I have my methods to deal with her. After dining, Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan set out to inspect the ambience of 3 hotels. The first venue had a garden that was too small and a lobby that was overly dim. Jin Chaocao dismissed it before even stepping inside. The second venue's banquet hall was inadequately illuminated, and its curtains had not been cleaned for an extended period. The third venue's kitchen lacked precision, with the chefs offering too few dishes that did not meet Jin Chaocao's standards. Ultimately, she found all 3 establishments unsatisfactory. Fu Tingyuan silently accompanied her throughout the endeavor. Once back in the car, Fu Tingyuan suggested with a smile, why not host it at home? Jin Chaocao, her eyes filled with determination, replied. If the hotels will not suffice, we shall select a restaurant with an elegant ambience. With that, she retrieved a piece of yellow paper from her bag, inscribed with intricate symbols. Folding the paper into the shape of a paper crane, she performed hand gestures while reciting incantations. Upon completing the spell, the paper crane spontaneously ignited, turning to ash. The ashes drifted through the air, leaving behind a translucent silhouette of a paper crane fluttering its delicate wings. Follow it. Jin Chaocao instructed Fu Tingyuan. He was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Is that truly effective? Of course. Jin Chaocao reclined comfortably in her seat, reassured. Fu Tingyuan started the vehicle and followed the ethereal form. After an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a vast restaurant, covering 2,000 square meters, adorned with a blend of ancient and modern decor. Although the establishment was completed, it had yet to open, and several staff members were busy tidying up. A large artificial lake greeted guests at the entrance, leading into a corridor adorned with water pavilions and small bridges. Precious flowers and plants lined the path, creating a unique atmosphere. Upon entering the restaurant, one could admire the exquisite solid wood furniture, crafted meticulously by skilled artisans. The lighting design was bright yet atmospheric, and the walls were adorned with renowned calligraphy, with valuable antique artworks displayed at the entrance. It was evident that the proprietor was a person of discernment, aspiring to establish a high-end business. The ambience exuded an air of cultured elegance. As they entered, a jovial middle-aged man with a round face approached them. "Ladies, my restaurant has not yet opened, so I cannot accommodate you at this moment." Jin Chaocao inquired, "When do you plan to open?" "In approximately 10 days. If you two could grace us with your presence then, I would be delighted to offer you a complimentary meal." Jin Chaocao, the restaurant owner, was astute in his judgment. Jin Chaocao and Fu Tingyuan were not only striking in appearance and demeanor but also impeccably dressed. Such clientele could only be either affluent or noble, and their patronage would be a stroke of luck for him. He was determined to find a way to retain such esteemed guests. Jin Chaocao smiled gracefully, "Indeed. We are planning to host a banquet in 13 days and believe your venue is exceptionally suitable. Should you be willing to cooperate? We are prepared to pay double the usual rate." "Absolutely," Jin Chaocao replied eagerly. "If your banquet is held here, I am willing to postpone the opening date." With the assistance of distinguished guests, his business would surely flourish. Jin Chaocao expressed his utmost sincerity, "Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to instruct me, and I shall comply without fail." Fu Tingyuan glanced at Jin Chaocao, unable to suppress his admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Her resourcefulness in finding a solution with the paper crane was impressive, and the person they encountered was remarkably perceptive and capable. Jin Chaocao observed Jin Chaocao. Noting the purple aura around his brow, he was destined for great fortune. "We will be hosting a master apprenticeship banquet, with several renowned musicians in attendance. For the floral arrangements and banquet hall decor, we will enlist professional services. However, I would like to sample the dishes prepared by your chefs." At this mention, Jin Chaocao perked up, proudly exclaiming, "Our chefs have catered for state banquets. Their mastery of Chinese cuisine is unparalleled, covering various regional specialties, including Sichuan, Hunan, and Cantonese." Due to the impending opening, he had retained 3 head chefs